Lu Suisui found herself transmigrated into a novel, becoming a minor character born under an ill omen, responsible for a national drought lasting several years. The wicked stepmother, in her ambition to assist her lover in ascending to power, not only caused the tragic death of Lu Suisui's biological mother, but also orchestrated the annihilation of Lu Suisui's entire family after marrying into the Lu clan. Observing her father, who had been deceived for years, Lu Suisui realized the truth about the supposed twins that her father believed had only appeared after arriving at their maternal home. The truth was far from that. Her father, in a fit of rage, hastily issued a divorce decree. Fuming at the near-death state of her elder brother, she clenched her tiny fists in determination, vowing to confront the treacherous individuals responsible. Turning to her brother, who wielded a spear with great prowess, she was filled with pride at his reputation. Meanwhile, her second brother, having abandoned his miserly tendencies, began to generously distribute food, accumulating virtue. Her third brother, who had suffered greatly, resolved to excel in his studies, determined to rival the future prime minister. As Lu Suisui navigated this treacherous narrative, she felt a sense of empowerment. She placed her hand on her round little belly, delighting in the attention and nourishment lavished upon her by various influential figures. Chapter 1. The Transmigration of a Fortunate Child. Awake, awake, father, sister has woken. Show, be quiet. The drowsy little one rubbed her sleepy eyes, startled to see a chubby face looming closer. Momentarily perplexed, she poked her own round cheeks with her little fingers, her eyes sparkling with realization. In disbelief, she quickly brought her chubby fingers to her mouth and began to nibble. Sister must be hungry. She's already nibbling on her fingers. The chubby boy chuckled from beside her bed. Jingzhou, go check on the kitchen, a nearby man instructed. After a millennium, she had finally transformed into a plump little human, no longer the koi fish swimming in the lotus pond. Most importantly, from this day forth, she, Lu Suisui, would no longer need to listen to the scriptures recited by the Bodhisattva.
Wait.
Jingzhou? Lu Suisui turned over, her brows furrowing slightly as she watched the direction in which the chubby boy had dashed away. Wasn't this just the two minor characters she had heard about during her travels with the Bodhisattva, recounted in a tea house? In the tale, the second son of the Marquis of Wuhan, Lu Yunxiao, after losing his wife, married Cheng, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. In the kingdom of Qi, the civil and military officials were always at odds, with the literati mocking the martial, and vice versa. In Lu Yunxiao's eyes, Cheng was not deterred by his martial background nor by his 3 sons and 1 daughter, marrying his precious daughter to him. Unbeknownst to him, this marriage was orchestrated by the Cheng family as a grand deception. From their first encounter, Lu Yunxiao lived ensnared in a web of lies, ultimately leading to his ruin. Cheng had been in love with the crown prince Pei Yanqing since childhood. The emperor of Qi was frail, with heirs either too young or also sickly, as various factions stirred with ambition. Among them, the forces under Prince Duan were the most formidable. Pei Yanqing, being the only son of Prince Duan, was well-read and knowledgeable in military strategy, possessing both power and cunning. In light of such calculations, the cunning minister Cheng would never regard Lu Yunxiao with favor. The two families colluded, and eventually, while Lu Yunxiao fought valiantly in battle, his family was slaughtered under the guise of banditry, leaving none alive. Lu Yunxiao, amidst the chaos, could only watch his 3 sons meet increasingly tragic fates, suffering more than death itself. Upon receiving the grievous news, he was consumed by grief, ultimately falling to his demise in battle. The death of the Marquis of Wuhan allowed the enemy to invade, plunging the kingdom of Qi into despair, leading the emperor to a sorrowful end. The clever Cheng family, having secured their position, transformed into a favored concubine, embarking on a life of privilege. Lu Suisui realized, with a sigh, that she was the little pawn sent into the jaws of danger by her stepmother. Egg custard, Lu Suisui waved her hands in disdain, rolling her eyes. I prefer meat. Jingzhou, momentarily startled, glanced around cautiously. Father, did you hear something? No. Lu Yunxiao replied dismissively. It was merely an illusion, Jingzhou thought, shaking his head to dismiss it. Meat-filled egg custard is quite delicious, he said gently, leaning closer and blowing on the spoon before offering it to Lu Suisui. Lu Suisui pouted, suspicious that the chubby boy was trying to deceive her. Yet, Upon seeing the finely minced meat atop the custard, her cravings got the better of her, and she eagerly took a bite, savoring it until the bowl was empty. With each delightful mouthful, she couldn't help but smile. This little pawn brother isn't so bad after all. That chubby face is quite adorable, resembling a big meat bun. Sighing, she realized that aside from him and her father, only her sister remained. Indeed, it was not an illusion, she had truly heard her sister's thoughts. Jingzhou beamed, delighted to discover that he alone could hear his sister's heart. My poor brother, raised by a wicked stepmother to be useless. Sent to the Imperial Academy for enlightenment, yet he squandered his time with the Chung family, learning nothing, unable to recite even the simplest texts before his demise. Whenever our father tried to teach him martial arts, the stepmother would weep, claiming she was the only daughter and would need a son to carry on her father's legacy. Despite our father's good intentions, he eventually gave up. Lu Suisui pouted in discontent. The wicked stepmother indulged him in everything, leading him to become neither cultured nor martial, ultimately reduced to nothing. As a scion of the Lu family, he couldn't even fend off a petty thief, and in the end, lost his limbs and sight, reduced to begging on the streets. Jingzhou's face turned pale, the bowl slipping from his grasp and shattering. The reality was too tragic. He stomped his foot, tears brimming in his eyes. I want to study. I want to practice martial arts. In the astonished gaze of Lu Yunxiao, he ran off, sobbing and wiping his tears. Lu Suisui cast a surprised glance at him. Speaking of it, the calamity that befell the Lu family began with this father of mine. What a hopeless romantic, fearless of heaven or earth, yet terrified of a few tears from a false lily. How could he not find a suitable woman? Instead, he chose a venomous serpent, plunging the entire Lu family into an abyss of despair. Lu Yunxiao's eyes widened in shock as he heard all this. Poor father, still believing the stepmother's lies about caring for the sick in her family. She has long since fled to the Chung family's estate in the countryside to bear children. Chapter 2. The Expectation of Twins. Lu Yunxiao felt a surge of joy as he saw Lu Suisui yawning and waving her hands. My poor father, those children aren't even yours, why are you so excited? Still merely an infant, having filled her little belly, it wasn't long before she succumbed to sleepiness. Lu Yunxiao's soft voice murmured a few times before gradually fading away. He gazed at the youngest daughter on the bed, his expression bewildered, and his heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. After hearing Suisui's heartfelt words today, the understanding he had held for over 20 years came crashing down. He believed that the Chung family treated him exceptionally well. He thought that the Chung family regarded the children as their own. He imagined that his 3 sons and 1 daughter would lead a life filled with ease and prosperity, just as he had hoped when naming Suisui, free from worries and fulfilled in their aspirations. Lu Yunxiao's lips trembled slightly. It was true that Chung was the only daughter in her family. However, he had always considered himself respectful to his in-laws, and in the past, he had emphasized the importance of the children's obedience to her, appreciating her kindness towards them. Was it possible that Cheng's daily displays of respect towards her in-laws, her cultured demeanor, and her gentle nature were all mere facades? Yet, Suisui's heartfelt expression. After all, she was just a child, and her words might not necessarily reflect the truth. He needed to send someone to investigate the matter discreetly, ensuring that Cheng was not wronged. Suppressing the turmoil within, Lu Yunxiao cradled his youngest daughter in one arm and strode purposefully towards the study. Upon reaching the door, he summoned a young servant and whispered a few instructions before pushing the door open. About a quarter of an hour later, the creak of the door announced the arrival of a woman dressed in a fitted black outfit, who strode in with purpose. "Close the door," Lu Yunxiao said, a hint of fatigue apparent on his brow. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. She hesitated momentarily before turning to the servant outside, instructing, "The second master has summoned me for an important discussion. Make sure no one approaches." "Yes." The young servants replied in unison. After closing the door, Yunxiao quickly approached Lu Yunxiao, bowing respectfully. "I was summoned, second master. What are your instructions?" "You and Mingqin must visit the Chung family estate in the outskirts." Lu Yunxiao paused for a moment, rubbing his face. "Go see if the second madam is truly there attending to the sick." He furrowed his brow, pondering why, despite being the only daughter, Chung had been attending to the ill for a year and a half. Understood. Although Yunxiao felt puzzled, she nodded earnestly. Lu Yunxiao raised his gaze. Remember, this must be conducted discreetly and ensure no one discovers your presence. If it turned out that Cheng was wronged, it would lead to an undesirable conclusion. He seemed to recall something else. If there are any findings, do not disclose them. Rest assured, second master, I will handle it properly, Yunxiao replied before hurrying out. Lu Yunxiao watched her leave, slowly exhaling a breath of frustration. He held a cold cup of tea in one hand while cradling his youngest daughter in the other. After a while, a young servant announced from outside, "Second master, Miss Yunxiao requests an audience." "Let her in quickly." Lu Yunxiao sprang to his feet. Yunxiao entered, head bowed, and swiftly closed the door behind her with a firm click. The sound caused Lu Yunxiao to momentarily tremble, almost spilling his tea. "Second master." Yunxiao slowly lifted her gaze. She lifted the hem of her garment, kneeling on one knee, and spoke deliberately. "The second madam is indeed at the estate under Madam Cheng's name. What else did you discover?" Just as Lu Yunxiao felt a sense of relief, he heard, "Along with Mingqin, I infiltrated the estate and found." She took a deep breath, gritting her teeth. "The second madam is not there caring for the sick. She is pregnant and refers to a man as her husband." "According to that man, what did he say?" Lu Yunxiao's expression darkened. Yunxiao trembled, struggling to speak. "Today, that man summoned a doctor to check on her, claiming she is expecting twins." In an instant, Lu Yunxiao felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing into the chair behind him. It had come true. After a long pause, Lu Yunxiao finally lifted his head, staring intently at Yunxiao, speaking gravely. "Are you too certain of what you saw?" "Both Mingqin and I saw it clearly. It is indeed the second madam," Yunxiao replied with a cold smile. "What else did that man say?" "Once the child is born, they will take action." Yunxiao paused. Zheng Shangshu also assured him that everything was already prepared. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yunxiao's face turned ashen. "Second master," Yunxiao called out, concern etched on her face as she gazed at him, then clenched her teeth in frustration. The Cheng family was truly overstepping. If it weren't for the second master's previous orders, she would have already dealt with that pair of scoundrels. "You may leave now," Lu Yunxiao gestured dismissively. "Yes." Yunxiao stood up, collected her thoughts, and walked out slowly. The foolish father previously believed the deceitful stepmother's lies, fully convinced that the twins were conceived after she returned to her family, thinking they were his children. The soft voice chimed in suddenly. Lu Yunxiao glanced down to find that the little one in his arms had awakened at some point, likely startled by the commotion earlier. He gently patted her back, his gaze vacant. Had he not heard Suisui's heartfelt words, given his trust in Cheng, he would have believed that the deceitful stepmother has been exceedingly loving towards my third brother, not only obediently complying but also actively scheming and protecting him. Day after day, she has spoiled him to the point of ineptitude. She is extremely harsh towards the twins. "Wait. Twins?" Lu Suisui kicked her little legs, her breath quickening. "Father. Father, lives are at stake." Lu Yunxiao's hand trembled, nearly dropping her. "This is bad, this is bad." On the third day after discovering that the deceitful stepmother is pregnant with twins, someone placed a dragon robe in grandfather's study. A dragon robe? Lu Yunxiao's breath hitched. Possessing a dragon robe. That was a death sentence for the entire family. Although the thieves were discovered in time by the eldest uncle, during the scuffle, he sustained an injury to his hand. Had the eldest uncle not injured his hand, with his skills, the Wuhan Marquis' residence would not have been bloodily slaughtered overnight, turning into a river of blood. Lu Suisui's frantic cries startled Lu Yunxiao, causing his scalp to tingle and a thin sheen of cold sweat to form on his forehead. There were a total of 30 assassins. The eldest uncle single-handedly killed 29 of them. Had it not been for the need to uncover the mastermind, he would not have been ambushed by that thief. Chapter 3: Framing and Blame. Lu Yunxiao bent down and kissed his daughter's small face again, his gaze softening. What merit had he, Lu Yunxiao, to be blessed with such a daughter? Lu Suisui pouted indignantly, her tiny fists clenched tightly. This time, she would protect the Lu family and restore order. That night, a gentle summer breeze swept through, an unusual stillness enveloping the surroundings. Lu Yunxiao tossed and turned, unable to find sleep for a long while. Meanwhile, Lu Suisui lay sprawled beside him, her little face puffed up, oblivious to her dreams, occasionally smacking her lips. Time trickled by. Suddenly, Lu Suisui kicked her little legs and opened her eyes wide. She turned her head and fixed her gaze on the door, her fear intensifying. They are coming, they are coming. The candlelight in the room abruptly extinguished without warning. Lu Suisui's face turned pale as she scrambled towards Lu Yunxiao, kicking and pushing him frantically. Father, father, wake up. Father, they are coming. Seeing him remain motionless, her small round face scrunched up in distress. As she listened, the oppressive aura grew ever closer. She blinked rapidly, climbed up beside Lu Yunxiao's head, pinched his nose, and pressed down hard, seemingly exerting all her strength. In the next moment, Lu Yunxiao's eyes flew open, filled with terror. Finally awake. What a relief. Father, if you do not awaken soon, Uncle's tendons will truly be beyond saving. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxiao gasped for breath, hurriedly concealing his youngest sister within a cabinet before seizing the red tassel spear from the corner and rushing outside. In a frantic dash, he made his way towards the study of the Marquis of Wuan, leaving a trail of fallen servants and attendants in his wake. Lu Yunxiao reached out to check the neck of one of the fallen young servants, releasing a sigh of relief upon discovering that he was merely unconscious. It appeared that the intent of the assailants was to frame and mislead. They would likely refrain from alarming the guards unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, outside the Marquis' study, the atmosphere was tense and charged. Lu Yunjia, clad in a thin tunic, evidently rushed out in haste, gripped a long knife tightly in his hand, and glared at a group of cloaked figures before him. These individuals were shrouded in dark attire, their cold eyes the only visible features. The old master's study was a forbidden area within the Marquis' estate, inaccessible even to Lu Yunjia and his brothers. His expression darkened as he slowly raised his long knife, a chilling smile forming on his lips. The cloaked figures lunged at him simultaneously. Lu Yunjia summoned his strength, leaping to confront them head-on. In an instant, the air was thick with the scent of battle. Blades clashed, sparks flying. With a cold grin, Lu Yunjia swung his long knife with tremendous force, its blade glinting ominously as it drew blood. Before long, more than half of the black-clad assailants lay defeated. However, Lu Yunjia sustained a wound to his back, blood flowing freely. Indeed, the Lu family's knife techniques are as renowned as they are formidable. But alas, what a pity, the leader sneered, his voice hoarse and grating. Are you referring to the item placed in the study? From the shadows emerged a voice, devoid of emotion, yet it sent shivers down the spines of both Lu Yunjia and the leader. Lu Yunjia turned, shouting, "Second brother, who allowed you to come here? Quickly, go protect the younger ones." Lu Yunxiao seemed oblivious to his words. Grasping the red tassel spear, he leapt into action. Under the moonlight, the spear gleamed as it surged toward the leader's throat. Seeing this, Lu Yunjia spat out a mouthful of blood, hastily wiping his lips as he swung his long knife to engage. As comrades fell one by one, the leader's formation began to falter. The tide of battle shifted immediately. Just as Lu Yunxiao's spear was about to pierce the leader's throat, Lu Yunjia suddenly intervened. "He cannot die just yet." Lu Yunxiao's expression softened as he lowered his spear, his gaze cast downwards. Lu Yunjia crouched, slowly addressing the leader of the black-clad figures, his voice cold and grave. "Who sent you?" "It was." The leader coughed twice, clutching his chest tightly, his lips moving silently. "Who?" Lu Yunjia leaned closer, urgently pressing for answers. In the next moment, a glimmering silver spear pierced through the leader's body. The man died with his eyes wide open. With a clang, Lu Yunjia looked down as a flying knife landed at his feet. "Elder brother, are you all right?" Lu Yunxiao reached out to support him, concern etched on his face as he glimpsed the wound on his back. "It's just a minor injury, it's nothing." He shook his head. "How did you come here? Right now, we must deal with that item." He gestured towards the tightly shut study door. Lu Yunjia nodded, eager to uncover the mystery behind the danger that compelled so many to risk their lives. Lu Yunxiao turned and stepped into the Marquis of Wuan's study, with Lu Yunjia closely following. Lu Yunxiao produced a fire starter from his belongings, igniting it before holding it to the candle holder. In the candlelight, everything in the study appeared untouched, as if the Marquis had just departed for battle. "Elder brother, did you discover anything?" Lu Yunxiao whispered. "Nothing." Lu Yunjia sighed softly. "I found nothing here either." Lu Yunxiao frowned, pressing his lips together. Where could it be? Lu Yunjia murmured, such a concealed location. Even we are unaware, how did these people come to know? As he spoke, Lu Yunxiao's face turned pale. He hurried to the desk, bending down to tap the ring latch at its base twice. Suddenly, a thin, hidden compartment sprang forth from the dusty desk. A brilliant yellow dragon robe lay neatly folded within. Lu Yunxiao's lips trembled uncontrollably indeed this. Lu Yunjia's heart sank, his hair standing on end as he shivered. Their family had served in the military for generations, defending the borders, loyal and valiant. This was a plot to ensure the Lu family would have no resting place in death. Rubbing his eyes, he gazed at the vividly embroidered golden dragon pattern, exclaiming, "This is Mother's embroidery work," and their mother, the late Lady Lu, was the sole survivor of that brutal massacre. Lu Yunxiao shook his head, forcing a bitter smile. No, this is the work of the Chung family. Mother feared that the embroidery would be lost in her hands, so she taught both sister-in-law and the Chung family. But sister-in-law, accustomed to wielding blades, could hardly settle down to learn embroidery. I remember Mother praising Cheng's skill, saying she had mastered nearly 80 to 90%. Do you recall, elder brother? Chapter 4. A family of cannon fodder. A hint of bitterness flickered at the corners of Lu Yunxiao's mouth. Whenever the Chung family entered, regardless of how late I was occupied, they would always prepare a meal by hand and sometimes even bring it over in a food box. This I knew well. Lu Yunxiao spoke with his gaze cast downward. As Lu Yunxiao spoke, he cast a faint glance at the dark compartment. Lu Yunxiao's face blanched, his whole demeanor resembling a frostbitten eggplant, his hands trembling slightly. Where is that secret letter? After a long while, Lu Yunxiao finally regained his composure. He placed a hand on Lu Yunxiao's shoulder and, after a prolonged silence, looked at the ferocious golden dragon, saying, "Burn it." Lu Yunxiao nodded. He retrieved a brazier from a nearby low cabinet and set the dragon robe ablaze within it. In the flickering light of the flames, the two brothers exchanged a silent gaze, as if everything was conveyed without words. On that bright morning, when Lu Suisui awoke, she found herself already dressed and cradled in Lu Yunxiao's arms. "Elder brother, what happened to those people last night?" Lu Yunxiao, observing the tidy courtyard with no trace of the previous night's struggle, inquired aloud. Lu Yunxiao lifted his teacup and took a sip, replying nonchalantly, "Rest assured, it has all been dealt with." With that, he changed the subject, setting down his cup and opening his arms to Lu Suisui. "Come here, dear niece." Lu Suisui flailed her arms, straining against the confines of her waist, making an effort to lean forward. "This girl." Lu Yunxiao ruffled her little head. His sharp eyes filled with astonishment. In the past, she would wail and cry upon seeing him. When had she ever been this close to him? Today seemed rather unusual. Lu Suisui was not idle either. She looked at him and began to murmur quietly, "Poor uncle, he almost had his tendons severed by the thieves." Thud, the teacup on the 8 Immortals table accidentally toppled over. In truth, that night, Uncle had already sensed the thieves' approach. However, at that time, his tendons were injured. Not to mention a blade, he couldn't even lift a bowl of water. He wanted to warn the family, but it was too late. No matter how formidable the Lu family's defenses were, they ultimately could not withstand the siege of hundreds of assassins. Uncle watched as his wife, children, and brothers fell one by one into pools of blood, driven to madness. In the end, to avoid falling into the hands of the thieves and bringing shame to the Lu family, he even resorted to biting his tongue to end his own life. Alas, the Lu family is a house of cannon fodder. Lu Yunxiao suddenly turned to Lu Suisui's delicate face, coughing repeatedly, his embrace trembling uncontrollably. His wife was the only daughter of the Song family. Though the Song family had not produced generals or ministers, nor titles or honors, they, like the Lu family, had generations that fought valiantly on the battlefield, all loyal and honorable. While the Song family had never taken to the battlefield, they had trained in martial arts alongside their fathers and brothers since childhood. Although their skills were not on par with those fierce warriors who emerged from blood-soaked battlefields, they were not to be trifled with. Yet, before those villains, they seemed utterly insignificant. It was almost unimaginable. What kind of person would dare to attack the Marquis of Wuan's residence? One must know that the plaque bearing the 4 characters Marquis of Wuan at the entrance had been bestowed by the late emperor himself. At this moment, Lu Yunche was in a state of turmoil, his ears buzzing, his mind filled with images of his injured hands, and his wife and children falling before him. "Brother, what is it?" Lu Yunchao glanced at him. Lu Yunche took a deep breath, gesturing for the maids and servants to withdraw. He struggled to suppress the shock within. Leaning in and lowering his voice, "Second brother, did you hear Suisui's thoughts?" Lu Yunchao pursed his lips and nodded gently. "You mean?" Lu Yunche's eyelids drooped, suppressing the doubts in his gaze, murmuring, "Could it really be true?" Lu Yunchao looked down at his daughter's delicate, fair face, his gaze intense. After a moment, he lifted his head to retort, "Hasn't brother already formed a conclusion in his heart?" Lu Yunche exhaled deeply, his rigid body suddenly relaxing. He then embraced Lu Suisui and kissed her repeatedly. "Alas, uncle's hands are saved, but what about that vast expanse of green grass on my father's head? If only father would divorce that wretched stepmother, how wonderful it would be." Lu Suisui sighed softly. Lu Yunche's arms around her froze instantly, his expression one of shock. "I am so worried." Lu Suisui slowly blew out a bubble, twisting side to side. "Second brother." Lu Yunche swallowed hard. Suisui's thoughts struck him like a thunderbolt. "It's nothing." Lu Yunchao chuckled lightly, though internally he sighed. Lu Suisui huffed. "That wretched stepmother is nothing but a calamity. If the emperor does not die, as long as father does not divorce that wretched stepmother, with all that she has done, the Lu family will inevitably be implicated one day, and at that time, exterminating her entire clan will be a light punishment. If the emperor dies," Lu Suisui involuntarily shivered, "then the Lu family will have no way out." Whoa. Hearing his daughter's thoughts, Lu Yunchao felt a pang of bitterness. To divorce? To cast aside the daughter of Minister Chung? Such a thought was hardly simple. Lu Yunche's eyelids twitched violently. Divorce. It must be done. And the sooner, the better. Lu Yunchao merely shook his head, not saying anything further. He was all too familiar with Minister Cheng's nature. Among the civil officials, they often banded together. And after Cheng's daughter married him, the Cheng family's reputation soared among the military officials. This demonstrated the depth of their scheming. Lu Yunche slightly furrowed his brows. Looking at him, "I understand your concerns." He glanced at the little one in his arms, recalling the innocent words he just heard. He murmured, "To tread upon the blood of our Lu family to pave the way for the Cheng family's glory and wealth? How could such a beautiful thing exist?" Lu Yunche's gaze shifted sideways, a smile playing on his lips, yet a barely perceptible chill flickered in the depths of his dark pupils. Before Lu Yunchao could respond, a hurried shout accompanied by the sound of chaotic footsteps approached rapidly. Chapter 5. Their crimes must be punished, Master. Second Master. A young servant rushed in, panting heavily, shouting, "There's been an incident." Lu Yunxiao's expression grew serious. What has caused such alarm? The servant stumbled into the room. Kneeling on the ground, the Imperial Guards, "They have come." Many Imperial Guards have surrounded and their leader said. Lu Yunxiao's face turned grim. What did he say? He said, "The Lu family is plotting treason, and their crimes must be punished." The servant lifted his gaze, quickly glancing at him, his face filled with terror. Lu Yunxiao's shoulders tensed suddenly. Meanwhile, Lu Yunjia cast a glance at Lu Suisui, raising an eyebrow slightly, his tone betraying no hint of panic. How could the words of a mere Imperial Guard leader condemn the children of the Lu family, who have guarded the borders for many years? Such audacity from General Lu. Lu Yunjia remarked casually, lifting his eyelids and looking outside at the imposing figures swiftly approaching. He cannot compare to the imposing Zhang commander. Until evidence is found and the Emperor's decree arrives, Zhang commander's mere assertion that we deserve punishment cannot seal our fate. At that moment, Zhang, the leader with a pale, square face, pointed a trembling finger at Lu Yunjia, his voice seething with rage. "You, Lu Yunjia, we shall see." He then cast a sinister glance at the two brothers of the Lu family, ultimately fixing his gaze on Lu Suisui's soft face, his expression morphing into something grotesque as he bellowed, "Search thoroughly, Search every brick and tile. Anyone who resists shall be executed on the spot. Isn't he just a lackey? Lacking in ability, but possessing a dark heart. Lu Suisui thought, her eyes rolling as she surveyed his square face. I remember that the dragon robe was placed in grandfather's study only 3 days after that wretched stepmother was diagnosed with twins. How could the timing be off? However, after a moment, Lu Suisui relaxed her brows. It seemed someone was too impatient and took matters into their own hands. This is merely bluster. This lackey dares not search so many places. She stretched out her small hand and grinned. The assassins last night were meant to be silenced. Those responsible for the silencing believed the assassins had fled. Seeing their task fail, why would they inform their master and court death? This lackey surely thinks the dragon robe is still in grandfather's study. Haha, it seems someone is about to face dire consequences. After hearing his daughter's musings, the tension in Lu Yunxiao's heart eased slightly. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the courtyard remained the same. Yet it was now in disarray. Lu Yunjia sat on a round wooden stool, cradling the infant in his arms, his expression unchanged. Zhang Commander, meanwhile, had dragged a bamboo chair from the corner, sitting upon it with a sinister gaze fixed on Lu Yunjia. Before long, reports came from the Imperial Guards. Reporting to the commander, no suspicious items found inside. Reporting to the commander, no suspicious items found in the courtyard. Zhang Commander narrowed his eyes, grinding his teeth. Suddenly standing up, kicking over the bamboo chair, and addressing the nearby guards, who led the search in the study. Seeing the guards exchange glances in silence, Zhang Commander erupted in anger. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. He stepped forward, hand resting on his waist knife, roaring in frustration. What are you waiting for? Search. Lu Yunxiao's expression darkened, rising abruptly. The study of the Marquis of Wuan is a forbidden area. How dare you act with such impudence? The atmosphere became tense. Second brother. Lu Yunjia slowly stood, shaking his head at Lu Yunxiao. After a moment, Lu Yunjia suddenly let out a light laugh, lazily saying, "Since Commander Zhang is acting under the Emperor's orders, he may search. However, if nothing is found." He cast a cold glance at Zhang, his tone turning sharp. "My family is not a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed." Zhang Commander snorted coldly and turned to leave, striding purposefully towards the study. Lu Yunjia watched his retreating figure and handed Lu Suisui to Lu Yunjiao. "Let us go and see what Commander Zhang can uncover in terms of treasonous items." "Indeed," Lu Yunjiao replied, his eyes slightly lowered, expressionless. The dragon robe had been burned to ashes the night before. There was no way they would find it. His concern lay in the possibility that Commander Zhang, upon failing to find the robe, might fabricate accusations. Fodder overestimates that lackey. His eagerness for results this time seems to have been prompted by that wretched stepmother, Lu Suisui mused. It seems she, knowing she is carrying twins, cannot contain herself. Believing everything is in place, she must have thought there was nothing else to prepare for treason. I shall wait to see when her lover discovers that a well-laid plan has been ruined by her actions. Whether her children or the coveted throne will become more important to her. Lu Suisui blinked her eyes, her face lighting up with joy as she danced around. It would surely be a case of dogs biting dogs, each one a mouthful of fur. Lu Yunjia and Lu Yunjiao exchanged a glance, their hearts tumultuous, before quickly averting their gazes. They both stepped outside. Unlike Zhang Commander's gloomy impatience, the two brothers walked steadily, showing no signs of fear in the face of the Imperial Guards searching their residence. The servants, witnessing their calm demeanor, felt reassured. Shortly after, they arrived at the study door. Lu Yunjia observed the disarray within, quickly scanning the neatly arranged pile of military books and stationery on the desk, and his heart settled. Just in time, Zhang Commander approached. Stopping a few steps away from them, I was just about to have someone invite both of you over. His words fell like a sudden storm. What did Zhang Commander mean? Lu Yunxiao's gaze deepened. Zhang Commander's voice was heavy. Previously, you stated that this study is a crucial area of your Marquis of Wuan's residence. After the search, if anything is accidentally lost, the Imperial Guards will not take responsibility. You two had better keep an eye on it. Chapter 6. Regardless, he is destined to die. Commander Zhang let out a cold snort. He was determined to make the sons of the Marquis of Wuan witness him uncovering treasonous materials from this desk, and to see the once glorious Marquis of Wuan's residence tainted with the crime of treason, leading to the extermination of his entire clan. Lu Yunchu cast a dispassionate glance at him, nonchalantly gesturing as if to grant Commander Zhang his wish. Upon hearing this, Commander Zhang immediately stepped forward, leaning over the desk and pretentiously striking it. What? Does Commander Zhang not believe this desk? Lu Yunxiao's tone elongated slightly, his expression turning cold. Commander Zhang narrowed his eyes, filled with cold malice, asserting that only after searching would the truth be revealed. Gritting his teeth, Commander Zhang was eager to see if, at that moment, these two could maintain their current calm demeanor. After a long while, as his fingertips grazed the ring latch at the bottom of the desk, the room fell into an immediate, deathly silence. Commander Zhang turned his head slightly to glance at Lu Yunchu, yet his fingers leisurely grasped the ring latch. A sound. Then another. Indeed, with a crisp click, the thin hidden compartment suddenly sprang open, catching a glimpse of the bright yellow object. Commander Zhang's heart surged with joy, though he dared not reveal a hint of it on his face. Excellent. His cold gaze fixated directly on Lu Yunchu. It is widely said that the Marquis of Wuan dedicated his life to the battlefield, loyal to his sovereign, and that the Lu family is equally devoted to the emperor. In the next moment, he seized the bright yellow object from the hidden compartment without a glance, raising it high while his expression twisted into one of extreme malice, declaring, "But what is this?" The ferocity in his eyes revealed that the Lu family had not only betrayed the emperor's trust, but had also hoarded treasonous materials, harboring ambitions of rebellion and aspirations of usurpation. With that, he hurled the object violently to the ground. Clang! The bright yellow object landed with a resounding thud. A large contingent of the Imperial Guards knelt on the ground, along with Lu Yunchu and Lu Yunxiao. Even as Commander Zhang reveled in his triumph just moments before, the sight before him now made him realize something was amiss, leaving him momentarily stunned. He stiffly turned his neck, his terrified gaze tracing the voice that had just spoken, slowly descending. As their eyes met, his spirit shattered in an instant. He felt his legs weaken, trembling as he collapsed to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Impudence! Lu Yunxiao pointed a finger, rage boiling over. Commander Zhang. He pronounced each word deliberately. In the presence of all, you dare to throw down the imperial edict. This is a crime deserving of death. Just those 8 words rendered Commander Zhang's complexion pale, as if all strength had drained from him in that moment, leaving him collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Lu Suisui strained to peek out, her little head emerging slightly from Lu Yunxiao's embrace, and upon witnessing the scene, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Oh! This is Fodder's handiwork. He swapped the dragon robe for the imperial edict, returning their own methods against them. Oh wow! How thrilling! It seems Fodder, despite being lost in an infatuation with that scheming stepmother, has finally seen the light. How delightful! Lu Yunxiao felt his scalp prickle under her intense gaze, unable to resist covering her eyes with his hand. Lu Yunchu pressed his forehead firmly against the ground, gritting his teeth to suppress the laughter that threatened to erupt from deep within. He had prepared a grand gift for the mastermind behind the scheme, yet, upon seeing the imperial edict in Commander Zhang's hand, he had felt a moment of confusion. Lu Suisui shot him a curious glance, her little face scrunched up. Is that really suppressing your laughter? Lu Suisui's expression turned into a frown. Alas, your shoulders are trembling to the point of distraction. Your schadenfreude is far too obvious. Lu Suisui clenched her fist and waved it at him. Perhaps you should just bite your lip hard to prevent yourself from bursting into laughter. Lu Yunchu's body stiffened suddenly. He had believed that only they could hear Suisui's thoughts, yet, unexpectedly, his own thoughts were also laid bare before her. He took a deep breath, slowly turning his head to glance at her. Their eyes met, one large, one small. Lu Yunchu inhaled deeply, raising his hand to wipe away the thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. He closed his eyes, repeatedly reminding himself not to think, not to think. After a considerable pause, he finally opened his eyes, choosing not to look at her any longer. General Lu. Commander Zhang seemed to regain his senses, using his hands to push against the ground as he crawled towards Lu Yunchu desperately, clutching at his sleeve as if it were a lifeline. General Lu. We have worked together. You must save my life. He looked at Lu Yunchu, tears streaming down his face. Lu Yunchu's face turned ashen, extending his hand to pry each of Commander Zhang's fingers apart, his voice cold as ice. Commander Zhang, you have disdained the imperial edict and committed treason against the emperor. I cannot save you. Commander Zhang felt as if his mind had exploded, the world spinning around him, his throat constricted, rendering him utterly speechless. In the end, his hands fell limply to the ground, his entire form prostrated like a worm, writhing in the shadows. Drag him out. Lu Yunchu rose, casting a downward glance at him, waving his hand dismissively. The kneeling guards exchanged glances, yet not one dared to rise and approach. What? Lu Yunchu stood up, cradling Lu Suisui in one arm, scanning them with a piercing gaze. Do you wish to accompany your commander on the road to the underworld? With that, the bewildered guards rose in unison, working together to drag the shivering Commander Zhang away. Ha ha. Commander Zhang watched the two figures gradually fade into the distance, awakening from a great dream, laughing maniacally towards the heavens. Lu Yunchu, you conspired against me. May you both meet a wretched end. A wretched end. The calm demeanor that Lu Yunchu had maintained moments ago vanished entirely, his expression darkening as he muttered under his breath, You wretched creature. If only I could extract useful information from his mouth, I would have dealt with him long ago. Lu Yunchu quickly covered his youngest daughter's ears, signaling him to be quiet. Lu Yunchu could only swallow the words that had nearly escaped his lips. Regardless, he is destined to die, once he steps outside. After experiencing such a life-and-death spectacle, Lu Suisui seemed a bit fatigued. She squinted her eyes, smacking her small lips, her voice growing faint. Lu Yunchu raised his gaze, meeting Lu Yunchu's eyes, and they nodded in unison. As the two brothers stepped out of the study, they were met by a flustered servant rushing in to report, Master. Second Master, the commander of the Imperial Guards has died. Chapter 7 Had Lu Suisui passed away? Lu Yunchu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he hastily inquired, Where? The young servant faltered, his expression tinged with fear. The person just reached the main gate when, before the servant could finish, Lu Yunchu uttered a sharp command and swiftly seized Lu Yunchu, propelling himself forward. As they reached the main entrance, a sentry's gaze darted over the lifeless body of Commander Zhang sprawled in a pool of blood. Although his voice remained calm, his complexion was ashen. Lu Yunchu knelt beside Commander Zhang, scrutinizing the scene. An arrow had pierced his throat. What a remarkable shot! Even if he had miraculously survived, he would never speak again. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He extended 2 fingers to feel for Zhang's pulse, only to shake his head. He was utterly devoid of life. Despite the earlier incident, there were no witnesses now. The dignified commander of the Imperial Guards had been assassinated right outside their residence. This was utterly unacceptable. Rising, Lu Yunchu sighed. I must present myself to the Emperor. Second brother, you take charge here. He gestured toward Commander Zhang. Elder brother. Lu Yunchu hesitated, his thoughts racing. The arrow that had slain Commander Zhang was undoubtedly a specialized military projectile. Moreover, the angle and precision of the shot were so skillful that it had evaded the garrison of the Wuhan Marquis residence during daylight. Who could possess such extraordinary skills? Could it be that the mastermind had silenced him? Although the current emperor was a wise ruler, he was also notoriously suspicious. How could they possibly explain this? Lu Yunchu stood frozen for a moment, watching as Lu Yunchu took the reins from a nearby sentry and mounted his horse, riding away. After a considerable time, Lu Yunchu surveyed the crowd on the street, calmly issuing instructions to the young servant beside him before turning to leave. Numerous young servants diligently cleaned the blood and body from the entrance, and by midday, the Crimson Gate was closed. Once Lu Yunchu entered the palace, Lu Yunxiao summoned Yunk to escort Lu Suisui to Lu Jingzhou's courtyard, while he retreated into his study. The study door remained firmly shut, emitting not a whisper. Meanwhile, Lu Suisui lay soundly asleep on a small wooden stool in Lu Jingzhou's room. After an indeterminate period, as Lu Suisui drifted between dreams and wakefulness, she turned her head only to be startled by a pair of charming eyes. "Are you hungry, Suisui?" Lu Jingzhou asked with a beaming smile. Lu Suisui huffed softly, giving him a pouty glare before turning away. Lu Jingzhou pressed his lips together, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his eyes. Lu Suisui scrunched her nose. "Little chubby. Trying to scare me? You promised there would be meat. How come I don't smell it? Trying to trick me? My nose is even sharper than a dog's, humph." Lu Jingzhou leaned in, stealthily observing her puffed-up face, then slowly produced a tightly wrapped paper parcel from behind him. He leisurely untied the string, cradling the parcel in his palm, and squinted his eyes in delight. A succulent roasted chicken leg. Seeing Lu Suisui remain unresponsive, Lu Jingzhou feigned being utterly enchanted. So fragrant. This is undoubtedly the famed chicken leg from Typhoon Tower, crispy on the outside and tender within, bursting with juices at the first bite. Lu Suisui's bright eyes sparkled as she turned her head and tugged at Lu Jingzhou's clothing. You're the best, third brother. You know I adore meat. Suisui loves you the most. She grinned widely, showcasing her little teeth. "Oh, you have no idea how much I long to taste meat. Every time, those people tease me, and it's just too hard. I'll never call you little chubby again." With an adorable earnestness, Lu Suisui clutched at Lu Jingzhou's clothing, her soft face expressing a hint of endearment as her delicate nose sniffed the aromatic air. "Where's the meat? My dear third brother, where's my chicken?" Although she hadn't felt hungry before, the enticing aroma of the roasted chicken leg amplified her appetite tremendously. Lu Jingzhou was utterly charmed by his sister's sweetness. He gently lifted her small head, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before swiftly tearing off a small piece of chicken leg and bringing it to her mouth. Lu Suisui tilted her head back, munching delightfully. "Wow, this is the taste. So delicious." The mouth-watering flavor caused her to squint her eyes in bliss. "If only I had something to drink." With a mysterious smile, Lu Jingzhou retrieved a delicate little jug, waving it in front of Lu Suisui. "Look. This is a special milk jug I bought for you at a high price." In that moment, all memories of the pain from spending money vanished as he reveled in showcasing his gift to his sister. I don't want to drink from someone else's. I want cow's milk." Lu Jingzhou's eyes widened, his chubby cheeks flushing a bright red, realizing that the milk he had procured was indeed warm cow's milk. He glanced at the jug, swallowing hard. It was the same sweet milk he adored as a child. Lu Suisui licked her lips, eager to drink. 2 words, so refreshing. She smacked her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Comforting. A rosy hue graced her fair, soft face as she patted her little belly, squinting contentedly. "That's my third brother for you. You truly understand me." Lu Jingzhou beamed with delight. Thus, under Lu Jingzhou's attentive feeding, Lu Suisui would take a bite of chicken leg, followed by a sip of milk. Just then, Lu Yunxiao happened to push the door open and was taken aback by the sight, his face paling in horror. "Lu Jingzhou, what are you doing?" The little chubby one trembled, the milk jug accidentally hitting his toe through the fabric. "Ouch!" Chapter 8. All the teeth gone, nothing at all, Lu Jingzhou murmured, swiftly producing a square cloth, bending down to wrap up the small milk jug and the remaining chicken leg. Before Lu Yunxiao could approach, he had already shouldered the bundle, casually pushing open a window and leaping out. If not for the puddle of spilled milk on the floor, his movements were remarkably clean and agile, betraying none of his chubby stature. He appeared to be a seasoned offender. Lu Yunxiao cast a quick glance, gritting his teeth silently as he made a mental note. For now, he would let this little rascal off the hook. Lu Suisui raised her delicate brows slightly. "I would not have guessed. Who would have thought my third brother was such a nimble little chub?" Suisui felt no discomfort at all. Lu Yunxiao quickly stepped forward, bending down to lift her up. Discomfort? Of course, I feel miserable. I'm utterly uncomfortable. I'm starving. Absolutely starving. Lu Suisui pouted her small lips, her soft little face tightly scrunched up. My precious meat, how pitiful it is that I, Lu Suisui, have only just tasted meat after all this time. And my sweet milk. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Lu Yunxiao's lips as he watched her theatrical performance with great interest. Lu Suisui began a lament. How could it just leave me like this? Oh, the misfortune of my fate. Even my own father denies me a bite of meat or a sip of milk. Lu Yunxiao found himself both amused and exasperated. He reached out to gently pat Lu Suisui's little head, pondering that it was not her father who forbade her from eating meat or drinking milk. When she was born, her grandfather had invited the old abbot of the Guaguosi temple to cast her fortune. The abbot had proclaimed that she was fated with the Buddha, yet her spirit remained unsettled, necessitating a vegetarian diet to nurture her soul. Lu Suisui's eyes widened. She clenched her small fists and began to retort. Fated with the Buddha, spirit unsettled, that much is true. As for a vegetarian diet to nurture the soul, nonsense. Purely absurd. Lu Suisui huffed indignantly. Humph. Half-truths and half-lies, there's no certainty to it. Very well, you old monk. Lu Suisui scoffed. If I cannot eat, then neither shall you. May all your teeth fall out. Lu Yunxiao considered her words to be mere childish whimsy and paid them little mind. Oh, you. He gently tapped her little nose, realizing that at 2 years old, she was as frail as a 1-year-old child. He thought it best to wait until she could walk and speak like other children her age. Really? Lu Suisui's eyes sparkled with excitement. But she did not forget to negotiate. I want meat and milk. Very well. Lu Yunxiao straightened his expression, nodding with delight. Lu Suisui gazed up at her father, waving her tiny hands, her voice sweet and pleading. Full, really full. Lu Yunxiao was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, laughing heartily as he held her. Rest assured, father will ensure Suisui is well fed. Lu Suisui grinned widely, gazing at him with eager eyes, blinking innocently. Her voice soft. Meat, more meat. After saying this, she tugged at Lu Yunxiao's clothing, pulling him towards the door. Despite her small stature, her strength was surprisingly formidable. Lu Yunxiao hooked her little finger, slowly crouching down, shaking his head with a smile. Suisui cannot walk yet. Once you can, we shall have meat. Feeling anxious, Lu Suisui lifted her neck and began to use her short legs and hands to flip over, crawling down from her father's embrace. When Lu Yunxiao looked again, Lu Suisui was standing steadily on the ground, her chubby little fingers gripping his fingertips tightly, her soft face filled with urgency. Walk, walk, more meat. Lu Yunxiao's eyelids drooped slightly as he rose with her momentum, bending down to witness her indeed taking a few steady steps. If he had previously harbored only a glimmer of hope, at this moment, watching his precious daughter babble and take her first steps, the proud 7-foot man found his eyes misty. Suisui was no ordinary child. She had been frail and sickly since birth. The earlier mention of her grandfather inviting the old abbot to cast her fortune was indeed true. Lu Yunxiao regarded Lu Suisui's wobbling figure with a complex gaze, a lingering unspoken thought in his mind. The abbot had also foretold that Suisui was born with a calamity, and that the nation would suffer drought for 3 years because of her. He did not believe it, though his father harbored doubts. He had no choice but to silence the old abbot with the gratitude owed for saving their lives. This matter was known only to the old abbot, his father, and himself. No fourth person was privy to it. After taking 2 or 3 steps, Lu Suisui stopped, turning her head to look at Lu Yunxiao. Her little brows slightly furrowed. How audacious! That old monk, despite his lack of skill, dares to tarnish the name of Lu Suisui. Lu Suisui rolled her eyes in disdain. Since he cannot even speak properly, there's no need for him to utter another word. Lu Yunxiao was taken aback. Yet when he beheld Lu Suisui's puffed-up little face, his heart softened. Today, while his elder brother was in the palace to meet the sovereign, fortune was unpredictable. He sighed softly, but he was content to see Sui Sui happy. He instructed someone to prepare several tender meat dishes and milk for her. Finally, he added, "Make sure it's enough." Turning away, he wiped at his slightly reddened eyes. Perhaps after this meal, the Lu family would fall, he pondered, when his Sui Sui might ever taste the dishes prepared by the household cook. Lu Suisui beamed with joy, believing that as long as she was present, the collapse of the Lu family was an impossibility. As evening approached, Lu Suisui sat on a wooden couch, gazing at the dozen or so small porcelain plates on the low table, clapping her hands with glee. She picked up a small wooden spoon, trembling as she scooped a tiny spoonful of meat paste, swallowing it eagerly, one bite after another. Just as she was enjoying her meal, her third brother's astonished voice rang from the doorway. "Father, my sister can feed herself now." Lu Jingzhou scratched his head, his face a picture of wonder. "Indeed." Lu Yunxiao smiled warmly at him, casually suggesting, "You should come and sit with your sister." He discreetly reached behind him, eyeing Lu Jingzhou, the smile on his lips deepening. Lu Jingzhou hurried over, plopping down beside Lu Suisui, proclaiming, "Come, third brother will feed you." Lu Suisui sighed, pausing momentarily in silence. "Oh, my poor third brother. Not only are you lacking in martial prowess and literary skills, but your brain seems to be muddled as well." Lu Jingzhou was taken aback. "Father was just thinking of giving you a good thrashing, and here you are, delivering yourself right to him." Lu Yunxiao seized the riding whip he had behind him, his voice stern as he exclaimed, "Lu Jingzhou, if you dare to feed your sister that again, I swear I will break your legs." Chapter 9. A casual grab. It was night in the Qianqing Palace. "Your Majesty, General Lu seeks an audience." "Let him in," the emperor replied, his hand pausing slightly over the brush, his voice low. "General Lu, please." Zhang Jinchong, waiting outside the door, nodded slightly to Lu Yunqing. "Thank you, Master Zhang." Lu Yunqing acknowledged him with a nod, adjusted his attire, and stepped over the high threshold. The emperor sat behind his desk, his brush hovering momentarily. Lu Yunqing lowered his gaze, took a few steps forward, knelt and bowed his head. "I present my respects to your Majesty." The emperor, with furrowed brows, seemed immersed in the memorials before him. Time passed slowly in the silent palace, the stillness so profound that one could only hear their own heartbeat echoing in the quiet. At this moment, although Lu Yunqing had cast aside his own life and death, he feared for the very survival of the Lu family. After what felt like an eternity, the emperor finally set down his brush, slowly lifting his gaze. "My dear minister, you are eager to see me. Might I inquire the reason?" "Your Majesty." Lu Yunqing, still kneeling, took a deep breath before responding, "I have come to confess my sins to your Majesty." "Oh!" The emperor raised an eyebrow. "What sins could my dear minister possibly have?" Lu Yunqing's heart raced as he continued, "Before the eyes of the public today, Commander Zhang Liang was shot dead at the gate of the Marquis of Wuan's residence." Anxiety gnawed at him as he added, "I bear responsibility. I beseech your Majesty to punish me." With that, he bowed his head even lower, holding his breath, too fearful to move, awaiting the emperor's next words. A cup of tea's worth of time passed, and the vast palace remained eerily silent, as if even the air had solidified. Another cup of tea's worth of time elapsed, and Lu Yunqing felt a heavy sinking in his heart, his palms drenched in cold sweat. Finally, a low chuckle broke the stillness. "Rise," the emperor commanded, lifting his eyelids to regard him intently. "Thank you, your Majesty." Lu Yunqing bowed deeply, gradually standing up. "Ah, so you have come for this matter." The emperor's slender fingers tapped idly on the teacup, his eyes narrowing slightly. "And how is Commander Zhang now?" The emperor's fingers halted abruptly, urgency creeping into his voice. "Commander Zhang succumbed to excessive blood loss on the spot," Lu Yunqing replied cautiously. However, he hesitated. "The perpetrator has already fled, and their whereabouts are unknown. Zhang Liang is dead." The emperor fell into contemplation, remaining silent for an extended moment, before a cold smile crept across his lips, a deeper chill lurking in his gaze. With a loud clap, the emperor's palm struck the desk. His voice gritting through clenched teeth. Good. He deserved to die. His fate was well-deserved. Lu Yuncheng felt a jolt of shock, desperately suppressing the turmoil within him as he murmured, "Your Majesty." The emperor waved his hand, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Zhang Liang conspired for personal gain, hoarding forbidden items. What was his intention? The emperor's expression darkened, his voice rising in anger. What was his intention? He sought to rebel. Lu Yuncheng staggered slightly, swallowing hard, striving to quell his rising fear. He opened his mouth. Your Majesty." The emperor exhaled a heavy sigh, followed by a cold snort. "There is no need for my minister to be so alarmed. Even though Zhang Liang deserved his fate, he was still a commander of the Imperial Guards. His death must not be shrouded in mystery." "Minister Lu." The emperor stood, leaning forward over the desk, studying him intently. "I intend to assign the task of apprehending the culprit to you. What shall you do?" Lu Yuncheng's eyelids fluttered. It had come to pass. His earlier ominous premonitions had indeed materialized. Apprehend the culprit? He thought, having never even glimpsed the shadow of the perpetrator. How could he possibly pursue them? Despite his heart sinking further, he knelt on both knees, resolutely declaring, "I shall exert every effort to capture the culprit and bring them to justice." The emperor regarded him with satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. "Excellent. You may retire." Lu Yuncheng stood, bowed his head respectfully, and replied, "I take my leave." He cautiously retreated, step by step. Though his movements appeared slow, they were swift in reality. Even so, he could distinctly feel the emperor's piercing gaze striking at his heart, rendering him uneasy. As he crossed the threshold once more, a flicker of relief washed over Lu Yuncheng's rugged face, yet he could not exhale fully. He dared not linger. Hastily exiting the palace, his brows knitted in thought as he mounted his horse. The following day, Lu Yuncheng stood by the window of his study, lost in contemplation. Just then, a small, childish voice broke through the silence. "Walk, walk." Lu Yunchao shook his head and chuckled. "Not just that, it walks and talks. But only if there's meat and milk to entice it." Lu Yuncheng laughed heartily, feeling the pent-up frustration within him dissipate slightly. "Elder brother, what did His Majesty say last night?" Lu Yunchao, not forgetting the matter at hand, inquired eagerly. Lu Yuncheng sipped his cold tea, then smiled wryly. "His Majesty commanded me to apprehend the culprit." "Just this?" Lu Yunxiao's throat tightened. "What is there to pursue?" Lu Suisui tugged at her father's sleeve, glancing at her uncle. "Moreover, the culprit is practically untouchable. He practically brought about his own demise. How can one pursue him?" Lu Yuncheng frowned, glancing at his equally troubled brother. "What shall we do? Not to mention the lack of evidence, even if they had proof, how could he dare apprehend the current emperor?" Alas! Lu Suisui could not help but scoff inwardly. What's there to fret about? The emperor didn't set a deadline. We can simply delay. Lu Yuncheng, having lost sleep over the matter, was nearly at his wit's end. Hearing this, his lips twitched in exasperation. Dragging this out might not provoke the emperor's ire, but the eyes of the officials would not be blind to his procrastination. That can be resolved. Lu Suisui's bright eyes curved into crescents, her adorable demeanor endearing. "There are plenty of ruffians in the world who kill and plunder." She pointed to her belly, looking eagerly at her father and uncle, and softly said, "I'm hungry. I want meat, some meat. Just take me to enjoy a roasted chicken leg at Typhoon Tower." Her little belly puffed out. 10 or 8, just grab any. They are surely the deserving ones. Chapter 10. What is this operation? After much deliberation, it turned out they were negotiating terms. Lu Yunjia chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair, amused that she was aware of the deliciousness of the roasted chicken legs from Typhoon Tower. Lu Yunxiao grimaced. "It's all because of Jingzhou. Yesterday, he sneakily brought a roasted chicken leg for Suisui." He glanced helplessly at the little one in his arms and sighed. "Now she's fixated on it. Isn't it just a chicken leg?" Lu Yunjia retorted, his eyes wide with indignation as he scooped up Lu Suisui. "Our Lu family can certainly afford it. He shot a glare at Lu Yunxiao before turning back to the cherubic infant in his embrace, beaming, "Your father is rather stingy. Come, let your uncle take you to eat." Upon hearing this, Lu Suisui's face lit up with delight. "Hee, the roasted chicken leg from Typhoon Tower. Just yesterday. I didn't get enough before my father caught me." She nestled closer in Lu Yunjia's arms, her round face beaming with glee. Lu Yunhao rubbed his forehead, gazing at his elder brother with sympathy. His foolish brother had finally managed to save a little pocket money, but it seemed destined to be devoured by this little girl. One couldn't help but wonder if his brother would later regret this. The little one pouted. If she lingered any longer, her father might spoil the plan. "Let's go. Let's go." Lu Suisui tugged insistently on her uncle's sleeve, urging him forward. Startled by the sudden pull, Lu Yunjia was taken aback. Wow. Suisui has quite the strength. Indeed. Lu Yunxiao forced a laugh, scratching his nose. Not only does she have strength, but her appetite is also considerable. You may find yourself in for quite a feast. Hearing her father's voice, Lu Suisui's eyes darted around. Humph. She had initially thought one would suffice to satisfy her craving. Now she huffed, 3 legs, all together. She boldly pointed outside, insisting on more. Very well. Lu Yunjia readily agreed. Though the prices at Typhoon Tower were a bit steep, it was merely for 2 children. How much could they possibly eat? Lu Yunxiao felt a chill run down his spine, as if something ominous had settled upon him. After a moment's hesitation, he finally grit his teeth and pulled out a crumpled banknote from his pocket, a pained expression on his face as he handed it over. "Brother, take this." "No need. With your meager savings, I wouldn't require it," Lu Yunjia replied, but his hands moved quickly, snatching the banknote and tucking it away. Lu Suisui watched in astonishment, her eyes widening and a gleeful smile spreading across her face. "Ha ha ha, what an eye-opener. What is this operation?" Coughing to clear his throat, Lu Yunjia straightened up and pinched her cheek. Suisui must be hungry. "Let us go find your third brother." Without sparing a glance at Lu Yunxiao, he strode out, leaving him bewildered in the wind. Meanwhile, Lu Jingzhou, upon hearing his uncle's call, leaped with joy. 3 legs. Let us go. Lu Suisui waved her small hand. More meat, more meat. Tears of gratitude welled in Lu Jingzhou's eyes. His sister was truly wonderful, remembering to invite him for the feast. "Uncle, where are we going to eat?" Lu Jingzhou looked up at Lu Yunjia, his eyes sparkling. "Typhoon Tower. What us wrong?" Lu Yunjia glanced at the chubby boy, slightly surprised. Weren't these children fond of the roasted chicken legs from Typhoon Tower? Why did Lu Jingzhou appear so lackluster? Drooping his head, Lu Jingzhou mumbled, "Nothing, just a bit hungry." Goodness, even the most inexpensive roasted chicken leg from Typhoon Tower was quite costly. Could his uncle truly afford it? He gazed skyward, an uneasy feeling creeping over him. The trio made their way through the bustling streets, alive with the chatter of passers-by. Lu Suisui looked around in wonder, her eyes darting about, as if they were not enough to take in all the sights. After a short while, they arrived at Typhoon Tower. The attendant outside greeted them warmly. "Welcome. Please come inside." Once inside, Lu Suisui understood why her third brother had praised the roasted chicken legs so highly. She sniffed around, unable to contain her salivation. "Esteemed guests, what would you like to order?" The attendant briskly wiped down a table in the corner with a bright smile. "Jingzhou, order whatever you like. Eat your fill." Lu Yunjia encouraged, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "And don't forget to order a roasted chicken leg for your sister." "All right." Lu Jingzhou, feeling bold, immediately ordered, "Let us start with 10 roasted chicken legs and 30 skewers of chicken wings." As the attendant departed, Lu Jingzhou added, "Let us start eating. If it's not enough, we'll order more." Lu Yunjia felt a sudden constriction in his chest, as if he could hardly breathe. Staring incredulously at Lu Jingzhou, he finally managed to utter, "How much?" Lu Jingzhou scratched his head, a sheepish expression crossing his face. "Didn't you say to eat our fill?" Lu Yunjia felt a splitting headache coming on. No wonder his younger brother had looked at him with such a strange expression earlier. It seemed to be one of pity. Eat your fill. Lu Suisui chimed in, nodding her little head vigorously. Rest assured, I will ensure you are well fed. Lu Yunjia promised, forcing a smile. What a blunder. Had he known Lu Jingzhou had such a hearty appetite, he wouldn't have tried to appear grand. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Before long, their order of roasted chicken legs and wings was served by the attendant. Lu Jingzhou eagerly grabbed a chicken leg, grimacing as the heat made him wince, yet he persevered. Tearing into it piece by piece, he offered a bite to his sister, and soon the bone was stripped clean. Lu Yunjia grimaced at the sight of the discarded bones, thinking to himself that even a dog wouldn't touch them. After a moment, Lu Jingzhou waved a chicken bone in front of him, asking, Uncle, aren't you eating? I'm not hungry. You two enjoy yourselves, Lu Yunjia replied, though his gaze lingered on the pile of bones on the table, his heart aching. Oblivious to the waste, Lu Suisui patted her little belly. It feels wonderful to have food in my stomach. It's just as well. The person Uncle was waiting for has also arrived. Thank goodness third brother ordered so much, or we would have missed out. Chapter 11. Disabling his legs, Lu Yunqing was momentarily taken aback, then gasped sharply before rolling up his sleeves in anticipation. Well, a criminal delivered right to our doorstep? Lu Suisui clutched Lu Jingzhou's arm, shaking it vigorously. Quick! Go! Hurry! She had even managed to grab a greasy roasted chicken wing with her bare hands. The little girl twisted her body and crawled down from the chair, hastily making her way towards the entrance of the tavern. They're here! Lu Jingzhou, in a flurry, spat out the chicken bone he had been chewing on and hurriedly followed after her. Lu Yunqing remained seated, his expression impassive, yet he slowly turned around, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance. Auntie, here. Lu Suisui came to a halt before a large, pregnant woman, who was begging while leaning on a cane, and cheerfully offered her the chicken wing. The woman swallowed hard, her hand gripping her clothing tightly in a state of helplessness, her lips trembling as tears streamed down her face. Little miss, such kindness. She shook her head. Having fled through such hardships, our provisions are all gone. But the woman broke down, kneeling with the support of her cane, repeatedly bowing her head towards Suisui. My eldest son is on the brink of death, and he keeps muttering about candied hawthorn. May I ask the young lady for a stick of candied hawthorn? But Lu Suisui blinked innocently, tilting her head to look at her. Auntie, that's a lie. Your eldest son is indeed dying, but he is not from your family. Lu Suisui's little brows furrowed. What he keeps mumbling about is not candied hawthorn, but calling out for his father repeatedly. Lu Jingzhou's body jolted. His round face paled instantly, terror filling his eyes. He rushed forward, pulling Lu Suisui behind him, his heart filled with trepidation. I'll give you money. You go buy it yourself. Lu Jingzhou feigned calmness, quickly tossing his small money pouch over. The hope in the woman's eyes gradually faded. She looked deeply at Lu Jingzhou before slowly straightening up and limping away with her back turned. Phew. Lu Jingzhou's lips twitched as he picked up the small pouch from the ground, blowing on it a few times before readying it to his waist. Sigh. Lu Suisui glanced at Lu Jingzhou, her little face scrunched up. What's wrong? Lu Jingzhou forced a silly smile. Nothing. Lu Suisui looked at the pouch at his waist, her little mouth pursed, smiling sweetly. Lu Jingzhou felt a chill creeping up from his feet to the crown of his head. Sister, dear sister. He wore a mournful expression on his round face, tightly clutching the pouch at his waist, and hurriedly said, Please have mercy, let go of third brother. He has so little money, all copper coins. Lu Suisui's lips turned down. Third brother, oh third brother. Just when we finally had one, you had to go and scare him off. We've already spent so much. Uncle's purse is nearly empty. After spending all this silver, if we don't catch anyone, I wonder if Uncle will spank you. Lu Jingzhou was taken aback. What do you mean catch? Sigh. Soon another will come. Are we waiting? Or perhaps Uncle will spank you. Lu Suisui puffed up her chubby little face, her expression serious. Lu Jingzhou, defeated, lowered his head and, after much hesitation, reluctantly handed over the pouch. Lu Suisui beamed with satisfaction, cradling the pouch to her chest as she scampered inside. She nimbly climbed onto a chair, pointing at her spoils. Money, meat. With money, let us get another chicken leg. Lu Jingzhou, watching her clutch the pouch, felt tears well up. His precious copper coins had barely warmed in his hands before they were given away. He could only pick up a now-cold chicken wing and bite into it fiercely. Lu Yunqing was taken aback, gazing in astonishment at her round little belly. You're still eating even after that? Lu Suisui shook her little head. Oh dear. That one is a notorious criminal. Should we really catch him? Lu Yunqing fell silent for a moment, recalling the silver note he had received from his second brother, and gritted his teeth, calling out loudly, Waiter, bring another chicken leg. Lu Suisui grinned at the freshly delivered chicken leg. She immediately grabbed it and started gnawing. Suddenly, as if she spotted something, her eyes lit up, and she tossed the half-eaten chicken leg away. Lu Jingzhou's eyes widened, about to shout, but Lu Yunqing swiftly covered his mouth. The next moment, a loud bang echoed as a tall, slender figure leaped down from the second floor. Squinting, the man's scarred face trembled violently. Who the hell ambushed me? He scanned the room, his gaze finally locking onto Lu Yunqing, a vicious smile spreading across his face. It's you. Just as he was about to down a glass of wine, a half-eaten chicken leg suddenly soared up from the first floor, striking his head with precision. Having roamed the underworld for years, he had never faced such a humiliating blow. Lu Jingzhou trembled in fear, the chicken leg rolling from his grasp. Others scattered in terror. Yet Lu Suisui's eyes sparkled with delight. This is good. This is perfect. It's me. Slowly, Lu Yunqing stood up, circling the table to confront the man's murderous glare. If I don't take you down today. The man suddenly recalled something, his voice halting abruptly, and he snarled, compensate me. This was the Emperor's domain, in broad daylight. Even if he had 9 lives like a cat, escape was impossible. Realizing this, he pressed his lips together tightly, wondering how he could have let his mouth run away with him, nearly ruining everything. All right. A hint of murderous intent flickered in Lu Yunqing's eyes as he regarded the man, gesturing towards the bulging pouch on the table. Is this enough? The scarred man glanced at the pouch, his eyes lighting up as he dashed over and opened it. His expression shifted in an instant. You tricked me? He slammed the pouch to the ground, copper coins scattering in all directions with a crisp, clattering sound. Lu Yunqing shook his head in terror. His subordinates, however, seized the opportunity, twisting the scarred man's arm brutally and pressing his head onto the table to restrain him. Legs, legs. Uncle, quickly disable his legs. This scoundrel possesses remarkable lightness of foot. In one night, he made off with 100,000 taels of disaster relief silver, leaving the authorities utterly baffled. Lu Yunqing glanced at the little girl watching with rapt attention and felt a thrill of excitement. Well, this meal was worth it. They had indeed caught a big fish. Chapter 12. Witness my wrath. Lu Yunjia made a decisive move, severing the legs of the scar-faced man amidst his terrified wails. Innkeeper. He shouted at the trembling attendant cowering in the corner, tossing him a completely black token. Quickly summon Commander Shao of the Wuqing Military Division to apprehend this criminal. The attendant grasped the token with wide eyes, fear gripping his heart, and without hesitation took off running. Why you? The scar-faced man stammered, his teeth chattering as he began to plead his case. I merely came to Typhoon Tower for a drink and some meat. Why must misfortune befall me? I would have compensated you. Internally seething, he muttered, is it permissible for officials to act with such impunity, arresting people at will? Lu Yunjia responded with a cold smile, tightening his grip on the man's wrists. If you have grievances, take them up with the Wuqing Military Division. The scar-faced man, realizing his threats bore no weight, began to sweat profusely. He relied on his superior agility, feeling unafraid, as he secretly clutched a bar of official silver. This is where I meet my downfall. Within the span of a tea's brewing time, a dozen swift horses raced towards Typhoon Tower. The leader, clad in silver armor and exuding a martial aura, dismounted gracefully. His jade-like visage tinged with a hint of chill. He tugged the reins gently, beckoning his men to follow him inside. General Lu. Commander Xiao. After exchanging respectful greetings, Commander Xiao handed back the token and glanced at the ashen-faced Scar Man. Is this the notorious criminal you mentioned? Indeed, Lu Yunjia affirmed with a nod. This man was responsible for the assassination of the esteemed commander Zheng Liang of the Imperial Guards yesterday. At this revelation, the scar-faced man felt a tumultuous wave of despair wash over him. Unjust. I merely pilfered a mere 100,000 taels of disaster relief silver. What connection do I have to the commander's death? He cried out in anguish, struggling. I only had a disagreement with this general. I am not involved in any assassination. Please, Commander, see reason and grant me justice. Lu Suisui stifled a laugh. Indeed, one must not shed tears until facing the coffin. Justice? Huh. Watch as I crush you. At that moment, he felt the bar of official silver nestled within his grasp. Lu Yunjia, alarmed yet refraining from mentioning the theft of disaster relief funds, turned to the scar-faced man, yanking him upright. I fear he may escape, so I have incapacitated him. I must trouble Commander Xiao to oversee this matter. General Lu speaks too heavily, Xiao replied with a wave of his hand. Take this man away. A soldier stepped forward, producing a cloth to gag the scar-faced man thoroughly. The man, now powerless and trembling, widened his eyes in desperation. Lu Suisui chuckled, clapping her hands. Serves you right for cursing me, Lu Suisui. May the silver fall swiftly from you. As her words echoed, a loud clattering sound resounded. Lu Yunjia and Lu Jingzhou exchanged glances, bewildered. It was the bar of official silver. Xiao halted momentarily, lowering his gaze, his expression sharpening as he swiftly picked up the bar and tucked it away. He took a deep breath, bowed slightly to Lu Yunjia, said nothing, and departed with his men. A heavy weight lifted from Lu Yunjia's heart. Regardless of the circumstances, the perpetrator the emperor had commanded him to apprehend was finally in custody. The nation had suffered from drought for over 2 years. Although the relief funds issued by the court appeared substantial, they were merely a drop in the bucket. That wretched scar-faced man had audaciously stolen 100,000 taels of disaster relief silver. His capture by the Wuqing military division was no injustice. After a moment of reflection, Lu Yunjia turned to Lu Suisui, tenderly wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth and smiling warmly. Have you eaten your fill, Suisui? Despite her small stature, she was indeed a significant contributor to the Lu family. Lu Suisui nodded, her chubby cheeks quivering. I'm full. Lu Yunjia beamed, satisfied that she had eaten well. Lu Jingzhou, standing nearby, surveyed the table littered with chicken bones and glanced at his departing uncle, wiping the sweat from his brow in concern. Innkeeper, settle the bill. Certainly. The innkeeper, upon hearing this, transformed from his earlier anxiety, a smile creeping onto his lips as the abacus clacked rapidly. After some time, he looked up at Lu Yunjia, beaming. That will be 792 taels. How much? Lu Yunjia stammered, his eyes widening in disbelief. 792 taels. He struggled to maintain his composure, pondering, Innkeeper, could there be an error? The innkeeper shook his head. The cheapest roasted drumstick is 1 tael, while a skewer of roasted wings costs 2. You ordered 11 drumsticks and 30 skewers of wings. Lu Yunjia sighed in relief. That accounts for only 71 taels. The innkeeper sighed. Many patrons were startled by the earlier commotion and fled without settling their bills, leading to this loss. His glance at Lu Yunjia was laden with unspoken implications. Lu Yunjia glanced down at the sleeping little bundle in his arms and then at the quiet chubby boy beside him, resigned to the need to pay. But soon he realized that his entire stash of private funds barely amounted to 500 taels. He offered an awkward smile to the innkeeper and urgently pulled Lu Jingzhou closer, whispering, Jingzhou, did you pick up those coins earlier? Lu Jingzhou nodded. Lu Yunjia furrowed his brow, retrieving a banknote he had yet to examine, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. It turned out this little fellow had secretly stashed away 500 taels. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he placed the notes before the innkeeper. "Please count these." The innkeeper, upon examining the notes meticulously, broke into a wide grin. "That totals 800 taels. He then, as if pre-prepared, produced 8 taels of small silver. "Here you go, esteemed guest." Without even glancing at the small silver, Lu Yunjia gathered it up eagerly. He resolved never to step foot in Taifeng Tower again. It was far too treacherous. Chapter 13. I Can't Breathe. Lu Suisui rubbed her eyes. She was indifferent to what would happen to the scarred man after he was taken away by the soldiers of the 5 cities. However, she lifted her gaze towards the direction in which the woman had departed, a hint of gravity clouding her expression. Though she had not observed the woman closely, she could faintly sense a whiff of blood emanating from her. She wondered if the man she had referred to as De Lang could survive this ordeal. Lost in thought, her eyelids grew heavy. All the way there, she had been cradled securely in someone's arms, and by the time they reached the estate, she remained deeply asleep. Lu Yunxiao had been waiting in the hall, eagerly anticipating her arrival. Upon receiving news from a servant, he promptly went to meet them. He glanced at the serene visage of the sleeping girl and gestured to Lu Jingzhou. She must be quite tired today. Tomorrow she needs to rise early for the Imperial Academy. You should take her to rest. He had little desire for scholarly pursuits, as reading often gave him a headache. Yet carrying his sister seemed rather delightful. As he observed Lu Jingzhou's lively retreat, Lu Yunxiao's expression darkened slightly. He murmured, "The Chung family came by earlier." "The Chung family?" Lu Yunxiao's face darkened. "Did Minister Chung come? How audacious of them. The Lu family hasn't yet settled accounts with them, and that insufferable Chung family is already in a hurry." Lu Yunxiao shook his head and replied coolly, "It was only an old maidservant from Madame Chung, claiming that she was concerned for the children during Chung's illness. She mentioned wanting to see them." Lu Yunxiao's eyes darkened with a trace of hostility, a silent scoff escaping his lips. "Wanting to see the children? If I hadn't heard Suisui's thoughts earlier, I might have believed Madame Chung to be a good stepmother. Surely, being pushed away wouldn't deter her." Hearing this, Lu Yunxiao's heart remained heavy with worry, distinct from the concerns of his father and uncle. Meanwhile, Lu Jingzhou and his sister slept soundly, undisturbed by dreams, and awoke the following morning rejuvenated. Lu Jingzhou rose early without the need for a servant's prodding, tidying his belongings and boarding the carriage. How peculiar, Lu Yunxiao observed as he watched the carriage fade into the distance, murmuring, "When has he ever not complained about studying? Today is quite unusual." As he spoke, a thought struck him suddenly, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. He summoned several servants urgently, instructing, "Quickly go check if the young miss is still in the 3rd young master's room." Before long, the servants returned with reports that the young miss was missing. Indeed, Lu Yunxiao felt a surge of anger, his veins bulging as he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, instructing a nearby servant, "Go summon Lu Qing." Uncle Ming. Lu Jingzhou trembled as he lifted the carriage curtain. He clutched his stomach, murmuring, "I can't bear this stomachache any longer. Is there a toilet nearby?" Uncle Ming, hearing this, was equally flustered. It was early morning, and the inns and taverns had yet to open. Where could a toilet be found? He could only soothe him. "3rd young master, we are almost at the Imperial Academy. Can you hold on a little longer?" In his agitation, the carriage not only failed to slow down but sped up instead. Lu Jingzhou appeared to be in great pain, his lips pale as he weakly inquired, "Where are we now?" Uncle Ming quickly replied, "3rd young master, we are approaching the residence of Lord Song, the Minister of Justice." Lu Jingzhou leaned out to catch sight of a figure, his eyes brightening. "Uncle Ming, stop the carriage." As the carriage slowed, he leaped down, clutching his belongings. Song Mingji. Lu Jingzhou hunched over, one hand on his stomach, running swiftly. He seized Song Mingji's arm and headed towards the Song family's direction. 3rd young master Uncle Ming had just halted the carriage when he noticed Lu Jingzhou had already vanished. Now, he was left to explain this predicament to the 2nd master. Sighing, Uncle Ming turned the carriage around and had not traveled far when he encountered Lu Qing and others who had come in pursuit. Uncle Ming. Where is the third young master? Lu Qing, seeing Uncle Ming's hurried demeanor, felt a sense of foreboding. The third young master said he had a stomachache and went to Lord Song's residence to find a toilet. Uncle Ming spoke softly, yet uncertainty loomed in his heart. After hastily conveying this, he hurried towards the Song residence. He ran? Lu Yunxiao's hand trembled, spilling tea onto the floor. Uncle Ming. Did you see him enter the Song residence? Uncle Ming's heart raced as he recalled. The third young master grabbed hold of young Master Song and ran off. When I turned to look again after stopping the carriage, they were already gone as he spoke. He seemed to sense something amiss, his voice trailing off. Lu Yunxiao pressed. Did you clearly see young Master Song's appearance? Uncle Ming promptly replied, young Master Song is not tall, nor is he thin. He has a fair complexion. His eyes are quite large, similar to our third young master's. Lu Yunxiao nodded. He indeed recognized that lad from the Song family. He had seen him a few times. Among the friends Lu Jingzhou had at the Imperial Academy, besides the Chung family's children, there was this lad from the Song family. Surely, these two had conspired together, deceiving both the Lu and Song families while indulging in their mischief. Turning to Lu Qing, he instructed, take your men to search the inns and tea houses. If you find them, bring Lu Jingzhou back to me. As for young Master Song, he pondered for a moment. Deliver him to Lord Song. Yes. Lu Qing bowed and promptly departed. At that moment, Lu Jingzhou and Song Mingji had just crawled out from a dog hole. Lu Jingzhou, hands on his hips, was about to burst into laughter when suddenly I can't breathe. I'm suffocating. In a flash, Lu Jingzhou dove back into the dog hole, dragging his belongings with him. Song Mingji rolled his eyes at the box. You brought that along for a day out? You wouldn't understand. Lu Jingzhou shot him a glance, then opened the box and pulled out his sister. Lu Suisui looked at Song Mingji and rolled her eyes, her chubby little face quivering slightly. Chapter 14. The Sinister Deed. Ba, you are the one to talk. Lu Suisui turned her head and tightly clung to Lu Jingzhou's neck. Song Mingji widened his eyes, his finger trembling as he pointed. Jingzhou, you smuggled your sister out? Lu Jingzhou chuckled with pride. Haha. You think too much. It was my sister who wanted to come out and play. She followed me on her own. After saying this, he raised his head to the sky with a sense of despair, fearing that he might not be able to save his own skin. Whoa. Song Mingji scratched his head and chuckled. Believe it or not, it really is the case. Lu Suisui waved her chubby little paw, grinding her tiny teeth. Well, you're both in trouble, deserving of a good beating. Lu Jingzhou affectionately patted Suisui's little head and flashed a mysterious smile at Song Mingji. Come on. Today I will take you to a wonderful place. Upon hearing this, Lu Suisui immediately stiffened her little face. In the tales, her third brother often mingled with the children from the Chung family, adept at skipping school, cheating, fighting, and gambling. Lu Suisui looked at the grinning Song Mingji with sympathy. Poor child. Lu Jingzhou held her as they twisted and turned for quite some time before arriving at a dilapidated alley. He reached out to grasp the door's ring, rapping on it 3 times, 1 long and 2 short, before a sound of the latch being drawn back emanated from behind the gate. A youth slowly peeked out, squinting to see that it was indeed his cousin, Jingzhou, though he hadn't visited for a while. Yes. Lu Jingzhou shifted slightly, concealing Suisui in his arms, and nodded towards the side. Cousin Chengfeng, have you got anything interesting recently? I've brought my friends here for some fun. Who is this? Chengfeng inquired, his eyes still fixed on Song Mingji, hands firmly resting against the gate. Lu Jingzhou patted Song Mingji's shoulder, appearing as though they were the best of buddies. This is my brother, Song Mingji. Song Mingji, Chengfeng murmured softly. Then, seemingly recalling something, he beamed widely. Isn't he the son of Lord Song, the Minister of Justice? Please, come in. Saying this, he swung the door open, just in time to usher them inside, when suddenly a small chubby figure caught his eye. Oh, is this Cousin Suisui? Chengfeng reached out. Lu Suisui's eyes widened in terror, shrinking further into Lu Jingzhou's embrace. You, rotten shrimp, stay away from me. It stinks, it stinks. Lu Jingzhou subtly dodged. A hint of apology on his face. Cousin Cheng Fong, Suisui is just shy. Seeing this, Song Mingji immediately stepped forward with a smile. Cousin Cheng Fong. What fun things do you have today? Cheng Fong waved his hand grandly. Today I will let you broaden your horizons. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingzhou and Song Mingji exchanged a glance, excitement and eagerness gleaming in their eyes. Lu Suisui, noticing their reaction, wrinkled her delicate little nose. She was curious to see what kind of trick had her third brother so enchanted. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Suisui's eyes widened in astonishment. Who could have imagined that behind such a shabby door lay a different world altogether? Big, big, open wide, small, small, damn it, lost again. The foul odor they had sensed earlier intensified. Lu Jingzhou and Song Mingji followed Cheng Fong, marveling at everything they encountered. She pouted, finding the noise unbearable, her head buzzing. Lu Jingzhou gently stroked her little head, soothingly saying, "Don't be afraid, Suisui. These are all old friends of your third brother." He then pointed to a young master in the corner, smiling. "Look, that's the son of Lord Qin, the Minister of War. And the one beside him is the grandson of Physician Shen. And this one," he indicated a boy lounging in a rocking chair, lowering his voice, "is the eldest grandson of Chancellor Du. Lu Suisui's round eyes instantly widened, her teeth clenched in anger. The young master from the Qin family appeared to be only 8 or 9 years old, yet he was at the gambling table, fervently shaking the dice, his eyes bloodshot. At such a tender age, he resembled an old gambler, exuding madness. Meanwhile, the young master from the Du family lay in the rocking chair, his eyes half closed. Thin lips parted as smoke swirled around him, lost in a stupor. His eyes glimmered faintly gray, and he appeared emaciated, as though on the brink of death. Lu Suisui was nearly driven to madness. What an abomination! Cursed Cheng family! How dare they be so malicious? Lu Suisui furrowed her little brows, grinding her tiny teeth. Burn it, burn it! Hurry and set this cursed place ablaze! As soon as Lu Jingzhou heard her innocent voice, a deafening crash resonated from the sky. Without warning, in the next moment, a thunderclap as large as a bowl exploded in the distance, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon them. A terrifying white light struck directly into the courtyard. The anticipated thunderous roar did not follow. Instead, a thick cloud of black smoke arose, mingled with terrified shrieks. In an instant, everyone fled in panic. Chaos ensued. The flames surged outward, engulfing everything in their path. Just moments ago, Lu Jingzhou had heard the words "burn it, burn it." He looked up as a series of cracking sounds came from the roof, his heart racing. Run! Swallowing hard, he no longer cared about anything else, clutching Lu Suisui in one arm while pulling Song Mingji with the other, sprinting for their lives. This was too bizarre. How could such a tremendous thunderclap erupt from the clear sky? The onlookers stared in disbelief as the house was reduced to ruins, exchanging puzzled glances, wondering how it had burned down without anyone being harmed. Lu Jingzhou lowered his gaze to the drowsy little one in his arms, pursing his lips. Was it mere coincidence? Or could it be that this truly was Suisui's doing? That thing, it cannot burn. Cheng Fong sank to his knees heavily, collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 15. Sincere kindness. Lu Suisui's small face was momentarily bewildered, pondering if this was the consequence of her ignorance. Immediately, she gritted her teeth, flicked her fingertips, and released a wisp of spiritual energy. Cheng Fong could only watch as the lingering thick smoke surged towards him like a tempest, enveloping him entirely. It felt as though it would consume him whole. The air was pierced by heart-wrenching coughs and piercing screams, one after another. You foul shrimp, aren't you fond of harming others? Today, let you taste the bitterness of retribution. Lu Suisui flailed her small hands, waving them wildly. Everyone felt a tremor throughout their bodies. Clarity washed over them as never before. Go! As her soft voice faded, The black smoke surrounding Chung Fong began to dissipate slowly, only to be replaced by an overwhelmingly nauseating stench. Lu Jingzhou stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene before him when suddenly he heard a soft, whimpering voice beside him. "I can't hold it anymore, I can't hold it. It stinks." "Stink?" Lu Jingzhou sniffed around, detecting nothing. Chung Fong felt a slight relief, but then a thought struck him, and his body went limp, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. It's over. Not just this courtyard, but even for him. Brother Chung. Cousin Chung. Following the sound, he turned to see figures rapidly approaching him. And he could no longer hold on, his head lolled to the side, and he fainted entirely. What in the world? The first to rush over, eager to investigate, was Song Mingji, who jumped back in fright, pointing at the unconscious Chung Fong, stuttering, him. What happened? Lu Jingzhou shot him a glance, unhurriedly approached to take a look, his eyes widening in shock. Oh no! I've scared my sister. Chung Fong lay on the ground, hunched over, his complexion sallow, eyes sunken, lips dark, breathing faintly like a dying man, barely clinging to life. What to do? The group of young masters shivered in unison. How did it almost lead to a fatal incident? What should we do? Song Mingji stamped his foot, panic-stricken. What now? Let us just cool it. Lu Suisui's small face turned pale as she weakly shot him a glare. Help will arrive shortly. Brother San, you should hurry and take this little chubby one away. Lu Jingzhou glared at Song Mingji, exasperated. Aren't you going to leave? Are you really waiting for your father to beat you to death? Song Mingji instantly trembled at the thought, following him out in a flurry. We should run too. If my father finds out, he might truly kill me. My grandfather too. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately wore a mournful expression, murmuring anxiously. The two who had already fled the scene, however, were hastily carrying a little child, sprinting away at full speed. Song Mingji gasped for air like a fish out of water, crying as he ran. After a frantic dash, his eyes suddenly brightened, pointing towards a distant courtyard. We're saved, we're saved. We actually ran here. Lu Jingzhou exclaimed, despite being drenched in sweat, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This courtyard, though grand in appearance, was locked with a large copper padlock, neglected over the years. It looked owned but was as good as abandoned. Lu Jingzhou chuckled. Indeed, when one door closes, another opens. They were fortunate. He signaled to Song Mingji with a nod, urging him to go first. Song Mingji wiped his tears and leaped onto the wall. Then, Lu Jingzhou handed over the little one and climbed up himself. This. Song Mingji and the little one exchanged nervous glances, their hands trembling uncontrollably. In an instant, they were both drenched in sweat. Jingzhou, your sister is so small and soft. I won't accidentally crush her, will I? Song Mingji asked timidly. You dare? Lu Jingzhou, perched on the wall, turned sharply to face him, shaking his chubby fist before leaping down. With a cold huff, he reached out to take the little one into his arms. Only then did Song Mingji let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead before following suit. Once both feet hit the ground firmly, he collapsed onto the blue stone tiles, his chest rising and falling with each breath. That was too close. Just a hair's breadth away from losing my life. Oh dear. He vowed never to run off recklessly again. What a predicament. Thank goodness Jingzhou was clever. Otherwise, he would have been punished severely by his father. Lu Jingzhou, sitting cross-legged with Suisui in his arms, asserted confidently it won't happen. What won't happen? Didn't you see? Song Mingji, growing anxious, pushed himself up, catching a glimpse of Lu Jingzhou's unusual expression, and muttered, Cousin Chung. He won't be in any trouble, will he? Hee, little chubby one, you're scared now, aren't you? Lu Suisui, leaning nearby, found the situation amusing. Let us see if you dare to follow my brother on wild escapades again. That Chung Fong is far from innocent. She huffed, quietly grumbling to herself. Lu Jingzhou, startled by the sudden small voice, looked astonished. They came with a mission to approach you Navi young masters. You should worry about yourself first. They lead you to gamble, to indulge, slowly corrupting you, and when the time comes, breaking free will be impossible. She cast a solemn glance at the two pudgy boys. Ultimately, your grandfather, your father, even the very lifeblood of your family will be in their hands. Lu Jingzhou hung his head, clutching Lu Suisui's hands tightly, his fingers trembling. He choked back tears, nearly unable to speak. Brother San, you mustn't associate with those Chung family members. They're always scheming for our family's downfall. Lu Suisui tugged at a strand of his hair. This little chubby one may speak harshly, but he truly means well. When you were begging on the streets, he secretly helped you, only to be wrongfully accused and exiled 3,000 miles. Alas, what a pity, so young, to die on the road to exile. Unable to close his eyes in peace, Lu Jingzhou suddenly turned to Song Mingji, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. Song Mingji shuddered under his gaze, feeling something was amiss. Lu Suisui tilted her head, gently wiping away his tears. No, don't cry. Chapter 16. A fair price for sale. Lu Jingzhou reached out and hastily wiped the traces of tears from his face. Lu Suisui danced with joy, exclaiming, "Oh my! My third brother has finally come to his senses." She then revealed a grin, showcasing her small, pearly teeth. Song Mingji, observing the scene beside them, though perplexed, felt a sense of relief. Lu Jingzhou had finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. Just moments ago, he had nearly been frightened out of his wits by that unsettling gaze and expression, sending shivers down his spine. At that moment, Lu Suisui's smile suddenly faltered as she lifted her gaze towards the house across from them. Her little face turned pale. We. She clutched Lu Jingzhou's collar tightly, her fragmented words laced with gravity. Lu Jingzhou, unable to suppress a sob, looked confused and asked, "What's the matter?" Lu Suisui pointed towards the distant gray brick house. "Something feels off there. It stinks, it really stinks," she exclaimed, waving her delicate little hand in front of her face. Her lips slightly pursed. "And there's a strong smell of blood." Lu Jingzhou felt a chill creep up his spine, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Let us go." He glanced down at Lu Suisui's pale face, swiftly covering her mouth with his hand to prevent any sound that might alert the lurking danger. "Go." "Where?" Song Mingji asked, momentarily stunned. "Quiet," Lu Jingzhou hissed, glaring at him. "Something is not right here. We need to leave and discuss this outside." Seeing the fear in Lu Jingzhou's reddened eyes, Song Mingji gulped nervously. "It's already too late. We can't escape." Lu Suisui shook her head vigorously, her round eyes fixed on the closed door. Lu Jingzhou's expression changed dramatically as a soft voice pierced the air. "Where do you think you're going?" He instinctively pressed the infant closer to his chest, his gaze shifting to the newcomer, filled with wariness. The woman, one hand resting on her prominent belly and the other leaning on a cane, surveyed Lu Jingzhou with a sly smile. "I thought you were too clever to be fooled. I intended to let you off easy. Yet, here you are, right back where you started. It seems fate has a sense of humor." Lu Jingzhou tightened his grip on the baby. The woman's smile widened as her eyes gleamed with interest. "And what a delightful little chub you have here," she remarked, her expression betraying her malicious delight. Song Mingji felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos. What kind of day is this? Is it an ill-fated one? We nearly lost our lives before, and now we've stumbled into the lair of human traffickers. Can we even hope to escape? Lu Suisui, nestled quietly in Lu Jingzhou's embrace, suddenly brightened. Could this be the infamous trafficker? She turned to tug at Lu Jingzhou's trembling fingers, pointing at the woman with a grin. "Auntie, come on, third brother. Didn't you both want to play? Suisui will take you to play." "Ha ha. I was just wondering how to find these traffickers, and look, they've come right to us." In an instant, Lu Jingzhou felt a surge of resolve. He glanced at the innocent, smiling infant in his arms, then at the woman standing not far away, his crimson eyes betraying a hint of strange emotion. "Alas," Lu Jingzhou sighed, pulling Song Mingji closer and whispering, "A wise man does not invite trouble." She likely has accomplices. We should proceed with caution to avoid any harm. Song Mingji, pale as a ghost, was too terrified to heed his advice. In a panic, he sprang to his feet, grasping Lu Jingzhou's arm to flee. Help! Help! The traffickers have entered the city. The woman tossed her cane aside, a mocking smile on her face as she advanced toward him, seemingly relishing the hunt. Old Five, aren't you going to lend a hand? She called out, her voice dripping with menace. Moments later, a burly man emerged from around the corner. Song Mingji trembled, collapsing onto the ground. Lu Jingzhou stumbled, nearly dropping the infant he held. As Song Mingji watched the man approach, he shrank back in terror. What do you want? He stammered, dread etched across his face. My father is the Minister of Justice. If you know what's good for you, let us go. Lu Jingzhou smacked his forehead in frustration. Oh no, this is truly the end. How had he not realized sooner that Song Mingji was so foolish? These traffickers were desperate criminals, and here he was, threatening them. Lu Jingzhou's teeth ground in annoyance. Ah! The woman appeared momentarily stunned, realizing he was the minister's son. But then she spat disdainfully, I don't care if your father is the minister or even the emperor. Once you step through this door, you must comply. Otherwise, her eyes narrowed as she brandished a dagger, which she swiftly drove into the ground beside Song Mingji's feet. Song Mingji's eyes widened in horror as tears streamed down his face. He had narrowly escaped a gruesome fate. Old Five. The woman turned her gaze, her expression darkening. Bind them up and gag them. What about this one? The man pointed at Lu Suisui, a hint of hesitation in his demeanor. As for the two, the woman regarded Lu Jingzhou and Song Mingji, scoffing at their presumed uselessness. Just hand them over to Old Four. They'll still be of some use. Lu Suisui beamed at the sight of the two chubby boys being bound and silenced, clapping her hands gleefully. Let us see if these two will dare to run around freely again. This turn of events is simply too timely. Chapter 17, Worthy Value in Truth. I have developed a peculiar condition wherein my ability to select attire leads me to temporarily lose my sanity. Unbeknownst to me, the explanation I concocted bore a striking resemblance to mere fabrications. With earnestness, a certain individual confided in Lance about this affliction that had plagued him for years. Tang Lanwei hastily shook her head as Chen Chong entered, casting a glance her way, seemingly wishing to speak to Pei Juanhao, gesturing for her to exit. She promptly withdrew from the room. With a resounding crash, Li Ning's internal energy surged, causing her body to collide forcefully with the wall, subsequently collapsing the entire room. Her form continued to be propelled backwards, crashing onto the ground amidst a cacophony of impacts. 5 years prior, during the initial expedition to Goryeo, Luo Cheng had been a deputy general, while Yu Ming merely held the title of squad leader. With a sudden jolt, Ning Beibei was violently propelled backwards by an invisible sound wave, spewing forth blood as she fell to the ground. In the absence of the young master, what purpose does this child serve? Moreover, the torment weighing heavily on her heart had rendered her unable to sleep or eat for days. Having prepared a change of clothes, her heart ached as she mustered the courage to approach Pei Juanhao. Outside the estate, Qing Ge and Gongsun Jing awaited Yi Yefeng with unwavering determination, their concerns for his discovery by the estate guards and his ability to heal Lin Hanshi intertwining. The bludgeon, one of the primary control skills of thieves, could induce a prolonged state of slumber in adversaries. However, they would awaken immediately upon being attacked. At last, the esteemed Master Lan Mofeisha had arrived. Upon spotting the Dragon King's royal guards below, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, as if he could scarcely believe that such a meager force dared to ambush him. Thus, when Feng Cheng realized that the overlooked power of creation bore similarities to the concept of rules, he found himself momentarily bewildered. This echoed the words of Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty, who stated that barring unforeseen events, this would be Qin Xiong's final campaign for the Tang. The colossal mole, previously disturbed by the raucous howling of the wolf, now shook its head, finally managing to open its bleary eyes, awakening to the commotion. Within Feng Cheng's perception, his emotions appeared remarkably tranquil, unmoved by external stimuli. This not only reflected his calmness in the face of becoming an emperor, but also his confidence in ascending to the status of a realm lord. His countenance shifted through a spectrum of expressions, laughter, grievance, anger, until, after a considerable time, he grew weary and gradually withdrew into a meditative state. "I am sorry. If you are in love, then let go," said Nian Chuxia as she exited the changing room. Suddenly, she felt an unsettling familiarity with this scene, reminiscent of her previous attempts to follow a man, leading to the painful realization of an unacceptable truth. "I cannot believe you are truly married," Qinshi lamented, acknowledging the authenticity of it all. Observing his jealous demeanor, Wang Mani chuckled, yet she dutifully wrapped herself up. Regret consumed her for her selfishness, which had ruined Zhao Qian's life. In another life, no, she wished not to have another life, for she felt unworthy to stand beside Zhao Qian. The company had a strict rule: trivial matters would fade from discussion within 2 days unless something significant occurred. In the distant sky, a firework blossomed, scattering sparks that formed into a colossal axe. Zhao Yuanyuan immediately recognized that these children were either the offspring of her elder brother or her second brother. She was astonished to learn that during her 5-year absence, both brothers had fathered numerous children. Shift your weight slightly to the left, relax the wrist while wielding the sword. The system within his consciousness continued to adjust Mo Ani's swordplay based on precise calculations from vast data. At this moment, Shi observed the scene and promptly shifted from one-handed typing to two-handed input. "No need. I harbor no personal grievances with him. I merely fear you might reveal your secrets." Lu Chuanfeng, noticing her wide, beautiful eyes fixed in a motionless stare, chuckled and waved his hand in front of her face. Otongkator, a directly governed city on the eastern border, is a fertile land on the prairie, producing cattle, sheep, war horses, pelts, grapes, oil, salt, timber, and iron ore, a true gem of the eastern grasslands. The prominent families were unaware of the exact number of super beasts that had been unsealed. Yet Wang Sheng was acutely aware that the energy emanating from the continuous unsealing of these super beasts was virtually unending. When Rin, standing at the back, took 2 steps forward, seizing the chair where Jin Yale had previously sat during a game of mahjong. He sat down, resting his arms on the backrest, facing Jin Yale while producing half a pack of cigarettes from his shirt pocket and offering them to Jin Yale. At that moment, Qinli found himself once again thrust into the eye of the storm, yet he remained utterly indifferent. Chapter 18. Just a glass of milk. As the door closed, Wei Nuyi caressed the empty space beside her on the bed, still imbued with the lingering essence of Wan Jingkong. She was taken aback by the wave of melancholy that washed over her. Jealousy crept in, yet the chasm of their differing statuses remained insurmountable. With the night gradually descending, the Wuyang River still shimmered brightly under the lights, bustling with people on the banks, many seated on the ground, engaging in the flowing poetry that occasionally burst forth. Qiaobo was momentarily taken aback, accustomed as he was to her rebellious demeanor. Hearing her address him as father with such a sincere, repentant tone was utterly disorienting. The blood sword fell, and those ferocious beasts, which they had desperately avoided, succumbed to its might, their lives extinguished in a crimson torrent, leaving no bones behind. The scorching blood dripped onto the earth, melting the pure white snow, transforming this place into a veritable battlefield. Yet, this was the price they paid with their lives. They must flee now, for survival was their only chance for vengeance. A gurgling sound followed, as her almost concave belly protested. As for Kong Yi, after risking his life for the nation, the outcome was indeed a source of profound sorrow. Gazing into the distance, he beheld square houses unlike any he had ever seen. How could such towering structures exist in this world? At this moment he stared deeply at himself, his eyes dark as ink, concealing an inscrutable depth of emotion. This was quite awkward. While family members might find such incidents commonplace, before outsiders, this disheveled scene made the atmosphere feel as though it had solidified. Xia was somewhat intrigued, so he ventured into another realm, only to find no anomalies present. He did not dare to hope that his relationship with Yi Xian could be as smooth as that of Lu Shan and Liang Fei. He merely yearned for a steady, ordinary connection. Could it be that Fan Ji possessed the capability to unite so many Western nations? Had he perhaps broken through to the realm of transcendence? Li Xian could not help but inquire. The cliff trembled, shedding vast amounts of dust, accompanied by the dislodging of stones that crashed to the ground, eliciting mournful wails from below. With the paint and varnish at hand, everyone began to refurbish the cattle and chicken sheds. Gazing at the vividly colored structures and the vibrant manufacturing base, one could not help but feel transformed into a farm owner. Faced with such a traditionally strong opponent, Kang Yixian felt a twinge of anxiety. It appeared that winning this time would not be an easy feat. I cried out loud, not primarily from pain, but from being ensnared in this simple, helpless reality. Had I not dazed off, I would not have become ensnared. I regretted my moment of distraction. Evidently, these years of life, akin to protons, had not dulled his will but had rather honed his internal energy to perfection. He proceeded like an ordinary person, only to be engulfed in flames, a truly tragic fate. Initially, I wondered if it was merely a dream of Siyuan. However, I felt that since she had departed, her dreams would not reappear. This was merely Lin Ke's conjecture. This loud exclamation drew the attention of many. The other beauties turned their gazes toward them, evidently savoring their predicament. Steeling myself, I knew I could not let my mother perceive my distress. Otherwise, I could never deceive her. Patriarch, do you recall that the Muen siblings are searching for someone with a crescent moon birthmark? Ron resolved to no longer conceal this. The origins of the Muen family were shrouded in mystery, and he needed to alert Patriarch Brian. With a thunderous shout, Yi Xiu's right arm suddenly swelled. Even the surface found appearing taut. The onlookers trembled, her presence radiating a fearsome aura that extended far and wide. Cold Rock could not evade. He had not anticipated the sudden onslaught of the southern winds. Struck by a single palm, his spirit faltered, and he sustained grave injuries. After much contemplation, Ron ultimately found himself unable to unravel the matter, shaking his head in resignation as he set it aside, striding towards the academy. The medicinal fields erupted in jubilant cheers, the branches swaying as if celebrating the revival of the divine herbs, creating a lively atmosphere. Shin Longyu scratched his head, pouring out all that he had thought, only to feel rather foolish for having revealed so much. He adopted an expression of candidness, having already spoken his mind. Meanwhile, the ice spirit beast had fixated on a certain direction, lunging toward a second-tier master of the eternal life realm along that path. Tianhan nodded, swiftly bringing a basin of clear water. The physician prepared his tweezers, cleansing the wound while extracting wood chips, before finally applying the medicine. Aoshua, according to Dan Yun, your foot injury has nearly healed. Dong Jian smiled gently and promptly sat down opposite Su Aoshua. As the saying goes, a new year brings new hopes. Yet, this year has been fraught with numerous events, leaving us feeling as though we have not truly celebrated the new year, let alone other matters. There was even a sense of hysteria. However, at that moment, a grand door suddenly appeared before me, and without hesitation, I stepped outside. I then began to assist the ancestral dragon in confronting the upper corpse god. However, the upper corpse god did not exert his full strength against the ancestral dragon, merely employing a moderate amount of power. Thus, as he finished speaking, before Lin Xiangwan could retaliate, he had already lowered his head to claim her most sensitive area. Yet, the most thrilling moments were yet to come, after the flames on the cup noodles extinguished. A red heart shape emerged in the midst of the deep blue liquid within the cup. Chapter 19. I am negotiating with them. Xinjun, I must tell you, this chicken soup, in my eyes, holds far greater value than the precious item you have brought. Please, do not bother me. Mu Shui, feeling somewhat irate, directly addressed Xinjun, asserting that no matter how extravagant the delicacies he presented, they could never compare to the significance of this humble chicken soup in her perspective. Indeed, you are quite extraordinary. However, I shall not accept your gift. This was Lin Wan's consistent demeanor. For her, accepting a gift felt akin to taking advantage of a backdoor opportunity, a favor she refused to entertain. I managed a wry smile, waved my hand dismissively, and silently moved past her, my gaze fixed upon Wang Ningmei as I sought answers to a question that had long plagued me. It should be noted that the sword of General Hua Tsubing from the Han Dynasty, while not literally priceless, was worth at least 10,000 taels of gold. The notorious thief, Meng Sanqing, had gone to great lengths to steal it, sustaining severe injuries in the process. What could possibly motivate such an endeavor? Huang Guangming, though outwardly composed, harbored a deep-seated desire to obliterate Zhao Taizhu. For years, no merchant had dared to be so brazen in front of his doorstep. Thus, Huang Guangming resolved, by any means necessary, to expel Zhao Taizhu and the Xiangxi Hall from the city. He seemed to have convinced himself that this old man was indeed Tianming's master. Moreover, Tianming's fervor in his proclamations bore a striking resemblance to what one might expect from a vendor of vegetables in his master's time. The general's heart raced with uncertainty. After all, His Majesty was, after all, His Majesty. The thoughts swirling in his mind were impenetrable to those of us in his service. Initially, I believed Bai Hao Tian to be difficult to deceive, yet surprisingly, he accepted my feigned vulnerability without question. On a line tilted about 30 degrees north of the cannibal tribe's lair, there lay a densely wooded area marked by a conspicuous clearing, painted in blood, with a striking skull etched prominently in its center. Xia Yimo's eyes brightened as she playfully inquired, Mu Jingchen, what mischief are you planning now? If you take action, she is bound to suffer terribly. I am genuinely concerned for her, she remarked with a mischievous smile. For him, there was no alternative path. He was destined to tread this one, which could potentially lead him further afield, albeit with considerable risk. The two were entranced as Yi Yun reached out, hesitant to touch the fabric for fear of ruining it, merely daring to brush it with her fingertips. Yi Ru held her breath, realizing for the first time that even riding attire paled in comparison to the splendor that a dress made from this exquisite material could embody. Upon arriving at the border, the family elder found himself idle, and seeing his leisure, Yu arranged for him to oversee patrols, promising that any soldiers caught in violation would result in all fines accruing to him. After a thorough preparation, the ladies boarded the carriage, calculating that the eldest princess had already finished her breakfast, and thus they set off for her residence. However, due to their profession, which necessitated a stern demeanor to intimidate others, they had become accustomed to maintaining such expressions, with only a few exceptions. Smiles rarely graced their faces. No difference. Jiang Yao laughed, as Captain Lin reminded her that Lu Xingji had been advising her for several months now. Qin Qiu observed him quietly, saying nothing, leaving Ning Jin uncertain whether he was moved or merely contemplating conditions. He remained silent, engrossed in smoking, until he finished a cigarette, lowered the window, and tossed the butt outside, before opening a bottle of mineral water and gulping several mouthfuls. Yu Lan's heart raced at the mention of her relationship with Mr. Bai. Who told you that? She demanded, knowing that Yan Huahua was not one to gossip. Yet, what was frightening was that such thoughts had become the most rational conclusions she could arrive at. Upon entering the inner courtyard, she found Madame Tion and another lady surrounded by a crowd, engaged in conversation, from which she caught snippets from afar. There were only two possibilities. They sought more valuable treasures, fully aware that the burial items were not the most precious, and thus decisively abandoned them to continue their search, lest they burden themselves further. After inquiring several times, her mother remained silent. Late into the night, after she had fallen asleep, her mother donned a coat and came to knock on her door. Zhou Yaisai, seated at her vanity, had been preparing for a full half-hour, yet still could not cease her efforts, entangled in arranging her hair, as if determined to conquer her tresses today. Thick brother, bring the preferred sand fruits to the front for Yaya and Xiang Jia to trim, she instructed, handing each a pair of scissors. Even more astonishing was their sighting of Qi Cheng, the rumored boyfriend of Wei Yu since her debut. If he were 20 years younger, or even 10, he would harbor no fear. However, age had caught up with him, and his prowess had significantly diminished. The legends spoke of how a warrior's strength deepens with age, yet that remained a mere fable. Han Lai felt a chill under Kongshen's gaze, instinctively stepping back, but alas, his arm was firmly grasped by Kongshen, who applied just enough pressure to prevent any escape. Recently, Fong Hua Street had welcomed a surge of new patrons, consisting mainly of honest folk who typically shunned such establishments, along with some impoverished commoners. Even they found themselves captivated by Zhuang Qingyan, compelling both Yi Yingying and her companion to begrudgingly acknowledge her undeniable allure. Qin Wan rose, her black robe trailing behind her as she caught a scent in the air, her blood-red eyes flickering. Zhang Xuanji immediately perked up, gazing at Su Tong with eyes nearly sparkling, reminiscent of the way manager you had looked at him days prior when he purchased a villa on Lianhua Mountain. The reactions here were not merely responses to the recent night festival, they also indicated a sudden ambush on A by the night festival, as well as A's arrival. He Fong, upon leaving the palace, made straight for the Weinan Marquis's residence. Since the last report regarding Jinshan Temple, the Marquis had fallen into silence, only to re-emerge yesterday into the public eye. Chapter 20. A light not to be underestimated. Baozi gazed at the remnants of meat strands in the vomit expelled by Xiaoming, unable to resist smacking his lips. Digging into his attire, he miraculously produced a meatball and retreated to a corner to nibble on it. I must admit, after witnessing such sights, I felt a certain, how should I articulate it, a poignant sentiment, yet I could not precisely pinpoint the cause of this emotion. It was as if an epiphany was on the verge of surfacing, yet the nature of that revelation eluded me. Who could it be? As young Lin skimmed past his father-in-law's residence, poised to knock on the door, he was intercepted by two martial protectors who had noticed his approach. The ambulance arrived, and she had no time to change her clothes. She hastily wrapped herself in a blanket and hurried onto the vehicle. The general had opposed this union from the outset, yet Qingli fell resolutely in favor of Su Shixi's pursuit of marriage. Unexpectedly, the distance from Pan Snake Valley to Indu was not as great as anticipated. We traversed the journey in less than a day's travel and soon found ourselves within the territory of Pan Snake Valley. Director Yen Li seemed utterly disinterested in the craft of filmmaking, instead intent on disrupting our progress. Perhaps it would be wise to consider a replacement for his role, suggested Li Shi. It was Ho Chen who arrived, seemingly carrying something in his hands. Upon noticing Chu Qing and the others, he uttered nothing, merely placing the object into the coffin. Qing Jiao cast a glance and discerned it to be a dark blue auspicious pouch. All eyes instantly shifted towards the recently passed vehicles, and Yi Rong appeared to sense something amiss, heading towards the cars that had just entered the campus. Su Momo shook her head, declaring, "We have likely been abducted again." She remained oblivious to the motives behind this latest kidnapping. Shen Yunyu wore a smile, her spirits lifted. This way, she could feign assisting Lu Xinru while meandering through the palace, all the while evading that vexatious task and enjoying ample time for her own pursuits. It was a twofold advantage. How could one not rejoice? Indeed, indeed. Shui Yan responded with a hearty laugh as he mounted his horse, leading the group away from Su Zicheng's convoy along the spacious streets, navigating through alleys. Even if Wen Zimo had his flaws, he was still Ji Chen's brother. Bai Moyan did not wish to witness the demise of Ji Chen's last remaining kin before her very eyes. As the head of Xianyu sect, Gu Songbai was naturally skilled in cultivating vital energy. However, as he spoke, an unmistakable fluctuation surrounded him, revealing his underlying anxiety over the recent upheaval within Xianyu sect, causing him to lack confidence. Lu Xinmei donned a loose blue garment. Upon opening the envelope and glancing at the letter within, her countenance abruptly darkened. He scrutinized her closely, finding no semblance of femininity in Hua Mulan, aside from her modest height. Everything else seemed remarkably masculine. Aoshi had initially intended to conclude matters for the day, believing time was on his side. Yet, since you have proposed a toast, it would be remiss not to partake. Thus, such substances were strictly prohibited within the palace, leaving Han Long reliant on superficial measures. Mike Kai regarded Li Luoka with a slightly raised brow, revealing a hint of surprise. The sword dance was indeed a genuine display, and the competition was earnest. There were no extraneous screens to obscure vision or conceal hidden blades, leading King Qin to gradually ease his stance, genuinely beginning to believe that King Kong sought to mend the rift between the two factions. Zi Jinren murmured to himself as he turned, spotting several flashes of light in the guest quarters, his gaze sharpening as he moved forward to intercept. "Who are you? What business do you have within the colonel's tent?" Yuan Hunan was the first to shatter the tension, casting a familiar glance at Wei Jikongchen. "How dare you?" Zhuang Zhangming shouted vehemently, his voice booming yet devoid of any true intimidation, his flustered demeanor betraying the calm he had previously maintained. "Have you made your choice?" Mulan suppressed her emotions, having already witnessed too many departures around her. "Your Majesty, we could not locate King Helian Chong of Maid. He likely took advantage of the chaos to escape," reported the white egret official, bearing news from the soldiers searching ahead. Xiang Yi promptly stowed away the unexpected call from her university supervisor, her surprise palpable. Yet, the various factions of the demon race utterly disregarded the overtures from the Four Seas Dragon Palace as they sought to exploit this opportunity to weaken it. Chapter 21. A significant loss. Upon receiving this news, the Dragon Shark King was filled with great delight. He promptly ordered an assault on the northern shore to commence again in 10 days, eager to see how long the dragon, devoid of fresh water, could endure. Thus, another 10 days of anticipation passed, culminating in a fate reminiscent of the previous encounter. Zhuang Jian, upon hearing the words of the Arhat, felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. After all that had been said, it appeared that the time for inevitable dissolution had arrived. Wang Jian was also deeply moved. He observed the transformations of both individuals, each possessing extraordinary talent. With just a modicum of guidance, they could rapidly evolve and ascend to the realm of transcendent beings, seamlessly merging their innate powers with the spiritual energies of the universe, thereby unleashing even more unpredictable forces. With this understanding, the Celestial Arhat began to mobilize the Temple-S martial monks to initiate an extermination campaign against the demons. Utilizing the underground tunnels, they executed ambushes on the wolf beasts. Ultimately, the wolf demons, sensing the danger of the tunnels, began to desert in droves in a desperate bid for survival. Report. Left wheel, Xiao Wei. And Kaisen request to join this mission. The three, fully armed, stood before the selection panel. The two exchanged silent glances. Having only met Murong Xiuahai once during the 100 Flowers Festival, what could she possibly want at the General S residence? In the realm of existence. Not to mention divine tier beings, even semi-divine entities are exceedingly rare, incapable of being mass-produced due to the finite nature of divinity. This scarcity explains why no divine beings have emerged for millennia. Indeed, the reason I propose deploying 70,000 troops is that the Lord must retain forces to guard Liangzhou, Tianfeng stated. To his surprise, Ji Yu had also arrived, his identity now revealed, leading to significant complications for him. As the third Hokage lamented, since Li Yalan's emergence, he had indeed committed numerous errors. Consequently, Jianyuan contemplated stationing coastal defense artillery at the port, coordinating with the station troops to thwart the incursions of sea demons and safeguard the harbor's security. Wang Sudong found his van, which had been detained by the police. After contacting Zhang Shaoun, who personally called the authorities on his behalf, Wang Sudong was finally able to retrieve his vehicle. My duty is to protect Kazina, yet inexplicably, I find myself ensnared in this game, seemingly developing an addiction. Thus, she drifted into slumber that night, lulled by the intoxicating scent of alcohol emanating from him. Furthermore, the most perplexing aspect was why such a significant piece of news had not spread throughout the realm of Olari. With a resounding crash, Lu Qingyu's chest was pierced by a fist of energy, blood erupting from his wound. She had previously clarified her feelings to Ji Chengyu, who understood her thoughts and ceased to trouble her. They remained good friends, and having such a companion brought her joy, leaving no reason for her to decline. The half-demon clan had survived in a society rife with discrimination for millennia. How could they have done so without substantial foundations? Similar to Qingying, Qianyuan had been unaware of her kin residing in the divine capital. In the following month, Jian Mofan and Yen Mumu were both engrossed in wedding preparations. Naturally, Jian Mofan rarely visited the company, entrusting all matters to Sun Yen as he took Yen Mumu to Sanya for their wedding photos. Zhang Zhitian saved 4 penalty kicks across 4 matches, each invaluable. Although he conceded 2 goals, he contributed 1 himself and was named the best player in all 4 matches he participated in. Thus, Fujimura Jiro began to analyze the current situation for Ono Nobuyoshi. He was exceptionally fierce, his fists shattering space, the terrifying force compressing the entire realm, rendering the air thick and suffocating. It was reported that after the match, Real Madrid's president expressed great dissatisfaction with Navas's performance, further solidifying his decision to sell the Costa Rican player this summer. Wealthy Real Madrid was poised to create a goalkeeper frenzy in the transfer market. Yen Mumu was overwhelmed by a tingling sensation. Feeling as though Jian Mofan led her into a euphoric state, his kisses rendering her oblivious to her surroundings, leaving her utterly drained. The luminous orbs descended sequentially onto the black pillar, holding it suspended in midair, unable to advance an inch. As the final orb struck, the black pillar gradually dissipated, its spiritual energy exhausted. A cacophony of wails erupted within the command tent as the news of Li Guang's suicide spread throughout the military camp, leaving all soldiers stunned and weeping in anguish. Why? This time, it was Gu Yan who asked, visibly perplexed and unable to comprehend. Li Guang charged forth, causing chaos among the rebel forces, who found themselves utterly defeated. He reached the general's flag and tore it from its pole. Feng Xingying was quite fond of the gown, which possessed a somewhat modern evening dress style while not clashing with the ancient aesthetic of the divine phoenix domain. The color scheme was one she adored, brightening her complexion and accentuating her noble demeanor. It resembled Pandora's box, quietly exuding an alluring glow, tempting Zhang Mu to unveil the truth behind it all. Her ears were filled with piercing screams. She was grateful Talon could yet harbored a profound fear of Jun Tianheng. The humans who did not invade Woyang City do not imply that I will spare all humans. Those deserving of death will naturally face their fate. The human race and the beast race will never coexist peacefully. Do not harbor excessive fantasies. This is not merely a battle of life and death for a moment, but a battle for survival for eternity. With each deliberate and heavy footfall, a massive shadow emerged from behind the building, gradually advancing toward Zhang Mu and the others. This black water droplet plummeted heavily from the sky, imbued with the power of the corpse emperor, tracing a vast parabolic arc as if its path had been predetermined, unaffected by any external influences. Chapter 22. The Ailing Prince. As Lin Yu activated the summoning skill of clarity to scan his consciousness, a vast whirlpool of starlight surged forth from his mind, causing his awareness to expand at lightning speed. Inu was perplexed as to why she felt compelled to voice her thoughts, yet suppressing them left her heart heavy. She had long been aware of Yin Shue's affections for Yun Xian, but witnessing Yun Xian embrace Yin Shue intimately today stirred her concern about Yin Shue's feelings. A blue radiance seemed to harbor the most enigmatic power of the world, instantly restoring Lin Yu's vital energy. When Lin Yu reached the foundation building stage, he finally comprehended the terrifying prowess of Feng Xiling. Despite his advancement, he could not discern her true strength. This was not due to her overwhelming power, but rather her ability to conceal her actual capabilities, rendering Lin Yu's perception as hollow as a cow entering the sea. The Woyang shovel was lodged in my backpack, its head ensnared by ropes within. I tugged desperately, yet the shovel remained stubbornly trapped. When Lian Sheng witnessed Yuaner in such a state, he felt a pang of sorrow. He never expected to encounter them under such circumstances and was at a loss for how to proceed. Without hesitation, Lin Yu swallowed the substance, instantly experiencing a refreshing sensation spreading throughout his body. Wei Yong stared blankly at Fu Chun, bewildered by the sight of his brother, disrobed and exuding an unpleasant odor, while the state of his lower half was laid bare for all to see. Bu Zhantian suddenly felt a growing pain within, gritting his teeth to stifle his cries, but eventually succumbed to the agony, letting out a scream. She was utterly astonished. To confirm she was not dreaming, she dug her nails into her palm, the sharp pain jolting her back to reality, causing her to involuntarily gasp. Yet both of them were injured and required assistance to walk. The idea of charging into battle was futile, as they would only serve as punching bags. Johnny tossed the contract over, which the witch's heart demon caught with one hand before opening it. Black flames ignited upon the contract, consuming it entirely, after which countless vengeful spirits surged forth from the shadows, colliding with the witch's heart demon. At that moment, Zheng Hao's consciousness shattered the illusion cast upon Roshan. This seemingly ordinary youth, alongside those lackadaisical, utterly unremarkable IDs, could it be possible? Yi Lin's expression darkened as he tightened his grip on Zhao Yingxin's wrist, exclaiming through gritted teeth, "You are the second man." Zeus brazenly commanded the monster army, suggesting there was more to his intentions than mere beasts. If the first trial was this difficult, with 18 trials in total, how could one possibly emerge as an unparalleled master? After the destruction of the high heaven, Zheng Hao perceived that the Earth's elemental energy had reached the minimum standard for a cultivation planet, with the power of the stars successfully illuminating the Earth. With this impetus, the dragon veins of Earth would awaken a century later, restoring it to its former glory as an exceptional cultivation planet. Bai Muqing worried that Pu Lianyao might be concocting some scheme, deliberately avoiding her as she made her way down the mountain alone. The affectionate call of Auntie rang out, but upon hearing it, Qin Qier and Qin Hongwang were both momentarily stunned. Just as she was about to speak, her peripheral vision caught sight of Director Tang. Her gaze momentarily frozen, her fingers twitching as if lost in contemplation. Upon receiving the message of the Tao, Taichu realized that only by breaking through the immortal realm could one escape the constraints of time, transcending past and future to exist solely in the present. This marked the first time Su Wei truly appeared in Lin Sansi's live stream. He had previously thought Lin Sansi was peculiar, but he was astonished to find the stream brimming with oddities. However, Su Wei felt a sense of comfort from the fans in the chat. When did she, Liao Kejin, reach a point of needing to beg for sympathy? All she wanted was to accompany him to browse clothing and shop, yet it required her to shamelessly plead. Lin Chi turned on her phone and walked towards the circular staircase, prompting the fans in the live stream to erupt in excitement, gossiping fervently upon seeing her smile. This was the patrolling guard team nearby, and Jiang Ning felt satisfied that no one had relaxed their vigilance in his absence from the base. In truth, during this special period, with Lin Sansi proposing, such behavior was understandable. Normally, he would never act this way, for he was not a machine but a being with emotions and dignity. This was their method of combat, regardless of the opponent's identity or strength. They would swarm together and beat them to death. As the eldest son, the King of Flames managed the overall situation, assisting his younger brother while simultaneously attending to all matters, making him the busiest of all. Upon seeing Yi Xingqian and Jian Kunlun finish their training, Yu Qiahan leaped down the rocks and swiftly approached Yi Xingqian, inquiring with concern. "Well, since you are so confident, I shall see from whence your assurance derives," thought Suzuki, observing Jian Zan's calm demeanor with a cold smirk. Chapter 23. The Theft of Home Brother Ko. Do you have something to discuss? Upon noticing his lack of official guards, Pai Yang's apprehension diminished significantly. Ru Meng, taken aback, blushed deeply, her eyes cast down, unable to meet Yuan Su's gaze, a blend of embarrassment and inferiority washing over her. When Su Meng, accompanied by Gong Qi and Su Ning, arrived at the ancestral home of the Lu family, they encountered Qinyu, who was with Shi Ying and had rescued the imprisoned Lu Cheng. On this occasion, Su Yunchu was indeed dressed to impress, donning an exquisitely tailored gray and white gown that radiated elegance and charm, with her long hair artfully arranged atop her head. Seeing the paper fan that thwarted the soul-capturing technique, Yuan Su was momentarily taken aback. This fan appeared to be a remarkable weapon. Last time, he had suffered greatly from its attack. Hence, he remarked that even if their collaboration did not materialize, they could still foster a friendship and avoid becoming adversaries. The column's location was at an intersection, embellished with a light and a convex lens of approximately 80 centimeters, facilitating the observation of incoming vehicles while parking. Each of the four corners led to distinct elevators. Upon speaking, a colossal hand, akin to a mountain, suddenly took form, descending upon the elder of the Shenlong sect with overwhelming force, casting a shadow that obscured the sun and stars, its power awe-inspiring. The air beneath erupted with a thunderous roar, transforming into a vacuum. Hearing his son's blatant disregard for his authority, Su Fodder felt a pang of sorrow, hastily wiping away tears and reaching out, only to grasp at emptiness. With the aid of dragon power, the previously arduous refining process became significantly easier. After a considerable time, both their dantians brimmed with golden celestial essence, their strength magnified and their presence formidable. Lost in the bliss of love, Luo Jinyan had long ceased to think of Chu Nanjing, the one who had first stirred her heart. Although he could resolve the situation, it required time. Indeed, he had been preoccupied with these matters for months. In a moment of self-reproach, Xia Yun lamented that his intention was never to provoke Shui Jing, but rather to encourage her to take care of herself for the sake of Beitingxuan. One must be selfless when necessary, yet when planning for oneself, there is no need to consider others' opinions. Chu Nanjing acquiesced. The wandering poet brewed wine from public fields, taking leisure on the lake, indulging in intoxication. In a state of merriment, he leaned over the lakeside, extending his arm for fish to fetch wine, allowing the boat to carry it. The mighty winds churned the waves, yet one could not neglect the task of transporting wine. This martial art was renowned as the most formidable technique of the Tianhua sect. Its complexity rendered it difficult to comprehend, yet its might was widely acknowledged, even throughout the entire northern wilderness region. Regarding the matter of regret, Dr. Deng did not inquire further, likely surmising the answer with his keen intellect. This elder, reluctant to reveal himself, remained inactive. Chu Lian smirked slightly, inwardly scoffing. Casually selecting an opulently decorated tavern, Su Qing found a prime spot to sit comfortably, observing the ebb and flow of patrons. In truth, Su Qing's family establishment, the Richly Tavern, was the epitome of a true tavern, while others resembled mere inns, offering only boiled noodles with water. The Starry Sky rotating restaurant, perched on the 28th floor of the Yanjing International Hotel, stands 106 meters tall, providing an unparalleled view of the entire Chang'an Street. Upon hearing that Ten Zijing had arrived, the crowd's expressions subtly shifted. Was he here to defend his kin? He did not approach directly but instead circled around to Lan Shi's side before leisurely advancing toward her. Given Xia Fei's academic performance, her prospects were tenuous. Yet with a stroke of good fortune, success was not entirely out of reach. In a world destined for cultivation, what need is there for an industrial revolution or scientific inquiry? Is not the pursuit of alchemy and cultivation far more enticing? The shadow's visage twisted menacingly as he raised both palms, dark energy coalescing like a black sun, crashing down with ferocity. Should Long Qingchen be present, he would likely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. Could they not clarify matters? When had he ever suggested that these two fools raid Yu Yanran's chamber? Was this not an invitation for enmity? The ancient ancestors had long departed, and Qi Shuani, along with his mother, Chen Minling, and Mu Qingxian, journeyed toward the Qianshan prefecture. Following the demon clan's chaos in Qianshan, all the county offices had been placed under strict martial law. Mu Qingxian had yet to fully recover his cultivation, while Qi Shuani procured a carriage for their travels along the official road. Tang Yi voluntarily took upon himself the blame for slaying the Sankong master. The Fengyu Sky pirates would undoubtedly seek vengeance against him. The shadow unleashed an immense force. When the sword was drawn, the sound of air being split echoed violently, appearing utterly savage. Xiao Yang instinctively stepped back, his expression peculiar, mouth agape as he gazed at Zhang Yi. The hefty man exhaled in relief, opening the door and exclaiming, "You startled me." Without further acknowledgement, he turned towards the bathroom, quickly shedding his clothes and stepping into the shower, the icy dampness gradually dissipating under the warm water. There was no alternative. Young Master Bai was truly occupied every moment, diligently scouting the next formation while other cultivators rested. At the instant the blood arrow erupted, it flashed and clashed with the Ghost King's sword, causing an almost undetectable rumble that startled the Ghost King, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Dreaming? At that moment, FHO led the three of them over. The individuals within the white tent gradually awoke and began to gather around the oil lamp. The hefty man picked at his teeth. The nutritious breakfast provided by the food cart consisted of packaged space food, a blend of vegetables, meat, and eggs, all amalgamated into a sticky, gooey substance. Certainly, having arrived at such a prime location for monster hunting, the 7 million battle god points were now insufficient for Tang Yi. Chapter 24. No one is innocent. With a resounding crash, Canaton forcefully hurled the flying thunder god kunai to the ground, and in a fit of fury, he stamped on it once more. Wang Yiqing's chest rose and fell as anxiety gripped her heart. The boy's response held immense significance for her. At this moment, she struggled to contain her surging emotions, feeling her breath grow increasingly labored. Similarly, the attributes of the crystals were distinct. Blue represented water, red signified fire, brown indicated earth, green denoted wood, and orange-yellow symbolized metal. Just like individuals, some crystals contained multiple attributes, resulting in varied hues. Canaton first retrieved the card bearing the words of the martial arts general, which contained but a single phrase. It seemed I had previously elucidated. Jingwei refers to the microscopic level, while Hongyu pertains to the macroscopic perspective. The carefree antics of yesteryears now resonated painfully in Natasha's heart. The Tenozo family possessed an innate sensitivity to the emotional shifts of others. Once discord arose, Natasha's perceptiveness heightened significantly. Linny felt a sense of relief as he drew back the curtains, allowing the gentle warmth of the spring sunlight to flood the room. The golden rays caressed Rong Rudi's tranquil visage, casting a delicate roseate glow upon her porcelain-like skin, resembling a flawless, sleeping beauty. Canaton felt a sudden chill in his heart. If the newly reborn Afe possessed the strength equivalent to the first Hokage Hashirama's three-tiered power, the situation would become quite delicate. At that moment, Jamie's original Ponzi scheme found its utility. Henry framed his borrowing as funding for the Ponzi scheme and presented a detailed plan. However, Han Feng's displayed prowess was not that of a sole emperor, but merely that of a soul respect, perhaps even just the pinnacle of a lower-level soul respect. Du Fei glanced at the villa area, initially intending to slip in unnoticed. Yet, seeing the early hour, he settled at a distance, retrieving his phone and dialing a number. Could it be that such a vast expanse, with its magnificent landscapes and grandeur, truly stands on the precipice of following the path to the heavenly realm? Linny raised an eyebrow, intrigued, casting a curious glance at the three ancestors as a sly smile graced his lips. Her voice was irresistibly seductive, akin to a woman playfully coaxing a man, sending shivers down my spine. Lu Suisui's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "Brother Hua, what just is this? I've consumed so much that it's all settled on my frame. Had it not been for this flesh, I would have been unable to rise after that beating." Within the cabinet, Tang Zhang stood bare-chested, modestly wrapped in a half-sized bath towel. Shang Xingji orchestrated his brother Shang Xingyun's dire predicament, planning to rescue the beauty and reprimand his sibling thereafter. In midair, wielding a magic wand, Wei Fei observed the red-clad figure effortlessly shatter his signature wind wheel, a chill running through him as he realized that this adversary would not be easily vanquished. Su Ringguang donned a casual shirt, an exclusive Armani VIP piece from the limited annual collection, paired with Givenchy trousers. On his wrist, he sported a Rolex leather watch, a birthday gift from his father the previous year, valued at 110,000, which he had seldom worn until today. The cries gradually subsided, and after a moment, a master of the 11th genetic tier entered the hall of the ancestral shrine, his face contorting at the sight of the bodies draped in white cloth. Zhang Yunjia smirked coldly, asserting, "Is my status as the 3rd overall pick in this year's NBA draft sufficient?" Standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of arrogance. As if a needle had punctured ironwood, a mere 2-centimeter deep indentation appeared before Luo Tian's gaze. Becoming a qualified pest is no easy feat. With a sigh, Luo Tian immersed himself in his endeavor, channels of ephemeral light breaking through the previous traces one after another. In less than 30 seconds, amidst the astonished gazes of the two, a colossal spiritual pressure heralded the arrival of a dazzling shuttle reminiscent of an alien spacecraft, leaving a conspicuous trail in its wake. All preparations were in full swing. Aside from the wedding of Yi Qingjue and Luo Wuxing, others, too, were making arrangements, such as Mo Wu and the martial artist Shang. After all, they were comrades and brothers. He, Yen, was not one to forget his roots upon ascending to power. In the future, as they bravely achieved merit together, he would lead them to prosperity, bringing honor to their families. Notably, as the consumption progressed, the earthy hue of the entity darkened, and the power of the light sphere visibly diminished. Chapter 25. The feast awaits wandering, and continuing to wander. Elbu meandered aimlessly around the corner, suddenly struck by a thought. It dawned on him that this corner was not far from the altar in the center of the square. Could it be that the mysterious figure was headed toward the altar? Uncertain, Elbu hurried over. Observing 3 individuals toasting and drinking heartily, the atmosphere appeared quite congenial. Yet Wang Yufei remained silently vigilant, harboring suspicions. A supervisor shouted, slamming his palm on a red button enveloping the entire base in crimson light, accompanied by a cacophony that made Lu Yi's ears throb painfully. At this moment, Han Lino was hastily departing Lu's residence for the military camp. Shortly after her departure, Lu Fudong also left the estate. Along the way, noticing Mo Xian's inquisitive gaze, Yi Chuang did not hold back, recounting the series of events that had transpired earlier. The cheerful melody faded, replaced by a haunting ballad, softly echoing a melancholic tune. This property was acquired by Louis upon his arrival in Nanyuan City when he had yet to meet Bai Ruoshi, who would have had no knowledge of this house. Zhang Buwei held high standards for ingredients, aware that excellent produce required the right timing, location, and conditions to flourish. However, he could not discern the flaws in the dishes before him. Putting on his glasses, Yang Xingzhao approached me, who stood dazed nearby, and pulled me to my feet. I felt utterly drained, as if merely a shell of my former self, allowing him to guide me to a chair, my ability to think completely extinguished. "You overestimate me." Yang Yi chuckled bitterly. To be recognized by this prominent figure from the Semi-Divine Academy was both an honor and a misfortune, for even a mere reflection would reveal that the mortality rate of such a task was undoubtedly over 50%. Kang Yingjin was astonished to find her hand resting on the dagger named Loyalty, a precious heirloom passed down from her grandmother to her mother, a truly exquisite artifact. "Where are we now?" Bai Yaoao glanced around, realizing they were not on the Biyun ship. Zhao Shitian waved his hand, leading the way to feast. We all eagerly picked up our chopsticks, relishing the exquisite flavors of the mortal realm. Having faced many storms before her crossing, she was confident in her ability to handle a mere Wan Yuding. Dazed, she turned on the faucet to wash her face and made her way to the bedroom to dress, faintly hearing Debin's voice from the living room. Though Lin Feng had only recently joined the traffic broadcast, he was already quite familiar with the name. A devoted listener, he called in daily to report on traffic conditions, embodying the spirit of a caring driver. The battlefield's fog swirled ominously, seemingly tightening once more. This was the nurturing ground for those selected to ascend to the bronze tier, with his strength classified as black iron. Breaking through to the bronze tier seemed a daunting challenge, unless one exchanged kill points for tier elevation. However, such a choice would implant a hidden peril within the body. Trouble arose on the very first day of our stay. Perhaps I should share a room with Sister Qinlan tonight? It has been ages since I last slept beside her, suggested Lu Suisui. Meng Dong, having rolled in the mud, was now unrecognizable, his pants still in disarray, exuding a foul odor. With daylight upon them, scorpions typically roamed freely, making the chance of encountering the Scorpion King outside quite significant. The old village chief, now over 70, was a wiry man, clearly not one to be trifled with. Though the opposing players were of higher caliber, their internal dynamics were fraught with rivalry, incomparable to the camaraderie on their side. Is everyone unharmed? Not only did He Luxiang wear a face of melancholy, but Ling Haoyang also appeared incredulous. Li Dong passed through the apothecary, exited the backyard, and ultimately arrived at the cornfield across the river, where the corn had been harvested, leaving behind stalks towering 2 to 3 meters high, densely packed, rendering it impossible to see anyone within. Yet, Hu picked up the handcuffs that An Ran had dropped, fastening them onto himself. Enduring the pain as he slowly lay down beside Li Dong, Wang Yu could no longer contain himself, bursting out of the room to find Takahashi Kid sitting on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Chapter 26. The troops' reinforcement Cold Chinga possessed remarkable night vision. Thus she did not think to turn on the lights. While she busily searched for the appropriate medicine, a shadow flitted past her back. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. The old matriarch, witnessing her state, merely nodded in satisfaction without uttering a word. Zhang Tianyong formed a seal with his hands, and a skull appeared in the palm of his hand. At the moment the skull materialized, fear manifested on the faces of the spirits, while Li Daong and the others remained oblivious to this ominous sight. I have proclaimed that I shall not perish here. At that moment, Di Weien's disheveled hair cascaded like straw, and her eyes, peering through the strands, fixated on Lu Bai like a predatory wolf. In her memories, she had never deliberately harmed anyone, yet she had never paid heed to those injured by the aftermath of her attacks. Was Miss T's brother's death a consequence of her actions? Autumn could not provide a definitive answer. Qin Fei turned his gaze towards the unknown evolution interface, which now displayed information regarding complete evolution and introduced a designated transformation function. However, after numerous trials, he concluded that he could only passively and briefly enter a state of death perception, thereby dismissing this hypothesis. Wei Jin guided us to a relatively low area on the right side of the burial mound, where a simple stone circle was erected, topped with earth. Long time no see, the nebula of disarray, Fu Jing greeted with a smile. Oh, Jinhai acquiesced and proceeded to call my father. After a brief exchange, my father simply stated that he would arrive shortly before ending the call. Not only was there a reluctance to confront Gu Qinyuan, but there was also a necessity to properly cater to him, for he had his own objectives. Yao Yilin pouted once more, emphasizing her point. At that moment, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Yanran, leaving her momentarily stunned. I was taken aback. Was she cursing my child? My reaction felt sluggish. Being married had evidently dulled my instincts. Had this been earlier, I would have swiftly slapped her. But now all I could do was seethe in frustration. Upon hearing Sun Hao's gloating words, Su Yanran's complexion paled instantly. I chuckled and explained that he was my cousin, and we looked after one another. Everyone nodded in understanding. Although the competition had not yet concluded, it was clear to all what the outcome would be. Ban had just intended to challenge Hashirama, only to realize that both Hashirama and Tobarama bore no traces of the impure world reincarnation, clearly indicating they were living beings. While he appeared to be recuperating, his mind was secretly calculating how much silver he could earn from this venture. According to Qin Lele, their school's experimental building had long been outsourced to various chaotic training institutions, which normal individuals typically avoided and showed little interest in. As the dim light filtered through the gaps, Jin Xingzhe spotted a long-haired man a few meters away, devouring pig liver with gusto. An increasing number of troops emerged, intensifying the pressure on the people, yet Jiang Yun stood there, seemingly unperturbed. How did you get in? The princess of the underworld exclaimed in shock upon seeing Jiang Yun. The early morning air was laden with moisture, and the cool temperature compelled Anne to curl up tighter before finally opening her eyes. Master craftsman. Is it truly within my capability? Foster's voice trembled after hearing Xiao Yi's words. Jian Hanzhou unleashed his most potent sword technique, attacking Yi Qianjue from the side. The Tianchuang sword struck against Yi Qianjue's golden scales, leaving not even a scratch. Jian Yun estimated that after refining over 1,000 strands of primordial celestial light, his body had reached saturation, rendering the celestial light largely ineffective for him. Thus he ceased his efforts. Following the control of fire, the next step was alchemy. I shall now teach you the art of alchemy. The Emperor of Reflection Dan presented the 5 absolute divine cauldron, instructing Qin Yang on the crafting of a 7th-grade fusion dust pill. 2 elderly men with graying hair, yet spirited, stood behind Uncle Yi. Likely masters brought back by Yi Tian from overseas. In contrast to Li Li, Su Penju appeared to be in high spirits. Without waiting for Li Li to speak, he eagerly whisked him away from the inn. With a knife in hand, the blood-red blade billowed in the wind, its hue both alluring and lethal. At this moment, Wang Shouren could undoubtedly be deemed unparalleled in his despicable nature. There was no other to rival him. His father, having been aware of the impending conflict in Shanghai, surprised Wang by opting for family flight rather than national service. The deceased's trousers and shirt were entangled with bones. Now that the bones had been cleared, the garments lay bare. While speaking, Wang Zhangjiang's voice was low and laden with an insidious allure, instilling an unsettling atmosphere. Old master, he smiled with relief. Indeed, Qin Go was a prodigy, for the art of commanding others must be executed thus. The family head's authority was not to be trifled with. Upon the paper figure, a drop of crystalline liquid formed, reminiscent of dew, yet this dew bore a faint purple hue. Aside from the esteemed Blue Pavilion elder, who reacted swiftly. Upon activating their mental shield, they, like Dallas, were violently thrown back by the shockwave of the explosion. Beyond this cluster of stars, new star clusters continued to emerge, yielding a total of 49. Since discovering the whereabouts of the 100-bone Taoist, he had allocated part of his attention here, simultaneously infiltrating the core of the barriers with his celestial apparatus while monitoring the others' movements, eager to discern their intentions. Is there anyone else willing to challenge? Fear not. Defeat matters little. It is friendship that holds precedence. The host fanned the flames from the stage. The new disciples were unaware of Wu Jiao's identity. Yet the awe-inspiring presence of the fire flame beast had certainly left a profound impression, though its origins remained a mystery. Chapter 27. The elder brother is in trouble. Nalupa ultimately decided to send Li Chong into the fray. After all, a championship title holds more significance than anything else. And Nalupa dared not take any risks. Eager and impatient, Li Chong finally replaced the underperforming Basiba on the court. The 3 of them exchanged no words. There was no point in talking now, only action could silence the critics. Once they settled into the basket, a dozen dwarves began to slowly turn the winch. And with the creaking of machinery, the basket gradually descended towards the pit. The defeated competitors left in silence, and the once occupied VIP room became deserted. Shrouded in a fine layer of dust, devoid of guides and without the guardianship of werewolf warriors. In just a few days, it had succumbed to a veil of quietude. Reflecting on the captain's words and the experiences since the fall, Xin began to piece together the sequence of events. The origin of the imagery was beyond my control. It commenced with the madman and Amand stealthily boarding the ship under the cloak of night. In the darkness, they swiftly selected their target, vanishing into the deck in less than 2 minutes. Even with lanterns still lit aboard, their presence went unnoticed. Upon hearing this, She gasped. It was alarming. Ali invoked a spell, enveloping them in a faint light that rendered them invisible to the naked eye. What on earth is happening? Li Chong mused silently. But he paid no heed, instead focusing on dribbling the ball, preparing to advance silently across the half-court. I wished not to harbor resentment or hatred. Yet witnessing Gao Cheng lying there in silence, only to be labeled my ill-fated star, ignited a flame within me that grew ever stronger. Moreover, within the tomb of the relics, the most precious treasure likely lay in that singular item. Oh, the black wolf howled several times, wearing an expression of wrongful grievance, pleading, "Do not believe the falsehoods." A feeling surged within Yu Chaofeng, as if with a little more effort he could shatter the treasure before him. Lu Yuxing wore a somber expression, for the death of Clark weighed heavily on him, filling him with guilt. If he had not led the team down the mountain for a carefree escapade, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Hearing this, Liu Bei paused. He had expected Gong Sanzan to continue in anger and frustration, perhaps even to shout at him. To his surprise, Gong Sanzan readily acquiesced. Ivan Ivanovich and Vasily III were half-brothers, born of the first wife of Ivan III. However, Ivan passed away in 1490 before his father, forcing Ivan III to choose between Vasily and Ivan's son, Dmitry Ivanovich. Following this, Niuzhendong and others picked up scissors, commencing the ribbon-cutting ceremony, which was met with a wave of enthusiastic applause. The sword of the sky, intertwined with its master's bloodline, resonated with him. The sword would purge the low-grade essences within that had become redundant to the master. In early 1453, Sultan Mehmed II of the Ottomans led an army of over 70,000 infantry and 20,000 cavalry, along with 320 warships, to besiege and attempt to capture Constantinople, aiming to obliterate the Byzantine Empire completely. "May I step inside your establishment?" Zhang Yang expressed his reluctance to waste time at the entrance, especially as noon approached and the sun blazed fiercely. Standing outside without air conditioning felt like a test of endurance. Observing Chen Chen's reaction, Zhao Taizhu understood that Chen Chen must still harbor lingering fears from previous events, and he looked at Chen Chen with a gaze filled with compassion. The Golden Crow clan's royal lineage howled, overwhelmed by the grievances of their kin, as they beheld the blood-soaked scenes. It was only in that moment of life and death that they comprehended the meaning of regret, one who would rather die than surrender, who howled with fervor, yet unwittingly invited calamity upon their clan. Indeed, the wild mountain ginseng grew rapidly, surpassing even the market's large red carrots in girth. However, this made it appear less like wild mountain ginseng, significantly diminishing its value. Fortunately, its size was substantial, yet it remained uncertain how much it could fetch. After finishing her words, Su Ranran intended to retreat inside to continue her slumber, but was abruptly halted by Su Qinghan, who forcefully tugged her wrist back. Individuals like Qin Jiaming, who dared to take risks, were a rarity in Su Ferua's performing career. "I am fully recovered. There is no need to prepare chicken for me anymore. Let the child have more," Lu Jingyi said with a pained expression as he watched Ergotzi's mother serve him chicken. Meanwhile, Ergotzi sat beside them, eagerly gazing at the remaining potatoes and soup in the pot. Even though these items had been cooked with chicken, they still held a delectable flavor. "We still need about 3 million. Later on, they helped us dig the hot springs for several days, but the price remained unchanged. And they added a few extra days of wages," Huang Laolu remarked. What I initially perceived as merely the capriciousness of fate in being stranded on a deserted island now appeared to be a result of human manipulation. This realization, that I had deceived myself for so long, left me feeling powerless, as if my relentless struggle to live had been but a charade. Chapter 28. The dog's paw has reached my elder brother. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, erupted in a cacophony of gasps and murmurs, interspersed with curses and a myriad of incredulous remarks. "Let us depart." Sue beckoned to the reluctant Kelly, leading her away from Alan and the others. The trio remained silent, each mentally reciting their desires. Luo nodded, affirming a clear distinction of cause and effect, and with a wave of his hand, the three vanished as well. The more Lu Yu observed and sensed, the more astonished he became. It could be said that Su Mo of this era was an existence beyond the bounds of reason, a stark contrast to what he had previously known, as disparate as heaven and earth. Once more, Luo gestured, sending forth 9 needles that pierced through space, embedding themselves within the newly born Lin Meng. As his words fell, the grand hall fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the sound of a few breaths. The dropping of a pin audible. Should I conceal my identity? Baptiste glanced at the large sword strapped to his back, too conspicuous. Anyone familiar with him would recognize him at a glance due to this weapon, rendering any attempts at discretion futile. Driven by the instinct for survival, he pressed firmly against the bleeding wound, desperate to prevent his lifeblood from spilling away in vain. Wu Qing presented 2 iron balls, which were originally procured by the lady from Lord Hulian's quarters. There had been 3, but she remarked that since the emperor lacked strength, holding 3 could lead to disaster if one were to drop them and injure oneself. Sometimes, when a camel's leg inadvertently brushed against volcanic rock, those dark-hued stones could crumble into dust like sand. Yet, prior to dinner, they were still discussing Mu Haochen, making it difficult to divert their thoughts from the matter. The racing cars within the game simulated real racing circuits, presenting a challenge for those unfamiliar with driving. Lin Shanshan looked down and felt her anger dissipate into embarrassment. She was clad only in the most intimate of undergarments, as all other clothing had been removed before sleep. In her moment of fury, she had failed to notice. Should she dash out like this, she might as well resign herself to fate, confronting He Jingxian in a final act of defiance. Regrettably, her attempt at self-preservation was a beat too slow. The tip of the arrow still found its way to his vulnerable spot. Nevertheless, this pressure ignited an undercurrent of excitement within Wang Bo. He could hardly contain his anticipation to stand upon the arena and truly test the prowess of the Iron Legs. Chao Xinyuo nearly burst into laughter, yet he managed to retain his composure, promptly crouching down to extract a syringe to draw Bruce's blood. Following the conclusion of the 92-minute match, the referee's whistle signaled the end, and all players began to dash across the grass of Jig Lane in jubilant celebration of their victory. However, one could only observe the antics of Li Xinglin, whose inflated confidence had led him to questionable actions under the scrutiny of director Li Zhenfan. Awakening was all that was needed. Such a development would enhance the success rate of their future endeavors. Nan Lixiang had not slept a wink throughout the night, preoccupied with thoughts of Li Yi, leaving her visibly exhausted. Fortunately, with the presence of Cheng Ying, a master of gossip, the exchange of skills proved beneficial, and the two engaged in artistic sparring, reaping substantial rewards over the days. After ending the call, he accessed his account status online through electronic banking, momentarily taken aback by the string of numbers displayed. "I am who I am, and I shall never morph into a ruthless tyrant," Naruto interjected, interrupting Jiraiya's words. The middle-aged man sensed the impending danger, but was a fraction too late. Nia Tianqing's fist struck him with a resounding thud, launching him backward and causing blood to flow from his nose. With a crash, the bloodthirsty earth crocodile's right side was met with a powerful blow, creating a deep crater in the ground. The chain ball, gripped firmly by Yifeng, morphed upon impact, transforming into an elongated harpoon, which he spun, aiming to pierce the crocodile's body. Though it could not compare to the self-destructive extremities of surpassing one's limits, this divine power was sufficient to exhaust every ounce of spiritual energy within him. "I cannot allow you to advance. Protect the boss." Several reckless archers attempted to impede my progress. I raised the crimson lotus blade, unleashing twin violet flames that erupted into a dazzling display, annihilating them in an instant. Never mind, his assurances were no different from a lack thereof. Qin Jiangnan had grown to detest such overbearing parents of students. Left behind, Su Shi gasped for breath, her heart racing, uncertain of how to face the inquisitive gazes of those around her. The dining table was adorned with a variety of exquisite dishes, a sight that was novel for Ling Tian, who had only feasted on wild game in the mountains. The bountiful spread ignited his appetite. From the reactions of the two brothers protecting Huang Cheng, it was apparent that the assailants who struck the garden that night numbered at least 20, all well-trained, many with military backgrounds. Despite the nearly 30 armed bodyguards employed by the Huang family, they were swiftly overwhelmed by the sheer force of the attackers. Chapter 29. Life Exchange dared not to ponder further. Jinjiang found herself engulfed in profound despair and hatred, uncertain of whom or what to direct her animosity towards. Yuan Yao stared blankly, lifting her gaze to the dazed Xia Mingxiu, her large eyes blinking in surprise as realization dawned. Suddenly, she clasped her hand over her mouth. "Master, are you all right?" Shui Feng felt an agonizing ache coursing through her body, blood staining her everywhere, and her once magnificent wings now severed. Uncertain if her master would disdain her. "Be careful," Mo Zhanhua cautioned in a low voice. His palms drew an arc before his chest, generating a powerful gust that halted the advancing arrows mid-flight. With a tremor of his strength, the projectiles clattered to the ground. And Xinu sat on the bed, staring vacantly at the man outside, rubbing her eyes before glancing at the clock on the table. It was already 6:30. She had not been summoned for any formalities, greeting relatives or recording her name at the ancestral hall. It was as though the Grand Marquisate had forgotten her, along with everyone in her courtyard. With her contract with Fengling dissolved, she had now formed a life-binding pact with the demon sword, granting her dominion over its formidable power. With only a few days until the military exercise commenced, she wondered if Gu Shiqing would emerge before then, yet it mattered little, as she would eventually see him. As dawn broke and Xinu awoke punctually, the first sight greeting her being Chu Luaning, who gazed intently at her. Adorned with a dragon crown and draped in a robe of myriad sanctities, he bore the celestial wheel of the heavenly path upon his back, exuding an imposing aura akin to that of an immortal emperor. Fortunately, the dragon team had come to assist, and with Xinchang's cunning, they managed to turn the tide, integrating him into Hishenghe. Now, after a considerable passage of time, as a partner, he appeared less detestable and even somewhat endearing. In the midst of the tempest of death, such assaults were unavoidable, a truth both Solo and Razama were keenly aware of. Yet, observing the world's reaction, Kakashi inwardly rejoiced, believing that her response indicated his significant place in her heart. Love it or leave it. Li Ling arrogantly strode past, refusing to utter another word, making her way toward the factory entrance. In enhancing the combat prowess of these students, he simultaneously fortified the protective strength surrounding Xiao Wanqing, determined to prevent any mishap from befalling her in the future. Otherwise, no matter how enraged Linya became, she would never permit a guardian of the sanctum to intervene. The cube spun rapidly in an arcane manner, while those at its center maintained the Sun wind formation, suspended in midair, a harmonious interplay of stillness and motion, seemingly showcasing a profound mystery. The territory of the Jiao Shi County Lord lay to the southwest of the Xingyu domain, thus relatively distant from here. I see. Wishing you a smooth journey, sir." Louis ceased his inquiries, recognizing that pressing further would only elicit odd responses from Chu Yuan. The liquid that flowed forth, whether laughter or tears of overwhelming sorrow, seemed to embody both sentiments. Within the room were dozens of iron cages, arranged in 2 rows, with water troughs and grain scattered on the ground. Wang Ge showed no mercy, delivering a sharp slap that caused Ling Yuners' lips to bleed and her teeth to loosen. A surge of warmth coursed through Do Zhao, who could not suppress a soft moan as she clung tightly to Song Emo. First meetings still hold significance. In this time and space, it feels like home, and maintaining good relations with kin is essential, Su Qing stated earnestly. That afternoon, the 5 cities' military command received an imperial edict, storming into the Sea Pavilion to apprehend the murderous Kawano Kame Shiro, disregarding the protests and obstruction of the loyal guards. Though the elder of the 3rd house resented his grandchildren's disobedience, he recognized the inequity of their inheritance distribution compared to the family assets. However, these remarkable individuals need not worry. The alchemical chamber of the system was shielded by a spiritual barrier, effectively preventing any leakage of spiritual energy or external interference. Its hardened scales shimmered a vibrant green, with blood-red stripes running from its eyes to its tail and claws, the muscles beneath threatening to burst through its armor, exuding a fierce and robust presence. Droplets of viscous saliva dripped from its jaws, revealing cruelly sharp teeth. Liu, stirred by concern, darted outside, her figure flashing before halting amidst a radiant white glow. Emoka nodded, and soon Luo Wame began discussing the recent stone deciphering events. Most of the gambling stones acquired by Luo's jewelry were surreptitiously guided by Emoka, resulting in significant profits from the jade that had been unearthed. Sichuan cuisine was indeed palatable. With a smile, she nodded, experiencing the novelty of dining out with someone other than her family for the first time since entering this era. She marveled at Wen Shishio's meticulousness, feeling reassured by the fact that she was dining at her second brother's establishment. Simultaneously, from the luminous column, 4 beams of light shot forth, swiftly penetrating the bodies of the 4 divine beasts. Their faces paled as they spewed forth a torrent of blood, causing the 4 symbols' formation to falter, and the bonds of power connecting them dissipated. Chapter 30. A backlash. The elderly lady was so disturbed by the noise that it felt as if her very brain was throbbing. It was only with the intervention of the Qin family that the cries of Mingur and his companions were finally silenced. Subsequently, the old princess summoned someone to sell the maidservant, and the prince imposed a 3-day kneeling punishment on the 4th master for violating family rules. Most crucially, the current esteem in which the state holds him surpasses our wildest imaginations. Consider, for a moment, that Hubo truly lacks nothing. Conversely, we find ourselves in dire need of many things. If he is willing to collaborate with us, it would undoubtedly lead to substantial profits. The 100 guards surrounding Zhang Liao immediately took a defensive stance, protecting him and the strategists in their midst. Xian Ci Len copper is a material that, aside from forgers like Peng Yiyun, holds no allure for other capable individuals. Acquiring it would prove futile. Patience is key. Where are you going? I shall accompany you. As darkness descends, the world is fraught with spirits, and only by the great master's side do we find safety. Although these mutated chickens cannot soar like birds, they have developed a fleeting ability to fly, effortlessly gliding for hundreds of meters. Due to her appearance, even after unexpectedly amassing a considerable number of alliance coins in this world, she found no joy in her fortune. If he were to carve his skin with a blade, using his blood to mend the fissures, and then consume healing mineral water when his body grew weak, would he not restore himself to a state of perfect health? Would this not yield a continuous supply of blood? Having narrowly escaped death only to face another threat, Yu Ziyuan was consumed by resentment, twisting her body and emitting whimpering sounds as if to deter Long Tianxi'er. Alas, at that moment, she could scarcely utter a word. Gazing upon the lifeless Song Yage and then towards the distant figures of Tong Hisui and his mother, who had transformed into a colossal mountain, SHTTNKO finally realized he had lost everything: family, love, and a world crumbling into ruin. Looking at the slender and handsome Li Jiajia, it seemed he too had only just grasped the gravity of the situation, his demeanor darkening ever since he heard Gui Che's words, a heavy gloom lingering upon his countenance. Ahead, the personnel moved unpredictably, dodging bullets, while comrades retaliated and slowly advanced. At such a moment, bullets were indiscriminate, and friendly fire was all too possible. However, perhaps it was Gongsun Lanlan's enchanting beauty and captivating scent that ensnared me, for as I gently bit her exquisite earlobe, the fragrant essence of her ear infiltrated my senses. Eventually, she and Yi Zinan began a relationship, while Hua Zhang experienced her first romance. Albeit with a boyfriend she did not truly cherish, she merely sought the thrill of love. After breakfast, Pei Xiqing drove Song Yuqiao and Pei Haoyu to the hospital. Upon opening the car door, Pei Haoyu dashed out, as if entering not a hospital, but a theme park. Su Xingguang cast a dark and condescending gaze upon himself, while Lin Ziyu bit her lip, shrinking into the bathtub. His movements were excruciatingly slow, akin to a scene captured in slow motion, as his alluringly wicked visage loomed before Xia Wanju. Yet Ding Jia appeared entranced, his eyes vacant and dreamy, fixated ahead, oblivious to Li Dongba's urgent calls. Witnessing this, Li Dongba could not help but curse under his breath. The Fong family was exceedingly treacherous, employing such tactics both overtly and covertly to ensnare others. Such a prelude threatened to crush him. Merely seeing those few words stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Xia Wanju could clearly see a soul within Yian's body struggling against the chains of the black and white guardians, seemingly unwilling to surrender. Even when observing an elderly person hunched over as they walked down the street, we can harbor a bittersweet sentiment, extending compassion to a stranger. Why then must we regard our own kin, who can no longer labor, with such cold indifference? In contrast to his previous aloof, noble, and beguiling demeanor, he now appeared somewhat fatigued, the delicate furrow between his brows resembling an invisible thread that tugged at the hearts of onlookers. Perhaps it is your fault? Just because you feel this way, does it necessitate that I fulfill your desires? Wan Sui inquired with an air of calm detachment. Qinli gazed at Chu Xiangjuan in terror. You possess magic. Her tone was assertive, not questioning. Compared to Ling Yu, compared to her, what does this pain even amount to? During the entire process of the blade scraping his bone, Li Dongba held his breath, not daring even to exhale. Maintaining a steady composure to ensure Fu Lingtong remained highly alert. Xiong Long's thoughts were not deeply explored by Jida, who was solely fixated on how to eliminate the creature that had just brushed past. The remaining 3 team members, utterly terrified, abandoned the search for the assailant, disregarding formation, and frantically attempted to flee this horrific hunting ground. Yu's expression shifted from confusion to a sudden rosy flush, a beauty so rare that it was almost breathtaking. Then, for reasons unknown, the blood seemed to drain from her face as she recalled something amusing, letting out a soft laugh. Chapter 31. Pain at the nape of the neck. The night breeze lifted the hem of his coat, accentuating the elegance and length of his legs, imparting a distinctly austere aura. Upon hearing her words, Lu Zhong could not feign ignorance regarding the questionable nature of the meal before him. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that he was nearly sated. It was too late to set down his chopsticks. Moreover, Wilson and his entourage were not encircling them, which only deepened his confusion. The higher echelons of gaming professions are reserved for the elite, for we are born into nobility. Humanity has always taken pride in its creativity, yet the creations they produce pale in comparison to the detritus we discard. It requires eons of life and time for humans to achieve their creations. In truth, the old monk had sensed something amiss long ago, yet he was entangled in his thoughts, unable to pinpoint the source of his unease. The tension required for the strings of the harp must closely mirror that of the original, and the player must possess exceptional skill. Such demands are beyond even seasoned musicians. How could a mere servant of the Zijing Mountain Villa accomplish this feat? With no external threats or crises, and the sealing array dismantled, the citizens of the city lived in peace and prosperity, while the new military forces of the foreign city thrived alongside the 4 major families. After Dai finished speaking, the students began to construct a wind wall. Though the previous magical array had been destroyed by the soaring serpent, remnants of magical energy lingered, utilizing this residual energy. The wall of wind was erected within 5 seconds. Wan Ziyan followed Su Lu out, unaware of his intentions and refraining from inquiry. When Liang Yin grew weary from her turmoil and sat despondently amidst the ruins, tears flowing unbidden, Dan Chiozai seized the opportunity to investigate the surroundings. Jean Daisen remained silent. Instead, he turned away, retrieving a cigarette and lighter. Trembling, he struggled to light the cigarette against the strong wind, failing multiple times before finally succeeding on the 5th attempt. He inhaled as if he were a drug addict, his cheeks hollow. After thoughtful consideration, Su-han ultimately resolved to visit the infusion room. Fetching medicine was a simple task that required little effort. It would serve as her final act of kindness for Uncle Yi. Her uncle feared that the treacherous rabbits might renege on their promises, leaving them without the promised minerals. You understand the reasoning. Those who are not of our kind are bound to harbor contrary intentions. Jin Hao glanced at Mu Yuncheng, appearing somewhat troubled. Upon hearing these words, the servant immediately fell silent, his body trembling as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. The urgency of the military situation demanded swift action. Following the conclusion of the meeting, In Chun was tasked with leading 5,000 elite soldiers discreetly out of Sanmenxia, traversing Jingchong Mountain towards Dongwang Ridge. With the emergence of the Grand Wilderness Edict, the rules of heaven and earth shifted, and the Yuanwu world could no longer suppress deities of supreme caliber. Should a pinnacle saint acquire the Grand Rejuvenation Pill, ascending to divine status would be a mere formality, allowing them to embark on a journey to the higher realms and claim their place atop the cosmos. Once the night passed, he would awaken. The 9 transformations rebirth pill bestowed by his master was remarkably potent. Wang Lu remarked. In the ensuing days, she devoted herself entirely to the design competition. Although Zhuo Ling occasionally scolded her harshly, she recognized his intentions were for her benefit and welcomed his guidance. Yi Rongyang glanced at him and advised, "Chungying, you would do well to inquire further." Lin Chen, taken aback, lowered his head and continued walking in silence. However, before he could fully approach, he felt a surge of energy akin to lightning, swiftly enveloping him. Pan Yunshuang, witnessing her mother's genuine anger, dared not be obstinate any longer. With a pout and a stomp, she turned and fled in tears. Shui Weiji's brow twitched, his expression taut as he stiffly nodded in acknowledgement to the green tangerine. Gu Shua muttered something under his breath, while Sun Qingjia's eyes widened, nearly rushing forward in disbelief. His son was merely 13 years old, and yet he was already competing for a girl's affection? Heaven above, could this be true? The fierce deity's countenance had never appeared so benign, if looks could kill. His golden eyes would have obliterated Wudong. By this time, Gu Shibanyang had regained her composure, tossing the coin pouch in her hand with a smile gracing her lips. Ding! A golden card shot forth, striking Kuang San's forehead. With a crisp, resonant chime, Kuang San was rendered unconscious by the surging magical energy emanating from the card. "Do not be too harsh on yourself," Yen Yisin gently admonished as he held her, feeling the pronounced contours of her collarbone, unable to suppress his concern. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, Yen observed the master fleeing in disarray, inwardly cursing him for a fool while simultaneously plotting future strategies. "Yes, brother duh," the crowd responded in unison. Though the circumstances remained unclear, the fact that De Wuhui had enhanced their cultivation and brought along a celestial-like sister elevated him to an enigmatic stature in their eyes. Chapter 32, Priceless. His kiss was gentle and light, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Yet it also bore an electric charge, sending delightful shivers throughout one's body. An exquisite enjoyment of the act of kissing. Gushi nodded in agreement. She had no desire to walk any further. The evening's fireworks display from the balcony of their hotel room promised an unparalleled vantage point, eliminating the need to venture outside. How is this related to me? Gushi furrowed her brow, feeling utterly perplexed. In recent days, they had not engaged in any significant conversations. My relationship with Zhang He must remain undisclosed to others, as it could easily lead to unnecessary complications, particularly concerning matters of connections and favors, which are the most troublesome. She withdrew some cash from her pocket. The patrons here were indeed generous, often brandishing large bills. "I must strive diligently in my endeavors. Mr. Lu, I haven't had enough fun today. Let us plan for another outing." I secured my bag and, before stepping out, bade a warm farewell to bald Lu. Tian, you've had your fill. I couldn't even bear to hug you, yet you were the first to take the initiative." The discontented voice of Tuan chimed in. He was the sort of person who struck me as remarkably appealing. I believed, based on my keen perception, that he possessed the makings of a streetwise individual. However, amidst the vibrant red glow, Zhou Liang discerned a delicate and flawless figure, struggling as if engaged in some arcane ritual. The newcomer was Yang Yi, the second brother of Yang Tang and the younger son of Yang Qiuyu, a prominent genius of the Yang family. At that moment, Lin Tian was suddenly struck by a bold hypothesis. If intelligence levels were categorized as king, emperor, and saint, then what level of intelligence would be ascribed to a Virgo, who referred to himself as an ancient deity? When Lin Jishao emerged from the bathroom clad only in his undergarments, he found Zheng Liju seated in the living room conversing with Wen Jianxiong, and he greeted them with a smile. After countless sweeps of perspiration, the harvest was near. After much diligent toil, the fruits of labor were imminent. After nurturing dreams, hope was on the verge of soaring. Success beckoned, awaiting the final push. Best of luck with the college entrance exams. I anticipate the triumphant anthem. Rue Air had gone a whole day and night without water, her throat parched. And in her desperation, she received no mercy, suffering the occasional kick. With each kick, she was propelled forward, only to tumble into the dirt. Yet he reached her side, grasped her hair, yanked her up, and with a forceful shove, sent her reeling. Such individuals resemble dormant volcanoes. On the surface, they appear calm. Yet beneath lurks a tumultuous undercurrent ready to erupt and consume their adversaries whole, leaving no remnants behind. The grotesque head of Jax plummeted to the ground. A man clad in a black suit and adorned with a white mask suddenly appeared. The two small eye holes of the mask revealed an expression of disdain. "Hey!" Tianhua lifted her head, glaring furiously at the boy, only then noticing his appearance. His golden hair stood on end, styled with flair. His physique was robust, and his eyes gleamed with an indomitable spirit and determination. The other version of me seemed self-effacing and timid, though it was not merely a matter of introversion versus extroversion. I was aware that the subconscious self, while seething with anger, possessed a rather peculiar command over cerebral abilities. Although Gu Qianyu was also involved in this matter. It was Li Shui who instigated the chaos. Gu Qianyu merely retaliated. For the host, Mu Yang embodied both family and career, thus his infidelity was intolerable. After filming concluded, Gu Qianyu and the others finally had the opportunity to consume the boxed lunches ordered by the crew, though the food had grown cold. Fortunately, it was July, and eating cold meals would not upset their stomachs. After taking a deep breath and summoning her courage, Zhang Meng, she yanked open the car door. However, just as she was about to unleash her fury, she found herself momentarily frozen in place. From beyond the command center's door came a palpable stir, an unusual sensation washing over Yu Tiandong. With fervor, she exclaimed, "Grandmother, after much contemplation, I am certain I can achieve my desires this time." As she spoke, her bright eyes sparkled, her smile radiant as she turned to glance at Pingmu. Yu Ruo was completely unprepared for such a turn of events. The expression on Nan Gongyi's face shifted markedly as she reached out towards Bai Ruo. As Ji Wei sat cross-legged with them, she activated her heavenly eye and, indeed, discerned the situation from their intricate gestures. "Junior brother, I shall descend first. You follow behind." Wakai Yuan seized the vine and leaped off the cliff. A revolutionary family like the Zhang clan could not be befriended merely due to wealth, and they were particularly wary of excessive interaction with business figures. As for the essence of craftsmanship, it remained a mystery to all. Just how formidable is one's strength? No one knows. Only by attaining that position could one possibly glean some insight. The ninth prince gazed in astonishment at Lu Feng before him, unable to fathom that, in the end, the throne would be passed to a prince of the great Qin dynasty. How absurd. Amidst a torrent of foul language, Chen Lin, in tears, fell silent. Glaring at Zhang Fan, struggling to retaliate, yet completely subdued by his overwhelming aura. Having departed the tea house, the sun now hovered high over the snow-blanketed city, illuminating the scene. Sanong waved his hand, and Pei produced a ruby-like object from his bosom, pressing it into a recess at the forehead of his helmet. In hindsight, we realized that we were fortunate for our uncle's decision, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. A dreadful aura coursed through the heavens and earth, enveloping the entire Qin Tian Bureau in a resplendent glow, golden radiance blanketing the entire capital. Despite the end of the workday, over half the employees congregated in the studio, eagerly anticipating the birth of the second cat baby. The cacophony of discussions transformed the studio into a bustling hive. Chapter 33. What utter nonsense is this? Yi Chui Ingjiu Lang refrained from rebuttal, which could be construed as tacit agreement. Consequently, Bai Lu retrieved her mobile phone and dialed Hai Feng, only to find it unanswered. Furthermore, Hua Xian's prowess in alchemy had never been formidable. If she could harness the multitude of powers here, it would indeed be advantageous. This was merely a fleeting thought of Hua Xian, which she subsequently entrusted to Mo Zhu. Breathing became slightly labored. The Vidra Demon Suppression Array was originally the protective formation of the Tianyin Temple, and coupled with the performance of the 18 bronze figures, it could be deemed impeccable. Yet, what if these 18 bronze figures also practiced the Golden Bell Shield? How peculiar. Fortuitously, this time, Master Feng Yang handled matters with composure. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain how to conclude the situation. Yunjin suddenly held this individual in profound admiration. The so-called undefeated master of Xiao Zai was merely a nominal title, a figure who, under the guise of celebrity, faced Liu Xian in 13 matches, losing 11, and was defeated 4 times by Suzuki Beijiro, frequently exploiting the privileges of fame to secure easy victories. I allowed you a moment's respite, yet you disregarded it. You must be utterly exhausted, chuckled elder Long Lin Xueyou, felt quite awkward. Her relationship with Qiao Linger had never been amicable. Qiao Linger always regarded her with hostility whenever they met, and Lin Xueyou had never initiated conversation with her. Thus, the elder grew more incensed. If the heavens could be manipulated by mortals, where then lies fairness? Is the divine truly the most impartial representative in this world? All causes and conditions shall be reserved for 250 years hence on the parallel Earth. What unfolds in the center of Earth now can serve as a reference. The voice, resonant and compassionate, permeated all existence as the myriad beings reveled in the vast radiance of the Dharma. Note, as early as the era of Xiao He and Xiao Su, Japanese Go players had recognized the initial advantage of black pieces. It is said that Xiao He believed black had a 3-point advantage, while Xiao Su claimed a 4-point lead. Ao Yan personally led a dozen figures clad in black, each carrying torches, flickering like phantoms in the dark bamboo grove. Were it not for Zhao Yan's voice, one might have mistaken them for ghostly flames from the underworld. Dingling, dingling. Lin Ziyuan, who initially intended to say she lacked a mobile phone, hurriedly answered the phone that vibrated and rang from her backpack. Gu San had come to understand the temperaments of the 3 individuals over the month he had lived there. That gentle and graceful Kong was like flowing water, soft-spoken and considerate, rarely losing her temper or holding grudges, embodying the essence of a good-natured person. Yet, this very quality made her seem vulnerable to external exploitation. In a moment of distraction, a vivid image flashed through his mind, her pressed against the window. Blood surged within him. His grip on the teacup tightened instinctively as he raised it to drink. The tea was scalding hot, burning his lips, causing him to frown and forcefully toss the cup into the corner. All the transformation forms of Kamen Riders, except for the final and classic forms of the main riders, soared into the air alongside the monsters. What are you thinking? At that moment, Shui Jian had already moved closer to Yi Lanxing, standing side by side in perfect harmony. If it were not for this, how could someone like Guemo, who hid deep within the palace of thought and had bound himself with 99 locks, so easily usurp her position and become the master of this body? Having reached the realm of WNRNDO, which transcends physical form and lifespan, it is exceedingly rare to find someone more formidable than him. After such a long existence, what has he not witnessed? What has he not acquired? Chu Yuan inwardly cursed the old fox. He too wished to take Feng Jiuqing as his disciple, yet Kong Chen had seized the opportunity first. I swallowed hard. Truth be told, it had been ages since I indulged in such pleasures, and I felt an insatiable itch in my heart. After much contemplation, Fu Shihan decided against unnecessary actions, opting to take Yang Yang out to meet with Hu Jingfan and the others. Su Wanxin was naturally a suspicious individual. Few could earn her unconditional trust, and the person before her was not among them. Perhaps due to this incident, Maisie lost faith in love, choosing to remain solitary rather than believe in a man's vows. In this world, Finding a person who is truly devoted and willing to sacrifice everything for another is exceedingly rare. Originally, Renaud intended to say 7 days, but to be cautious, he extended it to 3 days as a buffer, fearing unforeseen changes. Suyaru sat beside Junchin on the couch, her gentle and beautiful face marked with seriousness, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as she whispered to him. Ma Ling'er gazed in horror at the scene unfolding in the distance, suddenly feeling warmth on her face. Turning her head, she saw Gonping beside her, his eye bleeding profusely, a drop of hot blood splattering onto her face. Red tea, you should go too. For reasons unknown, Aunt Fong suddenly became restless. Red tea and Duoer complied and exited to find someone, while Aunt Fong remained unsettled, seated at the table and continuously sipping tea to calm herself. Under the guidance of the police, everyone arrived at the room where Mu Shiyan was detained. At that moment, she lay motionless on the cold wooden bed, seemingly asleep. Is this the will of fate? Ordinary mortals should not resist. Well then, infinite delay, perhaps. Good night. Wan Xian frowned, reproachfully remarking. Shui Xianliang found it hard to believe as he stared at Qinlong, who also slowly lifted his head to meet his gaze. Then who are you taking me to see? Does the Li family still have someone worth your mysterious antics? Cheng Yasi inquired, puzzled. This price exceeded Chen Rant's psychological threshold, prompting him to exhale deeply while his mouse incessantly refreshed the webpage. Yining sat nearby, fidgeting restlessly, a stark contrast to Chu Tian, who remained composed. Moments later, upon seeing the elder reopen his eyes, he cautiously removed the oxygen mask. General Xia and the major hurriedly leaned in closer as the elder struggled to part his lips and speak softly. Chapter 34. Keeping a concubine, Jiang Dongyu downed a glass of water, feeling somewhat relieved. However, upon glancing at the examination paper again, he realized he could not solve a single problem. The 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms loomed like specters, yet it was the first vehicle that captured everyone's attention. This particular Rolls-Royce, though not a Phantom, boasted a longer and sturdier body. If the 3 Phantoms were likened to formidable tigers, this car resembled a mighty elephant. They were unaware of its identity, having never encountered such a vehicle before. The techniques of the Tian family were indeed fearsome, their swordsmanship marked by an incisive ferocity. Their combat style was fierce and unyielding, akin to that of Xiahou Yuanrang, though the Tian family's martial arts were undeniably more intricate. At the core, humanity is but a biological entity, and the primary tenet of life is survival. Thus, notions of gentlemanly decorum are mere trifles in the face of existence itself. The black and purple light enveloped the heavens, its intense radiance rendering the onlookers unable to fully open their eyes, forcing them to squint for a clearer view. Was this a divine ability? Negong Baishiyan was instantly captivated, her eyes gleaming. An immortal who lacks such powers could hardly be deemed truly celestial. The disparity between the two akin to a vast chasm. Typically, such necklaces are exchanged between couples or lovers, inherently bearing that sentiment. This particular piece was valued at no less than $1 million, making it an exceedingly precious gift. Though Zuhushing bore injuries, wielding a divine weapon rendered him as formidable as a celestial general, capable of dominating the battlefield and potentially claiming the life of the Black Orb in the desolate wasteland. Despite having cleaved Yi, who was on the brink of death, with a single strike, Chipu, having taken a punch from Yi, found himself in dire straits. Trembling, he knelt on one knee, unable to suppress his internal injuries any longer, and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. "Yenna, have you regained your memories?" Mu Qiu inquired, filled with joy. Although Long Yen had trusted her despite his amnesia, there had always been an unbridgeable gap between them. The Empress Mother noticed the concern etched in his eyes, and in that moment, Lu Jing comprehended that she was fully aware of everything, despite his never having confided in her. Disregarding He Yunjia, Cheng Eben strode directly to his room, indifferent to He Yunjia's feelings. Pei Shirin was taken aback by Cheng Eben's piercing gaze and frantic expression. What did it mean? Was it about the illness and the test results? She had not thoroughly reviewed her medical records and test results. His son, Beifeng, a mere scion of privilege, squandered his days in idleness, committing innumerable misdeeds and proving utterly incompetent. It was evident that Shen Liangping was a frequent visitor to Tianxin Lake, possessing extensive knowledge of the tea served there. When had he ever claimed to be a descendant of the Bai family? Even with his good temper, he was nearing his limit, especially after being threatened. Heichao's expression was decidedly grim, his demeanor cold. Concealing his true nature was indeed a clever strategy. Otherwise, should his darker essence be discovered by his master, he would undoubtedly face various forms of demise. In the shadows behind her, a figure wielding two large blades, adorned with a distorted metallic helmet, illuminated by red pupils, appeared like a devil come to claim souls, exhaling searing gas accompanied by a thunderous sound. After Lin Feng's disappearance, several of his friends had inquired about his whereabouts, but as 3 or 4 years passed, all leads had vanished. Hao Qin nodded, then proceeded to stretch his right hand, activating his fiery body and scrutinizing the blue dragon with utmost seriousness. Amidst the heartfelt gratitude expressed by Zhang Yuanen and Liao Qingshou, Luo Rulong departed from Yueshio town with Zhang Ruolin. After 2 hours of flight, the middle-aged man produced a vessel-like spiritual artifact, transporting them aboard, sparing them the need for further flight. Jiang Kaiqing approached the bedside and called out to Yue Yang, who abruptly opened her eyes, turned her face, and forced a smile. Wang Felua was deeply moved by her visage. Upon seeing the osmanthus flowers, Muzhen was reminded of that aunt. It was undeniable that they bore a striking resemblance, both embodying the typical mindset of allowing officials to set fires while forbidding the common folk from lighting lamps. During summer, one could venture into the mountains to seek such fruits. If they naturally burst open, they could be eaten directly. Harvested at 8/10 ripeness and wrapped in rice husks for 2 days, they would be delectable, with a thick skin easily peeled away to reveal the yellow or white flesh and black seeds. The fruits were quite rare, with sparse, fine distribution. After enduring numerous trials along the way, they finally arrived at the fringes of the Central Plains, quietly recuperating in the shadows, eventually giving rise to various sections. As he perused every report in the news, Yan Yatian's hand gripped the mouse tightly, veins bulging. The photograph of his marriage certificate with Lu Mengmeng was indisputable. Yet the wild speculations were difficult for him to accept, inflicting harm and defamation upon both him and Lu Mengmeng. In the desolate border town, amidst a barren mountain, Wuqi sat upon a smooth stone, observing the unconscious individuals bound tightly, while several guards stood watch over them. After Jiang Yudi departed, Ding Chongqing took another nap. Awakened by the ringing of his phone, he answered without checking the caller ID. Reiko, did you visit any place 3 years ago that could have led to your inhalation of these substances? Lin Yu asked, furrowing his brow, finding the situation peculiar. Logically, the likelihood of something being inhaled deep into one's lungs to cause such severe damage would be exceedingly rare. Very well. I sincerely wish to acknowledge you as my master, and you will certainly discern my earnestness and capabilities. Lin Kaiping nodded, placing the jade vial into her sleeve. If the Ouyang family truly possessed that demonic energy, this Tianma could also serve as a reminder, making it convenient to keep it in her sleeve. I am aware that the power of the jeweling stone within my body is awakening, and the spiritual stones I possess seem to be connected to the jeweling stone in some manner, already giving me a faint sense of awareness even before it fully manifests. Outside, Grandpa and Grandma watched television for a while before retiring for the night. It appeared that Wu Shuanger had also fallen asleep, returning the household to a state of tranquility. Chapter 35, relying on my wife's family. Qin Hao hurriedly floated over, only to find that there was not a trace of anyone, as if they had never been there, evaporating into thin air. Zisong, why didn't you say a few words to advise us earlier? The flame Taoist turned his head to cast a glance at the purple-robed Taoist. At that moment, the foreign minister, scratching his head, struggled to comprehend the sudden influx of troubles. However, the situation was already beyond control, and he needed to issue directives promptly. So he hastily made a call to the military commission for inquiries. What do you want from me? Does my existence pose a threat to you? Lin Weiwei asked with a smile. Of course. Otherwise, how could I possibly perform a craniotomy on the injured? She replied. To think it crumbled and there's nothing left? Xia Guangyao gazed at the unraveled fabric, his countenance darkening to an extreme. From my perspective, we can certainly replicate these firearms and artillery, perhaps even surpass them significantly. Even if our replicas do not match the advanced weaponry of the Huaxia military, they would nonetheless narrow the gap, allowing us to engage on more equal terms in future confrontations. However, just as the Sea tribes were engulfed in confusion and trepidation, their Sea King, Sake, announced a significant matter to all Sea tribes. What's wrong? Hearing the old beggar's anxious voice, Lin Weiwei asked in alarm. The garments prepared by Helian Chuan were utterly different from Mu Shiyu's usual casual attire. Upon witnessing the situation, Yinan promptly commanded more lions and tigers to leap high, their gleaming long swords rising sharply. In this grand battle, the saintess found herself quite innocent, caught in the middle and torn between conflicting loyalties. After a hearty meal, Lin Zhuozhua, having not received a massage for quite some time, nestled in Lu Suishui's embrace, relishing the attentive care of her servant. Chun Guozhang wished to involve himself, eager to witness the complete downfall of the Wangbao group. However, once Wangbao was dealt with, he lost all desire to participate. Thus, I engaged in various escapades, almost finding myself on a stage of transformation. Later, my father mentioned having a few friends who were responsible for the inner workings of Longhu Mountain. Upon realizing the vast chasm between himself and Chen Jin, Sha Meng had long abandoned his previous ambitions. Besides, he was now following a script of love after marriage, eager to savor the sweetness of romance. Jun Xia's face darkened. He hadn't expected that her previous compliance was merely a prelude to a well-planned escape from the nuptial chamber. Jun Lanfeng approached the pavilion, observing her sipping tea with the same elegant demeanor as before. This instantly reminded him of their first meeting when he visited General Mu, seeing her in a smoky blue dress practicing calligraphy in the pavilion. Under the ethereal moonlight, the shadows of the trees danced, producing a rustling sound. This was meant to be a tranquil and serene night, yet it was tainted with bloodshed by the presence of a lone pigeon. The garments before him had evidently slipped from Sophie's body, all elements intertwined. Shui Mei's words left Rong Mafeng bewildered. Had she not been immune to poisons, she would have likely perished long ago. He found it utterly perplexing that she could still rise effortlessly. So, does this imply that my long-held beliefs have been erroneous? Rong Mafeng was reluctant to accept this truth, carrying a complex emotional burden as he cradled Shui Mei while descending the stairs. Who are you? Tori asked nervously, observing the individual before him, whose bronze skin and sleek black armor were complemented by a pair of exceptionally fierce hands, while the rest appeared quite ordinary. Unlike the usual illusions, she floated closer, swiftly arriving at the Empress Dowager's bedside, wordlessly extending her hand to grip her throat. However, such circumstances were but fleeting. As the crowd encircled Kue Ling and Nu Sun, the trio found themselves once again surrounded by the murderous rodents. Shin Muqing could no longer be bothered to pursue the matter. If the issue between them were merely one of emotional depth, one would forsake pride and employ every conceivable means to retain it. Yet, given the current situation, she had lost interest in the struggle, deeming it rather pointless. Time had passed too long. Even in their own country, the antidote for the poison had likely been lost to history, rendering hope faint and requiring no further effort. Wu Yan declined the offer. For the Witch Clan, having already endured the bitter consequences of Kwa Fu's unjust demise, they could not bear the thought of the death of Ho Yi and the 5 great witches this time. A leg afflicted with rheumatism was revealed, and upon inspection, it was evident that the knee was swollen and deformed, the skin covered in an unsightly rash, which was quite repulsive. Moreover, this object resembling a crystal coffin stood upright, allowing Wu Ming to see everything clearly around him. Since parting ways with Yishu and Huan, Mei Hanqing had never reappeared, and no one knew her whereabouts or what she was doing. The common folk passing by had grown accustomed to the farewells and deaths among the chivalrous, finding it hardly remarkable. Just as two armies vying for victory must strive to secure moral high ground, those with just cause attract the favor of heaven and earth, often leading even the weaker side to eventual triumph. The blood surged once more, bubbling and popping as bubbles formed, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Yet, despite the abundance of resources at the Horse Manor, finding essential living items proved exceedingly difficult. Thus, even if he wished to seek them out, he feared he could not procure a decent pot of tea, leaving him feeling quite helpless. That auspicious sign could very well be a trap laid by shadow demons, designed to siphon the life force of unsuspecting travelers for their own cultivation. Zhao Feng remarked. Such thoughts crossed his mind, yet to speak of alliances. The two divine generals and the 4 talented scholars were all united, and with 4 among them, they could hardly contend with the 11 mystics. Was it not evident that the 11 mystics were simply formidable? Chapter 36. The scoundrel's true colors as one of the accomplices in the entire affair. Mujiha would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. However, the disparity between worlds made such suppression relatively inconsequential for him. In an instant, his consciousness enveloped the surrounding space, swiftly darting towards the stone hall shrouded in dense mist in the distance. Although he was willing to cooperate and expose these matters, Zhang Xianrui did not place the same trust in him as he did in the Yang family. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he handed a fine bottle of wine to old Wan from the counter. "What are you hesitating for, Commander Xiang? This is not your usual demeanor," Ziying remarked with feigned calmness. The ship-mounted machine guns and cannons began to fire at the blood transformation sword, but these attacks were futile against the original Yanfeng, let alone the fused blood transformation sword. With my current martial prowess, do you truly believe there exists anyone in this world who can rival me? Murong Qing and half squinted her phoenix eyes at the two, her face radiating pride and satisfaction. Observing their inaction, Dong Zhuo directly commanded the soldiers to force them into their seats, with the restrained Wang Yun also being helplessly moved to his place. With a grand wave of his hand, the master of the divine martial sect summoned the divine martial cauldron, which hurtled towards Ling Tian with great force. Meanwhile, the mirror of heaven and earth in his grasp emanated a dazzling brilliance, pressing toward Ling Tian. As soon as the words left his lips, the delicate hands exerted a slight force, and the cherry lips below instinctively leaned towards Cao Cao for a kiss once more. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces in the blink of an eye. Lin Xinyue absorbed over a dozen moonstones, and her injuries miraculously vanished. It is worth noting that the crafting of such divine materials requires exceptional skill. Even the most skilled artifact masters have a success rate of less than 50%, accompanied by substantial risks. Regardless of whether he possesses weaknesses, let us strike first and discuss later. I fear he may not be tough enough. Suchin licked his lips and declared, stepping forward. The 12 individuals from Jinghua Academy and Beichen Academy advanced swiftly, without even acknowledging the Zhao brothers. Wang Yun expressed his desire to hear Elbu's thoughts, as he surmised that Dong Zhuo was undoubtedly searching for him. Once Elbu approached, conflict was inevitable. Yet the outcome of such a confrontation was difficult to predict. With each strike, the old mother of Een Mountain let out a wretched cry, each scream weaker than the last, clearly nearing her limits. Having consumed nearly half of the meal, Qin Mo showed no signs of initiating conversation, elegantly wielding his fork while Yi Ning endured the clinking of cutlery in silence. Clearly, they all recognized the terrifying power of the god of the starry sky. Given their current strengths, could they even hope to contend against it if they joined forces? Ultimately, due to the Empress's negligence, the haunting incident at Penglai Palace was first discovered by the favored concubine. It was only the following morning, after the crown prince had come to pester and extort the coveted shark pearl robe, that the news finally reached the hall of contemplation. Since you seek death so fervently, I shall oblige. Lin Hao's eyes glinted with a fierce murderous intent as he muttered to himself. As for my water shadow disappearance, Zhao Yang thought. For this water-based martial technique was his most cherished skill. He could forego the ice gloves and ice silver needles, but the water shadow disappearance was irreplaceable. Jiang Qianjue's gaze fixated intensely on the avatar of thunder, his eyes flickering with profound hatred and murderous intent. Upon uttering this question, an unsettling premonition surged in his heart, growing increasingly potent. The remaining disciples of the Dao sect were startled into tears, their legs trembling as they rushed madly toward the 0-degree space outside. This individual is not simple. It seems I must test him, Yihan mused, narrowing his eyes as he stepped forward. At this moment, 2 martial artists had already engaged in combat, and Zhao Yang scrutinized the scene, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Whether it was Zhu Zhao's Void Split Ghost Slash or Chun Sun's Water Flow Slash, both were Earth-level martial techniques. The inhabitants of Yuling Valley, caught off guard, suffered immensely. At least 10 martial emperors were gravely injured or had perished in an instant. The courtyard where Wu Ji resided was occupied by relatively high-ranking servants of the Fong family. Each servant had a separate room, and the environment was quite decent, with complete furnishings and reasonably soft beds. The elderly matron wore a stern expression, asking not a single question before turning and leaving. Gu Chonghua glanced at the unmoving figure outside and whispered to Chun Xinger with a smile, "Not bad." Chun Xinger joyfully bent her knee in response. "Baka, do you wish to die?" A man beside the top-tier individual scolded angrily in broken Huaxia language. "It appears there are likely multiple such holes, and I must have fallen into one of them to end up here," and Mo Zhiyao pondered, gazing at the crescent moon above. For this aged general, this might be the final glorious moment of his life. Chapter 37. The reluctance to part in a moment suspended in midair. Just as his strength began to wane, the silvery blade's glimmer sealed his visage and stifled his breath. An eerie chill enveloped him, a terror-inducing cold. Upon reflection, he comprehended the situation. Guan Hongda had likely ushered some uninjured travelers into the courtyard, presuming that the rescue personnel were yet to arrive. Those who were unharmed were taken to the village while the injured were dispatched to the hospital. Lin Di was uncertain of the direction in which the system's interpretation of the game would lead him, yet having arrived at this juncture, he felt compelled to forge ahead. However, upon arrival, Lin Chong discovered that he was on Mars, a desolate expanse millions of kilometers from Earth. Fortunately, there were no artificial satellites overhead, allowing him to extract the pre-prepared Pioneer base. Although referred to as a secret chamber, it was merely a modest room that had undergone transformation. Meanwhile, the nearby silver-armored corpse roared in futile resistance against the overwhelming force of consumption, yet despite its desperate struggles, it remained ensnared, the distance to the blood skeleton shrinking perilously close, on the brink of being devoured and obliterated. Reflecting on these events, Zhang Zhiping felt no remorse. More importantly, after this probing experience, he became increasingly convinced of his theory. The current Yutian Palace was merely a fragment of the benevolent soul of the Blood Soul Sovereign, for it would not be so accommodating and could not have preserved its consciousness after countless millennia. Yet, the affairs of the world often hold unexpected surprises. Dianfeng never anticipated that someone would still wield ancient curse techniques, nor did Mu Luo foresee anything unusual about the immaculate sword accompanied by its sheath. Moreover, some figures brandished whips and slingshots, their hands adorned with handcuffs and shackles, wax drippings on their collarbones and thighs, striking various alluring poses. Nightingale's mental prowess had been honed through relentless combat, rendering her extraordinarily formidable. After absorbing the Celestial Lord's essence, Su Chen's strength reached the pinnacle of the 6th stage without a breakthrough. Zhang Wentian? Su Jinxian was taken aback, lifting her head, a blush gracing her cheeks as she gazed at Zhang Wentian in astonishment. "You are so remarkable. Surely your family's medical skills are even more exceptional?" her colleague inquired curiously. Each person wielded a knife, their gazes fierce. Should anything seem amiss, they would not hesitate to strike, aiming for the neck, where a single blow could sever it entirely. The fate of those lacking sufficient strength was thus sealed. Qin Mu's expression soured as he remarked sarcastically, "Young Master Yi, according to customary practice, We do not openly price fine jadeite raw stones, Boscher chuckled. Both the Grandmaster and the Venerable Lu Ru to sound Tai Xian's movements, each inwardly chuckling ruefully. After their arduous efforts, they unwittingly allowed Tai Xian to reap the benefits. In the standoff, neither side was willing to concede. She understood that if she intervened, she would be caught in a dilemma. It is indeed amusing, for that golden cicada, after being subdued by the venerable Tathagata, transformed into Tangxing, claiming to be a benevolent soul cultivated over 10 lifetimes. With Han Dong's actions, the azure flames dimmed slightly. However, Han Dong dared not retain them within his body, merely utilizing their force to strengthen his physique further. Their conversation fell into silence. Tang Yu understood his grandfather's intentions. At that moment, the Tang family had just embraced a floating log, and the ensuing public sentiment could potentially plunge them into an irrevocable crisis. "Boss, have you caught a cold?" Xian Yu remarked as Xian Yi suddenly coughed as if choking. Yet, recalling the words Shi Qian had spoken to her earlier, she felt compelled to let him endure the cold outside for a night to vent her frustrations. In stark contrast to Feng He's agitated reactions, the man nearby remained silent, emanating a terrifying aura that isolated him from the world. A single word escaped Song Weinian's lips, delivered with a nonchalant tone, yet imbued with a chilling indifference. This implied that Helian Ye's swordsmanship appeared to surpass Zhao Wujie's, though this was merely Zhao Wujie's conjecture, and not necessarily true. Yet it sufficiently attested to Helian Ye's exceptional prowess. Upon hearing Yi Tian's audacious remarks, Fry felt an immediate surge of fury, his expression contorting into a grimace. Faced with enveloping darkness and no visible path to escape, Wang Jin relinquished his restraint, following the direction of the moans as he ventured deeper. Supreme treasure, endowed with extraordinary perception, could discern the movements of others without the need for sight. The duel between the two holy sons was indeed intriguing. Let us proceed to witness it. Qin Hung Tian smiled, stepping forth first as a radiant spectrum spread beneath his feet, a 9-colored bridge arching across the sky. The right-winged angel, Ji Xian, nodded in agreement, her helmet lifting to reveal her striking beauty, particularly her subtly pursed cherry lips, which exuded a sense of resoluteness. Thus, along the way, they encountered numerous disciples of varying realms, from the Void Realm to the Fate Realm, though encounters with those above the Fate Realm were rare. The news of Qin Hung Tian becoming the new Emperor of Humanity left the Purple Wisteria Spirit Emperor somewhat flustered. Prompting a resolution within him, he must not allow Qin Hung Tian's celestial desolation imperial court to persist, lest it threaten the survival of the Spirit Clan in the Eastern Five Emperors' domain. Chapter 38. The Plump Fish Spirit. It seems the king is in a good mood, Baosi inquired, causing Ji Gongyuan to sit upright with a start, opening her eyes to see Baosi entering and extending her hand towards her. The others, including Rongxi, were indifferent. But the hint of blue from Lan Shiyu caught her attention. She noticed the shadow of Su's young master not far from Lan Shiyu. Pan Qin felt a deep sense of embarrassment. Before the young and bold Naimitzi, he felt a subtle pressure. Fortunately, the rooftop cabin was partially enclosed, and the situation inside had long been scrutinized through a precision telescope. This time was precisely what Xia Mo needed if he were to be suddenly overwhelmed. He would find himself equally powerless. Mu Chifeng remained silent, approaching Bai Yan step by step. Bai Yan looked at him in fear, understanding that her brother Chifeng had developed feelings for her and grasping what he intended to do next. No one could identify the green trees before them. But when Lei Wu spoke, many members of the Lei Alliance suddenly changed their expressions, disbelief washing over them. Blue rose. Last time it was a misunderstanding by my younger sister. In the name of the young master of Yuchen, I apologize here. I beg you, Blue Rose, please save her. Mu Chengfeng softened his tone. He had to ensure Chengfeng's survival, or else he would lose his position as the future lord of Yucheng. We are not. Fong Ling was perplexed, about to ask Qin Yuyue why she had detained her, her finger still pointing at the dark opening, indicating she had seen their own people. Yet, Qin Yuyue would not let her go. Tang Xia shook her head. We are friends who made an agreement, but I am unclear about which private room he is in. I was only informed that it is on the second floor. Observing the manager's courteous attitude, Xia refrained from losing her temper. Thus, both emotionally and rationally, she was less certain. She should disembark to clarify matters. She pinched her own face hard. Her left sleeve was empty, and those profound eyes gazed directly at me, as if attempting to see through my soul. Then Chin brother, it is settled. From now on, Lei Peng will rely entirely on you, Chin brother. Lei Peng bowed slightly to Chin Yuyue. I walked towards Dongzi, relieved to see they were unharmed, just as Deji, who had been foolishly smiling, suddenly drew the concealed knife in his hand and slashed at me. I leaned left, and the knife pierced my shoulder, blood immediately flowing forth. However, this time the appearance of the demon star was extraordinarily brilliant, as if it were flying closely to the ground, appearing particularly large and bright. I contemplated that. Starting from our position, I would assist you in consolidating the powers of both the underworld and the legitimate society in our city. Those who follow shall prosper, and those who oppose shall perish. Conveniently, we find ourselves outside the reach of the three major factions, taking advantage of this window to quietly strengthen ourselves, Chen Yuyue declared. In a moment of distraction, Wang Jiyue had already knocked the ball from Albert's hands and was sprinting to the opposite side. This statement could be interpreted in various ways. And as Fatty Air spoke slowly, before he could finish, the thin one had already cracked the whip on the fat one's rear. Every character was recognizable on its own, but upon their combination, she found herself utterly bewildered. Qin Qian was becoming increasingly excited. If this infant could communicate with what he deemed the divine tree, it would bring him even more surprises. As the fishermen cursed in anger, blood began to emerge from their bodies, staining the azure surface of the sea. With limited strength, Shui Yi, as the ruler without the power of a titled Dolua, was destined to seal the fate of Tiando in the future. He needed to cultivate his own strength within the royal palace, even if it were just a few trusted confidants to command. Though she had few opportunities to act, a person who had endured such suffering would undoubtedly not be soft-hearted in the fight for survival. Not only he, Yuudao, the Rose War God, the Mad Dragon War God, and all the God-level experts present changed their expressions. However, Jin Kaiyu, pale and frequently shaking his head to stay awake, had already been poisoned himself. Starting next week, we will begin military training. Anyone with health issues should speak up quickly, as I need to take stock. Next, we will select class committee members. Are there any volunteers? Old Shir addressed the audience. Indeed, the explosion of the alchemy furnace sent Xian Yuan Qiu flying, rolling helplessly on the ground. Shui Li scoffed. If you could truly drown, I wouldn't mind ruling this world myself. These demons are always at odds with one another. Yet they cannot slay each other, so they merely occupy their corners of this world. What do you expect me to say? That I have been keeping an eye on you all these years? Du Rua suddenly snatched the album away, not wanting Qiao Anming to see these. Damn it! Yi Qingcheng silently cursed. She raised her eyes to find everyone staring at her. Yi Qingcheng and Yi Miaoqing, feeling utterly bored, leaned against each other and fell asleep, unaware of their mother's slightly worried gaze. He did not truly understand the feeling of losing a beloved one, but he was acutely aware that if his life were devoid of Jiao Xi and Nai, he would choose to leave and accompany her to that world. Bidding voices echoed, and Ba Yi's smile widened, having already reached a high bid of 800 gold in a short span. Every time he thought of Enrurin lying on the hospital bed, on the verge of becoming a vegetable, their hearts ached painfully. Yet they never considered how ruthless Mo Langren could be. It could be said that if Uchiha Obito had not personally called him, he would have felt as if this world had gone mad. It would be disingenuous to claim there were no worries. But I would not fall into the pit Jinjia had dug, perhaps containing a bomb waiting for me to leap into. In a daze, I seemed to have fallen asleep, yet dared not sleep too deeply. When I opened my eyes again, I found my grandmother sitting up from the coffin. I knew her intentions, so I willingly assisted her from the coffin and helped her to the dressing table, picking up a wooden comb to style her hair. At this moment, he finally understood why Fontingting had called him a fool and why they had chosen to leave him. Chapter 39. Blind as a bat at that moment, a knock sounded at the door of the compartment. "Jiaoer, have you finished?" It was the voice of Nangong Xiaotian. "Ah, so you remember me. Indeed, you are well aware of my capabilities and have fortified the seal." The Tibetan Mastiff spoke. "Emopa is a person of great integrity. Having promised to assist, he will undoubtedly do so. If there were any developments on my side, he would be the first to offer his aid." Meanwhile, Ding Fulon had already covered her mouth, stifling her sobs, utterly unable to control her emotions. Little did he know that the dancer was none other than Nan Duoduo. Instantly, he regretted not having made arrangements for her sooner. "Madame Jiang, if you have something to say, please do so directly. There is no need to waste each other's time." Mother Hua had grown weary of their incessant chatter. However, before she could ponder further, Jin Mu had already assumed a state close to that of a Hezha, his half-opened mouth revealing a wild grin, saliva dripping incessantly. The fans of Su Mei erupted in excitement, pooling their collective efforts to propel this news to the trending topics in mere minutes. Despite the persistent drizzle, the citizens were undeterred in their desire for entertainment, crowding the streets in droves, capturing the wind and manipulating the moon. Yao Buxing released a gentle azure energy from his palms, blending it into the surrounding air, instantly stirring a gentle breeze throughout the venue. Yet, this maneuver seemed devoid of any offensive power. The previously unremarkable crimson long sword suddenly emitted a blinding radiance, igniting a sea of flames that surged toward the unflustered Shinyu. The sword, originally a manifestation of the Tang army's fire initiation technique, had surpassed its initial form with the flame slash. The stones, merely from their color and shape, were already extraordinary. Lin Chen was reluctant to allow this celestial star fox to be squandered. Even with his current wealth, it would not be overstating to say he was affluent. Bai Sujin was imprisoned within the Leifeng Pagoda as a demon king, yet after 8 centuries of meditation, her strength had not waned but rather advanced, establishing her as one of the rare demon emperors in this era of declining magic. In terms of both reputation and power, Bai Sujin firmly held her position as the leading figure in the West Lake cultivation community, garnering respect even from the 6 doors. With a sudden flash of red in his eyes, he seized the intertwined 5-patterned giant python, wielding it as a whip against the airborne demonic eagle. The giant python turned its head, sinking its fangs into the giant ape's arm, thus escaping its dismal fate of being a mere weapon, swiftly fleeing like the wind. A silver light flickered. A sword aura surged forth, this time circumventing the elephant and striking at the sword-wielding opponent, who immediately unleashed a sword aura in retaliation. Wei Wu's legs unleashed their energy, propelling him like an arrow towards Yi Zi, his battle knife transforming into a glimmering arc aimed directly at Yi Zi's arm. At this moment, Xin Zihang led the physician to attend to Siju, while Zhang paid his respects and followed the doctor inside to check on Siju. Preventing the completion of its domain technique was the sole thought occupying Mu Tian's mind. He shifted his stance, positioning his shoulder forward, exerting force through his feet simultaneously. The Wuliang Palace practiced a technique known as the Wuliang True Sutra, a form of verbal power capable of inflicting fatal harm with mere words, truly terrifying. The long staircase stretched beneath his feet, leading to an exquisite palace that shimmered like a celestial abode, partially concealed among the clouds. At that moment, Su Wu's emotions mirrored theirs. Though he said nothing, he merely nodded slightly, confirming the news. Bai Yongkong, too, was a proud individual, being one of the 10 royal bodies. He dared to compete with any young generation, and even in the prime of his youth, he would not flinch. In his view, the Dark Evil Dragon's attempt to confront the night demon profession head-on was an evidently foolish act of overestimation. The Xianchong Golden Immortal erupted in fury. "Qinghe, do not slander me with baseless accusations. This hat is one I shall not bear." Only by doing so could he redeem the prize in front of everyone. The Sihai Merchants Guild, bound by rules, would not renege on their commitments. Several instructors displayed confident smiles, evidently having resolved the issue of their trainees not taking training seriously after achieving passing levels. Their trained officers would undoubtedly surpass the passing mark. Zhao Youyue's worldview required adjustment. Yet her abilities were formidable. Such malevolent forces indeed required a righteous individual like her to oversee, ensuring she applied her talents to the righteous path. Du Yasheng brought the spoon closer to Mu Qi, feeding him a sip of soup, and Mu Qi's lips curled into a smile once more. It was likely that when Xiao Yifei faced the Wanhua sect head-on, she might impulsively engage in even more extravagant actions. As for Yun Xinghe, upon hearing Huai Xiaoyi's recounting, her face fluctuated between shades of green and red, leaving her utterly perplexed about her feelings. Previously, he had been nearby, having witnessed the encounter between Zicheng and young Master Long with his own eyes. As the saying goes, a man stands firm at 30. By this age, even the more impetuous individuals begin to cultivate a sense of composure. At least in terms of mentality, Shen Qinan was not in a hurry. Chapter 40. Then it shall be yours. Tang Jingcheng, exasperated, grasped his abdomen as he prepared to head toward the greenhouse when his phone rang again. This time from an unfamiliar number in Myanmar. Indeed, this was the intention. Hong Lingjin was remarkably straightforward, revealing Qianfeng's plan, much to Wu Xin's dismay. Lu Hong, you despicable scoundrel. Ma Qingyuan exclaimed in fury upon witnessing Lu Hong's insistence to interfere. Previously, the spirit of Yin had discerned that this individual had less than 3 years of life left. But after consuming the longevity elixir, his lifespan had been extended by 50 years. With a resounding shout, Su Mo executed the Lingbo Weibu technique, unleashing the ultimate form of the willow leaf blade technique. The blade's glimmer flickered incessantly, and one by one, the wolves attacking Su Mo collapsed into pools of blood. I cannot fathom what provoked her wrath regarding my request for money. If she becomes enraged, will my life not be in jeopardy? It is essential to understand that the cultivation of martial skills and techniques varies in complexity. Thus, the proficiency required to reach the initial stages differs significantly. The most potent divine techniques are the most challenging, necessitating a staggering 10,000 proficiency points just to begin, while the simplest may require only a few dozen. Moreover, the recently joined members evidently possessed lower ranks, most clad in garments of level 10 or so, with several even donning novice outfits, positioned at the forefront of the group, just behind Lao Qi and Lao Er. As soon as the youth finished speaking, Kong Chun delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. The sound of breaking bones resonating in an instant, followed by the youth crashing down to the ground, coughing up blood. Yet, the venomous glare in his eyes was unmistakably clear to all present. The hall of the underworld appeared modest, seemingly unable to accommodate the hundreds gathered. However, upon entry, the assembled realized the hall's peculiarities. 3G's figure flickered backward, a hint of crimson glinting in his eyes. Unintentionally, as Ziyun met his gaze, the overwhelming aura of murderous intent dissipated, leaving her eyes hollow. To be candid, she was gambling, wagering whether Chu Linghan would soften at her resemblance to Lan Ruobing and thus spare her from further scrutiny. Sharing the same wings, Bai Chun suspected this individual must be connected to the Bat people. Additionally, she had no animosity towards him, yet inexplicably found herself at odds. The figure in black, noticing his master remained silent, took the initiative to report, "Master, they have commenced their actions." He stood not far behind Chui, relaying the information he had gathered. Yet, I felt a profound sense of sorrow within, for she could no longer witness any of this. What significance does glory hold now? She would no longer share with me the concepts I cherished. Upon the issuance of his military orders, Fong Sen's troops sprang into action. With the addition of 50,000 soldiers to the battlefield, the previously favorable situation for Xia Fan shifted dramatically. He simply did not anticipate that the remnants of life would not have been fully expelled, instead burgeoning into a new existence, leaving him momentarily unable to accept it. After some time, however, he grew accustomed to it, and all was well. Higuwu smiled warmly, patting Kamishiro Rishi's shoulder, akin to a benevolent elder addressing a younger relative. Several elders spoke earnestly to Xia Yuneng, who listened attentively, contemplating their words. He understood well the implications and, concerned for his friend's resolve, added a comment intended to bolster Tianxing's determination to journey to the capital. Mom. Director, please rise. I shall devise a plan. If you believe in me, rise first. It was evident that the latter part of the statement was directed at the director. Adorned in armor, he exuded an air of majesty. Beneath the armor, his muscles bulged and veins throbbed, akin to a coiled dragon. What? You. The Gale Wolf, Hua, abruptly turned, discovering the grotesque visage of Diablos lurking behind him. Do not mention Captain Li. Even among those of us who have spent considerable time with Lu Laoda, sharing everything, we are equally bewildered. Unsure of what this man from the northeast refers to, although upon first encountering Li Jian, Chen Hao was instantly engulfed by boundless fury. He was no longer the same man he had been 3 years prior. His mindset had undergone an extraordinary transformation. The wisps of smoke coiled slowly, appearing ethereal yet tangible, reminiscent of mist. As Lei Lao, who had heard countless legends about true energy, beheld the faint green mist, it kindled within him a cascade of delightful imaginings, heightening his anticipation for Wang Fen's forthcoming performance. Chapter 41. The only one who can eat, however, the cult leader is certainly not a fool. With eyes darting around, he suddenly shouted and lunged forward, picking up the seated Chen Yujiao and swiftly fleeing, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Feeling an immediate release of pressure, he hurriedly pulled out 3 copper coins from his pocket. He typically carried a dozen, just in case, and to his surprise, this time they were needed. With a surge of strength, the 3 coins flew towards Lei Xiaolian like arrows released from a bow. The sound of dragons and phoenixes resonated, stirring the cosmic laws, as thunder echoed above the Bodhi tree, causing the very fabric of existence to tremble. Arthur furrowed his brow, placing a hand over his heart, his expression darkening. It seemed this had all been meticulously planned. It was likely that Miao Nika had successfully acquired the information beforehand, leading to heightened vigilance. 10 days later, Long Wu inscribed an unparalleled magical array within the secret realm of Tianzong, nearly exhausting all the precious materials he had gathered, some of which had been stored by Tianzong long ago. Count Diglan was a seasoned politician, undoubtedly aware of such matters. King Yalajul's arrogance rivaled that of Kardok. With formidable figures like Maltaz and Kardok bolstering the situation, how could he not act boldly? Orders cascaded down through layers of command. Minutes later, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant horizon as a pyramidal object ascended from the ground, gradually revealing itself. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry about the airship. Everything has been handled, Artemis assured, promising that they would have no concerns and that she and the Pioneer would accompany them on their journey, assisting along the way. The Pioneer she referred to as ENT, though Zheng Qi did not require her to use such a title. May I inquire if the 2 esteemed seniors have any methods to counter the sandstorm? Summer sighed inwardly, contemplating whether to assist the unfortunate Lu Yi, but smiled at Li Du instead. Behind this was a series of brainwashing and ideological restructuring. Wang Jiufa, falling into Yu Xian's hands, was akin to falling into the hands of the first-grade Golden Buddha. Both were excellent places for self-cultivation. You are merely generally malicious. She is truly malevolent. I do not even comprehend the full meaning of my own words. Zheng Qi struggled to the wall, gripping the rail with the orange marker light, finally managing to stabilize his body. He took a breath, inhaling the oxygen he carried, and his weary spirit gradually revived. The first wave of attacks from the Japanese aircraft had just concluded when the second wave arrived, this time approaching from the left rear, but at a height of over 300 meters. Captain Weian could discern that they were descending at a 45-degree angle. Cece gracefully glided down to the dance floor, swaying to the melody. Her movements were gentle and light, like budding vines climbing the wall, blossoming into a splendid bouquet of white flowers. Wang Yuan took off running, while Tang Long and the others were momentarily confused, following Wang Yuan in haste. The old man's bond with the butterfly was surely fated. One could only wonder how this butterfly would repay the life-saving grace bestowed upon it today. Finding him amiable, I deliberately initiated conversation. Once everything concluded, a new beginning awaited them, ushering the world into an entirely new era. Over the years, I had learned a great deal, from pedaling a tricycle to operating a train, even flying an airplane. I had acquired the knowledge to concoct various lethal poisons and was even adept with computers, occasionally dabbling in hacking to pilfer information. Ning Yongya did not even catch his breath, his piercing gaze scanning the surroundings like a venomous king cobra poised to strike. Everyone felt a chill under his intense scrutiny and dared not meet his eyes. What now? How could this fellow faint so easily? Must I perform CPR to revive him? Su Shui's face flushed at the thought. After a night, the corpse began to emit a foul odor. And it wasn't too long before the grim-facedly who arrived on the scene. Of course, the appreciation here, how much was genuinely for talent, and how much was a hidden intention to use him as cannon fodder remained unknown. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed the elder Tianyun forward, disappearing from sight. With so many soldiers in the special forces, what tricks could they possibly devise to undermine him? Well, it is quite unfortunate, Your Excellency. Just moments ago, another admiral brought his fleet of ship girls to invest in the Helena-class light cruiser of the Silver Secret Islands garrison. Not long after Obito left, a cacophony arose from above, and Orochimaru chuckled helplessly, realizing that having such a partner was indeed troublesome. After a tremendous impact, both Doomingway's and Qin Tian's vehicles were left dented and painted over, the collision site misshapen. Jinger has been spoiled by me, sighed the middle-aged man, who was Xiao Chengxin, the head of the Xiao family and Jing's father. Dodging He Cheng's blade, Qin Tian utilized his agile physique to suddenly sidestep, kicking He Cheng away once more. Ji Do Mo curiously did not stop this winged spirit from leaving. She didn't even spare him a glance. Immediately, waves of faint black energy surged like water towards the sealed thin black thread, seemingly intent on breaking through the binding force. As predicted by Zima Tong, this entire area was a black mire, having consumed countless lives unknowingly. Isi Maya retreated to the edge of the swamp, sheathing her weapon, relieved she hadn't acted rashly earlier. With a loud crash, she fell from the air. Without hesitation, she lashed out with her whip at the beautiful young women before her. Chapter 42. The free meal. Everything can be expressed in terms of energy, and the soul of the heart of God still manifests as that ghostly visage. Upon seeing me, it let out several roars. Was it truly I who awakened the dragon well? No wonder I felt as though I were being dragged down into a quagmire by it. Could this be the fateful connection many had spoken of? Naturally, experiencing a downfall is hardly auspicious. However, not long after, liberation came, and these unclaimed assets were nationalized. Eventually, I became involved with the command center, as you all must have heard. Yet, the peculiar response of Rong Qingyi left Tan Xingyun feeling utterly incapacitated. His indifferent voice lingered in her ears, rendering her unable to bear the sight of the documents. Mu Fenghua, observing her, couldn't help but chuckle. The contents ingested were not so easily expelled. The potion she had specifically sought from Shifeng Jingtian was designed to induce madness and collapse one's mental state. At this moment, it had likely already disseminated through Lu's body. The conclusion that the monkey spoke of pertained to the Tomb Master and the colossal serpent under my control. Indeed, should we wish to depart, those two would require some handling. After the dance concluded, Chia gazed at us with reverence, articulating each word: stay, accompany, solitude. With Avis voluntarily consuming the potion, leading by example, the others, despite their initial reluctance, managed to swallow it. Luo Qiqi nodded in satisfaction. Her gaze toward Avis tinged with a hint of affection as she ground her teeth. As the imposing figure wielding the blood spear stood, the divine light enveloping him gradually faded, revealing his true form. The crowd exchanged awkward glances at Sha Hashang. After all, he was one of their own. And such curses seemed unnecessary. Jiangqing's caution surprisingly won her a sliver of favor from Zhu Tian, who promptly rolled up his sleeves to reveal the crimson marks on his arms. The duration of this contest was extensive, stretching from last year into this one. It was likely that it would take a full year to conclude, presenting ample opportunity for personal intervention. However, I sensed that the King Zhou was genuinely terrified. It was certainly no act. Hong Haier contemplated before speaking. A Zhou, being merely an unattractive individual of little consequence, naturally drew no one's interest. Before long, Xia Shihong and Jiang Luqing pushed a stone roller over. The group secured the ox with ropes, and one could hear Guoguo's father joyfully calling out commands. Suchen glared at her father, insisting that they should make their own decisions. "Dad, if you speak so directly to him, he will undoubtedly be angered." Suchen felt a headache coming on, mortified by her father's bluntness in front of Lu Ji. Such matters typically arise from disputes over family wealth. Yet employing such methods would also bring misfortune upon oneself. Observing the altar, it was evident that the entity residing in the coffin held the ultimate authority. Qin Xiaobing's eyes welled with tears. After years of nurturing her child through thick and thin, to claim there were no feelings would be a lie. Yet now, as the three of them reunited and past misunderstandings were cleared, her presence felt exceedingly awkward. In a 1-against-4 standoff with the opponent's positions known. It should have been a secure situation. Watching the game screen remain paused, the player engaged in casual banter with the audience. They navigated their boat to the innermost recess of the cave, where the vampire bats hovered uncertainly, as if contemplating something, before ultimately flying out of the cave. Lu Liang continued to leap onto the eaves of the Yama Hall, using his hellstone pickaxe to scrape off the hell bricks beneath. Below the hell bricks lay the shadowy wood, and once excavated, the hall's roof was hollowed out. Returning to the dilapidated building, he stealthily entered the second floor, where the Star Envoy had just awakened. He cast a glance around, then began to struggle ceaselessly. However, just as he was about to resume the next round of the game, he encountered a significant issue. Moreover, even the Wuji sect would not overlook this matter. Yet, after 10 days, no valuable intelligence had been uncovered. While Lin Yun sat meditating in the cave, Qin Feng guarded the entrance, when suddenly, a young man in white appeared without warning. It was only upon his emergence that Qin Feng became aware of his presence. Hu Tianqi's eyes brightened. Before coming, Yi Huan had repeatedly cautioned him against killing or harming anyone. Although Hu Tianqi had agreed, he felt constrained. Now discovering that it was permissible to injure others lifted his spirits somewhat. To say that the shadow had merely blocked the dagger would be misleading, as it shattered almost immediately. These matters were entirely incomprehensible to Yi Huan. In that moment, he realized how long he had been away from the martial world, utterly unaware of the events transpiring within it. The bamboo beast, unable to speak, continuously opened and closed its mouth, resembling a fish out of water, desperately gasping for breath. As we reached this point, we collectively exhaled. This situation was indeed peculiar. Who could have imagined that beneath this abyss lay another world? Meanwhile, Yi Mo approached the desk used by Xue Ping and promptly sat down. Chapter 43. Insulting my wealth after just using the pistol, he felt a substantial drain. And while he sought a moment of respite, a wave of soreness nearly brought him to his knees. Fortunately, the butterfly nearby sensed the impending disaster and promptly offered him support. Otherwise, he might have ended up as nothing more than a mere skeleton. Following Jonah, Guoyang, and he arrived at the front desk and took a seat. There, a beautiful young woman with large blue eyes and white hair was shaking a drink in her glass, serving as the bartender. The three men, Shi Ryuan included, noticed her and shared warm smiles, particularly the notorious killer, whose eyes sparkled with delight. Dong Heng assessed the situation and realized that the large energy cluster possessed the strength of nearly 100 horses, making him twice as powerful as an average person who had just broken through to the Aperture realm. Years later, when Lu Zheng reflected on his own thoughts, he would find his former innocence quite comical. I am well aware of my senior brother's temperament. Once he is determined, no one can deter him. Mr. Long's tone carried an undercurrent of helplessness. Li Zicheng could only succinctly recount the essence of assembly line production. In reality, several of Li Zicheng's factories, including the armory and Xining, had already implemented assembly line production, originally to shorten the training period for skilled workers. Dong Heng's actions clearly demonstrated his complete trust in them. Yet he retained one copy of the list, for if anything were to go awry, it would serve as a means to hold them accountable. Zhang Jing, on the other hand, had no intention of questioning him, as he genuinely could not comprehend why things had turned out this way. Just as one must possess a certain level of intelligence to become a scientist, aspiring to be a sprinter necessitates good physical qualities. Dong Fengxiao regretted his earlier mockery of the other party. Now, he feared it could lead to enmity with the Long men. Most patrons of the Taoyuan dessert shop were middle-aged or elderly, with young and ambitious individuals being a rare sight. This situation was perplexing. As the shop's offerings catered to the preferences of the youth, middle-aged visitors made sense, yet the presence of the elderly was indeed curious. Hearing Lei Zixuan's words, Hua Yuxuan could not contain her anger, for although Lei Zixuan verbally agreed with her, he was still behaving in a way that clearly teased her. Recognizing that the conversation was unproductive, Mrs. Jing turned to engage someone else nearby. Fu Ling and Xiang Mi discreetly helped Luo Xinran out, closing the door behind them. Though the voices of those outside still echoed, their faces were no longer visible, which made it somewhat bearable. The left front leg of the fire-wind wolf had already been fractured, and it could no longer move with the same agility as before. As the leader of the wolf den, the lone wolf wielded considerable power, consistently overshadowing both the Mad Shark Fortress and Spider Valley. In the wasteland, no one would allow their weapon to stray beyond arm's reach, and Gauchi was no exception, having used rifles in the wasteland extensively. He preferred his sniper rifle to be as lightweight as possible. In an instant, within a radius of several hundred feet, all the sparse, malevolent energy, along with every tree and boulder, was swept up. In the blink of an eye, the forest had transformed into an expanse of emptiness. Jiang Sini showed no mercy towards men and enemies alike. However, faced with the pitiful child, her heart hardened. Warm blood splattered onto Lu Suisui's hands. This was entirely different from the cleanup performed with a scalpel. It was murder. Lu Suisui felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly collapsing to the ground. If you're going to give me the phone, then how am I supposed to speak with my boss? Quit dawdling like a woman. Hao Nan shouted in disdain. Qian Xiao's piano melody gradually quickened, seamlessly transitioning into another piece, without a hint of hesitation. Mu Lionian had initially been reluctant to speak, but given Qian Xiao's deteriorating condition, he feared that allowing her to continue lying there might provoke other adverse reactions in her body, which could lead to greater complications. The weapon that killed Feng Hong was crafted from this alloy? Could it be that this artifact is the very knife itself? How was that achieved? Xiao Yan speculated wildly, her vague thoughts beginning to crystallize. Having once held the position of Pope, he maintained a semblance of composure, even when faced with such a scene. Despite feeling a bit out of practice due to the long absence. Sini, something has happened. You need to listen. She did not hang up immediately but turned to speak to Pei Ziyun at the banquet, who had already begun to suspect. As he stood to answer, the words on the phone further confirmed his suspicions. Albin let out a small sigh of relief. Qiao Ran's attitude was not as dismissive as he had anticipated. Yet, he dared not speak freely and looked to Qiao Yan for guidance. Yuning opened the sandalwood box to reveal a sky-blue spiritual silk, atop which lay a dazzling starry bracelet, securely fastening a polished round piece of spiritual jade in its center. Upon using her pupil technique, Yu Ning was immediately dazzled by the rich purple spiritual light emanating from the jade. It had not been long since Gu Junwei and his companions captured Ji Prefecture, and they had yet to conduct a thorough inventory of the original garrison, which still contained remnants of the Xining army. However, these defeated soldiers posed no threat, especially given their master's loss of freedom, rendering them incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Just as the two had signed their names and taken possession of the child, They had yet to step out of the newborn department when two nurses clad in white coats and masks called out to them. If I am not mistaken, this Buddha statue on the ground is hollow, and inside should lie a powerful signal jammer. Even if we raise the signal transmitter by hand or with a pole outside, the signal will still be unable to transmit. Ah Sheng's beautiful brows knitted together slightly. Chapter 44. The Weeping of the Third Brother. However, at this juncture, although Xiao Ran harbored no malice towards these two brothers, indeed, one could say he regarded Lacan as a friend, inevitably, in order to execute the forthcoming plan. Both would become mere pawns in Xiao Ran's strategy. Unlike other pieces on the board, the safety of these two was also a matter of concern for him. As the instructor from the ape clan dozed off at his desk, a solid object gently tapped the surface before him. A heavily armed cargo ship from the Qin Kingdom was seen navigating upstream before accelerating downstream towards the dock. She initially assumed that Dahlia would feel disheartened, and that Bone Obsidian would retreat to the realm of the undead for Anne's safety. Contrary to her expectations, they had settled next door and were unequivocally aiming for the King's cup. Tang Yang and his brother-in-law, Qian Ming, seldom communicated. It was not that Tang Yang was unwilling to engage, but rather that his brother-in-law held him in disdain. Xiao Ran, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. The 150,000 military merit points would not be a burden to old Luo, and with the additional 300,000 from divine intent and 70,000 from the apprentice fees, he had amassed a total of 520,000 points. Countless shareholders, executives from technology companies, high-ranking officials from various governments, and scientific workers worldwide received calls from friends or subordinates urging them to watch a press conference that would undoubtedly reshape the global landscape. Australia truly is a remarkable place. With a pleasant environment and temperate climate, it is no wonder that so many seek to immigrate there. However, it is hardly surprising that only the legendary immortals could thrive under neutron radiation. At that moment, innumerable ice shards shattered, and the heavy doors burst open with a resounding bang. A magnificent bird composed of ice and snow soared out of the palace, its wings stirring up a tempest around Longjia. Yin Yang, infuriated, found that despite unleashing his full power, he had not gained the upper hand. Just as he was about to charge again, Mo Yan gestured for Yin Yang to cease his attacks. The tremendous noise and Long Fangjia's anguished cries roused everyone in the room from their slumber. Lin Wanla recalled a political lesson from his time in the military, how to resist the temptations of a hedonistic lifestyle. Yi Xian maintained a calm exterior, though turmoil raged within him. The inexplicable appearance of Xin Lang signaled that there must be a thorny issue that required his attention. If the matter were easily resolvable, Xin Lang would not have gone to such lengths to seek him out. Each time, she hoped to maintain control over her emotions, to possess the ability to confront the oppressive circumstances brought about by the lawsuits. Yet, evidently, Su Jinxia had never succeeded. The grand hall of the Yi residence fell into silence, punctuated only by the sounds of Yi Xian and Hong Rui sharing a meal. One had endured a life of hardship, while the other had scarcely known a moment of peace. With newfound wealth, they seized the opportunity to indulge in their desires. Regarding the Han residence, you must manage it diligently. It is imperative that no one perceives my absence, stated Lang Huaping. What might be happening in the reflection world? Logically, Sun Wu should have some subordinates, Athena mused. Tang Zue, displeased with the unsightly patch of hair missing from the back of his head, decided to enlist a barber to shave it all off. Qin Meng Han felt a tumultuous pressure in her chest, a suffocating force that reddened her face, her eyes glimmering with rage. Du Xiang clenched her teeth, staring at the officer. Although she was not particularly astute, she understood the role her father's former friend played in this situation. After sleeping for 5 hours, she awoke once more as night fell. The streets were illuminated, and many people were moving about. It seemed the curfew was later than before. After Paul spoke, Angela sensed something amiss. However, she refrained from releasing Paul and distancing herself, as she calculated that such a move would be even more unwise. Not far away, A monk and a Taoist respectfully bowed to Zhou Huan, showing no signs of being the renowned masters of the martial world. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Since the green tea girl remained indecisive, some boys quickly launched a verbal offensive. He entered the room, approached the wine cabinet, and took a few sips from a bottle, the taste of the alcohol temporarily calming him. For him, spiritual fruits and elixirs held little value. He had comprehended the mysteries of creation and grasped the profound essence. If he desired, even the refinement of the 9-turn golden pill was merely a matter of time. Where could he be now? Shika's expression darkened. The other party should be in the New World. The elastic pirate crew was engaged in battle with the toxic pirate crew. Why would they send a captain to the South Sea at such a crucial moment, risking defeat on the front lines? Though uncertain of Gu Shua's cultivation level, it was evident that he could not be older than 20. What level of mastery could a cultivator of such youth possibly attain? Chapter 45. Even Sui Sui is superior to Yu Wu Hao, a figure of immense public attention, is one that many do not wish to see thrive. Thus, should the opportunity arise, they would not hesitate to eliminate this source of anxiety. Yi Weizhou assisted Sister Dongqing in hanging up the Spring Festival couplets and New Year paintings. And before they could finish, a commotion in the front hall indicated the arrival of guests. Tang Yaosen felt a stir within, recognizing that no matter the circumstances, she always managed to persist in her studies and fulfill her responsibilities, a remarkable self-discipline and perseverance that few possess. It must have been during their abrupt abandonment of the ship that they failed to recall this matter, thus neglecting to take the pirate ship with them. The high school students gazed at him as if he were the only spiritual mentor they had ever admired, eyes wide and ears perked, eagerly awaiting his next words. This was but one of countless attempts he had made over innumerable epochs. Some were successful, transforming worlds into realms of suffering until decay led to their demise, while others failed yet still offered a modicum of torment. Naturally, Su Qingsong could not allow Elder Luo to proceed in such a manner. His duty was merely to cultivate talent for the sect, and he must protect anyone who could contribute to the sect's welfare, even if that individual was from the north. Jian Yuan did not wait for Huangfu Song to finish speaking. He seized the hand that held the dagger and with a swift thrust, plunged it into Dongfeng Pan's heart. One might ponder how, had the Lord of LNLN City not been pinned beneath a boulder, she might have escaped from the Day City. Would she have to decipher the secrets of the 27 palaces that were so intricately locked? He hurried over to open the car door, genuinely not expecting Shen Ningzhu to ride in his sports car. To his surprise, she stepped in without hesitation, instructing Xia Luo and Tian Guangguang, as well as He Wenru, to drive a Mercedes while she herself took the passenger seat. Simultaneously, an involuntary fear gripped her. It seemed that the more she looked, the more likely she was to be ensnared by the stories hidden within those eyes. After listening to Chen Cheng's complaints and narrations, the reactions of the several young men varied greatly. I wished to express something, yet the words caught in my throat. After all, an autopsy is a complex matter, and the longer a body remains, the more it loses its prime condition. Once I dreamed of escaping that home. Now I find myself with nowhere to go, realizing that it was indeed the place that would always embrace me. Really? Qiao Yingying was genuinely shaken by the recent series of events that had undermined her confidence. By the time they received the news, the people of Daliao had already plundered everything from Wangjia village, leaving no trace behind. Tai Rou had bolted from the door 3 days prior. Tai Laosan had lost 2 children yet continued to eat and sleep as if nothing were amiss, much to Wen Ruatio's concern. A full loan was impossible. Do not speak to me of future appreciation. Loans are calculated based on estimates at the time of signing, Sasuke declared loudly. He handed the jade slip with information to the leader of the Honglian sect, secretly channeling spiritual energy in preparation for the impending second wave of spiritual energy turbulence. They could discern the difference between ordinary peanuts and this batch with a clarity surpassing that of the average person. Jiang Huaqing privately wondered how he had neutralized the effects of the Hawan powder. Was it not necessary to follow a specific method to do so? This time, the laser beam pierced through the head of the blood-biting bug. Before Chen Zhaoshuang could revel in his victory, a gust of wind swept past him, as another blood-biting bug appeared behind him. The silent Murmurin relied on negative emotions for growth. This potion might effectively soothe Murmurin's irritable nature. In Du Yuanming's eyes, the coexistence of purity and allure was a charm possessed solely by the most exquisite of prey. Chanhua, a few days ago you mentioned wanting to buy a pair of flats. I happen to be free today, so let me accompany you, he said. Unlike his earlier firmness, when facing his wife, Jin Juanliang's demeanor softened considerably. Without the company having fully commenced its promotions, it surged forward like a tidal wave, breaking into the top 10 and firmly securing the 7th position, garnering widespread acclaim. A robust young man emerged from the entrance of the martial arts arena, clad in a gray robe, bearing a large sword with a black hilt and white blade. You are my final task, Lu Feng remarked softly, somewhat surprised that his tone had begun to mirror hers after spending so long together. As the golden winds rose and the leaves turned yellow, autumn swiftly approached. One morning, Xuanzang, accompanied by his attendant, stepped upon the dewy grass and entered the vegetable garden. Hold on. Dafeng forcefully suppressed the blood rushing through his body. With a wave of his left hand, the azure dragon on the battlefield received the command and unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Feng. Lin Meimin said, "Let us hope so," while inwardly mocking herself, wondering how she could encounter anyone given her current predicament. In the Prime Minister's residence, many exchanged glances and whispered greetings. Yet due to their status, they could only speculate in hushed tones. Not far away, the laughter of children echoed as they tirelessly hurled snowballs, seemingly unaware of fatigue. No wonder she experienced such terrifying nightmares. Ka Lete suddenly realized that Daimos had entered her dreams while she slept, exerting control over her dreamscapes. Chapter 46. It is not that difficult, Master Hong and young Master Zhou. This boy is merely 13 or 14 years old, quite pitiful. Do come and see if you can save his life. Feng San Nyang dismounted and gently lifted the young lad from his horse, laying him flat upon the ground. However, aside from this search, Shen Yun found himself at a loss for alternative methods. After all, the Tianmu forest is vast, and locating a late-stage spiritual beast is no simple task. One thing was certain, old Ancestor Ba Dai had long since lost all trace of alcohol. He had spent the entire afternoon drinking, his breath reeking of liquor, and even his burps carried a pungent odor. Then, Lu Huidong placed his palms on Sunya's temples, channeling streams of life force and herbal magic, imbued with a faint azure glow, into her mind, akin to threading a needle. Since this was his third entry, he maintained his speed without hesitation. Danchen tossed a piece of yellow cloth into Zhou Mingyang's hands, signaling the commencement of the challenge. It is said that at that time, the grandmasters of both factions had a tacit understanding to refrain from intervening, merely observing their disciples duel. He recognized that this object was a pill, yet he could not discern its specific variety. Having long been responsible for trade and defense in the mining city, he had dealt with countless bandits and highwaymen, even risking his life last year to eliminate many warriors from the Luoming village in the Ginkgo Valley. His heart had hardened through experience, becoming decisive in matters of life and death. Upon hearing that Yang Yao was no longer in danger, Maria expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the doctors. Her humility and courtesy once again illustrated the disparity between a princess and a noblewoman. Wei Buxing was oblivious to the fact that Su Xiao's gaze was directed not at himself, but rather at Ling Yanqiu and Zheng Jia. He immediately recounted the situation with fervor, showing Su Xiao the master SIOU and questioning him about the circumstances. Upon entering the kitchen, Yixing Tian walked straight behind his wife, soothingly massaging her shoulders. Did I not tell you? If something is troubling you, do not keep it to yourself. Simply ask me directly. At that moment, Wang Lo, concealed at the edge of the battlefield, glanced at Yi Rumei with surprise and astonishment in his eyes. The gun was aimed squarely at Yang Yao and the others, and even from a distance could not escape the grim fate of being targeted. If it were not for Yi Qing and Yi Guan's wisdom in preparing defenses, it is possible that my father would have inadvertently endangered Uncle Yi's life. Despite my father's actions, Uncle Yi bore no grudge. Otherwise, he would surely be living within high walls today. Simultaneously, applause erupted from the audience, congratulating Lu Quanan. Wu Ji smiled, opting not to explain that although the actions were not his directive, he had already surmised the situation. The deeds of his subordinates were as good as his own, and further explanation was unnecessary. As soon as she stepped outside, Gu Chenghui's old habit became almost routine. Given that there were few companions, and seated across from her was Gu Chengwan, she did not mind much, casually allowing Hanxia to lift the curtain halfway, leaning back against her chair to leisurely enjoy the scenery along the way. However, despite its formidable power, it did not invoke such fear that one would be paralyzed. Moreover, the sudden act of probing with spiritual force was inherently unbecoming of one's status. Given his identity and strength, such an action would surely invite ridicule if it were to be disclosed. She was an orphan, taken from the orphanage by a man in a black suit at the tender age of 8, embarking on a life markedly different from that of other children. The remains of Qi Diao would be taken away at dawn. It was only fitting to guard his spirit tonight and pay one's respects. Upon hearing this, the weeping Sayu immediately ceased her tears, departing from Lan Ruoxin, who stared at her in astonishment and asked, "Ruoxin, are you not leaving with the children? Did Brother Sal truly speak accurately? Pansy, break one of his fingers for me. Damn it, your noise is driving me insane." The second brother bellowed, "Damn it. Are you really trying to play with me?" The second brother touched the back of his head, feeling the swelling where he had been injured, which he found difficult to accept. She wandered aimlessly through the fog, stumbling as she sought a way out. "If you remain silent, it means you agree." "Very well. May I exit the vehicle now? Let us not meet again." Luo Tianya alighted from the car, limping to hail a taxi, and departed. Chapter 47. Allow me to teach you even beneath the water. That terrifying sound was potent enough to shatter one's eardrums. Had it not been for Naruto's protective Ninetales chakra, they would likely have been rendered unconscious in an instant, subsequently consumed by the residual waves, leaving no trace behind. Yet, there was no retreat now, and with limited opportunities available, allowing others to seize the initiative would spell trouble. His lips were tinged with a purplish hue, his face devoid of color, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He understood this was the harbinger of death. Finally, he crawled to a place of support and leaned against it, allowing himself a moment to grasp the necklace in his hand, his gaze still imbued with tenderness. The three departed in succession, yet their conversation fell upon the keen ears of Lan Ruoxin. A farcical scene unfolded as this weighty revelation shattered the atmosphere, causing the morale of their forces to wane, and they dispersed without further conflict. The bearkin, possessing exceptional vision, discerned that the female orc above the chasm appeared genuinely anxious, prompting immediate action. Seizing the opportunity, they grasped a nearby bamboo pole and began to ascend. "Today, I have the time to bathe my beloved son and cherished wife," He Lianqing remarked with a playful tone. The loudest of the ruffians was swiftly dispatched by a precise strike from Jiulong Dong, his blade artfully dividing the ruffian's lips along the philtrum. Primarily, they sought to investigate the vicinity for any signs of wild beasts, fearing that, in search of food, they might inadvertently stumble upon them, potentially leading to a successful capture. Employing the very space around them to combat their foes was the most effective method to amplify one's own strength, and it was particularly suited to Xian's combat style. Su Shi entered the room, finding Yang Xianrong awakened, bearing a visage of excruciating pain and a pallor of confusion. Especially during pivotal plot points, critical experiments, and urgent rescues, one would experience a roller coaster of emotions, leaving them exhilarated. At that moment, the weather was oppressively humid. Yet she felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her, causing her to shiver violently. Gritting her teeth, she summoned an unknown strength to force her eyes open, revealing a ground strewn with fallen leaves, sunlight filtering through the foliage, and causing her eyes to squint once more. Since you have taken a liking to this net, I took the liberty of replacing it for you with a new one. I trust you won't mind, will you? He held up one end of the silver chain, allowing the bead to dangle, its surface glistening with a gentle luminescence, a rich crimson that exuded an understated allure, much like his own character. Xia Shi's expression darkened slightly, indeed. Even the outsiders were now aware that father and mother shared an unparalleled bond, effectively dispelling the previous rumors of favoritism towards concubines. No one dared to utter a word against father anymore. Who is this? The young elf scrutinized Xin Yanxiao with a look of surprise flickering in his eyes. However, this new recruit overlooked one crucial aspect. The sniper's greatest fear was having their position revealed, leading to a flanking maneuver. Prior to this, Watergate had scattered numerous shurikens on the ground, choosing a position directly behind Fu Yue for his emergence. Wang Heng felt a jolt of anxiety, recalling the affliction he had carried since birth, having been medicated since infancy and growing little. He fretted, will Xia now also give birth to a dwarf? Just the thought was unbearable. Meanwhile, as Qiu Lin harbored silent concerns for Fan Siyuan, contemplating how to advocate for her, the latter finally came to her senses. The sound they had just heard was indeed the tomb being breached, with bricks and earth cascading into the burial chamber. A county chief in his 30s was a rare sight across the entirety of Huaxia, suggesting a bright future ahead. At this moment, not far from him, several corpses were meandering, yet they paid no heed to the young master of the city lord's residence. As Lu Ziqing propelled himself forward, Wu Liuqi followed suit, both casting resentful glances at Fan Siyuan before charging towards Tao Wani with all their might. At this juncture, those present were conversing, and upon finishing their dialogue, their gazes instinctively shifted towards this direction. Fortunately, the two magical artifacts that flew towards them did not attack. Nan Wanning, relaxing his guard, curiously approached the pair. Xia Moqian chose to sit on the lone sofa opposite Wen Li, perfectly obstructing his view. The rotund leader discarded his red scarf in favor of a brown one, wishing to etch the image he had witnessed that fateful night into his memory. Fong Su hesitated, pondering how best to decline. He was certainly not intimidated. After all, he had already mastered the 18 routes of feng shui. He simply wished to avoid revealing too much at this juncture. Chapter 48. Is this lad innocent? In a shroud of dark mist, a pale hand emerged, making contact with Lin Tianran's fist. His son mentioned he would be arriving shortly, yet his whereabouts remained a mystery. With his identification now presented, surely the truth would soon be unveiled, mused Jiang Mei, her thoughts spiraling into uncertainty. Bai Yi had departed from the farmhouse, taking only Tianhu with him, while Tian Guang stayed behind to watch over Yandan. Meng Iran's smile froze, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. The humiliation inflicted by Lin Tianran was an indelible mark upon her life. However, Su Feng's disappearance and the subsequent unresolved events only deepened her trepidation towards Lin Tianran. At that moment, Yipei, prostrate on the ground, was sobbing uncontrollably, moving Zhao Zhen and Fan Zhongyan to empathy. The oppressive heat scorched every inch of skin, every vein, every muscle. Even a robust warrior in their prime might not emerge unscathed from such trials. Yes, it was Zhu Silong, the director of the Second People's Hospital. All that transpired was orchestrated by him, every word uttered was scripted by him, and those two children were indeed his and mine. Lu Bijiao's grip on the iron railing trembled before she released it, collapsing into a chair, weeping softly. Did she and Yunjia? Perhaps because they found Rinji's culinary skills delectable and thought that the dishes prepared by Lan Lan were equally delightful, automatically assume their culinary talents were akin? What? Upon hearing that Song Yuha had been defeated by Park Changming, all present were taken aback, momentarily abandoning their scorn for Park Mingdai, exchanging bewildered glances towards Song Yuha. Observing that Liang Shan had calmed down, Sam, with a sheepish demeanor, offered his apologies. As he shifted, an intense pain shot through his wound, prompting Xing Lian to exhale a weary sigh. The blackened region remained interconnected, resembling an endless cascade of dark paint pouring from the heavens, saturating the forest. The distinction lay in the fact that within the blackened areas, no flora nor fauna could be found, and the forest had vanished, devoid of any signs of life. Such an overtly deliberate transition seemed almost excessive. It had not been long since those words were spoken. Yet did it not feel as though something long unseen was about to be revealed? Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the air, and Huo Lingfeng, donning a smile, approached the door, anticipating to find Zhuang Qingqing, only to discover a figure clad in black waiting downstairs. Xing Lian? Sensing the fluctuation of Xing Lian's emotions, the child who had been seated calmly transformed once more into the form of an ice python, coiling gently around her, emanating a soft white glow that enveloped her. The world is vast. What harm is there in my dog wanting to wander? After all, it hasn't bitten anyone, has it? Rest assured. My dog is well-behaved and understanding. Fang Zheng concluded, giving the lone wolf a playful pat on its rear as it boldly approached Wang Guixiang. How could one not feel weary? Each step along that path shattered her relationship with Si Feng Jinjian and gradually dismantled her friendship with Si Feng Jingyur. Jiang Fan's mention of a 10-minute time frame was not mere bravado. His previous task had resulted in his realm being sealed at the high level of a mortal. And today marked the third consecutive day. 10 more minutes and his seal would be lifted. Guling and Ansunya appeared simultaneously in her vision, both stepping into the school, traversing the fragrant camphor tree avenue. From this perspective, they truly resembled a couple straight out of a comic. Despite the elder Jiang bellowing at Gu Lingnan, his demeanor was markedly different towards Pan Yunyang, who, after all, was an exceptionally versatile scholar, excelling in every subject from mathematics to the sciences. Gao Yunji clenched her fist, gesturing towards Gu Lingnan, who instinctively mirrored her action, their fists connecting in silent solidarity. None among the Qiao family deserved to be considered her kin. Shinhanji glared furiously at everyone in the room. Suddenly, he exhaled deeply, donned his boots, and strode towards the door, creaking it open. From late February to early March, as Su Bo and others led their pack of wolves into the territory of Ingong, the garrison commander, Guoxing, was promptly informed. "I shall wait for you here." Chu Xiang understood that their conversation was likely being monitored, and prior to meeting Qin San, he wished to keep this matter concealed from all. Lin Ran and Gxin exchanged glances, both agreeing it was best not to provoke Hu Ting, promptly adhering to her instructions and rolling away with grace. To suggest that one should consider this, or that was merely a means of self-aggrandizement, after all. Was it not an eager rush to the 13th floating island to seek counsel from the Lionheart family? After a flurry of activity, surrounded by an array of mobile devices and computers, Zhao Bei summoned several martial artists and then convened a meeting with the generals from the 6 kingdoms. Gu Guaning remained oblivious to Su Song's reaction. In her eyes, there existed only her husband, Xiao Su. Reluctant to disturb the matriarch's rest, Gu Guaning instructed Ziyan to safeguard her well before stepping out with Gu Hai to converse. How precious is the essence blood of a deity! Only those juniors who hold the utmost respect would dare to offer their spiritual awareness. Xiao Yu's voice resonated low and powerful, imbued with an irresistible force. Should the colossal beast stir even slightly, fire attribute masters would meet their demise. Thus, Xiao Yu held nothing back, unleashing an unprecedented aura of dominance. Zhao Bei, being a congenital being, felt no adverse reaction upon emerging from the teleportation array. It was the heavenly fire that alerted him to the abnormal gravity here. Chapter 49. Inferior to a headless pig, everyone gazed at Ban with incredulity, unable to comprehend how a mere strike from Kuei could cause this seemingly immortal band to begin dissipating. Commanding the soldiers to silence, he proclaimed a reward of 1,000 drachmas in Greek silver coins to each of them. Caesar, with a singular finger, adjusted his hair and issued the order. With a swift motion, the sand ninja transformed into a spiky porcupine, conjuring countless sharp rock spears that erupted violently, striking the surrounding mirrors with a thunderous clamor. Liang Qichao expressed his approval of this method, as the two masters conspired privately to completely disregard President Li, who felt utterly dejected, as he was not regarded seriously by the Beiyang faction, nor by his own supporters. The presidency, it seemed, held little allure. The Tiki Group undertakes all types of construction, having collaborated with most renowned designers of IF, while also engaging in mid to low-end design. This construction company stands as a paragon of integrity within IF, frequently featured in business school curricula. As if recalling something, Wang Kun retrieved his phone. Having been mindful during the recent transaction, he remembered the account number and promptly transferred another $1 million, attempting to compensate the elder for the lost opportunity to amass wealth. It is impossible to supply everything to the state, Wang Kun asserted, shaking his head. This plastic is meant for large-scale production to generate profit while simultaneously enhancing certain civilian technologies. Giving everything to the state? That's absurd. How can we elevate the standard of civilian life then? When the Iron Mass was assembled by Yang Hongzan, the German generals were first taken aback, then driven to madness. After enduring several major battles in the war's early stages, both the Allies and the Central Powers found themselves exhausted, entangled in protracted and grueling trench warfare, leading to a stalemate. Naruto, shall we consider a temporary truce? The masked man, Akatsuki, watched Naruto, who appeared poised for action. Yuja merely scoffed, ignoring her as he strode directly toward the classroom, with Nolan following closely behind. The classroom ahead was bustling with noise and activity. Shortly after their arrival, the last two freshmen joined them. Feng Xiaoxiao remained silent, unsure of what to say. An apology? Ridiculous. He was not at fault. Yet, despite knowing he was not to blame, he felt a twinge of guilt. He attempted to channel magic energy from his outer bones, allowing it to flow through the serpent's mouth, gradually illuminating the circular patterns of the formation. As the outermost circle glowed, a sudden surge of black light erupted from the teleportation array, vanishing in an instant, along with Gusheng. The people from the sacred land of void have arrived. A cultivator observing from the sky exclaimed as the 81 divine rainbows traversed the heavens. Gusheng crafted a slender jade tube, embedding a wind element formation at its base to create a propulsion device. He then inserted a web within, which could be expelled with a mere thought. Without any visible effort, a torrent of lava erupted from the volcano's mouth, as if responding to Dongfang Pei's intent, devastating a significant portion of the magnificent, sprawling city walls. What does this mean? I inquired, feeling a profound unease despite my confusion about the events unfolding. While all this transpired in the trading hall, Luo and the dancer had already been teleported to the street. Due to the random nature of their teleportation stones, their landing spots differed slightly, resulting in their paths not yet crossing as they converged on the same route. Initially, the silver serpent prioritized its master's safety, but in its folly, it could not anticipate that its lava would inadvertently harm its owner. As the mournful howl of a wolf echoed, a youth clad in dark attire, wielding a crimson wolf blade, approached Ji Cheng with a provocative countenance. What do you know? Upon hearing Ying Xiaowu's words, Ji Cheng's eyes narrowed, fixating on her, as if she held some hidden knowledge. They captured 2,000 cavalry from Zhao, seizing over 5,000 shields, 20,000 swords and blades, 1,900 warhorses, and over 20,000 sets of armor. Yet, Ji Cheng felt no jealousy. He perceived that a breakthrough in battle blood would significantly benefit him, and thus, excitement flickered in his eyes. At that moment, the demon spirit spoke, and the crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the fundamental strength of the primordial spirit as paramount. This brutal beating lasted approximately 3 minutes until the prison guard arrived, opening the cell and using a baton to strike Biao Ge and 2 other prisoners. Meanwhile, the breach in the water shield widened, allowing the enemy's weapons to penetrate deeper. The 2 large stone lions positioned at the entrance indicated the residence of a wealthy family, festooned with decorations as if celebrating a joyous occasion. Yelchong Yuan's stronghold, Yuzhou, lay deep within the Yanyun region, far removed from any navigable waters, making the cost of land travel prohibitively expensive. This leap utilized 10% of his strength, propelling him 10 zhong backward, successfully escaping the range of Ling Rui's attacks. Hua Gongshi spread his arms wide, lifting his leg in self-deprecating humor, remarking, "I haven't even managed to pry my arms and legs apart yet." He turned to Kirya, who was watching the spectacle, saying, "Classmate Kirya, the performance hasn't even started." Leading the applause. At this time, the military organization was still quite convoluted and cumbersome. It was not until the massive troop reductions in 1985 that it was streamlined. Strictly speaking, only Yuan Feiying managed to penetrate the opponent's basket, while the other 4 were entirely blocked outside. Shi Xian led everyone to a secluded seaside, where a cliff jutted over the deep waters below. Chapter 50. Year after year of schooling soft to the touch, Qin showered and instinctively squeezed it. Upon doing so, he discovered that it was spherical and remarkably elastic, as though it would spring back at any moment. "What are you thinking about?" Gua Ying inquired playfully, leaning closer to Chen Xiaoran. Did he have feelings for Yiju? Both Zhu Yun and Mo Ro trembled subtly, their lashes fluttering, their gazes toward Dian Feng tinged with melancholy. Through their encounters, he realized he had vastly underestimated his opponent. After meeting up with Fan Qing, his expression turned grave as he cast a serious glance at Luo Hao. Gazing at the smiling face before her, Gu Ziyue blinked her long, slender lashes, a rosy hue blooming on her fair cheeks. As her awareness returned, she recalled the words spoken before she had succumbed to slumber, feeling bashful under the man's gaze while still unclothed. After a moment, the Crimson Palace gates creaked open and Ji Yen dismounted the carriage, assisting Bai Yen as they gracefully entered the palace. In the corridor, a chair was occupied by a man, evidently a senior figure, clad in slippers with one foot resting on the seat, engrossed in his mobile device. Noticing that Yomu had already closed his eyes, his breathing steady, Chen Xiaoran couldn't help but smile. He gently brushed aside a few mischievous strands of hair that had fallen near Yomu's ear, contemplating the hardships of life in the puppet group, evident in the deep circles under his eyes. The authorities also had their own sects, dispatched to seek treasures and opportunities, protected by formidable artifacts like the Taiyan's secret silver warship. Multimedia message? Qin Xiaoran paused, glancing at the message box, only to find no new notifications. With his sword positioned before him, he observed Chu Ming's frenzied attacks. Xing Tian's expression remained unperturbed, as if he were untouched by Chu Ming's onslaught. Isn't this a bit excessive for the supervisor? After all, treasures like dragon saliva crystals have been unseen for many years, and we cannot ascertain their authenticity. The middle-aged man remarked, perplexed. In the Dead Sea, Ningyu's complexion was ashen, the surrounding waters reeking of blood. Suddenly, a colossal purple beam of light shot down, enveloping Ningyu, whose soul-gathering crystal resonated in response to the light. It was a perfect union, yet it shifted the title of city lord to that of a candidate. Ningyu smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Clearly, the elder of the martial emperor sect intended to demonstrate his strength to make Chu Ming understand that today's challenge was not one they could easily surmount. With a resounding thud, the totem crashed onto Nobis's back. Despite Nobis's loss of consciousness, the tremendous force made him bleed profusely. Thus, Duranta firmly believed in Luo Hao's words, confident that with the arcane master at their side, no one dared disturb the Grant territory. Uncle Ding made an effort to restrain one of the individuals, intending to scold them, but upon seizing the cloaked figure, he sensed something was amiss. Let it be. We owe each other nothing. They do not seek me, nor do I know them. The imperial ruins no longer belong to the dragon domain, Su Feiwa declared. These individuals were those he had painstakingly trained. Losing them all in a single venture was simply unacceptable for the leader of the bandits. The willow tree demon stumbled out, while Yu Shao, pretending to be invisible, felt tears streaming down his face at the thought that perhaps cultivating immortality really required a grasp of mathematics. In her heart, she believed that the scions of the 7 great families could enter the Shi family, but someone like Fu Yuma, lacking connections, would offer no assistance to her son's endeavors. If the emperor were unaware of these matters, she could plead with Gu Xiong to help conceal them, privately preventing Kai Shichong from participating in the Jinyang King's plans. Once the Jinyang King and his accomplices were captured, Kai Shichong could remain uninvolved. On the filming set, after finishing her scene, Lu Shi took a seat to rest, while Ji regarded her with an expression akin to that of a monster. As the elevator doors opened, the two entered, proceeding to the first floor. Passing through the hall, Qin Nian casually picked up 2 bottles of beverage from a table, following Du Muheo to the car, where she slid into the passenger seat. Killing a host could grant the chance to spin the lucky wheel. He wouldn't let anyone else profit from it. Qin Jin chuckled, shaking his head repeatedly. Jin, let today be a day I never came. The Su family and the northern town prince's mansion. Oh, she had been so flustered that she forgot. Just as she resolved to leave, her sleeve was caught. And upon turning in surprise, she met a pair of eyes brimming with mirth, sparkling like peach blossoms. The invitations had already been sent. Naturally, a wedding was forthcoming. Yi Ishio reached out to wipe the crumbs of pastry from her lips, speaking softly. If that is the case, why have we not seen the Luo family produce paper comparable to tribute paper? Chu Chu inquired. Didn't Yi Lu say that to remove the curse could only be done during production? You want me to restore my health first. But isn't the prerequisite to be pregnant? Chu Chu replied, bewildered. Fu Shi gently swayed her body, slowly walking towards Su Nan, her eyes fixed on him as if she intended to devour him whole. Her hair had become disheveled from the recent scuffle, several strands cascading down to obscure half her face. He remembered distinctly that these 2 golden butterfly hairpins were personally selected by him, chosen with the thought that they would suit her perfectly. Now that they adorned her head, they indeed matched his expectations. A fashionable mother passing by couldn't help but exclaim, attributing her good fortune in this life to the merits of her past life, asserting that such a fate could not be envied. Yet, now an unknown mercenary group had emerged. How could they not be intrigued? How could they not be curious? Perhaps he had always been foolish. He recalled the delirious cries he made before his death, as if he could not see him. Yuan Wei explained. Moreover, from this, Tang Feng discerned that Long Linger held a favorable impression of him. At the very least, she had acknowledged his identity and was open to some intimate contact. Otherwise, such a tight embrace could easily lead to misunderstandings. Chapter 51. A daily act of kindness. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at the ancestral hall, where the 5 elders of New Moon Village, including Grandpa Gongza and Aunt Meiduo, had gathered. Sun Hung still had some money left, and after a simple lunch, we proceeded to the local police station. The old woman, who had narrowly escaped death, could hardly believe such fortune had befallen her. She rose, dazed for a moment, shook her head, and walked away. The driver dropped the 2 of them off at the newly constructed building in the city before departing. Shintong produced a golden card and entered the exclusive elevator to the upper floors. She nonchalantly stretched out in a relaxed pose, her long, fair legs contrasting vividly with the bright carpet, her beautiful face bearing a hint of fatigue. The allure of her dampened appearance was undeniable. Su Jun had encountered her once before, but the visual impact upon seeing her again was still striking. Su Jun resided in the heart of the city, and the school was merely a 10-minute walk from home, requiring no vehicle. Upon hearing this, Mo Fei's smile momentarily faltered. However, as dusk fell, the surrounding figures became indistinct, leaving no one to notice. Isabel, so you are here, a familiar voice echoed from behind them. They turned in unison to find the Duke of Richmond, clad in a splendid ducal outfit, striding towards them. Soon, several classmates from their school joined them, along with seniors who were playing basketball on the court. More classmates appeared, and it was puzzling why so many had gathered today. It felt as though the entire class had been summoned. Shortly thereafter, Wang Qi and the class leader entered together. Humph. When Bitian's expression stiffened, and she angrily flicked her sleeves, swallowing her fury. To avoid gossip, Lu Cher refrained from interfering with her sustenance. even going so far as to ensure not a single stone was left unturned in the courtyard, meticulously covering every aspect to avoid any openings for Lady Mo to scheme against her. All she could do was express her frustrations when the Duke visited. "I believe that without him, we can still vanquish tigers and lions," Yu Shui retorted immediately. Yet, at that time, she had just begun to engage with the Five Poisons sect, and according to her uncle, many events had transpired that night, yet she retained no memory of them. The moment I opened my eyes, I did not see the face of a doctor or my mother, but rather the glaring surgical lights of the hospital. Nodding in realization, I continued to browse the web, searching for an emperor whom I might find appealing enough to fantasize about. Muffing from the artifact refining hall had always been at odds with the original owner of this body, particularly relishing in causing her trouble. When Xiao Xiao advanced to the transformation stage, he had disregarded his seniority to utter many spiteful remarks. Xiao Xiao never believed that his motives were merely for research. The man sat in the hall, engrossed in his wood carving, appearing as if he were entirely absorbed, completely ignoring Feng Guang's entrance. As the battle progressed, Zhang Tianqing lost all hope. He had initially wished to ascertain the number of zombies in the hot spring lake, an obsession that bordered on folly. Akitobe Kiyoshi could hardly care less about Tsukihara's well-being, thus he had no desire to engage in conversation with him, as it lacked grandeur. No. I am grateful enough as it is. How could I possibly ask for compensation? Truly, it is unnecessary. I shall take my leave now. With that, Nanshi turned and walked away, her flat shoes allowing her to tread with increasing steadiness. Although Mingan was still grappling with many aspects of contemporary youth culture, he had never neglected knowledge in this area. He was always exceptionally kind to his servants, ensuring that even the chef's desserts were shared among them. However, a seasoned mercenary would never grant their foes a moment's respite. Their motto was that allowing the enemy a breather was tantamount to suicide. Upon witnessing Qin Ming's brazen demeanor, the ancestor of creation was instantly infuriated, flames of rage igniting within him. "It is far too cold, detrimental to one's health. 1 bowl a day suffices," Zhao Chengjiwe declared. And none dared to oppose him. Song Jing understood the nature of Xianhe and the county lord, who were meticulous to the last detail. He had previously threatened her, and Xianhe would never permit Huanru to become a future threat. Later, in the Prime Minister's residence, he openly challenged the Crown Prince and her father, making it clear that his influence rivaled that of the Crown Prince. Qiao Zhishuan had navigated the entertainment industry for years and was well aware that walking the red carpet came with its own set of unspoken rules. Shortly thereafter, Su Lingquan, who had left, was pushed back out by a servant, coughing violently, revealing signs of having been burned, looking quite disheveled. Indeed, it is no surprise that he was chosen by an old friend. Unlike those previous fools, he did not easily fall for my words. The figure seemed utterly unfazed by this. Sun Shi was both angry and anxious, yet felt powerless. She lamented to her family that her plans were likely in vain, as her husband's family opposed her. She gazed up at the two men, who were of a similar height to her father, both resembling each other closely. She reached out, tugging at the more amiable-looking man's sleeve. Over time, the frequency of dispatched personnel dwindled, and the intervals grew longer. This was a natural occurrence, after all. If no anomalies were found despite continuous dispatches, it was inevitable that others would question the veracity of the elder Chongguang's words. Chapter 52. Grandfather returns to the manor after dealing with the lizardmen's corpses. Lu Chen and Wu Bufan sprinted away, yet their direction was not towards the Kunlun border. Xiao Muyang, you have secured first place in this Eastern Huayan banquet. You may select any treasures below the 6th tier, including spiritual weapons, techniques, and elixirs. Should you have any uncertainties in your cultivation, the strong from Eastern Huafu will be at your service, and no one, including this manor, will refuse you, spoke Gong Ling, her expression grave. Only Jiang Chen remained composed, even contemplating a second attack. The onlookers were captivated by his eager demeanor, momentarily entranced. Given his current abilities, he could not discern what lay beneath the moon pool, hinting at the sheer terror concealed there. I once heard someone say that years ago, with a single lash, he could even bring down birds from the sky. The sixth man climbing the wall descended like a celestial being, wielding a long blade with such ease that several guards fell in an instant, while his left hand continuously drew forth a dagger from behind his waist. A heavy snowfall that lasted 5 or 6 days had just ceased, and the off-road vehicle eagerly ventured onto the mountain roads. Those daring enough to brave the risks of winter's snow in the mountains were, for the most part, individuals yearning for their loved ones. Having been stranded at the foot of the mountain for countless days due to the blizzard, unable to await the military's deployment of vehicles to escort their families. To discern the difference between the two scenarios is quite simple. First, engage in a skirmish with compatriots. Even if you both end up at the police station, you would merely face a reprimand and be sent on your way. However, if you were to assault a foreign guest, well, you understand. Upon reaching the mountainside, Luchin touched the rocky wall, then, with force, drove his fingers into it. As a pivotal point where land and water converge, the geographical conditions here are remarkable. Merchants from Central Plains and Jiangdong frequent this area, and Mifeng hosts banquets daily for these affluent traders. It is virtually impossible to avoid gaining weight. Worry and concern, reflected in those astonishingly beautiful black eyes, stirred waves within his heart. Contemplating this, he hesitated not and swiftly produced an iron ball from his pocket, crushing it in an instant. Though Nailin Yen was still a child, her proportions were exquisite, complemented by a face that was endlessly captivating, and a pair of lively eyes that were simply enchanting. Sister, is this jade stone included as well? These two pieces together are worth 160 taels. How could an ordinary citizen afford such a gift? Pay one, you added. After much discussion, Chao Yu reluctantly agreed, expressing his willingness to assist Lu Feng in trying out the common carving technique. Upon hearing Li Suisui speak, a spark ignited in Chu Nian's eyes, and with a trembling voice, she exclaimed, "You can speak. You are not my illusion." Growing increasingly agitated, she stood up, eager to grasp Li Suisui and ascertain her existence. Yet, this was a sentiment the emperor of the Southern Dynasty chose not to voice. He understood that mentioning it now would only heighten Song Jing's vigilance, potentially frightening her. Yusti is not human. They are merely an anomaly, devoid of reason. Akin to natural disasters. Encountering them is invariably tragic. The security personnel, often benefiting from Si Hengjin's kindness, had remained silent in the security room during the standoff between Li Suisui and the Chu family. Now, seeing Li Suisui in such a hurried state, they promptly escorted her to a nearby location to drive. Bo Hong embraced me, and the onlookers below smiled at us. Li Yun remarked that the emperor and empress's affection was indeed a blessing for Yanqi. However, there were matters unbeknownst to outsiders. The purpose behind the Hu family's actions was to send their most talented descendant, Hu Fin, to Jizhou, where the opportunities for growth far surpassed those in Changshan. To establish oneself in Jizhou necessitated a background, and Xiao Mu was precisely the individual they sought. The enemy had but one opportunity to strike, with the speed of cavalry. Their broadswords could sever the enemy general's head before a second strike was unleashed. Behind the monk, a shadow of black and gold suddenly materialized. The moment the shadow appeared, the surrounding space trembled, and a formidable pressure rendered the air nearly stagnant. This was his final consciousness. As he hesitated and wrestled with his thoughts, the raging flames had already been compressed to their limit by Zhang Chao. Su Wan shook her head, refusing to dwell on it further, deeming it too effeminate. Consequently, her gaze towards Chu Yuan held a hint of warmth akin to that of a close friend. Finding the right posture, Su Wan, even while seated, could elegantly pluck the enticing green dates into her embrace. Su Xian could not help but inwardly marvel, realizing that indeed, his ancestors had grown stronger. It seemed that one's family environment dictated their destiny for success. With a nurturing environment, everyone could continually strengthen themselves. Thus, in the midst of the sweltering summer, many traveled great distances to the 3 provinces of Chong'an, to the Resumption Manor, hoping to test their luck and perhaps catch a glimpse of the princess's celestial beauty. Unexpectedly, shortly after their departure, the vice envoy of Changyue's Dark Guard stealthily infiltrated the dark prison where Tumi was held. Meanwhile, on the mountainside square, many unaware disciples, after receiving a brief description of the situation from their senior brothers and sisters, were filled with fervor, swiftly donning their attire and aligning themselves in orderly formation. From above, the sight was indeed quite spectacular. Chapter 53. Gift-giving. Upon reflection, Su Li realized that this world was indeed filled with perplexities, such as Lanya, or perhaps even himself. Had he truly become a figure of such worth, akin to a valuable Tangsing? Perhaps he could consider auctioning off a piece of himself at the market. Who knows? He might even profit handsomely. The emperor could awaken at any moment, and assistance was indispensable. What if he summoned Physician Chen instead? Du Hong declined politely. At that moment, from the direction of Yutian sect, the Grand Master personally led a team, evidently en route to the Yubatang. He believed that, given the disparity in power between allies and foes, reclaiming Kunming would be as effortless as reaching into one's pocket. The crimson aura surrounding the 6 Yuanying flickered, as tendrils of chilling energy seeped into their bodies, forming a delicate layer of ice crystals upon their skins. After completing these tasks, Long Wu smiled enigmatically and, alongside Long Xiao, chose to enter seclusion. However, Long Wu cast the fiery red orb away into this secluded space for cultivation. Lin Xian found his funds insufficient and turned to Huadong for assistance. Subsequently, Lin Xian initiated a transaction, and 6 sheets of parchment fell into his backpack. These parchments would not occupy space within the bag, nor could they be dropped, possessing the highest legal efficacy of the Shinfeng Kingdom. Thus, the 6 shops would forever belong to Lin Xian. 10 days slipped by unnoticed, and Gushi once again opened his eyes, his breath steadying, his thoughts crystallizing, as he found himself at the edge of the window. The final examinations of the 3rd year semester loomed ahead. Although the teachers typically highlighted important points, he still opted to navigate through the material thoroughly. Qiu Gua fulfilled her promise to Tian Tian, quietly perched upon a rock as waves surged like snowflakes, crashing against the shore. If manpower is needed, I can mobilize hundreds, but the project department must allocate some funds as a form of labor compensation, Li Jianming remarked. Shui Lian executed the finishing move, his body propelling forward with fervor, his head straining ahead. In that instant, he nearly lost balance, yet managed to twist his body to maintain steadiness as he crossed the finish line. Indeed, after the wages for the laborers are dispersed, they should commence their tasks. The project department will also liaise with the Construction Command Center to recover the remaining funds, ensuring timely payments. Rest assured, if necessary, I shall seek assistance from the branch office to ensure you are compensated, Qin Shuhai assured. This individual exhibited an air of excessive calm, seemingly dismissive of himself. The more he behaved thus, the more it confirmed the extraordinary prowess of his opponent. Lu Hong shook his head in self-deprecation, since all were seekers of immortality. Bound for Pinglai Island, how could one possibly evade their fate upon arriving here? Wow! Tan Jinjin, captivated by the exquisite object, immediately seized it, examining it intently. However, before long, it was snatched away by Tan Liangjin. Initially puzzled, she later dismissed her concerns, especially after encountering the enigmatic ancient martial arts master that night, leading her to focus solely on enhancing her skills without further inquiry. Similarly, the shield guards under Elbu experienced a comparable situation. Stripped of their adaptive talents and burdened by heavy armor, their only recourse was to delve deeper into the pursuit of adaptive abilities to regain their former strengths. Although the sun shone brightly, gazing towards the Dead Sea revealed a dim landscape. The originally isolating spiritual and ominous energies had faltered, unveiling numerous fissures within the Dead Sea. Yet, the bronze ghostly mask, neither fully weeping nor entirely smiling, left a profound impression upon first glance, bearing traces of both joy and sorrow. Dao Xian's visage contorted with rage as his chest heaved. Beside him, Tianbai incessantly offered explanations and comfort, ultimately refraining from striking again. Suddenly, a series of sharp claps resounded as a row of standard-bearers executed their movements with precision and unity, as if one entity, stepping in formation toward the city gate. With a synchronized command, they took their positions. Brother, to participate in the auction. One must first prove their assets by depositing 2 million low-grade spirit stones into an online bank. However, this should pose no challenge for you, Tingting explained, as she established an account for Jin Yi, depositing 5 billion low-grade spirit stones into it. Wang Ten? Ha ha ha, I am a great pioneer serving higher beings. You pitiful wretches. Merely prolonging your existence, obstruct our evolutionary path. At that moment, the opponent's face rapidly decayed, revealing a gaunt visage, dark and skeletal. As she currently lacked a suitable flying artifact, she resolved to divert her course to Flying City. This city, while not airborne itself, was home to a distinguished family renowned for their mastery in crafting various flying implements, holding significant repute within the Yuxing continent. She intended to explore and select a few flying artifacts that caught her eye. Of course, this was also related to the Tantian sect leader, who frequently imparted teachings to his disciples, particularly emphasizing formation techniques. Although he had not explicitly instructed them to practice formations, his intentions were clear. After meticulously inspecting several defensive artifacts on her person to ensure their integrity, she gathered a few discarded ones she deemed of little use, which she had never utilized but was too reluctant to part with. Should she be struck by a tail, she could trigger these artifacts to self-destruct, their potency far exceeding that of talismans. Having traveled back and forth to the Sun Star numerous times, Bai He had refrained from taking action until today, when the birth of the Demon Prince presented a fortuitous opportunity. She retrieved a golden red spirit pearl from her bosom. Chapter 54. Pigeon Meat Abroad? Bai Rui clenched her delicate hands into tight fists, astonished that her stepmother had sold the house and fled. Suddenly, a dreadful thought flashed through Bai Rui's mind. The money from selling the house would scarcely suffice for her stepmother's extravagant lifestyle for several years. Why would she choose to go abroad? At this moment, Liao Shirshan clearly wished to conceal his sorrow from others, so he had come here first. However, Oyenchen found himself at a loss against Shenfeng. He was certainly not a match in a fight and could only silently pull out his phone to dial his father's number. Why are you asking me? Lu Chengyi tightly gripped her handkerchief, feeling both joy and surprise. The announcement that Wanner had decided to enter a convent caught everyone off guard. Li Nyang's pleas fell on deaf ears, and the following morning, she sent someone to invite Zhu Fugue and Wengu to their home. A vague and ethereal voice emerged from the depths of the mountain, stirring Wu Shuang's spirit. The beauty of the voice was so captivating that it evoked an irresistible urge to do something for its owner. Xiong Feng, however, paid it no heed, for he was resolute in his disbelief. On a frigid winter night, darkness enveloped the streets, rendering the night market deserted. The signs swayed precariously in the brisk northern wind. Ao Wu's words held some truth. He was a slippery character, only navigating amongst the strong unless the world was unified. He would never sever his escape routes. Even if Xu now offered him a high-ranking position, he would merely feign submission while retaining his power, which was evidently not what they desired. Young master, remember to go to the racetrack after school tomorrow. Do not provoke the madam, the wet nurse said hurriedly before leaving. Cheng Yi followed the princess down several steps, discreetly removing a pendant from his fan and concealing it in his sleeve. After descending 2 more steps, he abruptly halted. What did the board member say? How could I possibly complain of a lack? It is quite sufficient. Moreover, ensuring Qingshue's safety is my duty. The chairman is quite fond of her, Jin Run's humbly remarked. Reveal your tricks. I am eager to see what you are capable of. Jin Run's murmured with a slight smirk. The intentions of the three-dimensional organization and Orion were fundamentally different. The former sought to seize and paralyze the nation, aiming to commit the most heinous acts against it, while Orion wished to contribute positively, striving to avoid any casualties. Jiang Xia's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, yet she fervently masked her emotions. thus managing to conceal her distress before Tong Guan. Chen Runz was taken aback by Zhang Nan's logical inquiry, which deviated from his usual perception of her. And a smile unfurled within him. "Greetings, sir. This is the venue for the interview regarding the supernova explosion event sponsored by the Dawn Group. I am your host, Yang Chun. You are located on Jinling West Road, correct?" Yang Chun inquired. Chaos raised his head and let out a thunderous roar, causing the sea to surge towards him as if obeying a command, forming a rapidly expanding sphere of water above his head. The demon guard bellowed, and at that moment, the old man trembled once more, seemingly unable to withstand the guard's formidable power. The might of the 9 lives divine thunder was overwhelmingly fierce, yet it contained traces of wisdom. Suddenly, Zichi leaped in front of him, her hair shimmering, her expression brimming with anticipation. Qing Ko was momentarily taken aback. Sun Yu's stubbornness was unyielding, as difficult to restrain as several bulls. His Weibo account was not managed by him but by an assistant nearby, who pretended to pick up the phone, seemingly intent on intervening at this critical moment. As discussions buzzed around them, an elderly police officer entered the hall. His gaunt figure bearing the weight of time, yet his bright, piercing eyes sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. He was rescued by the Blood Infant Sect, which restored his body and powers. Unbeknownst to him, the Blood Infant Sect was, in fact, the leader of that group of knights. The reason for communicating through text was that during the sword sweeping the 8 wildernesses competition to prevent cheating, all social functions were disabled for contestants after entering the top 64. Competitors could only communicate in the public channel, unable to engage in private transactions. He had missed an opportunity due to his previous complacency. However, this time posed no danger and perhaps warranted a try. Today marked the 35th anniversary celebration of the Beima commercial city. As one entered the grand building, every shop was adorned festively, with visitors bustling about. The lively atmosphere contrasting sharply with yesterday's desolation. Water droplets clung to the umbrella, which rested silently against House Shuqing's gravestone, resembling the quiet yet strong embrace of a lover. Although he held a deep-seated resentment towards Li Mi, he harbored an underlying fear of him, a trepidation not born overnight. Chapter 55. The cherished one Murong Yuhan was oblivious to the fact that Xiao Zhang, due to his unique identity, employed lip-reading as an effective means of silent communication during missions. Scalding tears incessantly cascaded down Wen Ruyan's cheeks, as Jiang Yueling gently placed her fair right hand against her own face. In a mere 40 minutes, when the piercing arrow penetrated the Blood Wolf King's body, he finally succumbed, crying out for mercy, leaving behind but a handful of equipment. Within that organization, there was only one person who could make Su Lily willingly fall into a trap. How can you utter such words? Do you not understand the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? At my age, enduring such hardship is no small feat, Jiang Chung exclaimed, his teeth bared in frustration, his beard trembling with indignation. Very well, I agree. With no concerns weighing on his mind, the slender young man nodded in assent after a moment's contemplation. Huashan discerned the meaning behind LVG's words and steered the car towards the marketplace. At this moment, it was bustling with activity, and one might even be fortunate enough to witness some street performances. Earlier that morning, Hu Qingsong had instructed Huashan to ensure that LV Xiang'er had a pleasant outing, thus Huashan had devised a plan in his mind. To his astonishment, the top 100 students of the academy were all of this ilk. Zhao Yi smiled faintly, gazing at the servile-looking mage as if observing a corpse. After escaping the crowd's encirclement, Yu Zhengyu hurried home, prepared the ransom, and hastened to the designated location for its delivery. Jiang Zhenhua shook his head in disagreement with Yin Liping's assertions. He had his own plans, reflecting on earlier observations, believing that if he restated his previous points, Fang Yao would inevitably yield. Surely, with Yin Liping's intelligence, she would know how to cooperate with him. Thus, Luo Chang felt no guilt in his heart. The act of killing was merely to instill fear in the mafia. It was unfortunate that the first to emerge met his demise. Yu Zi slowly lifted her head. Meeting Gongsun Hua's earnest and expectant gaze, she parted her lips, ready to respond affirmatively, but ultimately refrained from uttering a word. The great Marshal Ge Xiyun awoke at this sacred dawn, a stark contrast to his usual habit of remaining nestled in a beautiful woman's embrace until the sun reached its zenith. Yet today, at this extraordinary moment, he rose earlier than usual, more punctual than any alarm clock. However, Jun Qing remained languidly seated, appearing utterly indifferent to the situation, which ignited her frustration. After a hearty laugh, Luo Cheng suddenly realized he had not changed clothes since the competition ended, remnants of mud and spattered blood still clinging to his attire. An undeniably unsightly sight. The box was exquisitely crafted, appearing as a seamless whole, evidently carved from a single block of jade. Yan Huaming screamed in a frenzy, each word from the other party piercing through the greatest anguish he had concealed for over 20 years, driving him to the brink of collapse. Enough with the unnecessary chatter. Xianyuan Han's Hang replied coldly. She bore a striking resemblance to Lord Hong. Upon merging, their consciousness naturally coalesced into one, guided by the essence of the original soul. No wonder it has been said since ancient times that practitioners, whether Taoists or monks, must light incense, be it for calming the mind or dispelling distractions. The effort often yields greater returns. Although his ancestral lineage did not match that of the prince in prowess, he occasionally endured the torment of shedding scales, lacking magic crystals. Sleeping atop these coins provided some relief for his itching scales. Zeton was characterized by its oily density, exuding stability and grandeur. Agarwood was known for its fragrance, while Wang Wali was celebrated for its intricate patterns. Its designs flowed like water, rich in artistic depth and imagination. Whether the shimmering waves or the majestic tiger stripes, the vivid expressions of ghostly faces and the enigmatic patterns of gnarled growths were indeed rare sights to behold. The demon's head jolted awake, snorting in anger, as the dissipating dark energy swept across the area, reducing all in its path to ash. Its blood-red eyes glinted with malevolent intent as it fiercely glared at AK. Who dared to kick it? Upon receiving this command, the captain of the Royal Guard immediately conveyed the order through magic, causing luminous flashes of spatial magic to erupt at several locations throughout the royal capital. Untrustworthy. Lu Ju shot him a glance, snorted in disdain, and shrugged off his hand, turning to leave. I have found it, and my sister has also located it. We need to reconstruct the physical body, Yu Ling replied with a nod. Chapter 56. The terrifying second brother. As Chen Ziang hesitated, he observed Yang Lei entering the passageway, but to his bewilderment, Yang Lei was walking backwards, keeping his face directed towards the tomb chamber. His movements were unusually slow, and his legs appeared to tremble. However, he had managed to bring in an oxygen tank and tubing. Blood Demon felt a pang of concern, yet for some inexplicable reason, he harbored an unusual confidence. If even the Supreme could subdue Han Yun, could victory not also be within reach? Chu Lin, while teasing Jia, cast glances at Lin Jingsheng. His dark eyes held a swirl of complex emotions, suppressed deeply within him. Lin Jingsheng felt restless, and the more enthusiastic Ouyang became, the more jarring he felt. The UAE had drawn with Japan in the quarterfinals, a result that left the Chinese team cautious and vigilant. After dinner, Bai Yacheng departed from Lijiao village to discuss specific matters with the county's Investment Promotion Bureau. Having shed her youthful naivety, she now radiated a gentle serenity, though traces of her playful spirit remained evident. Upon encountering the dragon blood plant before him, Chen Ziang took note of the roots, curious to determine whether they too were growing upon the remains of corpses. The entity that had acquired the Mo family business was none other than the Hellion Group, with Hellion Chun at the helm. Neon Raya contemplated the intelligence regarding the Akatsuki organization, but was surprised to discover that she had never heard of it. Have you uncovered any developments? Tang Yu inquired upon seeing the Chaos Kanjing avatar. The water rippled, and the leaves on her fair, delicate skin transformed in shape, their color deepening to a lush green, exuding an enchanting beauty. Xiang Lan had not anticipated sleeping through the night. Upon waking, She was startled by a sharp cry from the courtyard. The Pope's demeanor was meek and unassuming, entirely devoid of the lofty arrogance expected from one in his position. At this moment, the hall was nearly empty. Those remaining were either Morong Xian's guards or individuals too inebriated to move. The CAF was located on the second floor, its entire street-facing glass facade revealing a silver-black interior, while the outside street scene was crystal clear. Fu Shiheng chose not to expose her deceit. Instead, he observed her discreetly, attuned to the fluctuations of her emotions. "This time, I shall not allow you to harm my son." Qin Xiong's voice emerged, almost squeezed through clenched teeth, revealing the extent of his fury that had transcended reason. Yu Shaotian shook his head, noting how this fool, in his uproar, had unexpectedly won the loyalty of his disciples, thus becoming the junior master. He gazed up at the portrait of the foolish emperor hanging in the grand hall, tears streaming down his face. The whip might have been a soul weapon forged by that Japanese ronin, producing a whistling sound as it sliced through the air, exuding an impressive aura. At this moment, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, promptly landing on Su Ruogu, who sat languidly on the corner sofa. Of course, if Li Ding would truly set his sights on abandoning the benefits provided by the company to ally with the nearly tribal Indians or the racially charged Spanish governors in South America, the elders would be left helpless, would they not? This was the task that Taizheng had assigned to Ganhong before his departure, intending for him to express a fierce condemnation, illustrating the profound hatred Chile City held towards him, thus preventing beings from other realms from venting their wrath here. Su Ruoga laughed heartily, sheathed the transparent sword into the exquisite 8-treasure pagoda, and with one hand seized Qin Piampian's hair while the other brandished the sword against her neck. A surge of true essence erupted, striking the switch to the secluded chamber, causing the heavy stone door to rumble upward, revealing a width of nearly 5 meters. Years later, as they gradually broke free from their confinement, they discovered that the great battle had concluded. The emperor of the Han Dao had fallen, the ancient royal star had vanished, and the Han Dao celestial empire lay in ruins, with scattered cultivators struggling to survive in the remnants of the empire. "Everyone, heed the command. Abandon the walls and use the terrain within the city to ambush the enemy," Yi Qingyun reluctantly issued the order upon witnessing the Imperial Guard on the city wall. Due to it being the first rehearsal, the higher-ups from Jiang'an Television did not attend in full, sending merely a representative for oversight. A torrent of blood surged forth from Ji Sidi's body, as if a pair of illusory blood wings unfurled behind her. With each flap, her speed surged once more, launching a new wave of attacks towards the Black Rabbit. A white dish slowly floated out from the entrance, steady and undisturbed. At present, disentangling the truth from this matter seemed impossible. However, if he could draw the king of Qin into this predicament, perhaps the crown prince might still show him some clemency. Chen Feng inwardly lamented the situation, realizing he had mismanaged his strength. Should he inadvertently strike someone to death, all would be lost. Anger must be vented, yet the force of his blows must be carefully measured. Chapter 57. The Unfortunate One by Chi flipped through the documents in his hand, only to discover they were all resignation letters, along with a portion of contract termination agreements. Qishan was somewhat bewildered by his fierce demeanor. Her master had always been composed and gentle, and she had never witnessed him in such a state of disarray. In Lu Dong's perspective, Qin Bing should be the epitome of tactfulness, perpetually poised and never excessively kind or unkind to anyone. Chu Hongyi leaned against Lu Dong, her moist lips grazing his throat. Lu Dong, parched and startled, opened his eyes wide. The sudden and inexplicable injury to Kang Yixian left Liang Fei in a state of turmoil. Yet he could empathize with his boss's overwhelming guilt at that moment. A familiar voice echoed as Dari promptly dismissed all the servants from the living room and secured the door tightly. After a false alarm, it seemed there was no immediate danger. Everyone finished the leftover noodles, and Meijiao fed her meat to Nyonyo, who obediently ate without complaint. However, in the next moment, his gaze momentarily faltered as he caught sight of a familiar figure. At that moment, A patrolling soldier of the terrorist group in the corridor noticed some movement in the darkness and raised his weapon. The elderly man with the red beard squinted his murky eyes, scrutinizing the colossal beast ahead, before turning to Wu Hao and chuckling ominously. Silence enveloped the room, with only the delicate sound of jade hairpins clinking softly as they were dismantled, a sound that, while faint, sent shivers down one's spine. Yang Bo's expression shifted. A hint of malice flickered in his eyes as he coldly remarked that although underhanded dealings lacked legitimacy, they demanded more credibility than those that were above board. If the young master insisted on inspecting the goods first, an additional payment of 100 taels would be required. Jiyo swung her long knife with all her might, refusing to let anyone approach. Her steps became increasingly unsteady, and all she needed was to exit the door to catch her breath. Follow me closely. There are ample opportunities for wealth, Zhang Guang boasted, chuckling at the faces that expressed inexplicable gratitude. Though distant, one could not discern the expressions of the opponents on the other side. In fact, even their silhouettes were merely outlines, yet every movement was clear to the opposing side. This afternoon, Wana and the children have arrived. You've delayed matters, reminded her father. In that fleeting moment, Long Nai's mind raced with thoughts, an astonishing feat. For despite being but a brief instant, it encompassed a myriad of reflections. Those preparing to become detectives were left disheartened. The filthy tourist could not possibly be from Lenton, as they were known for their environmental consciousness, even in the most remote mountains. With no opportunity remaining, they decided to leave, and Nolan, concerned for safety, urged Yuzha to depart promptly. Yang Hongshan's actions were merely a probe into the attitudes of various nations, and it was evident that their positions were unmistakably clear. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. One must ponder what steps old Master Qin was taking. It was known that just yesterday morning, Lang Biao had confidently declared that Qin Gunru was now safe. Given repeated assassination attempts, old Master Qin seemed to be playing along with the game, yet one wondered how the situation would unfold next. Having consumed the majority of his meal at the Gaosheng household, Xia Lei was too lethargic to rise, opting instead to light a cigarette and sit quietly on the steps, lost in thought. Remembering he had yet to call his senior sister in the past few days, he dialed her number, but after numerous rings with no answer, he hung up. Even the great Zhuge Liang would feel inadequate compared to the naval advisors, who truly possessed remarkable skills. Observing Qin Tian's wounded and aggrieved expression, Wan could not help but break into a charming smile, her tinkling laughter only deepening Qin Tian's scowl and frustration. Perhaps due to past experiences, this individual had always been punctual. When he made a promise, it would never exceed a minute and a half. Su Qian was not particularly cold-hearted, but she was certainly not overflowing with emotions either. She had a significant thirst for power, though it was not overwhelming. It was uncertain how much she had consumed to induce such prolonged vomiting. It was not until he cleared the mess at the door that she finally opened it, staggering and leaning against the wall, resembling someone who had just undergone an abortion. The Yuehua tribe, one of the 4 rare races of the Central Lands, was deemed rare not only for the scarcity of its descendants, but also for the mysterious and potent powers within their bloodline. Gao Zhizhou never expected that despite his lengthy explanations, he was outshone by a single phrase from Shui Yuanchao: "The Emperor does not permit it." Anger surged within him. Was Shui Yuanchao deliberately opposing him? This had happened before, and he wondered why Shui could not just speak plainly if he was displeased. Not long after, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and a towering figure emerged before them. According to tradition, the parties bound by a marriage contract were not permitted to meet before the wedding, much less appear in public. Yet in that moment, who could afford to adhere to such conventions? The thoughts of everyone were captivated by the ailing Cheng Minzheng. As they watched the young man in white gracefully fade from view, all were momentarily stunned, reflecting on the sight before them. It was known that in the free city-states, sellers must pay a 10% transaction fee after successfully auctioning their goods. Following closely behind were muscular men, like inflatable dolls, charging forward like bulldozers. Were there trees in the forest? As long as they were not too robust, they could be uprooted or broken without a second thought. It was not the path that followed the people, but rather the people who forged the path. With bloodshot eyes, they roared, eager to tear their enemies into shreds. Chapter 58. The small porcelain bottle. This cannot be attributed to Ningju's innate fairness. She has cultivated this habit for nearly a century, entering the space without needing to glance at the hour to accurately gauge the time. You claim it is free, thus I shall not part with my money. Observing the smug demeanor of this individual incited her irritation, and Yu Fei promptly retorted, recalling how she had been carried to the hotel by him, where they had rented a room. The blush that had begun to fade on her cheeks resurfaced. This is the 12 Heavens Exorcism Formation, a technique her master had mentioned, designed to combat the formidable demon race. Wu Jing remained composed. Wow, she sensed a shiver running through Wu Jing's body behind him. His back felt as cold as ice. At this moment, Yuntu's body had grown as frigid as ice, her prolonged stillness driving her nearly to the brink of madness, her entire body stiff and intolerable. However, in such a vast glass house, constructed entirely from bulletproof tempered glass, the roof was automated to allow sunlight for the crops. What an immense expenditure of energy and finances that must entail. In the mortal realm of Star Communication Continent, the Empire stands as the highest entity, wielding the most powerful military and financial capabilities among mortals. Beneath the Empire lie kingdoms and duchies. The forces of Chu Aotian had turned a city upside down in search of the Ghost Master, believing he had vacated M country, unaware that he was hiding within the Yi family. Spending 200,000 to acquire 2 genuine items was indeed a worthwhile investment, disregarding anything else. The dream points earned from a single gaming world could grant him an additional year of life. Then, scenes of his fierce battle with the Locust Overlord emerged, portraying the moment he was injured by the explosion while dispatching the Overlord. Once, she had been a victim, yet I had scolded her mercilessly, and no one came to her defense. The White Wolf signaled Nagato, and together they journeyed to Mandala Valley to meet the Elder from his dreams, who had waited a century and was unexpectedly alive in this medicinal city. Taking a step back, once Chui imparts the Golden Bell shield to the young and vigorous. Upon mastering the second tier, they would be able to withstand the attacks of the mutated hornet. Meanwhile, Danzo began to move as well. He understood that the vacuum wave would not inflict damage upon Nagato, thus, he cast this ninjutsu solely to impede his opponent's actions. He had anticipated successfully overcoming his adversary and achieving a decisive victory. However, regrettably, this individual had learned how to counter the unique mage known as Asta, who could completely digest magical energy. Continuing, Lin Tia now noted that along their journey, he encountered a black vortex. A crowd had gathered around, and Gu Fei did not disguise herself. If this were to reach the internet, it would indeed create trouble, as some individuals were already recording videos with their phones. Someone? What a joke! Aside from us who are reluctantly stuck here, what other person would wish to come to this cursed place? Another naval officer scoffed. The tour guide informed the visitors that Kunming Lake was reshaped into the form of a large peach by Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty to celebrate his mother's birthday. The Qinglian sword, along with Li Bai and Hua Mulan, had initially followed Ying Lu in Yen State, hadn't they? The entire Prince's residence gasped in astonishment. Had Yan Dan slain his own uncle, Lord Yan Chun, only to frame Ying Dang for this? How could this be possible? No, this must be a deliberate ploy by that hostage. Only a few wise figures took note of this, silently burying it in their hearts. A single phrase suddenly illuminated the minds of the crowd. Though the shopkeeper was young, his intellect was remarkably sharp, and his decisions had never disappointed anyone. If Gao Xin were indeed the son of Duanqiu, perhaps he would have already become his successor, but alas, he was not. That night, the festivities commenced. Many relatives, friends, and classmates had gathered, filling the room to capacity. The supreme artifact possessed inherent characteristics, extending the restoration of spatial rifts several times over. Furthermore, Colin was injured in his true form, not in a divine avatar created by divine power. This is the inevitable fate of those who resist stubbornly. Lu laughed and pointed at Mo Xiaoan's severed head, exclaiming, "In truth, the summoning ritual was remarkably simple, far less intricate and humiliating than the earlier contract ceremony, which required a mutual exchange of spirit water through mouth-to-mouth contact." The celestial long life was enraged. Was the Song wolf to abandon its descendants? The charge of the Trenglan tribe had nearly dissipated, as many elders howled in despair, releasing mournful cries. Having called for his guards to send Shi Qian to the dining hall, he noticed Li Jin and Hu Sanyang seemed to have something to discuss, prompting Shenrue to take his leave from the assembly hall. Reflecting on the Battle of Granicas, he felt a surge of fear. He dreaded that the Qin cavalry would be defeated, leading to the complete collapse of the Qin army, at which point he would be swept away in the chaos. Uncertain of his fate, to offer her was such an act of trust. Even after the recent incident, she had not expressed anger towards me, but rather, she was concerned that I might be hungry and prepared dinner for me. Reflecting on my earlier rude conduct, I found it utterly disgraceful. Upon hearing his words, the Wan brothers, Guan Hu, Zhang Shun, Tong Wei, and Tong Meng began to stir, implying that Cheng Wanli was merely a pawn of the court and should never be allied with them. "Uncle, uncle." A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd below, as people vigorously waved their arms, as if this gesture could make the loyal uncle notice them. Stealing a glance, Situ Haoyu maintained a stoic expression, showing no signs of coughing or difficulty in breathing, and his eyes revealed no trace of pain, leading one to ponder if he was indeed not exerting himself too much. This thought ignited a fervent desire within me, compelling me to step forward. Upon searching them, as expected, I discovered a fragment of an ancient, peculiar map in the middle-aged man's possession. This fragment bore strange patterns that appeared exceptionally mysterious. Chapter 59. Seizing Destiny Springgrass chuckled softly in El Ziki's embrace, allowing him to lift her and help her don her shoes. All dual cultivation effects were singularly directed towards Princess Yunjing under Zhou En's deft manipulation. The rationale behind Zhou En's actions stemmed from his superior realm. He had already surpassed the mid-tier of the Heavenly Gang and was nearing the apex. The vendors at the stalls greeted them with utmost hospitality, recognizing them as members of affluent families, each person exuding charm and grace, making the merchants beam with delight at their sales. However, aside from the pleasantries, the astonishing energy embedded within these verses caused many to pale with apprehension. The joint exhibition of the four great families? Jiao Tian glanced at the materials presented by Sua Jiaming, astonished as he flipped through the pages. "Why must you know?" Mu Ai scoffed, while Ta Yang began to focus intently on the dialogue between the two. They dodged the black shards raining down from the sky, remnants akin to shattered glass. A discernible transformation seemed to occur within him, his aura stabilizing and his foundation growing more robust. Resources were the driving force behind the conflicts among Yuan masters. Without them, even a commoner endowed with unparalleled talent would find it arduous to rise. Various powerful factions mingled within, including experts from sects such as Taisher Xianzong and Tianxia Zong. It was prudent for newcomers like themselves to refrain from recklessness. Ultimately, should they venture to rescue someone? After all, their acquaintance was still nascent, and a Chung wished to avoid trouble for her. There stood a towering tree adorned with vibrant yellow blossoms, beneath which a gentleman clad in black leisurely played chess with a striking beauty. No matter how splendid the external world or luxurious the accommodations, nothing could compare to the warmth of the home he shared with Wu Yuyan. Filled with the essence of their lives together, a space he had grown intimately familiar with. Wherever they might relocate, that place would forever remain the most cherished in his heart. The pursuers trailing behind had lost ground, prompting a notification for the others to intercept from the exterior of the council building. Suddenly, a flame erupted from the valley floor, striking a war chariot with a thunderous blast, reverberating through the night sky and causing the air to tremble as shards scattered in all directions. "Hey, seasoned driver. How much longer must we travel?" After a moment, Lu Jiao could no longer contain his curiosity, glancing at the monotonous and oppressive atmosphere of the tunnel. Wu Ling sensed the gravity of the situation. With so many imposing men observing her, she dared not move, her anxiety mounting. If the Holy See truly succeeded in their divine creation, the Feng-Yi Empire would stand no chance against them. They were likely to massacre the Feng-Yi royal family and install a new ruler compliant with their dominion. Therefore, we must thwart their attempts at divinity, Yi Lin declared earnestly. Beyond the courtyard stood a grand wooden door. The steward retrieved a key and, upon unlocking it, guided everyone through a tour. The pain radiating from her jaw intensified as Rongshi defiantly gazed at her husband, the spouse of all concubines in this grand estate. Yet, on the eve of her sister's childbirth, the city of Anong was suddenly besieged by the Xiliang army, the governor's residence engulfed in flames, and her sister tragically trapped within, resulting in a double tragedy. By the time I arrived, all that remained was a disfigured corpse, the Prince of Qi lamented. Upon hearing his words, Su Jin raised an eyebrow, bouncing the child lightly in her arms. It appeared that Lin, who was far from dull, he acted promptly and wisely. Young master, according to intelligence reports, concubine Zhong is heading this way. Do you have any information? Despite Yang Xiong's formidable name, he possessed a courteous demeanor, his refined visage betraying the peace born from enduring countless trials. Chapter 60. Awakening the second brother. The two Ali metal weapons bore an unimaginable pressure today, one that other weapons could never withstand in a lifetime. Miao Jiao rose and ventured outside, gradually making his way toward the open expanse. He gazed at the sky, devoid of clouds, as the heavy sea of clouds had seemingly vanished. The surface of Miao Jiao shimmered with a radiant glow, nurtured to its utmost, now nearly transparent and extraordinarily clear. Suddenly, several beams of rainbow light erupted from within him, soaring like a great dragon into the sky, as if a divine bridge connected to the dark heavens, resplendent and extraordinary. How could this be? With the dragon's might of that entity, no magical beast should pose a threat to the experiment here. And Ran felt disheartened, deeply disappointed, as he pondered the meaning of his earnest existence for Zhang Ying. Once a level 6 sentinel captain, having transitioned from an old guard to a leader, he now faced 2 level 6 corpse warriors. Where in this borderland could one find such formidable mountain bandits? Xiao Mo had no desire for idle chatter. He hastily opened the car door and rushed toward the underground passage. The town, shrouded in darkness, lay in utter silence. No creatures remained. The sealed beasts, regardless of type, had been dispatched by Rocky, and the ordinary cats and rats had long fled during the onset of the mutations. For animals possess a remarkable sensitivity that often surpasses that of humans. I arrived a moment too late, merely catching the tail end of the events. I have subdued 2 Flame Lotus practitioners, and the rest will be entrusted to the on-duty mage of Qianglin, Du Zhengyi stated. Setting aside other matters, the 3 children are blameless. I have slain their father, thus I cannot escape the law's retribution. As a mother, could I bear to see my children become orphans? My eyelid twitched, an ominous premonition stirring within me, though I could not articulate its nature. At that moment, the 2 sentinels at the door looked on, and without considering the defensive capabilities of the shopkeeper and his assistant, they noted the aesthetic appeal of their attire, which was indeed quite striking, devoid of any garish color contrasts. Team Zhou, upon seeing Captain Jiang still carrying items, paused momentarily but thought little of it, preparing to open the car door and assist. It was not the appearance of past gazes, but rather the golden eyes characteristic of a highly developed quantum brainwave, along with the flowing lines of light typical of transformational beings and primitive metamorphs. You. The young man was momentarily taken aback, then filled with anger. For he had not anticipated that the impoverished Wang Qian would disdain even 1,000 coins. After all, with personal savings in the billions, he felt powerless if the other party refused to show him respect. Well, there's no need to destroy everything. This could serve as backup parts. He mused, adjusting his stance. Emperor Su wielded vast powers and granted them considerable freedom and opportunities. They dared not speak out, even if the silver-masked man possessed great abilities. Emperor Su was not to be underestimated. Renwalking boasted to Han Yuan with pride, as if the imposing figure was not the given but himself. Though the crowd below still harbored resentment, they remained silent, gradually dispersing. The two entered a secret chamber where the flickering candlelight cast a dim glow. Sima Gu continuously advanced until he reached the dark recess at the end, lifting his hand to open it, revealing a red iron box intricately designed with mechanisms. Exquisite beyond compare. I gazed at my reflection in the mirror. My complexion was indeed paler than usual, dark circles under my eyes rendering me quite unattractive. Did I really rush out to see Qing Tian in this state? I reached out to touch my desk, the texture and the marks of time upon it entirely authentic. Unease washed over me as this high technology evoked a sense of panic, for it was indistinguishable from reality. Si Mian found a seat and sat down without raising her eyes, stating coolly before patting the mahogany chair beside her, signaling Mo Yunli to join her. What have we done wrong? Our ascension to the star race was not a choice we made ourselves. However, witnessing Hu Yu's Fendu and Lisa's Anubis equipped with a peculiar harpoon gas gun ignited her curiosity about its true purpose. Currently, within the Dark Empire, there were no available forces to mobilize. Linge could only rely on his subordinate army. He heard Zhang Quan's voice, but chose to ignore it, not pausing even momentarily in his approach toward Lin Yu. Chapter 61. Voluntarily walking into the tiger's mouth. Even though Zhu Qiuyun was a high-level spirit beast at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the primordial spirit realm, she could not afford to underestimate the situation. She could not allow them to act freely against her, as she had to confront everyone without the capacity to ensure a decisive kill against Go Yong. She had pondered for a millennium without coming up with a solution, let alone her father, who had been unable to conceive of it for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. His brilliance was undeniable, albeit somewhat ignoble. The assassin quickly regained his composure, hurriedly helping his brothers to their feet, rousing them one by one. Together, they pulled their comrade out of the trash bin, which even became cracked in the process. Rest assured, at the banquet table, there is no one I, Leona, cannot befriend or persuade, the confident blonde remarked. At that moment, Yuan Shisher radiated immense light. His protective aura shimmered in silver, erupting like a colossal beam of sword light. Regarding the academy, the director was aware of some young students, but could not specify who they were. This matter did not fall under his jurisdiction, yet he could ascertain that the number was certainly significant. And many of these students hailed from esteemed noble families. How long do you think it will take to devise the tactics you mentioned and truly pose a threat to me? The assassin leader inquired again. Only now did she show signs of distress. The previous move was one of her major techniques, powerful enough to devastate a group of primordial spirit practitioners. Even those at the peak of the primordial spirit realm would struggle to withstand it. To avoid disrupting business, Jiao Tian planned to commence construction immediately after closing today, confident that a full night would suffice to assemble the entire framework. When the equipment arrived, it would transform into a simple yet professional structure. The fortune teller was directing several men, dousing the dilapidated house with gasoline. I gasped in astonishment. Were they truly going to set the house ablaze? The rain intensified, saturating rooftops, eaves, and streets alike as if the entire world were submerged in water. Niao Jiuyang emerged, grilling several fish before wrapping them up and stashing them in his backpack, thinking that if he found himself trapped, he might as well have sustenance for a while. Brother Gao is so annoying. This is the original, untouched version. It's nothing like those internet celebrities now, Xiang Mengmeng remarked while sipping the lemonade a waiter had brought, scanning the menu for an espresso. I broke into a cold sweat, recalling how Zhang the fortune teller had once released green smoke, severely injuring Hu Jinjin. Anhua thought about what he had done to Lu Suisui the previous night. Had she insisted on calling the police, he would undoubtedly be facing charges of attempted assault. With so many witnesses present, there would be no escaping that accusation. Hua's decisiveness brought me a modicum of solace, since he was direct. I wasted no time and straightforwardly shared my strategy with him. The person who called me was named Sun Chong, who had just graduated from middle school and begun working. He was tall and robust. Xia Shanhe had just hung up the phone, preparing to go out for a meal when it rang again. Upon seeing that it was Dong Qi who had just called, he immediately sensed that something troubling had occurred. Time ticked by, and after 3 or 4 minutes, the sounds of choking and sobbing gradually grew louder, culminating in wails of anguish. "I paid a hefty sum for this jade key. Why should I return it to you?" Yifeng said with a playful smile, observing Bai Shi's anxious demeanor. Granny Xing's expression shifted at his words, but upon reflection, she discerned something extraordinary about these two young individuals. Feeling uneasy, she focused her gaze on the direction Zhang Ruyun had departed. The Holy See was combating vampires, while the Angelic Clan allied with the Gene Lords of America to unify the continent, leaving the Demon Clan to independently contend with the Russian Empire. Qin Yibai froze at the remark, then scrutinized Qilong, struggling to reconcile the image of a 13-year-old boy with such gravitas. Last night, she had hardly slept, her mind oscillating between thoughts of the young boss Li Ji, the Binghun Mobile Company, and the uncertainties of her future path. This delighted the portly and lean men, who believed they were merely seen as the village's public safety director and local militia officer, not as accomplices to village bullies. Under the barrage of the Japanese expeditionary forces, Deng Hofeng surveyed the beleaguered defensive position. The battlefield lay in ruins, the makeshift fortifications crumbling under the relentless bombardment. That night, Enian suddenly woke, finding Zhang Ruyun sleeping soundly before her, which eased her heart. Sighing with relief, she noticed the silver needles on Zhang Ruyun's body and, seeing his recovery was promising, felt even happier. Seizing the moment while he slept, she began to remove the needles. When the surrounding individuals heard Yifeng's name, they were momentarily taken aback. His reputation resonated widely throughout Zhongzhou. However, Tang Qin carried too many miracles and unsolved mysteries within herself. Having successfully established her foundation at the tender age of 16, she was one of the few mechanists in the world, making her an object of curiosity. "I hope Lord Banrua can endure." Li Bing silently prayed. Banrua was the captain of the Royal Guards, possessing mid-tier third-stage strength. In the midst of his thoughts, he suddenly noticed a flicker of light in the distance. There were many items, some quite peculiar, though their prices were exorbitant. Gu Yan chuckled bitterly. He had encountered numerous enticing artifacts along the way, such as arrays, elixirs, and extraordinary weapons, but the prices were enough to frighten anyone. "Send someone to relay orders to Han Chongxuan to eradicate evil without mercy," Chiang Si commanded resolutely, waving his hand. Zhang Kai smiled. "Many have told me that Lord Zhu is merely a martial man. Upon learning that you reside in the unique Pingdong Bo Mansion in Jinan, I understood that your heart encompasses the world. This humble abode shall be renowned for your praise even 1,000 years hence." Upon hearing this, Zhang San felt as though his heart had turned to ash. He might have encountered false neighbors and fraudulent officials. Just then, Gao Dishing remarked, "Fomer, state your desires. If you do not speak now, there may be no opportunities left." He fixed his gaze intently on Fomer. The night was eerily quiet, apart from the howling winds. The only sound was the faint breathing of companions nearby. Lady Tang Er, in a state of panic, grasped Tang Qin's hand. Relieved, she had not stopped Tang Qin from rushing to help. Otherwise, their entire family would have been unable to repay the debt, even with 100 lives. Chapter 62. A ray of hope with a crisp sound. The two of them drained their glasses of red wine, their gazes locking in a moment brimming with deep affection. Their fervent lips finally entwined, their heated bodies entwined as well. During this visit to Guilin, Yun Daohua did not deter her. Sensing that her father was unlike his usual self, as their energies clashed, Han Zhao's body was swept into the air as if caught in a tempest, eliciting a gasp from Tang Ben Liu on the ground. Buzzing sounds surrounded them, as a multitude of bees danced about, despite the abundance of narrow valleys. Bees were in plentiful supply. "May I assist you in purchasing some home appliances?" "Allow me to guide you, saving you time," a smiling staff member inquired. The vehicle gradually departed, slowly fading from Zhao Ruaji's view. Watching the vehicle disappear, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Just yesterday, he had wished for Lu Suisui to leave sooner, yet today he felt an impulsive urge to chase after it. He sighed silently. Although he had left his phone number behind, he pondered when they might meet again. Amidst the swirling excitement, Yu Shijia's laughter rang out. "What a splendid Fu Yongzhenjia! Brother, be cautious." With laughter echoing, he appeared to float effortlessly, his body twisting in an almost ethereal manner, as if a string were pulling him along. Consequently, Luo Ho chose to ignite his own demonic soul. If they perished, what use would he have in remaining? He no longer wished to drift aimlessly. Who could have imagined that a super top-tier celebrity would not even possess a home of his own, residing instead in an apartment arranged by the company? To those on the lower rungs of society, the world appears vast, and opportunities seem boundless. However, as one ascends in status, they gradually uncover a singular truth. Before her stood Li Yuyan, whose delicate beauty was striking, her cold gaze directed at her, filling her with discontent. Thus, upon hearing news of a rare fine wine, some higher-ups from the base, including Tang Weigua, shamelessly approached to partake. Even the research institute was granted a half-day holiday, enabling Qian Ing to bring out more. At this moment, she felt a wave of anxiety, her mind clouded. She was uncertain whether to accept or decline his advances. The Dominator remained silent, merely directing the golden sovereign away from the malignant panga cancer cells. Jiamu nodded, lifting a spoonful of soup to her lips, instantly squinting in delight as her taste buds exploded with flavor. It was simply exquisite. "Did I not inform you?" Qian Yi playfully acted unruly, relying solely on his bets and formidable prowess to win Tsunade's acceptance. To date, although a large-scale war had yet to erupt and no one had proclaimed themselves king, it was undeniable that such a scenario loomed not far in the distance. Mo Yiming surveyed the room. While the exterior seemed modest, within lay an orderly display of various shelves adorned with antiques and deep-sea treasures, though none were particularly eye-catching. With the ability to cast spells, he had relinquished his originally intricate plans, opting instead for a more direct and forceful approach. After Dodo emerged from the 100 Rivers bag, Mo Yiming's gaze returned to the stone platform ahead, its luminous glow seemingly imbued with an enchanting power, compelling him to surge forward. Feng Chinga's expression darkened as she gripped a fire poker, her body lightening as she raised her leg to kick Han Bing's face. Indeed, in the end, this Wutian allowed Sun Wukong to escape. Even with 3 Sun Wukongs added as chaos makers, the original narrative remained unaltered. The failed attack of the Tang snake left it momentarily dazed as it beheld the dazzling array of thousands of divine artifacts before it. Subsequently, the spacecraft embarked along a renowned golden route from the early commercial history of the Earth Federation, traversing between various colonial planets for diverse commercial activities. He then gathered all his cultivation, boundless divine radiance enveloping him, attempting to break free with sheer force, yet he remained ensnared. Regardless of the circumstances, Xia Shaozuan had not yet made an appearance, leaving them waiting here while he attended to other matters, which indeed belittled those present. "Yang Finyan, tell me, if you truly acted for the good of all, with no selfish motives whatsoever, why would you not relinquish this position?" Ling Chiyu's mere utterance caused his expression to darken in an instant. He had never anticipated that his carefully devised plans would appear as mere jokes to others. William Adams Miller observed the positions of his teammates while attempting a shot against the Anderson Packaging Team's defense. On the 21st, he specifically watched Su Feng, who was still by Clyde Drexler's side, posing no threat to himself. Even as the stars roared loudly, the ceramic remained steadfast, leisurely chewing on jiu grass, as if utterly unaffected. The emperor was displeased. He now harbored doubts about Li Xiujing, commanding him to stay in the capital and forbidding him from going to Xucheng. Chapter 63. Rescuing Uncle in the Courtyard of the Seventh Elder. Yi Haoyu was engrossed in his cultivation when he was summoned by the Seventh Elder. This, of course, aligned perfectly with Rocky's intentions, for he had come to persuade Karina, who was evidently discontent with the coalition, a situation that undoubtedly favored him. Emperor Chongzhen had initially believed that the Ming royal family was teeming with affluent members, yet the grim reality revealed a considerable number of impoverished individuals among them. In other words, merely breaking a finger bone should be a trivial task for her. However, in the presence of Bai Zhiyun's gaze, Junhai felt an overwhelming pressure that was suffocating. She gently approached and covered him with a quilt, a gesture that felt intimate, as if he were her own brother. Upon seeing the censored image in the news, where the unfortunate fellow still appeared pitiful, Ji-en shook her head helplessly, putting away her phone and extinguishing the light to sleep, as she needed to see off Hu Ai and Zhuang Ying at the airport the following day. She was unsettled by Lin Ziyuan's gaze. Although Emo Xiuqin occasionally regarded her with a peculiar look, it never made her feel pressured. Nearby the cage, Ji-en was lulled into drowsiness by a lengthy monologue, her head bowed beneath the brim of her hat. In an instant, Yi Yunla released him, and Uchiha Obito abruptly covered his mouth, collapsing onto the tatami mat. A cacophony of voices erupted around them, fixated on the newly installed large screen overhead, seemingly eager to discern the condition of the two competitors about to take the stage. After all, Lin Li's rule dictated that both parties could observe each other until the final second, and every fleeting glance could yield a greater understanding. Moreover, deep within Zhang Xiuyan's heart lay a fear that if Qin Ming sought out Yuna, she might risk losing him. To Qin Ming, Yuna was someone of immense value, and her potential withdrawal was a looming threat. "Yuna, you seem a bit off today," Qin Ming remarked, furrowing his brow, as Yuna's demeanor did not appear angry. Yet it was unlike her usual self, leaving him perplexed. As the sun set, countless famished dinosaurs gathered around the abandoned treetops left by Yan Fei, gnawing at the bark until the whitewood was exposed, causing Yan Fei to feel a tinge of satisfaction. Yet, within this preview, he found no hint of explanation. Without such details, how could one capture the audience's attention? Even the students of the teacher approached to inquire, but alas, no one had any answers. Among the believers was an elderly, half-blind cattle rancher, Old Gong, who steadfastly believed that good deeds would be rewarded. He stepped forward to extol Yan Fei's various achievements, weaving tales enriched with mythic embellishments from what he had heard at the ranch. At this moment, amidst the vast desert, a fierce wind howled, mingling with internal force, akin to the roar of a trapped beast, sending shivers down one's spine. Bai Qian's beautiful eyes swept towards the position of the Lingwu Peak's leader, Shangguan Wuzi, as she calmly uttered two words, though her voice was soft. It resonated clearly among those nearby, causing a wave of distraction, prompting several to quietly divert their paths. Yi Xiaolan was acutely aware of her own body. It was beyond healing. Her foremost desire now was to spend time with her beloved Xie, to ensure all matters were well arranged, so she could watch An Yushi and Feng Xuanyu live joyfully together before she could peacefully close her eyes. At that very moment, a gentle tremor emanated from Yichen's beast soul as the primordial yin-yang divine sword soared into the air. Oh, the monkey attempted to pry open Yang Luo's grip around his neck, but those 5 fingers felt like steel rods. He exerted all his strength to no avail. Cursing in frustration, time swiftly passed to May 14th, where the weather was splendid and bright, with the golden sunlight dazzling like a resplendent brocade, exuding warmth and luxury. Chai Dingen and the previously silent Gu Shiwei lifted their gazes outward, noticing 3 vehicles parked outside the trendy Xian seafood restaurant. One was a Bentley Mulsanne with an impressive license plate, a true symbol of prestige, while the other 2 were an A6 and a 5 Series. The flickering candlelight cast their shadows on the bamboo curtain, swaying gently as the 2 maintained a distance, intentionally avoiding suspicion. Observing Lin Ling's exuberant laughter, everyone was left with a sense of exasperation, collectively wishing to inquire, could you be any more ridiculous? Even though the artist who sold paintings mysteriously vanished years ago, based on the leads provided by Peng Hua, I suspect he met a grim fate. I entertain a hypothesis. The death of Ma Hai may be intertwined with the famed painting, a lead we must not overlook. Tang Long also put forth his conjecture. Chapter 64. Thirsty to death. As the competition drew near, No one dared to be complacent, for this was our final opportunity to enter the S series. Should we miss this chance, we would have to wait an entire year. Although Nona seemed to flaunt her knowledge, Jing Jian refrained from probing further. These were the legacies left to Nona by Marshal Miaoko, and knowing too much was neither necessary nor advantageous. Qiu Xian shook his head at Boney's twisted smile. It was indeed astonishing to encounter such individuals in this world, finding amusement in such peculiarities. While it would be easy for Qiu Xian to take a life, he could not derive pleasure from inflicting suffering upon others. Typically, when people witness actions they cannot comprehend, they tend to associate the individual with mythical figures, labeling them as inhuman. You actually. Zhang Tianyang cooperatively commanded the beta wolf to expel 2 mouthfuls of dark blood. Fortunately, the beta wolf's corpse had remained intact within the spatial ring, preserving its state. Had it been withered and decayed, it would have been nearly impossible to produce a dramatic display of blood. Previously, the coalition's intention was merely to venture into Highland City for profit. In contrast, the determination of the Marine Corps was greater, as they were at least committed to safeguarding their familial assets. The footsteps from outside grew closer. Yet Chen Feng and Ling Yu remained unperturbed. With their current martial prowess, they had no fear of who might approach or how many there might be. At this point, the entire situation had become clear. However, once we grasped the circumstances, we found ourselves entangled in confusion. As another melody commenced, the dancers either prepared to continue their revelry or clasped hands to depart to the banquet hall for further conversation. Fu Tianzi and Xin Lu faced each other, their distance creating a stark sense of disconnection. Engaging in team battles required not only strategy, but also a clear delineation of roles following thoughtful deliberation. It was precisely due to Long Feng's oversight of this aspect that the ensuing battle experienced a dramatic reversal. Upon entering the house, it was indeed as Yi Ying had surmised. The interior was filled with high-tech devices. Even the door required both fingerprint and retinal recognition. Upon uttering this phrase, he found himself momentarily stunned, questioning whether he was indeed soliciting the other party. The words sounded almost like a proposition for human trafficking. The words of the 4th generation quelled the previously agitated and tense atmosphere. What remained were only the piercing glares of hatred and the dismissive gestures of silence. Oxford University and the city were seamlessly intertwined. There were no fences or walls, often leaving one unsure if they were in an academic institution or amidst urban streets. Jiang Yi and Jiang Yun sat opposite Yi Ying, and at that moment, Jiang Yi appeared considerably aged. I know. No. I don't know, Yi Ying exclaimed as he dashed towards home. Lowering his gaze, he discovered his collar was open, exposing his chest to the air. Startled, he turned his head to glance inside the house, where a wine jug and 2 cups rested on the main table, reminding him of the previous night's events. Well done, Wulong, said Xin Lu, nodding in acknowledgement. The current rapport between the 2 families required no formalities. He recalled their chance encounter at a riverside restaurant, where he had directly slapped Quan Zhongtian, never anticipating their fateful connection would emerge again. Under the blazing sun, on the desolate central land, 2 factions confronted each other, one with over 2,000 members and the other exceeding 10,000. A faint sound echoed as ashes fell from Yu Zhong's hand, revealing 2 delicate gold foil fragments. I nodded silently, my skepticism towards Fu Mingzhan unwavering, regardless of how grandiose his claims were. They were all cunning old foxes, far too frightening. The Kunping demon master gazed incredulously at Qin Yifei, realizing that the latter had not been exerting his full strength during their confrontation, and had instead been calculating, revealing the presence of such a formidable foe. Thousands of disciples from Maoshan had gathered beside the demon locking tower, beginning to form the seals they had learned since entering the mountain gate, a technique deeply ingrained in each disciple's heart. Each one, not wishing to lag behind, scampered over to ingratiate themselves with the others, even Fong Qi now behaving obediently. I am known as the Tooth King, and I have a few words to share. The Tooth King, appearing middle-aged and quite ordinary in looks, shifted his gaze toward Zhang Hua as he spoke. In his memory, Wen Liang had always exuded vitality. Her tongue sharp enough to often leave others speechless. He had never witnessed her in such a state of silent tears. Emperor Jingrong had initially intended to retain him by his side, biding his time to appoint him as a minister after several years of accumulation. In contrast, Yen Liang had attacked Fu Lin's camp across the river, a move born out of disadvantage. Having already suffered several defeats while also forcing Zhang He and Gao Lan to retreat. Setting down the phone, Hua Xiao felt an increasing headache. Other than revealing the reasons for his recent indifference towards Wen Liang, he had no effective solutions. "Mr. Chen, it is getting late. May I treat you both to dinner?" Huang Wei suggested. Chapter 65. The Little Mermaid. The door now stands ajar, beckoning to leave. Have you ever pondered how far this place is from the city? Mimi earnestly grasped her shoulders. At the same moment, Lu Qishan, clad in a flowing robe of black and red, ascended into the air. Dark energy swirling from his palm as he raised it high, delivering a powerful strike upon the head of the cloaked youth. In the sky, an invisible force descended like divine radiance, causing the surrounding valley's birds to take flight in startled disarray. Presently, Zhao Hao found himself in dire straits. With continued training, he faced the potential demise of his host, rendering any further endeavor futile. Elder Wang, witnessing yet another escape by Han Yi, could only stomp his feet in frustration, lamenting that they were always so close to capturing him, yet he eluded them once more. Fortunately, Jialu was quite astute. After being struck once, he swiftly covered his mouth and bounded out of the circle formed by the zombies. Jun Chan remained motionless, her large eyes wide as she savored the embrace bestowed upon her. Was this a dream? Lu Haoqing held her tightly, cherishing her as if she were a rare treasure. A stark contrast to the indifferent Lu Haoqing she had known previously. Aunt Xiaoyu, still unwilling to turn away, trembled slightly, while Bei Ming revealed a mischievous grin in the shadows of the night. Every dish's effect was maximized, rendering any alteration in flavor nearly impossible. Whatever essence was meant to be retained, it remained unchanged. Bei Ming, feeling a sense of curiosity, stealthily concealed himself, opting not to rush into the courtyard. Instead, he settled beneath a tree on the left side of the yard, climbing it quietly while hidden by the lush foliage. The fury of the dragon language magic collided with the mighty city gate, producing a deafening explosion. However, it seemed the gate had been fortified with defensive magic. Although it appeared to have partially melted and was precariously on the verge of collapse, it had yet to yield to the magic. Upon entering the Dantian, Yifan realized that these ungrateful wolves had yet to be dealt with. Upon noticing his arrival, the Bagua mirror and the blue lotus vanished in an instant. Yifan's eyes widened, an urge to spit blood overwhelming him. Were they truly showing him such respect? Victors are kings, while the vanquished are but bandits. Rajasabi spat at Wang Jipeng, but unfortunately, his strength faltered, and he could not succeed, choosing instead to close his eyes. Nishang reluctantly withdrew from the embrace, her heart unwilling for Xia Feng to grow too close, fearing he would invest too much emotion in her. Just as Teacher Allen was about to enter the conference room, he heard Lin Xining's words, stopping in his tracks to cast a sympathetic glance at Shen Yun. On the immense form of the Ling Feng, Yifan and the others sat cross-legged, as Rua Xian gazed up at the vast sky, the cool breeze whipping past, bringing a slight chill to the group. Inside the hall, several familiar figures appeared, albeit looking somewhat fatigued, clearly having endured the torment of the blazing whirlwind. Yun Feng chuckled softly and nodded, suddenly recalling something. He leaned close to Xia Tian's ear and whispered unknowingly. For the past month, Ning and Lan Qingwei had been by Lan Juanyao's side daily. Her injuries had largely healed, yet she still feigned a lingering sickness. This leisurely existence suited her well, although at times she found herself yearning for those who had passed. A sudden tug broke Yifan free from the grasp of two individuals, but what devastated Mo Qingwu was that Yifan's eyes remained tightly shut, his breath faint, as if he were on the brink of departure. Long Ao regarded Wang Jie's expression, his heart finally easing as he directed a grateful smile toward him. No need. Tell Lu Yume to bring over the cremation record from that day. I wish to investigate a certain son Yongchuan's cremation record. Indeed. Last night was spent in a hotel room, and I am still quite exhausted. Zhong Xixin, repeatedly called a vixen, felt her temper flare, prompting her to shout in frustration. Yun Xiao was genuinely overwhelmed by the prince's shameless demeanor, sensing a hint of danger in his tone. Resolutely, she flicked her sleeve and exited the room, leaving behind a faint, lingering fragrance. Meanwhile, the Huangdao master of the Huangdao sect was not of the nascent soul realm and had not perished. All was but an illusion. Who could have anticipated that fate would lead her back into entanglement with the royal prince? Especially one so much more powerful than the Shengwang of Beima? Yun Xiao suddenly felt a pang of heartache, realizing that the brother she once relied on had drifted away, leaving her to confront the esteemed Zhao Wang, both foreign and daunting. Chapter 66. A wedding garment for others. Observing the peculiar demise of two fearsome beasts, Long Ren could not help but furrow his brow. He could distinctly sense that those who had entered were formidable adversaries. Nonetheless, Lin Zhangfeng found himself at a loss. For within the sacred realm resided a serpent with a century of cultivation, seemingly having mastered spiritual energy, its intellect chilling to the core of humanity. Perhaps this black flame had undergone a profound transformation, who could say? Qin Shi bellowed, his fist radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light. A glow so intense it was almost painful to behold. Take, for instance, Li Jiaxuan, whose exceptional artistic prowess had caught the eye of Zhou Guangyue, prompting him to recruit Li Jiaxuan for a cross-regional company without hesitation. In truth, both Li Jiaxuan and his team were reluctant, yet Zhou Guangyue, disregarding his status, visited the software park repeatedly, extending invitations and promising generous rewards. I have long wished to convey this to you. To pry into the secrets of heaven requires a price. Bai Niang remarked. Presently, Earth was home to numerous strange races, and Wang Hao had grown accustomed to their presence, for when encountering such beings became habitual. Shock and surprise diminished significantly. The majority of employees at the International Charm Corporation were youthful, drawn to excitement, and readily embraced Wang Hao's proposal. Very well, Su Qin. Remove all your garments. Not a single piece should remain, Lin Zhangfeng instructed her. After a brief passage of time, 3 luxury vehicles approached, their doors swinging open. Han Bingrui felt a surge of vanity as she found herself flanked by 2 Mercedes S600s with a golden Rolls-Royce at the center, an emblem of the affluent elite. The curator was taken aback to discover that Zhang Xiaoyu had remembered him, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. To be acknowledged by Zhang Xiaoyu was indeed an immense honor. Long Songqiang exhibited no surprise, fully aware of his grandson's character. It would have been odd if he had chosen not to enter. Throughout the morning, Wangu refrained from mentioning the purple gold ornament in Wang Nu's possession. However, Wang Nu mused that it was no wonder, for in comparison to such rare treasures, his ornament was likely of little value. As for the others, their combat prowess paled in comparison to Yi Yun, rendering them ineffective. Given the perilous nature of this journey, remaining in Tianya Fortress to continue their cultivation was the wiser choice. There was no indication that the desolate mountain harbored any anomalies, let alone the potential secrets and formidable formations concealed within. At this juncture, Lu Dan felt compelled to confess his mistakes to Lu Feng. Otherwise, should his errors disrupt Lu Feng's original plans, he would face dire consequences. However, the space itself served as Du Yaxing's greatest advantage since her rebirth. Although the head of the Xylair family had sensed its existence, his attacks could not penetrate the realm, rendering him incapable of harming anything within, let alone its master. Du Yaxing. Countless serpentine beings surged into the chaotic sea, extending millions of light-years laterally and traversing n light-years in depth. The exact number remained indeterminate. Zhang Shiping, after all, was the head of a prominent commercial family, and within the hospital room of the elder, 4 or 5 family members stood vigil. This time, she had come expressly to visit Mu Yurong. Since the day she interrogated Mu Zhaolin in the Golden Wan Hall, Mu Xuefu had not laid eyes on her. She felt the need to see her once more before departing, for certain words must be spoken. The sisters took turns keeping watch over Dan Wei, with Ruoling, having worked alongside her, appearing most distraught. I joined her in attending to Dan Wei during the latter half of the night. Listening to this, Lin Jixiao deemed the captain's considerations thorough. Otherwise, Wang Huaishan would have caused chaos, and the entire Yuyu village would surely descend into turmoil. 10 dark warships trembled slightly in the sky as a terrifying vitality began to coalesce at their prows. The 10 arcane artillery pieces, fully charged, were gradually aimed at the mountain gate of the Xinyun sect under the guidance of the Qingchuan soldiers. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Zixiao entered the makeshift clinic belonging to Brother Wen, seated within the examination room to organize it while awaiting potential patients. Lu Feng, too, felt his blood coursing through him, akin to a furnace. These celestial entities were purging the impurities accumulated through his cultivation. The citizens of the Eastern Domain Divine Kingdom gazed at their divine king, erupting in fervent cheers, each kneeling in reverence to their sovereign lord. Yu Ming could scarcely believe his ears, even questioning whether Wei Renwu was an impostor, pondering if the true Wei Renwu had perished outside. Chapter 67. The legs have returned in the heart of the swamp. There existed a shimmering beast, its form obscured by the ethereal glow, rendering it indistinguishable, be it a demon, a divine creature, or a spiritual beast. A large fish swam back and forth, maintaining a cautious distance from the silvery light. Where was the last place this man was seen? Lin Zishan inquired, his impatience evident. Where's Chun'er? Li Shi promptly produced a pair of binoculars, scanning the direction pointed out by Li Song. However, both his colleagues from the Security Bureau and Chen Mo before him regarded her as merely a well-connected individual, believing that Xia Fei had secured her position within the bureau through her father's influence. His face nestled against her shoulder. She had just bathed, and the fragrant scent of shower gel enveloped him, prompting him to gently bite her shoulder. This time, she did not need to employ her extraordinary abilities. Even from a distance, he could hear He Zhao's voice. Sweet as it was, the words spoken were laced with venom. The outcome was utterly unexpected. Yu Xing recalled that during middle school, Chen Yaij had lingered around the 50 mark in his class rankings, while not poor. He had never managed to break into the top 10. How had he suddenly surged forward this time? Due to the incapacitation of Wei Wei, the immediate priority was to extricate themselves from their predicament. The medication seemed unproblematic, at least for the time being. However, it was peculiar that Chu Yan, the vice president of the pharmaceutical company, was absent from the scene. Although Zhang Chengsong had portrayed himself convincingly, Shi Jueming had discerned the stiffness of his expression, indicating deeper issues at play. Shaking his head, he found solace in the thought that the instrument spirit would eventually manifest after healing. With this in mind, his unease began to subside somewhat. In such a bizarre location, the presence of the instrument spirit could alleviate negative emotions, allowing him to think calmly and seek a way to escape this lost paradise. Lin Yu turned away from the square. Behind him, the tourists who had been busy taking selfies finally noticed Fang Wu lying unconscious on the ground and began to gather slowly towards the center of the square. Tang Er, after leisurely finishing his statement, bent to lift the burden from the ground and repositioned it on his shoulder, ambling deeper into the Shu Palace. Fang Wu was taken aback, only managing to push Ouyang Yun down beside him, while the rat and the 8th disciple swiftly evaded. Unfortunately, the other soldiers were not as fortunate. Yet, she understood the situation, though the harsh words from Jun Mo Ren weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her feeling profoundly unsettled. Lan Xingyan perceived the emotional turmoil embedded within her words. Despite her adept concealment, he could still sense the impending eruption of her feelings. Young master, you mustn't let this slip out. This is a matter of life and death, the man lamented, his face stricken. For over 20 days, Luozhen wandered through Wanyuan City, pausing to admire the foreign scenery accompanied by the ever-present sounds of the city. The morale of the Han army surged, intensifying their offensive, while the Xiongnu, gripped by fear, began to retreat in desperation. Such matters could only affect a handful of ordinary pirates aboard their ships. To them, it posed no real threat. Though Guadashia had yet to attain the lofty ideals of chivalry for the nation and its people, he had already begun to embody the essence of a true hero. Xiang Tai and Zhe remarked, "It was during the last flight from Nanjing. I can't recall the exact time, but you were still." Suddenly, his words trailed off. As for the toxic wild beasts, despite their overwhelming numbers, they had yet to launch any offensive, even under the midday sun of March 11th, 1 AE. Below lay a colossal sphere formed from the waters of the Western Sea, filled with the essence of annihilation, its color pure black, obscuring all within. However, as the forces of destruction waned with the passage of time, subtle movements began to emerge from within. Even as the Xianming Firebird continued its relentless assault, it could not impede the advance of the Fire Enchantress, whose black flames erupted, enveloping all aspiring assailants in a shroud of fire. Visible sound waves rippled outward like a stone cast into a pond, converging upon Luo Ji and the two Gu worms. Upon hearing the news, Dongfeng Shua promptly submitted a memorial to Lu Che, asserting that as the emperor, it was his duty to uphold the law of the land, and that his majesty was in the right, free from guilt. Though she kept her voice low, I could detect the tremor in her vocal cords, as if she had recently wept. Old Master Zhao was equally exhilarated. The vendetta for his grandson had been avenged, and as a grandfather, he felt a profound sense of joy. The two conversed on the yacht for an extended period, exchanging pleasantries without once broaching the subject of business matters. In the end, he settled onto the sofa, waiting for his father's arrival, knowing full well that his father would indeed come to this place. Chapter 68. A mere few million taels could support a cement road capable of bearing dozens of tons of vehicles, yet it was as fragile as tofu, unable to withstand even a moment of the root's encroachment. Ling Junqing remained silent, yet Gu Ran understood all too well. The debt he owed was for her life-saving grace. Hearing Jiao Du's words, Tian Yao could no longer pursue Yan Ran. Upon witnessing the beastmen of the Vulture clan lay out a variety of delicacies on the stone platform's leaves for the attending beastmen to partake in, she immediately rushed over. Hua Qin stayed by Long Junqing's bedside throughout the night, instructing the servants to rest, assuring them that she could manage alone. Throughout the night, she continuously dampened a towel in cold water, gently wiping his forehead, neck, and arms to provide him comfort. This method proved effective for Long Junqing. The sound of footsteps echoed as a pair of golden-armored guards hurriedly approached from Juke Street. Upon entering the venue, they meticulously began to clean the gruesome scene. For a fleeting moment, he felt a profound enlightenment wash over him, rendering him disinclined to continue walking. He merely wished to sit and conclude his remaining days. Noticing Su Hao's prolonged silence, the young man raised an eyebrow, refusing to relent, instead smiling at his companion nearby. With wings spanning over 10 meters, a massive black eagle, reminiscent of a twin-seater aircraft, let out a warning cry directed at the approaching floating island from afar. If Oer Ming were to overlook searching the nearby star systems, it would diminish their goodwill. He merely needed to summon the essence of dimensions, capable of effortlessly obliterating hundreds of hell. At that moment, no one uttered a cry of despair. All were rendered unconscious with a single punch. Had it not been for Qiangzi's insistence on avoiding casualties, these ruffians would have had no chance of survival. The breaking mountain fist, while not exaggerated enough to shatter mountains with one blow, could indeed fracture boulders when mastered to a high degree. Cui Shi Walker fell silent, her excitement doused as if splashed with cold water, extinguishing her fervor in an instant. The token posed no issue. It merely could not confirm that it belonged to her without verification at the Alchemist Guild. In Xingran finally gritted his teeth and spoke. At first glance, Bifaslang might appear inferior to Han Lu in terms of offensive prowess. Yet his demon god pillar was a true treasure. People can change. However, regardless of how I transform, I shall always regard you as a friend, Feng Chen stated earnestly. As Shenqing Luo spoke, she raised a jade hand, gently tucking away the strands of hair blown across her face by the lake's breeze, revealing an exceptionally pure and radiant smile. In a game lasting 10 minutes, Yi Tian's Diao Chan boldly took on 5 opponents. Regrettably, after securing 4 kills, the opposing mid-laner was snatched away by a careless shot from their arriving marksman. Having spent many years in this world, he had fully integrated into it. Yet, if there was one place he felt a pang of nostalgia for, it was the Hell's Kitchen, a rather grim locale etched into his memory, impossible to forget or abandon. In other words, even if the sudden presence were to meet its demise one day, such an event would be beyond her jurisdiction. It was as if a natural shielding layer enveloped him, capable of warding off any Rei's assault. As a local of Handu, Shi Yuan was evidently aware that the person known as Bai Shaoxing possessed certain mystical abilities, prompting her to inquire about him. The person on the other end of the phone spoke little, but Bao Baosun appeared fearful and reluctant, yet had no choice but to comply. Although taken aback, the latter could somewhat anticipate what the former wished to convey and thus did not refuse, following Dante into the inner room. It turned out that the eldest son of Samsung, Li Ziqing, had unexpectedly approached and interjected. His sudden appearance brought a moment of silence to the crowd. At that precise moment, both the Yunhai faction, which had extended invitations, and other factions mysteriously vanished, rendering all attempts at contact futile. Yet, this was not surprising. Given that Duga Qingqing was exceptionally beautiful and of noble lineage, it was only natural for others to take an interest in her. However, in the current situation, Guan Yu's excessively proud character would never allow him to bow his head and admit fault. In less than 2 minutes, the short stretch of road was strewn with individuals writhing in pain. Just as the two had barely made it halfway, they heard Niu Taiping calling for them. Their movements halted, uncertain whether to proceed. Shouldn't they be crying out in despair? The enemy had yet to arrive, yet they were already at each other's throats, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere. Subsequently, to everyone's disbelief, Lin Tianyu's palm struck Emperor Wunyan's face with a resounding slap, the echo silencing the entire tarmac. A pin drop could be heard. In this manner, without offspring to their credit, aspiring to ascend the social ladder meant ingratiating oneself with the heir or the heir's wife. The heir was currently preoccupied with military affairs, naturally neglecting the inner court, while the path to the heir's wife seemed considerably easier. Beside an ancient tree, Yang Kun leaned against it, leisurely observing the fierce battle between the two parties, seemingly disinclined to intervene. Mu Feng detected a glimmer of cunning in the eyes of the ogre lord. It seemed aware that many sought to challenge Mu Feng. Thus, even with Mu Feng unleashing his chaotic magic, it refrained from descending. If they could capture Tang Feng's beloved, they might indeed have the means to escape. At worst, they would fade into obscurity, and he could hardly believe Tang Feng would be able to track them down. Currently, Mu Feng was hundreds of zhang away from those 30 individuals, alleviating any concerns about their acute hearing. Dong Tigan instructed Li Chen to split the explosives and detonators purchased that day, allowing half to be taken by Rubinstan. Although Zhao Qingchun would intervene, if they could overpower Lin Tianyu, what did it matter if they offended her? After all, it was not a significant issue, Du Zitong schemed. The household servants tensed, pondering how much the heir's wife cherished her possessions, for anything that held value, from jars to vases, was deemed treasure. Mu Feng erupted with an aura of magic more potent than that of the monsters, startling a chorus of monstrous roars. Chapter 69. The Roots of Gaozu's Downfall. A formidable force of 170,000 regular troops could effortlessly break free from this leaky encirclement. The attack, akin to a cosmic explosion, emanated from the 3 golden saints, sending golden shockwaves hurtling towards Kratos. Though perplexed, Lu Xiao could not resist the allure of the fragrant bath and the sumptuous food. After all, considering the power of the Qin family, there was no need for such elaborate measures to eliminate her. Injured and weary, Qin Yao hastily reassured his mother, "Mother, I assure you, I am fine. It is merely some superficial wounds. While there have been those capable of slaying martial masters at the innate realm, none have ever managed to bind a martial master and render them utterly defeated without the slightest chance to retaliate. The soft light in the hotel room illuminated every corner, and a gentle breeze occasionally wafted in through the partially open window, offering a hint of coolness to the still warm early autumn air. This sentiment was not only directed at Shinzhou, but also extended to the increasingly agitated Yan Hu and Shin Qingyun among the courtiers. Merely inhaling the fragrant aroma caused Wei Minghua to involuntarily swallow. May the ancestors bestow their blessings, allowing his benefactor to continue wielding immense power, thus ensuring his own enjoyment of wealth and prosperity. The master deity would surely be driven to madness, or perhaps one could be ruthless with oneself, accelerating time and spending millennia in one place, continuously using divine power to cultivate this white dwarf metal until it transformed into iridium, which posed no issues. Though the meaning was not entirely clear, we shall extend our assistance, Gray stated, glancing towards Yalucia. Indeed, both Granny Pei and Aunt Yen held her in high regard. Li Guojia bitterly remarked, recalling how, aside from himself, no one in his family favored Man-Man, which explained why Man-Man agreed to court Ajahn. Su Yongchang was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say, having grown accustomed to reprimanding her in such a manner. Today, he found himself unable to restrain his words, which flowed out effortlessly. Lin Man-Man. Feeling her heart soften, relented, realizing he might not yet have felt the depth of her affection, and thus she wrapped her arms around his neck to kiss him. Master, if I wish to seek transcendence from the Buddhist realm? Jiang Yunwan murmured, lost in thought. Even afterwards, Qinbai entrusted Zhang Dashan to hack into the photography studio's network system to ensure that his information had not been archived or backed up, finally feeling at ease. In the palace, the musk was meticulously recorded by the inner court, and the amount used in the imperial hospital was also documented, ensuring that no scent could easily be released. Amitabha, Su Qiyu recited a Buddhist chant, striving to calm her mind. Regardless of the attacks Ionia unleashed, elements, curses, illusions, or mental interference, Lakinda effortlessly countered each one. The two fairies shook their heads, saying little, merely following Qin Yuan out as he cradled Liaoyuo. Qin Yuan silently cursed at the system, eagerly opening his right hand, causing his pupils to dilate and shine. Gold is a universal currency. Even amidst war and sanctions against currency, it remains a medium for the exchange of resources. Although they were certain someone in the Federation had noticed them, they had abided by the law while in Laureus, refraining from any misconduct, believing their actions were for preservation, ensuring they had allies when it came time to escape Laureus. The array flags rose automatically. Though small, they fluttered vigorously, echoing the sound of a haunting wind. This was not a matter of great importance, so Qin Yuan paid it little attention and began contacting his family, not the elder, but Cracelia and the others. If a name change were to occur, it would theoretically require him to address it as Milongmijia, yet such a name, laden with modifiers, was impractical to utter in reality. Upon the spacious high platform, situated midway up the slope, a row of soldiers stood, with 3 chairs placed prominently, overseeing everything below. It is said that when you requested this title of one word, shoulder to shoulder from the king, you had also made a wager, promising that the royal family would procure a true alchemist with that title. Snorting, Guchen climbed onto the back of Mushua, settling securely upon her plump form. Shi Qinghuan dreamed of the courtyard where she had once married Chu Emo. Only when she kindly found a place to sit and allowed the green-haired creature, transformed into a great white tiger, to shield her from view did her circumstances begin to improve slightly. The concern in her eyes pierced Xiao Zhehan's heart deeply, yet she turned away, choosing not to look at him. At that moment, the concept of the heavenly restoration method swirled incessantly in Gu Chen's mind, its power growing increasingly formidable. Recalling Hua Shi's nearly uncontrollable morning temper and indiscriminate attacks, both Sister Dongfang and Brother Shimin felt a wave of trepidation. "Brother, what is this?" He Yilin inquired. feeling warmly enveloped, as if bathing in an ocean of spiritual energy, with the energies of the 5 elements converging around her. However, who could blame him for potentially being a future elite in the marketing department, causing her excitement to turn into nervousness? In this world, there is no one who will selflessly dedicate themselves to you, save for your biological parents. If you are blessed with powerful parents and a harmonious family, the savings will far exceed decades of struggle. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed as several figures surged up from below, including Yang Heng's personal guards and Bai Pingzi. The sound of rushing water continued, yet Gong Xian's moans grew increasingly painful and faint. Mondiu had ample reason to declare that the artillery had finally begun to fully unleash its divine might in warfare, becoming the backbone of land combat. In any future large-scale battle, artillery would be the main protagonist on the battlefield. Within the Jade Pendant, the Elder, having been mentally prepared, did not experience the previous incident, allowing Mui to sense his aura until, after half an hour, the energy emanating from the pendant dissipated. Chapter 70. The confiscation of wealth with no other choice but to take a leap of faith. Ren Ishu exclaimed in urgency, "Otherwise, we shall surely perish here." This was a warning from the divine being. Witnessing this, the majority of the celestial beings opted to retreat, for none possessed the cultivation of a supreme celestial. Although curiosity about the demon god palace lingered, their lives took precedence. After completing his tasks, Do Xinyuan draped a quilt over Yun Xiao, who had just awakened. The fragmented memories of the water ghosts began to coalesce in the malevolent spirit's mind, revealing a path to survival that, while lacking a clear destination, was significantly longer than the areas currently being explored by others. Upon observing Xia Qing's resolute demeanor, Chen Wei readily agreed, swiftly gathering his belongings to accompany Xia Qing from the hotel to her residence. In truth, he had just attempted to break through his own cultivation, but was abruptly interrupted by Su Mo's slap, leaving him momentarily dazed and bewildered. Initially, the members of the 13th team harbored some reservations about Yan Bing's promotion to vice captain. However, after a singular showdown in which Yan Bing defeated everyone, she firmly established herself as the true leader of the team. It was akin to seeking out 2 individuals among the entire population of the world who possessed identical hair follicle patterns on their bodies. Yuan Fong chuckled. Next to him, Su Jian was startled and quickly restrained Tang Qingji, discreetly elucidating the rules of the building into his ear. Extravagant gifts, such as pure gold longevity peaches, golden pigs, a life-sized embroidered longevity tapestry, and a half-meter-tall, crystal-clear guanine statue adorned the premises, each more lavish than the last. The projection of constellations could not merely be formed from material possessions. Typically, it would require the nurturing of thousands of years for such possibilities to arise. When Murong Xiqing arrived at their military camp, he noticed the absence of their general and seized one of the soldiers to inquire about their situation. Invincible 001 charged ahead towards the northern city gate of Star City, where numerous players were engaged in fierce combat. The tremors beneath their feet caused them to halt their attacks, instinctively turning their gaze toward the horizon. The first to catch their eye was Invincible 001, followed by a multitude of knights galloping forth on wolves. Despite it being daytime, the atmosphere within the room was eerily silent, prompting Chu Mu to momentarily mistake the space for a tranquil night. In an instant, Mai Yi felt as if he were in a zoo, albeit as the exhibit, surrounded by onlookers snapping photographs. At that moment, Master Xiao was engulfed in fear of Jin Tian's formidable power, while Jin Tian stood before him. Qian Yuan observed Chu Yuelan's expression, suspecting she had deduced that the heavenly sword was the chaos immortal treasure. However, recognizing her lack of malicious intent, he harbored no further thoughts. "Rest assured, I shall remain here," he said, beckoning, "Come over." Song Rui scooped a spoonful of soup, blew on it to cool, and commanded Fei Wanqing, who lay on the bed. Upon hearing Murong Zhenyu's words, the expressions of the disciples standing outside the palace gate shifted dramatically. Tuoba cast a glance at the indignant grandfather and grandson duo, who were nearly identical in their defiance. He casually picked up a bowl of soup from the table, respectfully placing it beside Bai Li Jing. Everything here was exorbitantly priced. It was said that a single dish and a glass of wine could cost hundreds or even thousands of gold coins, and naturally, the items were far from ordinary. Those who frequented the Drunken Heart Pavilion were either wealthy or noble. It was a place where an average person could hardly afford to indulge. You mustn't overexert yourself. In due time, my mother will surely host a banquet. After all, we have just wed, and it would be fitting to celebrate in the capital, Pei Lua said with a smile. Sensing a grave threat, the Fire Qilin would not willingly submit to slaughter and immediately lunged towards Su Chu once more. Ling Songxiao's clothing had been reduced to tatters, and 3 deep gashes marred his back, staining it crimson. With the first scream echoing, the bloodthirsty instincts within the crowd surged, igniting a frenzy of slaughter. Chen Qian, Zhang Xiao, and Li Fang visited Chen Qian's home. Li Fang expressed her fatigue and decided to rest at home, opting out of the outing with Chen Qian and Zhang Xiao. In the blink of an eye, the starfire fell like a meteor, landing precisely where Yi Nishan had stood, creating a massive wave of searing flames. Awakened by Yun Ying's gentle nudge, Mo Yu suddenly recalled that the pinnacle of the purple gold held the most formidable intelligence network. A pang of realization struck him. Indeed, having spent too long outside, he had forgotten that the purple gold peak was a wellspring of information. Jun Yao possessed a refined palate for wine, understanding its quality, and, remarkably, she was skilled in mixology, crafting delightful concoctions. It seemed that tonight would be her moment to shine. After speaking, Xia Yu turned to engage He Lian Tai in conversation, evidently hoping to allow Fang Li some time for contemplation. You wish to find him? Yan Ruojiao glanced at Jiang Zhengxi. Uncertainty etched on her face as she inquired. The army swiftly mobilized, racing towards the direction where the enemy was detected, with both infantry and cavalry expending their energy to cover ground. Simultaneously, Xiao Rang sought to borrow the Kai brothers, Kai Fu and Kai Qing, from Zhu Wu, intending for them to assume the leadership of the patrol camp. Even Yang Xian and others were exceedingly anxious, urging Xuankue Mountain to tend to their injuries briefly before they united to break through the 6 paths of Rising Dragon, entering the true mountain gate of the dragon-slaying valley. Mi Miao produced an oversized scroll, lifting one end to let it unfurl under the force of gravity, revealing the words "Congratulations" inscribed from top to bottom. Chapter 71, Dividing the Silver Love speaks here, recounting the matters concerning Bai Curson, urging him to analyze and investigate the affairs of the Bai family. Delving into the Bai family is not a trivial task for him. It requires ingenuity and resourcefulness. "Aunt, I miss you dearly," Tang Xin exclaimed joyfully, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably, feeling as though, in her deepest sorrow, she had received solace and understanding from others, leading to even more intense weeping. By the time the Chong family became aware of it, the news had already stirred up a frenzy online, infuriating them greatly. After all, this place is not flat, the ground is uneven, strewn with sand and stones, and Chin Chin, dressed in shorts, found the terrain quite unfavorable. She glanced at the horse she was riding, realizing that this was a place designated for the divine captors to tether their steeds. After all, they were all divine captors, and lacking a horse to ride was rather embarrassing and a hindrance to their affairs. With that, she lifted the armless Lambert and soared towards the riverbank, the two of them intentionally skimming the water's surface, washing away the excess essence of the horsewhip herb, and within moments, they vanished without a trace. In her struggle, Hu Yan seized one of her high heels and forcefully struck it backwards. Unexpectedly, the delicate metallic heel was incredibly sharp, instantly slicing through Han Zisher's arm. Just then, 2 of the deity's subordinates burst through the door. Had it not been for their lack of confidence in the box office of the variety film, Jiangsu Zhejiang Satellite TV would never have consented to such a revenue-sharing arrangement with Qin Jieshi. However, his primordial spirit was gravely injured, and he possessed only a quarter of it. Thus, he could not possibly exert significant combat power at that moment. The being clad in white was exceedingly agitated, pointing a finger at the being in black, vehemently denouncing it, while a glimmer of crystalline tears appeared in his eyes, pure and untainted by any dark energy. A poignant testament to the suffering of the unblemished being. Song Qinghuan entered the room, instructing Lu Yu to fetch a set of clothing while relaying the purpose of Si Tan's visit to Shinchuhan. At this stage, it is uncertain. Let us await the premiere next Monday. The first 2 episodes have yet to be completed. Qindong shook his head solemnly, stating that their drama was a weekly series, and the outcome would be revealed with the premiere next week. Should others witness such a scene, they would surely be struck with fear. At that moment, Zhang Tian was enduring trials akin to descending into hell, as much of his flesh had begun to dissolve, riddled with holes resembling a wasp's nest. This was inconsistent with Yagami Light's demeanor throughout the month. He had consistently crafted an image of ordinariness. Such a shift would render him the center of attention, which was perplexing. Zhou Yi ceased her actions, casting an annoyed gaze at Gu Qi, yet due to his status, she refrained from expressing her ire. Upon sensing the change in Shirsi, the 9 participants on the arena recognized that this swordplay was exceptionally formidable. Chu Anning vowed that this was the strongest display of competitive spirit she had witnessed from He Luo since their acquaintance. To be honest, this time He Luo left her astounded. She was aware that He Luo wielded a sword, but had not anticipated such mastery in swordsmanship. He Luo recalled her purpose upon hearing the mention of when Ji Li and hurriedly rose from the bed. Before stepping out, she glanced at Ying, who simply smiled tenderly at her as she always did. This disruption directly thwarted Gu Xiaoxiao's plans, placing her subsequent actions under the control of Han Sherwin. In Mo City, there are ready-made clothing stores. To open a fabric shop here would only lead to bankruptcy. After all, the mercenaries here are far too busy to craft their own garments. Right? Yes. Young Master Gu, what brings you here? Yi Jingjing exclaimed in horror, looking past Xia Ziyuan. A chill ran down Xia Ziyuan's spine, prompting her to sneeze. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with hope, resembling the twinkling stars of the night, eliciting an irresistible urge to protect him. It is quite infuriating that such an innocent child has been embroiled in this matter. Had it not been in front of so many people, Li Murong would have already slapped Zhang Chen across the face. Xu Qiaozhen could not help but indulge in malicious speculation, though her heart ached from that very sentiment. Third, reject the transaction, even after failure, persist in the struggle until the end. I greatly admire your courage in this regard. Yet all males among such individuals will be subjected to brutal treatment as slaves until death, while all females will serve as sexual slaves, providing solace to us, the ravenous warriors. Once a friend, Lin Feng has sought various means of atonement. The past mistakes he made shall never recur. Everything on the home planet seems to have been transformed by Lin Feng, entirely different from the memories he once held. The reason he refrained from taking action earlier was due to consideration for Yun Ning and her sister, as his cultivation was restricted to the divine realm under the suppression of the burning immortal altar, his strength comparable to that of a peak deity. Zhang Gong moved like a specter, suddenly appearing behind Lin Wudi and striking down with tremendous force. Recalling the brutal battle from the previous night, where countless lives were lost at the villa on Garden Road, which had now become a haunted place, Luo Chen deemed it pointless to keep it and instructed Wu Zikai to auction it off. Even diminished to a mere fraction of its original potency, it remained terrifyingly formidable. Without the ability to employ his battle form, he could not hope to withstand it. Chapter 72. A brawl. Though colleagues ought to coexist harmoniously, if you cannot tolerate me, must I endure you? The protective spiritual formation serves as an absolutely enclosed independent space, wherein objects remain as long as they are not removed by human intervention. That night, the name killer Qin Xuanshuang reverberated across the world, creating a sensation in the underworld. Thus, what appeared before everyone was an inexplicably humorous bald figure, reminding us that the drawing merely depicted a head. Until 6 months ago, when I fainted in class once more, I finally regained the memories of my past life. These individuals evidently had no desire to engage with him. They clasped their hands together, chanted Buddhist hymns, and proceeded into the streets. Upon entering Ningyan County, Buin remained strategically inactive, indeed harboring some thoughts of suppressing military morale in anticipation of an explosion, yet the more significant objective lay elsewhere. Chen Ying, who relished chaos, watched as the two prepared to compete and naturally refrained from intervening. Daily, officials seeking to report various matters flowed in and out, and the queue of sedan chairs and carriages before the Wang residence extended endlessly. "That's right," exclaimed Milhouse joyfully, leaping in delight. This was the culmination he had envisioned. The cars behind honked incessantly, and it was only then that she realized, shifting aside. Sun Qian and Zhang Fei were momentarily taken aback upon hearing the commotion behind them. They could only chuckle awkwardly, even if distant foes attempted to retaliate. The movement of their bodies would expose most of their positions. Would the 7th Brigade stationed on the rooftop allow such an opportunity to slip by? When President Roosevelt commended this unit for its gallant and historically significant defensive battle, he lauded their courage. In silence, the North Wind contemplated, withholding from his sect the knowledge of the insectoid race's stronghold. As the basketball game reached a critical juncture, with both sides appearing evenly matched, the outcome hinged on which would air first. Naturally, the trailing side's margin for error was significantly diminished, much like the current Taoyuan team. Possessing fearsome power, even a deity-level being in an ethereal environment could only flee in disarray when confronted by an enraged void whale. The two foundational points were Bianyu within and Feng Tian without. As for the central point, one must deduce for themselves. At 7 o'clock the following morning, Yi Xiu emerged from deep meditation, reopening his eyes. "I found no pressing matters to attend to," Yi Qingjue, upon hearing the words of the ghost-faced ancient jade, felt somewhat perplexed. He had no urgent affairs to manage, and should not locating Luo Wuxing be of utmost priority? Under the overwhelming, cold aura of Xiaopeng, the blood ghost prison finally succumbed to its burdens and shattered. As the words left his lips, Su Mu and Tian inhaled sharply, raising their palms to strike the water's surface. Instantly, they were suspended as if hanging in midair, with radiant flying swords illuminating the entire dark cavern. The calamity had passed. Hong Xiu murmured softly, suddenly fatigued. She yearned for slumber, but a voice within her insisted she must not sleep, lest she wake no more. Unbeknownst to her the source of this voice, she obeyed and refrained from dozing off. "Oh!" Many classmates cheered jubilantly, as if releasing pent-up frustration, reminding those who looked down upon Chinese basketball and its guards that their faces were now swollen, their hearts brimmed with joy. The price was somewhat steep, but how else could it match the stature of a master magician? Upon seeing the magic stone glasses, the individual's demeanor seemed to shine with admiration. After dispatching one foe, Zhang Tian lunged toward the puppet that had cast the falling rock technique. Before the puppet could react defensively, Zhang Tian delivered a powerful blow, sending it crashing against the wall, ceasing its magical fluctuations. Wu Yunfei's gaze was filled with astonishment, although there were now many who rivaled the Star Sea realm. That realm remained an insurmountable mountain. In recent years, the number of breakthroughs to the Star Sea realm could be counted on one hand. To safeguard oneself against those of the Star Sea realm, one must at least rank among the top 3 on the celestial list. Did Baiyun City possess such experts? Everyone surrendered their blades to Wei Shou, and after Alung turned to board the carriage, a command was given, allowing passage as the guards parted to create a path for the convoy to enter the palace. As an Yining busily toiled in her studio, the telephone on her desk rang. Observing the screen displaying her homeroom teacher's name, she frowned slightly. Coupled with the fact that these diamond mines had no trouble selling, extracting as much as possible for the Ruiheng group to absorb, Jun Yao ensured that Adams treated the miners well, thus they exerted great effort for such favorable employment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, and several bolts of lightning, as thick as barrels, cleaved through the sky, striking the fleeing individuals. The winged lion warriors wailed in unison as they plummeted to the desolate ground below like dumplings. The dilapidated entrance bore a massive sign across 2 rusted iron poles, indicating the Northern Relief Center. "Oh, it is quite late, and I've had a bit to drink," I am partly here to apologize, he Jiandong said, half seriously, half jokingly. As she approached the bed, she noticed something slowly moving beneath the light silk quilt. With a swift turn, she drew the sword hanging at the head of the bed, cautiously advancing. Lifting the quilt, she froze momentarily, confronted by a snake the thickness of an arm coiled in the center of the bed, its head raised, tongue flicking. Glaring at Yao Ziyun. Chapter 73. The little overlord. Upon hearing Mia's words, Yifan's mood inevitably grew somber. He understood that the path to challenging the divine generals and the divine kings would become increasingly arduous. Whether he could ascend to such heights in the limited time remaining was truly uncertain. At that moment, Zhang Yang's body felt slightly unsteady, his gaze lowered, leaving him no time to observe the punch. Yet, he sensed something peculiar. There was no sound of wind, entirely devoid of the whooshing noise that accompanied the previous two strikes. Nonetheless, Zhang Yang was acutely aware of an unprecedented danger. After absorbing Ding Ling's insights on cultivation, Du Ziping's mastery of the dragon-slashing technique had significantly improved. The stone tablet was indeed a high-quality spiritual artifact from the previous year. Had Du Ziping unleashed this technique a month prior, it would not have left the tablet harmed. However, upon witnessing its content, Zhang Yang was astounded. To convey such overwhelming prowess with such subtlety, allowing not a hint of momentum between the characters, must require an exceptionally elevated state of mind. No. My sole objective remains the championship, Gao Yu declared resolutely, fixing his gaze upon Chen Kai. System announcement. Attention players. Due to a logical error in the dungeon's operation, the dungeon has been forcibly upgraded from F rank to E rank due to unforeseen circumstances. To compensate players, all survival points earned upon task completion will be quadrupled. Reflecting on this, Zhang Yang was about to call Luo Zhengguang when he noticed Ye Shui sitting beside him, seemingly lost in thought, her demeanor somewhat off. Zhang Xianer, proud and haughty, was thoroughly displeased with her brother for overshadowing her. However, her own lack of strength left her with no one to blame but herself. In private, she had been diligently training, pushing herself far beyond the norm. Ao Yun reined in his horse beside Jiang Qin, sighing, "It is inevitable for generals to fall in battle. To be wrapped in horsehide is the highest honor for a warrior." After speaking, he bent down to collect the rewards Jiang Qin had dropped, a blueprint, a package, and a beautifully crafted ring knife. Yuding Jinren, one of the original 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, had participated in the investiture of the gods, albeit with minimal achievements. Conversely, he excelled in two other aspects, mentoring a disciple as exceptional as Yang Jian and possessing extensive knowledge. To Zhu Da's astonishment, the officials handled the matter with remarkable efficiency. Just as Cheng Kai finished speaking, someone arrived that afternoon to discuss the goods with him. From the vast whirlpool, a golden halo began to rise, nearly enveloping the entire space within the barrier, eliciting expressions of surprise from the others. During the soul exchange, there was a high likelihood that Lu Qingyin would perish. Thus, Xianyuan Han refrained from agreeing to the soul swap with the soul controller. These individuals truly spoke nonsense with eyes wide open. However, given Yue's talent and strength, it was indeed reasonable for them to extend a favor. Had it not been for Lu Bing possessing such a formidable sacred beast, her chances of success would have been slim. For the officers, the offering was merely 2 pieces, with assurances of additional provisions if needed. Yet, the young men, driven by curiosity, focused on the bowl of soup. As long as they were not foolish, they could see that the refugees were awestruck by it. However, due to regulations, they hesitated to approach, but now they had an opportunity. Xing Tianyu shook his head, stating firmly, "I refuse to drink that." He felt an intense aversion to such ghastly substances. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From the sandy ground beneath Lin Yu, a massive hand made of sand emerged and seized her ankle, yanking her into the earth in an instant. The individuals in Yunk held their breath, witnessing this scene, fearing Lin Yu's fate was grim. Consequently, he also began to view Li Lingyi with a modicum of change, though it was merely slight. In truth, he still harbored doubts about her true identity, believing she was more than just a mere investigator. The Blue Moon Group's exhibition hall was still under renovation. Di Xiaofeng had taken on the job, with the main entrance closed. The guests entered through the back door and took the elevator to the fourth-floor banquet hall, registering before finding their seats. Yang Yi. Regardless of how long he had been in the fairy tale world, the habits cultivated over 20 years could not be easily discarded. His speech remained unchanged as Fu Man, Andre, and Gretel had long since grown accustomed to it. No one bothered to ask these trivial questions, yet Princess Sophie was exceedingly curious. However, her curiosity seemed overly exuberant. Boss Xiao, what was that last technique Chen Tian employed? The four tigers, having followed Xiao Shan, were now aware of his true identity. With no outsiders present, they referred to him as Boss Xiao. Xiao Shan's eyes sparkled with brightness as he looked at the four tigers. Ji Mu found himself momentarily blinded. As Ji Tong appeared before him, he hurriedly lowered his staff to block the incoming curved knife, but he was a moment too late. The knife had already bypassed his staff and was aimed at him. A myriad of celestial stars coalesced into a sphere of boundless divine light, charging toward the chaotic divine thunder. A chilling and hoarse voice echoed in Lin A San's ears. Listening to Zhang's words, Lin A San's resolve intensified. Though his face was drenched in sweat, his eyes burned with fierce anger, staring defiantly at Zhang, conveying the message that he would endure any torment to the death without revealing a word. Stepping forward, Li Lingyi glanced at Daenerys. A slight smile gracing her lips at the fury reflected in the latter's eyes. Suddenly, she raised her hand and struck the back of her neck, causing Daenerys to instantly roll her eyes and faint. Qin Lin paid no mind to their gazes, focused solely on the large figure, his expression icy. Woo. I was merely a bit too excited. Was it necessary to hit me? My heart aches, dear. Indeed, brother is wise. We all witnessed it, clearly. This fellow's car suddenly broke down, and it has nothing to do with us. With that, De Shuang retrieved the car phone and began dialing a public number. He initially intended to call Zhou Qian, but recalling her frivolous nature, he opted instead to contact Su Lei. What does this mean? Whether it was a sudden lapse of judgment or something else, Cynthia found herself momentarily confused. Though they had not been particularly noticeable, they had witnessed the entire affair. And at this moment, they recognized who the true protagonist was. Chapter 74. Those two cowards were used as pawns just when I was at a loss. A pair of icy hands covered my ears, and instantly my world fell into silence, leaving only the sound of my heartbeat. The technique seemed to have grown more adept. Li Fei had somehow mastered the ability to manipulate the empty fan with his fingers, and at that moment he was thoroughly engrossed in his play. Enough. Let us leave quickly. What are you shouting about? The police officer at the station, upon noticing Jiang Yi's silence, hastily urged Jiang Jianjun to depart. Form the cavalry. As I saw the bandits closing in within 100 meters of the front line, Zhang Chen's command reverberated once more. The formation before us was evidently artificially enhanced, activated by the infusion of mystical energy. Upon closer inspection, I recognized it as a time array, which Nangong Yoli had particularly emphasized to me. The creator of such a formation infuses it with life force, and the amount of life force injected is contingent upon the manipulation of time, both past and future. Perhaps they were merely contemplating how to extract some advantage from us, yet, unable to gauge our capabilities, they dared not act. Those dance-stage cultivators who had received the order to engage would swiftly be incorporated into the battle roster of the Yu Su Palace, assigned to guard spiritual veins, hunt down traitors, assault rival sects, and undertake quests for treasures, among other tasks. However, I had never encountered such a scenario before. Their apprehension was palpable. It was said that their household was haunted, with midnight knocks at the door, and there were even those who came to Zhao Hu demanding retribution, instilling fear that their son might be taken away, which precipitated their hasty burial. Suchen paid no heed to the landlord's peculiar behavior, for his odd demeanor indicated there was surely a deeper reason behind it. Though he spoke on behalf of the prince in public, he would undoubtedly find himself at odds with the bureaucratic system led by an Yuan Shan. For Ji Wuya, Zhang Ji's threat of the Qin army against Han was a direct affront, as he was the foremost general of the Han. In truth, Zhang Ji often disregarded the context of time and place as well as the impact on those around him, so they had long since adapted to it. The young man had not yet finished relaying the location of the sports school to Tian Kunhe when he heard a commotion behind him, witnessing someone collapse to the ground. Unwilling to get involved, he quickly departed. Zhao Lin ran, relying on his prior assessment while ascending the mountain, estimated that the cliff was not overly high, yet it must be at least 50 meters tall. Utilizing the available ropes, sliding down was not feasible. He would need to resecure the ropes. Nevertheless, she was aware that her son had matters to discuss with his father. Su Miaoyun shot a glare at Zhu Di before rising to leave. It was as if the onlookers could vividly witness the ancient cultivator's army engaged in battle, various spells flying about, and an array of magical artifacts emitting piercing shrieks as they clashed in the air. Brother Gu Yuer managed to free her shoulders from his grip, her expression somewhat bashful. It was only then that Gu Ruabai realized he had been too tense, resulting in a lapse in composure. Thank goodness for the blood of that beast. After being trapped in this maritime region, he had also acquired several pieces of celestial crystals. Yi Xian scrutinized Qi Tu, who reciprocated with a careful glance, causing an expression of grave concern to cross his features. The sensation of the soul was, of course, not as precise as that of the physical body. It felt as though someone was moving me, yet I could not discern their actions. Could you not pay a bit more attention to your appearance and shave your beard, presenting yourself in a more tidy and presentable manner? The Heavenly Emperor was gravely injured. These years were insufficient for him to restore his former glory. The most evident sign was that the celestial soldiers under his command were less than 1/10 of their peak strength. The rulers of the Four Seasons Palace were not his powerful incarnations, but rather ancient immortals. Old Seven shrugged and spoke. If you can hold onto the sword of the Overseer, I will tell you more. Before his words had fully left his lips, Old Seven had already leaped into action, aiming for the sword of the Overseer. Uncle Lu, Lu Xia has been taken by that millennial-old vengeful spirit. Yan Xiao suddenly shivered, involuntarily recalling the last incident when Lu Xia was injured and fell unconscious. I did not catch a clear glimpse of the creature that abducted Lu Xia. I can only speculate. His words trailed off as the call on the other end abruptly ended. Xiao Yuan, guided by the maid at the entrance, stepped into the courtyard. Although it was not her first visit, she could not help but marvel at the expansive medicinal fields before her. The remnant sword approached from behind, gazing in the direction of Xiao Yuan, then casting a glance at its master. The commotion from the carriage was not lost on him, and observing his master's actions alongside Zhao's recent remarks, he had an inkling of what transpired. Li Yunmu's eyes had transformed into a pitch-black abyss. In this darkened state, he still managed to retain clarity of mind, a state intricately linked to his descent into the demonic path. Yi Wei did not disclose to Pan Sun the contents of her conversation with Yang Yu. Their affairs were theirs to resolve. Yuan Shao's orders had been disseminated step by step, and Tian Feng closed his eyes in anguish, for he understood that this initial battle, spurred by Yuan Shao's erroneous command, now held no glimmer of hope. Moreover, this demonic sword was forged for the purpose of slaying gods. It was hardly surprising that Yuan Bio could sense the murderous intent within it. Chapter 75. The Countryside Wangzi Upon Awakening. The four individuals were each presented with a Linggu Dan by Zhao Shinting before the group of 10 departed. However, the strategy to breach the defenses required further contemplation. Wei Er cast a mysterious smile at the remaining Jinping. The expressions on the faces of the few guests revealed a sense of embarrassment, anger, and dissatisfaction, starkly contrasting the expected exuberance and excitement one would anticipate in a nightlife setting like a bar. The entire performance, accompanied by the dazzling display of flames and lemon tea, had everyone eagerly anticipating Qin Zhao to deliver yet another electrifying song. Yi Xiu's voice had lost its previous gentleness. He was struggling to maintain his composure as Qin Zhao's aggression became increasingly intolerable. Qin Zhao, do not solely indulge in alcohol, partake in some dishes as well. A Hong advised, helping Qin Zhao with his meal. Are we to kidnap her? Jiang Feng remarked, somewhat helplessly, as he pondered whether his inclination to think in terms of abduction was a mere habit. The elder, referred to as the clan elder, was a servant dispatched by an Hongdo's family to ensure her safety, obediently following orders, distinct from the Yanling guards. Observing the unfolding events, Zhang Tian found the situation amusing. The Shizhua, despite its name suggesting ferocity, displayed a surprisingly docile temperament. It seemed unremarkable that demons would claim various identities, especially with one proclaiming itself as a system spirit. Holding the jade stone in his grasp, Lin Mu paused momentarily before his eyes glimmered with a verdant light, cautiously extending his spiritual sense toward the stone. Chunin aimed a powerful punch towards a man's cheek. However, to abstain would imply the Fox clan's diminished status. The succession of the branch clan's high priest was a significant event, and if only the clan leader attended, their authority within the branch would be undermined. The White Spectre. Bai Qi waved his skeletal scythe, dispersing the remnants of his smoldering flames. Without uttering a word, he directed his two bright yellow eyes, born from his awakening, toward the sky, basking in the radiant morning light filtering through the clouds. At 35, Stone, accompanied by his wife Lin Yuna and their two sons, faced a multitude of media representatives in the Liverpool Club's press room as he announced his retirement. Mo Chi and others quickly recoiled, their expressions shifting dramatically. If an explosion were to occur, the few $100s at stake would surely be incinerated, and their lives could be at risk. The Yang and Lin families possessed formidable figures, dominating the Northwest. If they became aware of this artifact, they would undoubtedly pursue it relentlessly. And it was plausible that they would also appear. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Qin Ruoxiue lay weeping at the table, completely ignoring Chunan. Qian Ge began to anticipate dinner, cherishing every moment spent with her, filled with hopeful expectation. Who do you think you are? Are you implying something? Wang Yuefei glared, a fierce expression crossing his handsome features. He had never shared such intimacy with Wei Yu. Why did this individual presume to do so? Their acquaintance was still fresh, and Wang Yuefei felt an overwhelming sense of imbalance within him. Come now, I was merely speaking metaphorically. Wen Hao replied unperturbed, a slight smile gracing his lips. Perhaps Wang Hao had used the guise of assisting Lu Xian to drive old Qin away, which would explain old Qin's reluctance to engage with him. Yan Ling's eyes brimmed with curiosity as she glanced at Qin Ge, who was quietly tending to her wounds. Despite having warned Qing Luo about her feelings, it seemed this had only intensified Qing Luo's desire to possess her. It was September, and the evening air carried a hint of chill. Sushio tightened her clothing, treading softly as she exited Ziyuan Pavilion, uncertain of her destination, her only instinct urging her to distance herself from the bustling scene. I can't believe your dragon warrior is so formidable. I nearly defeated him in our last duel. Surely he won't lose again? Tang Yuyu exclaimed, astonished by Chen Feng's reckless bravery upon viewing the video conversation. Wo Yan surveyed the assembly, utterly perplexed. If the second house were to gain an advantage, she, bearing the offspring of Yin Qi, questioned the necessity of such a maneuver by the second house mother and child. This situation was already chaotic. If everyone got involved, it could devolve into utter disorder. Jing Dongnan gazed at Fu Chengjue's reddened eyes and, after a brief pause, suggested, "Let us search in Seong Quan O." To claim one is unafraid of death would be disingenuous. Even he felt fear. However, Tong Rua, despite her trepidation, concealed it well. The driver assisted Shin Yicheng in opening the car door. Shin Yicheng, ever the gentleman, gestured for Qin Huan to enter first before bending down to follow her inside. Dressed in a three-piece suit, Fu Chengjue, alongside Qin Huan in a black evening gown, drew the attention of numerous guests as they arrived at the Jing family residence, signaling Qin Huan's esteemed status at Jing Dongnan's birthday banquet. Life is as fragile as a blade of grass, no matter how much power one wields a century hence. One is but a handful of dust. Knowing that Ao Tian was preparing to challenge the Ao Ma sect leader, Shui Er retrieved her weapon from her bag, diligently enhancing Ao Tian's capabilities. The ladies contemplated the dispositions of their own children, then cast their gaze upon the coolly beautiful Jiang Yunqing, deciding it wise to observe further before making any judgments. In the past, Lord Yang resided in the Hanzhong prefectural office, and to accommodate him, Prefect Song had offered his quarters. Today, Lord Lu was staying at the Wang residence, allowing him to find temporary lodging at the office. Chapter 76. The scratched hand. The affection her parents held for her was not lost on Banyang. Yet the thought of marriage inevitably cast a shadow of melancholy upon her. Now, with this latest farce, she found herself unable to clarify matters with her father. But she must have a serious discussion with her mother. If the elders from both families were to truly arrange her union with Lu Suisui, it would indeed be the greatest of absurdities. The heads of the various noble families, when in humility, resembled street performers, eloquent yet insincere. This is my home. If I am not here, where else could I possibly be? Ling Yun was not at all surprised by Ling Yin's presence. With the advent of such a convenient sled, the Zhang family not only delivered supplies to their uncle's household, but also sent some to their sister's home. When Shenhao Xuan and his companions arrived at the cliff, a figure shrouded in pitch-black mist awaited them. Banyang appeared to possess a temperament akin to that of Nuanyang, yet a girl who, from the tender age of 12 or 13, could single-handedly establish a household was hardly simplistic. Given the master's high praise for her, there must be some merit to it. With both her and Nuanyang present, Madame Kai felt reassured. Your Highness, this matter pertains to Prince Rui. The Duchess of the State rose without regard for the hierarchy, swiftly ascending the steps to stand beside the Empress. As soon as the crimson characters faded, the once tranquil earth erupted into chaos, with fierce winds and flying debris swirling violently, growing more intense and terrifying by the moment. Faced with Xiong Deus Han, who had a blade poised at her throat, Ning Chaoge did not conceal his disdain and commanded the guards to close the door, pulling Xiong Deus Han out of the courtyard. You, a Foundation establishment cultivator, defeated by a Meridian opening practitioner in one strike, leaving you utterly humiliated. Speak plainly, we have known each other for some time, so there is no need for hesitation. Observing Xingwei's hesitance, Lu Fan chuckled softly. Not returning? When we reach the Purple Falls, I shall elucidate the intricacies of the 8 extremes cultivation. There are 2 paths before you. Once you have listened, inform me of your choice. Yun Jinghong transmitted this to him beneath the Purple Falls, and Wang Bugue promptly made his way there. As he mounted the ink qilin and soared into the sky, when Zhong had thoroughly composed himself, the thoughts he had heard from the Emperor now forever buried within his heart. Indeed, that is the case, however, since I dare to assert this, it signifies that I possess the means to vanquish you. Witnessing the overwhelming might of the Emperor, Ji Chung chuckled lightly, his eyes shimmering with boundless confidence, evidently assured in the efficacy of the 9 dragons burning heaven technique. Following their demonstration, others began to imitate them. While people merely made slight attempts to shield sensitive areas, it marked a significant advancement. Through continuous learning, they gradually acquired an increasing amount of survival knowledge. Then, Feng Tianming, wielding his sword with one hand, deflected his opponent's blade and executed a sweeping strike to parry a second sword, simultaneously unleashing a surge of sword energy. I will slay the 3 of you and capture that innate creature. At this moment, the King of the Wilds, with a mere glance, had completed all his contemplations, and then raised his fist to strike at Ji Chung and his companions. Of course, Li Tai was unaware of the term cultivation. This was merely a conjecture made by Jiang Qiuge based on Li Tai's descriptions. As they did not farm at home, their daily routine involved venturing into the mountains at dawn to hunt, returning only at dusk, consuming their catch when successful, and foraging for wild vegetables when not. Moreover, with Kong Liang's budget being only around 500,000, achieving 1 million was already far beyond his expectations. However, during their recent encounters, Yuan Xiling could distinctly perceive Gu Hao's aloofness and icy demeanor towards Gu Yan, while Gu Yan exhibited remarkable tolerance. Yet, Yuan Xiling had no intention of explaining what a light bulb was. Her thoughts lingered on the jade flute in her possession. She picked up 2 jade flutes, scrutinized them carefully, and ultimately selected one to present to the shopkeeper. The bleak, chilly wind carried the withered leaves of winter, cutting through them like a knife, while the silent spirit orbs evoked an eerie stillness along the road. In the face of all the emperor's onslaughts, she merely pointed a finger, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, the ground to collapse, and all beneath her finger to be thrust into the earth, as countless emperors coughed up blood, their expressions filled with despair. Thus, you have prepared for the worst? Zhu Kaishan mused, perplexed, wondering if his son had indeed achieved merit. None among the 5 dared to disobey. They cast a complex glance at Su Chang'e before retreating into the spatial passage, their presences vanishing from this realm in mere moments. She swiftly swatted his hand away, instantly creating distance between them, her snow-patterned eyes turning cold as ice. Chapter 77, breaking through as the mechanical attire adorned her form. Lung Qianqing glanced at the man beside her. Slowly, she bent down, her icy lips brushing against his forehead, his eyes, and finally, the gentle caress of her lips met his. Oh, Yihong sighed in disappointment. It was all right. There was no rush. One day, she would acknowledge it. Good night, Ling Mo. He lifted his gaze in the darkness, planting a tender kiss on his lips, a silent farewell. Would you like to try? His eyes sparkled with a blend of earnestness and playful mockery, a delicious contradiction that exuded an alluring charm, particularly with those thin lips that made her recall their softness. Much to her irritation, she shook her head vehemently, attempting to dispel the tangled images from her mind. Shu Emo found himself at a loss for words, opting to remain silent and await his companion's conclusion. The ice melted gradually under the searing flames as Diao Monrong seized the opportunity, conjuring her father's enchanted dagger from her bundle. She leaped onto the beast's face, plunging the dagger, infused with fierce intent, deep into its eye socket. Lin Hai furrowed his brow, perplexed by the stubbornness of both his masters, who showed no signs of yielding. He turned and walked into the dimly lit room, where the faint scent of dragon's saliva lingered. At the head of the table sat a man, rigid in a dragon throne, his brow tightly knitted. Yi Ziyuan scoffed coldly, raising his hand to splash wine across the boy's face, then kicked him off the bed. Yet, in this world governed by martial prowess, the philosophy of survival of the fittest had taken root. The more one displayed weakness, the more they attracted bullying. Thus, the two were oblivious to the depth of their experiences. He grasped Qing Nian's hand, turning toward the entrance, pressing her head down to bow to the heavens. If one were to pursue the matter to its roots, they might incite a desperate rebellion from these individuals, potentially triggering another coup. However, failing to impose punishment would only inflate their ambitions. With a flurry of claws reminiscent of 1,000 beasts, they found themselves ensnared. Qianli swung the magical beast as if it were a weapon, its might toppling everything in its path. At the river crossing, soldiers conducted inspections. Zuichen had discreetly altered the appearances of 2 wanted criminals aboard the ship, while Xian Yuqi produced 3 identification papers from seemingly nowhere, allowing them to pass through the guards and enter the city without hindrance. Before Zhao Baiwei could finish her words, Duan Muyuji retorted with biting sarcasm. She eyed Zhao Baiwei's apron, her bright eyes glinting with coldness. At that moment, a mere thought from him could obliterate all present, even shaking the martial arts world to its core. In just a brief span of 3 years, why had some changed? Perhaps they had always been evolving, much like an ancient tree, unnoticed until autumn's sudden arrival. Shin Qiming oversaw the allocation of quotas in Yuandongshan, yet was utterly oblivious to the harshness that lay within. Victory in battle would grant one the right to proceed. Dongfang Yan suppressed her fury, but ultimately acquiesced. In truth, news of the events at the Zhongren mansion and the execution of Empress Chen had already spread among the powerful by the morning of the 5th day. However, without a decree from Emperor Yongxian, none dared to voice it publicly. The leader of this delegation was said to be the second in command of the Daylight Pasture, named Nimulu, who was fiercely loyal to its master, Shalupa, a figure of great strength. I opened my eyes to find everyone surrounding me in a circle, their faces etched with concern. For a moment, I could not recognize them, lost in confusion for several seconds. The impact was palpable. As the main refrain concluded and he paused to breathe, an overwhelming wave of applause surged through the venue, nearly shaking its very foundation. Mother, mother! Jean Jia instinctively reached for my chest, but I quickly evaded, invoking a spell as the ghostly skin of Rong Rong flew from my body. Wang Ben, where are we? An elderly voice emerged from the carriage as a weathered hand gradually opened the door, revealing a white-haired elder. The serpentine creatures inherently possessed spatial abilities. Thus, it was unsurprising that the soldier in uniform awakened the power of shadow movement after receiving a fragment of spatial understanding. Taking advantage of their entrapment in the quicksand, hundreds of skeletons surged in from both sides, encircling them. Enough with the pleasantries. If you have the skill, come forth. The half-squinted expression resembled that of a wild wolf, waiting for prey, sending chills down the spine. Clearly, the underground of this area had been entirely excavated. Only this could explain the multitude of openings in such a vast expanse and the emergence of so many insectoid creatures. As Li Mufeng beheld the silver gleam on Min Long's fist and the piercing starlight in his eyes, he sensed death's approach. At last, they had arrived. Mo had relied on Qian Guang throughout the journey. The tavern exuded a vintage charm, yet held no allure for Mo, appearing rather worthless at first glance. Finally, a call was made to Yi Kaicheng, prompting his departure, which brought a sense of relief. I felt a flicker of solace, fully aware that Jiang Shang had no money. And with the school's departure scheduled for the following morning, how was he to procure $10 for me? Initially concerned that my father would harbor persistent grievances against Xiao Xia, I was astonished to find that a single phone call had altered his stance. The others fared better. Qing Yan, being both a spirit servant and a sword spirit, had long retreated into the Qiankuan bag to avoid unnecessary trouble, only emerging occasionally to make an appearance. Where there is a will, there is a way, Hua Qingtong declared stubbornly, her gaze fixed resolutely on the terrifying black mist and the rifts in space. Facing Lin Ruiyang, who suddenly bowed respectfully, Taizhu found himself momentarily flustered, hastily returning the gesture. Although 5 years had passed since the events, the thought of the torment endured at the drunken spring pavilion still made Yu Ying seethe with resentment. Were it not for the other party's exceptional status, he would have relished the opportunity to dismantle them piece by piece. Chapter 78. Divorce and Separation Following the Downfall of the Formidable Metadangli. One of the 3 titans of the Democratic camp, the overall strength of this faction has significantly diminished. Throw stones. Upon witnessing the positive effect of the strategy, Zhou Tsong immediately issued further orders, his admiration for Lu Rinjia growing ever stronger. I heard you encountered some issues, so I came to see if there was any way I could assist, Li Maowang remarked. Observing his father, Chu Lianjia could only nod in agreement. As long as he could avoid becoming destitute, he would acquiesce to anything. After all, having experienced a life of affluence, he was uncertain if he could survive the harshness of poverty. On the contrary, sensing the various energies emanating from Yang Cheng, his usually placid heart was momentarily stirred with surprise and astonishment. Damn it! You lack martial virtue, daring to send someone to launch a surprise attack. Sun Jing could not concede defeat, for as a scion of a prestigious family, being bested by these bandits was a blow to his pride. His disciples, those able to rise, had already done so, forming ranks and preparing a sword formation, their spirits fierce as they began to chant incantations. Thus, they slandered me as a fraudster, accusing me of swindling patients' funds and delaying their access to proper medical treatment. Upon entering the living room with them, Qin Ji observed that Zhou Wan's parents were already waiting. Chu Qin was leisurely sipping tea, while Zhou Wan's father, Zhou Tsuehong, the chairman of the Kongxing group, held a newspaper, his demeanor commanding and his aura composed. Their deaths mirrored that of Ning Dongxia. Their faces were so disfigured that they were unrecognizable, their teeth all extracted, and their hands brutally severed by monstrous beings. Bai He had never tasted a pompano, yet he had researched numerous seafood varieties online. Understanding that pompano is widely acknowledged for its exquisite flavor and commands a considerable market price. Whether human or animal, their footprints exhibit distinctiveness and relative stability. The substantial force exerted by leg muscles during each run results in a significant deviation, leading to some inaccuracies in the footprint data left upon the ground. Yet, remarkably, there exists a superlative entity, a linguistic prodigy, present here, and their conversation naturally fell upon Liu's ears. In a hurried pursuit, Xia was momentarily distracted by the vicious messages and the harsh vitriol from the phone call. The assassins involuntarily trembled as the enemy ahead appeared like a vengeful specter, and no matter their resistance, they felt certain of their impending demise. He served as the vice president of the Baibao Chamber of Commerce in the Brolo City branch. Though merely a mid-level mage, his execution capabilities were exceptional. Over several decades, he had successfully transformed the branch into the foremost commercial entity in Brolo City, contributing nearly 10 million gold coins annually to the headquarters. Amid the interference of 24K, Black Tower Jack was affected. And the most critical issue was evidently not the deviation in attack. She did not perceive any fault in rejecting Zhang Yang's advances. She regarded him as a friend rather than a lover, and had no intention of pursuing romance. However, as they were classmates and desk mates, she felt it undesirable to let matters grow awkward, yet in the current circumstances, she found herself at a loss for action. Ha, Xiahou Yi, look. I shall forever dwell in your shadow. Xiahou Ju pointed at the silhouette cast by her brother on the ground, while she herself sat directly beneath that elongated shadow. At the break of dawn, Qin Xing produced a black iron communication plate to contact Lord Grayan of Copper Whisk City. As the taxi driver offered a reminder, Wang Longhua opened his eyes and glanced out the window. The first to transition were Song Ji, Gao Lingfeng, and Xia Dong. Gao Lingfeng had the longest exposure to the profession, his physique honed over time, making his skills exceptionally refined, thus he was well prepared. In contrast, Song Ji and Xia Dong had already reached their physical limits. As twilight approached, the air was filled with the mournful howls of wolves beneath the moonlight. An ominous aura spread across the desolate wilderness, imbuing it with an inexpressible sense of peril. Kong Lei felt a tinge of regret. He was not a killer by nature, yet he had taken the lives of 10,000 men. Although they were all malefactors, it left him feeling profoundly unsettled. He understood that this was not merely due to the inhumane task he had issued, but rather a reflection of his long-standing character. Wait. I believe I have seen a reference to this thunder in the Star Palace's secret scrolls, associated with a certain arcane technique, he recalled. Within mere minutes, Xiao Xiao reemerged from the villa and slipped back into the car. Of course, it was also possible that one could become despondent, withdrawing from the ranks of adventurers to live as an ordinary person. As for the absence of any danger, the system still granted 200 points of tomb rating experience and a random item reward. Li Qiang fled the hospital amid Wang Jianjun's confusion and Lu Zhangjing's despondency. Standing on the bustling street, suddenly overwhelmed with the urge to cry. Just as smartphones have supplanted feature phones, smart appliances will inevitably replace outdated household devices. All present had heard of the renowned rainbow at Shipon Mountain. Upon hearing Shintianyo's shout, the crowd erupted into chaos, some surprised, others terrified, while a few were eager to witness it firsthand. His sole desire was to fulfill his grandfather's wish. The rest of the matters held no significance for him. It transported the social circles of reality into the digital realm, establishing a personalized social network based on varying criteria. Chapter 79. Enduring punishment. This predicament has rendered Yu Qing unable to discern the external circumstances, relying solely on the fluctuations of Mo Yanking's emotions, which significantly constrains his senses. Suddenly, Yuan Xian stepped back, the madness in her eyes receding, replaced by a semblance of clarity that flickered intermittently. The proud and unwilling Tiandi, his mind racing, quickly realized he did not wish to perish nor to be stripped of all his powers, and thus he immediately conceded. Such an atmosphere transcends borders, even in Nanshi's view. The fervor on the M country side appeared more intense than at home. Outsiders would not perceive this as mere obstinacy, but rather as arrogance. Or perhaps as a sign of obsolescence, leading to the loss of the invitation to the Black Hat. Muwanting clung to him like an octopus, her muddled mind oblivious to her actions, only aware of the comfort it brought her. This cool touch was her only solace. Therefore, Qingxi was inclined to believe that this Madame Xing was unfamiliar with martial arts or poisons. In her solitude, she practiced the cloud-piercing arrow technique. Suddenly, a horse let out a long neigh. She mounted swiftly, drawing the bow deep and releasing the arrow, which struck the wooden target with the force of a meteor. A sense of agitation washed over her, as she realized she had never felt this anxious before. Jiao Xiao chuckled. Some labeled her a heartless devil, others a shameless rogue. And yet others a callous villain. It was the first time someone had called her a good person. Of course, she was met with disdain from Cheng Xian. But she wisely ignored his expression and began to hum a tune. With a swift kick, she propelled herself off the chair, executing a flawless horizontal kick that sent one assailant flying. She landed gracefully and delivered a precise elbow strike to another's abdomen, the powerful impact of her 8-layer internal energy violently throwing him against the tavern wall. After a while, Master Zhao reiterated his words. Zhao Biao finally reigned in her open heart, fatigue washing over her. Zhao Leilei pulled out a piece of paper and waved it in the dim air, igniting it. He gestured forcefully, as if the very oxygen in the sky and surrounding area was ablaze. He Lian did not give up. Have you lost your mind? Chaolu gritted her teeth and charged forward, but before she could close the distance, He Lian evaded to the edge of the arena, his black garments billowing like ominous clouds in the wind. Gu Ting swiftly crossed his sword, transforming it into a blade that severed the head of a beggar gang player named Arrogant Midnight. A beam of white light shot into the sky, leaving the surrounding players in utter disarray. 2 players of over level 50 could not withstand a single move and were instantly taken down. Who exactly was this Huashan player? Yet, the fierce wind was relentless. The crowd found it nearly impossible to maintain their footing amidst the swirling chaos, ultimately succumbing to the rupture. That evening, after dinner, Uncle San had drunk too much and was aided by my sister to rest. Uncle Air, though still coherent, bore a face as flushed as if adorned with rouge. The meal cost just over 100 yuan, quite satisfactory and not overly expensive, which left the plump fellow with a favorable impression of the driver named Kender. Third brother, do you think other items can be exchanged for stinky tofu? Tai Bai Jinxing asked anxiously. As soon as he spoke, the void demon raised his hand once more, unleashing 2 streams of demonic energy at an unparalleled speed towards Song Ming and his companion. The video had clearly been edited. The initial seconds depicted the armored convoy of the tank regiment retreating, with ion beams firing and the occasional missile appearing against the backdrop of a dusky Anga city. There were numerous photographs of Yi Feiyong and Mu Qingyu together, shopping at the supermarket, discussing matters at the office, and images of their departure. Others, too, seemed to grasp this point, their eyes filled with boundless frustration. Without any surprise, the Grey Fist aura collided fiercely with the multicolored sword aura, erupting in a terrifying sonic explosion that caused the very sky to tremble. After all, having been trapped in the tomb for centuries, they had thought and conversed extensively, formulating a plethora of plans for their escape, with this item ranking among the top 3. With a slight sigh in his heart, Li Chonglin shook his head, suppressing his emotions before opening the iron gate of the courtyard and swiftly departing. Now, with Jiang Ruoqing practicing the Confucian breathing technique, he has completely integrated the supreme power of the 5 divine abilities, allowing him to manipulate them with increasing ease and precision. Chapter 82, Tragically Fallen Pawns. Given his current circumstances, he could no longer afford to obstinately refuse these investments. His foremost priority was to ensure the company gained recognition. Fong Yuan pushed the individual aside and secured her with a seatbelt. Unconscious as she was, she remained oblivious to her bindings and began to struggle. Fong Yuan immediately started the vehicle, racing toward the hospital. Mu Tangding lay on the bed, her hands and feet tightly bound by ropes. A slight chill emanated from her bare soles, as she had no footwear. Her mouth was stuffed with silk fabric, leaving her in a haze, unsure if she was asleep or awake. Let us withdraw from the imperial city and entrust this place to the Bailey Divine Whale. Although Mous spoke softly, each word resonated deeply within Mu Yunqing's heart. He had indeed contemplated such a notion, yet the imperial city was the capital of the dynasty. Any sign of weakness could unsettle the entire army and significantly dampen morale. Wei Xiao even perceived a faint smile on her face. Radiant in the cold light of the snowy night, beautiful yet eerily cold. Wei Zhen, of course, had no comprehension of what was being said, nor did he realize that he genuinely believed he had not suffered any loss. Hero, do take good care of yourself. We shall inform you as soon as we receive any news. Chao Kuaikua blinked, her voice tinged with shyness. Yi Yuanqing mused that if it could be considered a surprise, then it was devoid of both astonishment and joy. Such matters bore little difference to the ants upon the ground. Everyone was aware that the Long Princess was nurtured by Xing Gongli. No wonder Xing Gongli perpetually lived within the dreams of both the Long Princess and the Crown Princess. When did you and Lin Yinyin become so close? It was not a sarcastic remark, but rather laced with a hint of teasing. Gu Tianyu found the voice somewhat familiar and was taken aback, hastily looking up to locate its source. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot down from the iron sky, revealing two middle-aged individuals, one slender and the other robust. The slender figure held a huqin, while the imposing one exuded a presence akin to a mountain. Will this cause the Yuan court to view Haidong's brilliance as overly sharp? Will it lead Cha Han and Bo Luo to feel that, despite Haidong's arduous battles, his vitality remains unscathed, thus imposing pressure upon them? What consequences might arise if they feel such pressure? Indeed, Jian Jing was deeply curious about the outcome if Yang Yi and in Nanjing were to engage in a true life-and-death duel. I cannot believe it. Even the strongest liquor is merely 70 or 80 degrees. With that, he brought the jade bottle to his lips and downed a mouthful. What is the essence of space? On the surface, space is merely the distance between substances, an expanse of emptiness. However, only those like Lu Juanhui, with profound insight, understand that space is far more intricate. Two substances may be adjacent, yet the space between them is boundless. Perhaps influenced by his calm demeanor, the young man's expression softened, and he entered the tea-house alongside Su Muzha. Lu Juanhui remarked, not necessarily. The Xiantian green vine capable of medicinal use must be at least 3,000 years old. Only after 3 millennia does it exhibit some spiritual essence. All things in the universe possess a vital energy, whether human, animal, or plant. Only those that manifest spirituality will generate this essence. Upon their entry into the mountain, the 5 elements, deep in meditation, felt a tremor in their hearts. After calculating, they found it impossible to discern anything. This was due to the onset of the great catastrophe of the primordial era. Although the war between the Wu and the Yao had yet to begin, the heavenly secrets had already become chaotic. With a muffled thud, the magic-patterned insect opened its mandibles and lunged at Su Zhu's neck. Su Zhu tilted his head, resulting in yet another violent impact. Even now, the gaming service area on Earth had gained notoriety in numerous older regions. Hu Fei was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Qin Liang was indeed formidable. Prompting Su Feng's husband to report him to the provincial committee, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted, accompanied by cheers, indicating that the audience was thoroughly satisfied. Another 17 or 18 individuals gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. Guan Pingji sat on the sofa, watching television as the news reported on the preparations for the National Party Congress. The dining venue was a high-end seafood restaurant, and by the time Hu Fei and his companions arrived, a burly man with a beard was already waiting for them. It seemed our peculiar behavior had aroused the villagers' vigilance, as they cast wary glances, unwilling to engage in conversation with us. Realizing the situation, we ceased our inquiries. For the questions we wished to ask remained unanswerable, it appeared there was nothing left to inquire about. Just as Li Zhuzi believed Lu Fufeng was about to pose a question regarding her talents, Lu Fufeng spoke up. They found themselves in a metallic room, with pristine white walls and bright, white lighting, resembling a modernized chamber, starkly contrasting with the previous 6 floors. As for Lu Ran and Lu Bo's decision to abstain, Tang Yi was not surprised. Had he been in their position, he would have made the same choice. Otherwise, who would dare provoke the Heavenly Secrets Alliance? As Laney pondered this, the words of the middle-aged man left the captain momentarily stunned. Rong Ener suspected she possessed a rare treasure for discerning medicine, intending to deceive her into revealing it under the pretense of offering her as a concubine to the emperor's heir. When she refused, Rong Ena shifted her focus to the Yun family. The crowd had already been astounded by Qi Feiyang's remarkable skill, and upon witnessing 9 silver needles quivering incessantly, they were left utterly speechless. As they exchanged their attire, a person of African descent rummaged through a bag, producing clothing that was relatively oversized, draping loosely on Lin Yu and Wang Hansheng. Chapter 81: The So-Called Secrets at the Press Conference, in accordance with the Security Department's request. And Puxin once again made a call for Yashin Pharmaceutical Company. The timely completion of their experiment significantly aided him in resolving a dilemma: how to ensure that Li Zicheng's serious injuries would not raise suspicions after his rescue. Foolish girl. Qi Yu embraced her, imagining the psychological torment she had just endured. The Dragon Eagle and Wan Renew, having ascended to the 3rd terrace via the shortcut, hurriedly unloaded the supplies from their backs and set them on the ground, while speaking with Mi Nantian. The others continued to transport the spoils up and down. Daring not to delve deeper into troubling thoughts, the notion that an idol could fall from the night into an abyss was too disconcerting. Undoubtedly, after the medical reforms of the 1990s and the introduction of market elements, the welfare medical system gradually waned. Medical expenses surged exponentially, transforming from a public health system into a medical industry, marking a significant shift towards de-welfarization. Tick-tock. The sound echoed slowly around them. At this moment, the water in the pool was nearly depleted, resembling a gentle rain as droplets continuously fell. Yun Muji approached to challenge Hai Maimo's Dream Guardian because he had come to terms with his thoughts. In this seemingly straightforward situation, he decisively charged in. Initially intending to defeat Sun Xiang and subsequently absorb Hai Maimo's strength to further enhance his own, the spirit stone bags were naturally the rewards of this competition. Although the contest aimed at mutual exchange and the validation of swordsmanship, it was only fair that participants did not leave empty-handed. Thus, the Yi family discreetly allocated some supplies to the top competitors. Of course, the effort was not solely to indulge herself and the marshal. She harbored intentions to win the favor of those around the marshal as well. As everyone raised their glasses in a toast, Wang Yuan nodded appreciatively at Mrs. Lin, who smiled and shook her head, indicating no need for formality. The door is open, feel free to enter. Zheng Yi stood by, not intending to accompany the two inside. This was a consequence of their side's prior lack of consideration. Changing plans at this stage would be rather reckless and could inadvertently burden the taxi driver, forcing him to relinquish part of his earnings, a thoughtless act indeed. Did you not say that you wouldn't receive payment unless the task was completed? Tai Shoulin retorted, leaving the leading knight at a loss for words. It could be said that this war dealt a significant blow to the Vietnamese side. Whether 10, 20, or even 50 years later, the memory would evoke fear and trepidation, deterring them from easily infringing upon the borders of Huagua. Enough. These matters exceed my comprehension and are best left unexamined for now. Understood. I shall have someone address this matter. Nya Wanli responded affirmatively and turned to instruct the officer to call Century Hotel to inquire about the three individuals. Once more, we meet, Mr. Huai. The other party spoke slowly, neither hurried nor slow, as if everything was under control. Xian Chaoling felt a bit perplexed by her smile, touched his head, and assumed that Gun Yangzi was simply pleased, thus he joined in her laughter. Haha, aside from you, who else in the demon martial continent can contend with me? Humph. It's only a matter of a day. I refuse to believe anyone would dare to compete with me for the ice spirit sacred fruit. The blood fiend giant declared with a fierce countenance, exuding an intimidating aura. Forget the past. Let us not dwell on bygone glories. All chase after fame and fortune. To be genuine, to be oneself, to sincerely love those around you, and to live authentically. Such individuals are indeed rare. Are you coming or not? He tossed a pebble toward Gu Hai once more, beckoning him in a low voice. According to the rules of the Zhang family, those confined to the ancestral hall must kneel for 2 hours each morning, afternoon, and evening, totaling 6 hours a day. The conditions were harsh. Sleeping on a hardboard bed and consuming nothing but bland vegetables and radishes. Biting her lip, she struck the wall with great force, the sound echoing loudly in the tranquil courtyard, as if she were a practitioner striking the wall in practice. However, Pan Maoguang was now unconscious, and she was but a clay statue crossing a river, unable to ensure her own safety, let alone strategize for them. Haha, well wench, I permitted you to retaliate. Yet you dared to kill my brother. Today, I shall make you pay. The leader of the four displayed a ferocious expression, glaring at the soon-to-be plummeting Zhou Wayne, intent on seizing her. Though Xuanyuan's cultivation was high, the sword wielded by Qiyu was a congenital spiritual treasure, capable of compensating for the disparity in their strengths. Shenyuan found himself lacking the ability to counter and could only evade. Li Ji raised his hand and struck her on the backside, causing the Purple King's face to flush instantly. As he watched Xiaolong depart with the three, the ever-smiling Luoka finally reverted to her true self. In a secret chamber, she utilized a unique method to relay everything here to her clan, garnering their attention. Despite what was said, the noticeable changes in the waterline of the heavily laden ship indicated an inevitable outcome. Tong Ling would not conceal anything from Gao Jun, especially regarding life and death, which left Gao Jun in a quandary. With no such person available and Tong Ling devoid of funds, her meager beauty alone could hardly warrant someone to come armed to abduct her. Chapter 82. Is it truly him? Although the media currently asserts that Hugo's choice of the supernatural sixth sense stems from an overabundance of confidence leading to arrogance, no one can deny that. In the face of Hugo's unyielding self-assurance, no one worldwide dares to challenge his authority. I have come to understand that this national treasure can only yield to 3 Taoist masters at most. Shintatai, whether intentionally or inadvertently, suddenly exclaimed in realization. He was the only one present who believed that the most a figure from Huaxia could achieve was the level of inquiry into Tao. Ben Yuyume felt a tinge of melancholy, and not just her. Xiang Chuanyu also shared a similar sentiment. Charlize was directly amused by Hugo's words, nodding slightly as she remarked, "I am not familiar with your habits." Although they had lived under the same roof for nearly 3 years, their understanding of such matters was indeed limited. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran, holding Su Qing's hand, entered the campus of Yun City No. 1 High School, instantly drawing countless gazes. Originally, Luingzi and Lin Shi had called Feng Shuiyue to stay, but Feng Shuiyue expressed that she had other matters to attend to and departed beforehand. From a nearby shop not far from the city gate, Li Shuiyan rushed out in fright, her hands anxiously gliding over Qin Huayong's armored chest. Suddenly, within a pitch-black realm, a flicker of fiery, elemental essence emerged, illuminating the surroundings, and Fu Tianhai stood not far in front of Xiaochen, gazing at the sun. Liang Dong realized it was already afternoon. It had taken him a day and a half since leaving old Zhou's home, most of which was spent refining energy crystals, leaving little time to confront the vengeful spirits. Upon hearing this, Dan Mingwen nodded in understanding, recognizing that such a system would indeed leave many in her family dissatisfied. Do the direct descendants bear no obligations? She inquired, her persistence evident. The sudden breakthroughs of Lu Hao and the woman in red left Apollo feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire body freezing. Rushing to Gu Xiong's left side, Zhou Yingying hesitated not. She lunged forward with her sword, enveloped in primal energy, emanating a chilling aura. Zhao Xian spun her feet, attacking Gu Xiong like a whirlwind. Go ahead. Old Zhuo appeared immensely fatigued, waving his hand to signal Lu Su to withdraw. Having come to these realizations, Wang Biao understood that the Divine King and the Supreme Deity were indeed the true pillars of every divine realm. Should the Divine King and Supreme Deity fall, that realm would inevitably decline. Upon successfully landing a hit, Suja furrowed his brow, secretly regretting having overlooked the necessity of carrying a protective item as in Charlotte. That strike should have been aimed directly at Charlotte's head. However, he chose not to pursue revenge, instead embracing the life of an ordinary elder, content to raise his grandson. Such bonds could not fail to touch Lin Feng's heart. One could only say that Chen Feng had too much confidence in himself. Unable to accept this reality, his judgment faltered. This was a level 4 outpost, the emblem of the unmatched city, symbolizing significance akin to the golden throne of Silvermoon City. Catching sight of the burly man in military attire wielding a baton and hearing the muffled groans of pain, Lin Rong felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The morning sun gradually filtered through the delicate pink lace curtains, illuminating the bed pressed against the wall. The formidable resonance level was indeed impressive, however. In terms of general indicators, it was simply a matter of me waving my hand, and the chair would fly into my grasp. Thus, even at the resonance level, it was not necessarily reliant on special abilities. One could grasp my meaning, Qi Huazhao remarked. As for the marketplace's mention of assisting the legless master in regaining his limbs, it was not as mystical as it seemed. The master's leg had merely been broken, and Jin Yi had fed him a healing elixir bought from the market. Within just a meal's time, the master's leg had healed. A pair of cold, dark eyes flashed through his mind, and he felt a murderous intent directed at himself on several occasions, pushing away the slight irritation within. At such a comfortable moment, he instinctively wished to forget that individual. Is the tavern here particularly busy? Jin Yi, having long relied on divine weapons and the charm of beauty to manage his enterprises and expand his influence, had not paid much attention to such matters. Friends who indulge in merriment and laughter are one thing, but those who profess brotherhood scatter like leaves when trouble arises. Ing, your life-saving grace is a debt I, Lu Qirong, will honor for a lifetime, Lu Qirong proclaimed sincerely, his voice rich with emotion, almost as though he wished to lay bare his heart to Dan Taiying. It is impossible to quantify how many such nights there have been. Ling Feifei discovered that throughout history, misdeeds have predominantly transpired under the veil of night. For her, it was second nature, and she felt no sense of wrongdoing. Esteemed nephew, I ask you seriously, have you encountered anyone from the Insect Valley? Zhang Daxian pulled Lin Fan aside to inquire. Yi Tian had experienced such scrutiny before. It was akin to the extraordinary ability he possessed before ascending to the rank of Emperor of Combat, which had inexplicably drawn numerous criticisms. Mu Liancheng, just you wait. Once I possess sufficient strength, I shall confine you within this cage to do as you please. As Lin Jinan entered the hospital, he noticed all the nurses gathered together in an office, appearing quite excited, a hint of confusion crossing his eyes. Just say it plainly. I want you to join me and Yang Yinging at our gathering, the plump Wang said while munching away. Chapter 83, A Stone, 2 birds' time has passed. And had it been an ordinary person, they would have succumbed to the poison of the dead, becoming a grotesque hybrid of man and corpse. However, neither I nor Brother Xiang are ordinary individuals, especially Brother Xiang, the reincarnation of Yan Qixia, who possesses an innate understanding of certain Taoist arts to combat the corpse poison. While he may not be able to eliminate it entirely, he can certainly impede the spread of the poison. The wails that once echoed have now morphed into feeble sounds. as the lifeless Tian is nailed to the wooden plank, barely able to open his eyes. The lawyer, too, displayed a look of astonishment. Upon glancing at the concealed contract, I was nearly overwhelmed with rage. It brazenly accused me of assaulting Gu Hua without cause, claiming that Gu Hua's excessive self-defense resulted in my injury, suggesting I was at fault and should not blame Gu for the mishap. In the center of the courtyard, Karina began to quietly chant incantations. Moments later, the sky grew increasingly oppressive. Dark, leaden clouds swirled above, and deep purple lightning rolled within them, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Lin Yu, seated casually, found amusement in the quarrel between the two elderly men, not anticipating that the flames of their dispute would soon engulf him as well. Under the intense gaze of both elders, he cleared his throat awkwardly, internally grappling with his predicament. Whichever side he chose would inevitably offend the other. Hearing that the old man had been waiting for him, Ping Fei felt a pang of bitterness. After pressing his lips together, he summoned Shi Menjian to greet Zhang Yuza and the others, before leading Jia Ke and Ling Wei inside. Minister Liu, I express my gratitude for your grace. Liu bowed deeply, but upon rising, he suddenly realized, his expression shifting dramatically. Was it not said that officials casually accepting gifts could amount to millions? This is rather meager, Lu Hao scoffed. Although they were aware that Hua Jinxin was not a virtuous individual, they merely hoped for a fierce confrontation between Lu Hai and Hua Jinxin that would leave them both battered. Qiu Zhou let out a cold laugh. Turning his back to Yuan Ziming, slightly tilting his head to gaze skyward, hands clasped behind him, mimicking the demeanor of a reclusive sage, embodying indifference to worldly matters, and delivering a final, casual display of arrogance. Unbeknownst to them, while the Taoist followers may have heard the true command, only a few thousand truly stood ready to confront the demon race. Even your lightning, skin god, shall be dissipated by Gungnir. Awaken! The true beast of kill shouted confidently. Fire is the nemesis of lingering souls, especially the formidable heavenly fire, the pure lotus demon fire. Its searing heat scorched the specter. The elder struggled to break free from his restraints, yet was unable to do so. His wretched cries echoed incessantly. I entrust this to you. I am confident in your abilities. Zheng Jie nodded, then left arm in arm with Xiao Yan. However, the already irrational octopus demon lord felt no pain, nor did it exhibit any fear, growing increasingly frenzied instead. Even if there existed methods to obscure their vision and alter their appearance and aura, it was improbable that they could comprehend these matters so thoroughly. At this moment, Danny felt profoundly disappointed. He had initially believed Su Quan to be a person of considerable capability and had hoped to engage in collaboration with him. The crystals were exceptionally resilient, and with Moonshadow's current physique and abilities, breaking them was quite a challenge. The spatial bracelet had already contained nearly half of them, and feeling fatigued, she straightened her back to scrutinize this crystalline world. Murakami Masaki was taken aback, astonished that a few casual words from Sun Tianxing could compel the man in white to bow in apology. This skill was something he felt he could never attain, no matter how many decades he practiced, leaving him in deep admiration of Tianxing. When Su Yunqin had initially invited him, her every word was laced with ambiguous hints, yet she never explicitly stated her intentions. Now, having turned against him, Jiang Yao found himself devoid of grounds to reproach her. No, the nightmarish ghost frog and the nightmarish green frog are both types of amphibians. In essence, they are materials. There is also a creature known as the nightmarish crocodile, which is among the most ferocious beasts on this nightmarish beach. Their bodies can produce extremely potent medicines, the elder replied, shaking his head. This area was also a human encampment, compactly arranged and equipped with rudimentary protective measures, sufficient only to deter lower-tier demon beasts, proving utterly ineffective against the towering demon wreaking havoc within the camp. I rarely indulge in poetic musings, nor do I engage with any television. I am even live streaming. Mo twisted her body, adamantly refusing to turn around. It is your senior who initiated the provocation. If I do not retaliate, will he think of me as a sickly cat? Yi San Shao bit out the phrase your senior with emphasis, snorting in annoyance. Currently, Lei Zhan had mastered the control of the power within his body with remarkable finesse, able to summon and release it at will. Otherwise, a mere finger from him could easily snap the soldier's neck. If vengeance is to be sought, it must be thorough. Initially, she intended to torment Gu Yiming for a while longer, allowing him to savor the bitterness of losing his position before gradually dismantling him. Initially, they shared the same room, then found themselves compelled to sleep in the same bed in a moment of urgency. Now they were truly to share a bed. Having been forced into such proximity once was one thing, but to repeat it? A dense array of black lines surged forth, converging from both sides, enveloping Li Song. Chapter 84. All things must be pursued gradually. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it nearly impossible to conceive that such a massive and imposing figure could execute movements with such swiftness. Moreover, the armor formed by the ice of the demon realm crystallized upon the statue of Yumura, struck with such force that the entire visage of the fully manifested Susanoo was instantly frozen and shattered, nearly exposing Uchiha Madara within its protective confines. This strike was aimed directly at the eyes of the fire wolf. Should Wang Qifeng manage to inflict harm upon it, the ensuing battle would greatly favor them. Although these assaults could not breach my defenses, the same could not be said for others, as their vitality swiftly diminished. The azure light offered no solace either. It appeared that his command of English was rather poor, yet communication was still possible. It sufficed to clarify matters. Why demand such high standards? Zhou Ji pondered. Once the scab had formed anew, Yi Ji slowly made his way toward the passageway, having no intention of delving deeper. The area that even these monsters dared not enter surely concealed significant clues, yet such clues would be perilous, and in his current state, venturing inside would be tantamount to courting death. Qin Fei chuckled heartily, handing Tang Lei 20 taels of silver and instructing him to procure more restorative food and supplements for his mother's recuperation. With a length exceeding 100 meters and an astonishing power, it cleaved through the very ground beneath them. In the living room, his two senior brothers and Lu Su were busily preparing, as a joyous occasion was to be held at the residence the following day, a momentous event for the Bai family. The first in 20 years. The last such occasion was the marriage of Baiji's parents. You shall know in a few days, Xia Cheng smiled. As a concubine of the harem, her grasp had extended rather excessively. Gao Wei harbored little affection for her, and he doubted he could endure the presence of the Lu family for long. His wrist dangled in the water, revealing a gruesome, bloodied bite mark. The sight of the pink-tinged pool hinted at a horrific loss of blood, potentially severing a major artery. Elixirs. Mu Qingge felt a pang of regret. Despite having concocted numerous potions, most had been consumed by Meng Meng, leaving only a few high-grade elixirs preserved from her mouth. He was aware that someone was aboard the ship and cried out desperately for help. However, no one responded. As he gradually succumbed to exhaustion and despair, it was finally Gu Qingyan who rescued him. Gazing at the intriguing materials in his hands before shifting his attention to the increasingly fierce conflict, he surmised that the esteemed shopkeeper, Yong, would likely be preoccupied and thus contemplated wandering elsewhere. The thought of maintaining future world peace rested upon his shoulders ignited a thrill within him, causing him to momentarily forget his surroundings and dance with joy. Han Jiaying had grown faint and powerless, never anticipating her body would betray her in such a manner. The madman muttered incantations, purposefully retaliating against Ouyang Xiaoqing's earlier jibe. Haha. Which is mightier, my red flame or your plasma? Kai Sudong inquired excitedly. At that moment, the sound of an ambulance approached. Driven by human curiosity, Lingxing paused to observe as the vehicle hastily sped toward a particular location. What could be amiss? After shaking her head in contemplation, she turned toward the dormitory. Since Lulu had clarified matters, there was no longer a need for concealment, prompting Han Dong to speak candidly. However, at that moment, Lord Pan's expression began to contort violently, for the spies he had stationed at a distance were relaying urgent news in rapid succession. Yet, The Neza was immobilized by the false escape dragon pillar and could not stir. Observing this, Mu Jia and Jin Jia ceased their attacks, while Li Jing, unfazed, thrust his trident with rage. Given this, why must you involve yourselves and complicate your fates with unnecessary entanglements? If you wish to meddle, then say so plainly. My dragon clan's affairs do not require your interference. Stand aside. If that fellow is not vanquished today, how shall my dragon clan restore its honor? Zhou Fu declared fiercely. Wang Yongning, following Han Dong's lead, redirected the conversation toward the internal adjustments of the Public Security Bureau, albeit under the guise of promotion and encouragement. Yi Chu's cousin, Su Mingzhi, was a notorious playboy frequently seen in dance halls. Su Mingzhi indeed had some connections with the manager of MGM, which Yi Chu used as an excuse to keep Fu Tiantian around. Unbeknownst to them, this inadvertently allowed Mu Yun and the others to recognize the strength of their human race, understanding why humanity was regarded as one of the 5 great races in the boundless starry sky. However, Yan Manman was aware that escalating the matter would not bode well for Yang Huili and her marriage. In the end, it might even benefit Yi Jiaro, should they capture the wanted criminal and discover a genius. Perhaps, if Lord Yama were in high spirits, he might bestow upon me the cultivation of a Yama general or even a Yama king. A glimmer of ambition sparked in the eyes of the Yama general. Fong Ling was overjoyed. After expending so much effort, he finally encountered this treasure. Upon hearing it was the Tianji fruit, Xia Chaoyang also felt elated. Yet, from Lu Huai's perspective, she was an extraneous presence. Lu Huai was filled with suspicion, unable to ascertain Yi Chu's true identity, which was why he had tasked Shinjio with finding her. Furthermore, while swallowing ice and slaying Xia was feasible, consuming Tianjiangyi was an entirely different matter. How did you open the passage? Mo Bai inquired. Observing that Haoren held neither the breath of the earth nor the flood lamp, puzzled. Love? At my age, still seeking romance? You mustn't jest with Uncle Li. Li Jun mused, glancing at Jilin, pondering if she understood that despite his age, his heart remained youthful. In truth, he, too, felt he was not old at all. Chapter 85. Gradual progress. At this moment, Longshan appeared not to be engaged in the arduous task of material manipulation, but rather strolled leisurely, akin to admiring the blossoms and the moon in tranquil bliss. As a devotee of the deity of knowledge and wisdom, the core members endowed with the mark possessed exceptional cognitive prowess, making it unsurprising that they could develop such a miraculous device in the mortal realm. Longshan unleashed an unrelenting barrage of punches, each one generating a flurry of azure winds that pounded against the colossal dragon. At this juncture, Chiosua could not help but exhale a long sigh of relief, secretly reveling in the thought that he would be able to harness the inner strength of this eccentric old Taoist daily. The mere prospect was exhilarating. The lake mirrored the sky like a pristine glass, with large fish leaping and birds darting across the surface, yet all ripples ultimately settled into serenity. Chiosua was unaware of the old Taoist's martial prowess, but he mused that flattering him might not be a bad idea. Perhaps his praise would hit the mark. Yu Anren cast a sharp glare at Shinshur, contemplating that if they truly regarded her as a friend, they would not have consistently concealed the matter of the endorsement from her. Was she merely seeking money? In the next moment, a terrifying explosion reverberated, unleashing a myriad of strange energies into the surrounding air. Her cousin, being quite affluent, dragged the two to a department store, selecting 2 identical limited edition transformers for them, items that their parents deemed an extravagant waste and would never purchase for them. Poseidon was reluctant to divulge the reason, yet Jiang Feng could deduce it. Despite their earlier discussions, it was evident that Poseidon was unwilling to sacrifice her life for Ning Rongrong. Thus, if an opportunity arose for Ning Rongrong to fail the assessment without her direct intervention, she would undoubtedly welcome it. Jiang had attended to old Madame Chiao for many years, thus well acquainted with her preferences. Old Madame Chiao, accustomed to Jiang's service, allowed her to assist during meals. Observing the curled-up figure of Zhao Yuan, she felt a wave of compassion wash over her and sighed softly. Fong Minjun remained unfazed, Her previous marriage had imparted profound lessons, and with Lu Jinghan absent, she found herself unburdened. It must be said that both his voice and his feigned demeanor exuded a pitiable air. Having spoken, his form dissipated entirely, reminiscent of his previous fiery self, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, Amy's expression was exceedingly grave. Kek's aura had drawn perilously close to that of a ruling angel, accompanied by a watchful Disra. She was compelled to summon every ounce of her focus to confront the two. Liu, oblivious to the chaos, stood on tiptoe, peering around. The din was deafening, and even if she called out night he was unlikely to hear her. Chen Baochai did not disappoint Sukiki, as he borrowed 100 yuan from Chen Hong in the village that very day, eschewing a promissory note, his desire to avoid repayment becoming common knowledge throughout the village. "Am I not here because of my reputation?" he lamented. "My father has been coughing for several days and sought treatment at Jishur Hall, consuming 2 doses of medicine. Yet, the cough persists, and he has even succumbed to his chronic abdominal pain. I heard that you excel in treating coughs, so I brought my father here." Wei Yonghao's expression was one of exasperation. "I have no obligation." Fong Luming's gaze turned indifferent. Li Baoxiong, having suffered injury and unable to participate in the imperial examinations, felt guilt gnaw at him. He endeavored to make amends in every possible way. However, if Li Baoxiong truly regarded him as a friend, he would not pressure him to forsake his love and marry his sister. He could assure that he would undoubtedly step into the early stages of the third transformation, resolving the Gu family's predicament within 10 days. "All right, let us settle here," third brother called out through a loudspeaker as over 1,000 members seated themselves before him in unison. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Mengjun became akin to a ghost. Vanishing the instant she stepped forward. In a villa on the outskirts of the city, the sound of shattering glass shattered the morning tranquility, followed closely by a piercing scream. Firstly, the sheen of these armors differed markedly from the previous 2 layers, appearing remarkably natural and pure, befitting the craftsmanship of the United Nations. Secondly, these armors bore the scars of time, evidence of countless battles that had shaped them. I believe what drives their relationship is indeed hatred, otherwise Yang Zhonghui would not have waited until now to visit her. "It appears the wind god has arrived. Please invite him to my room," Julia promptly instructed. For reasons unknown, Shenhuan felt an intensification of jealousy upon seeing Xia Xiaohua. Since the royal gift had shattered, she naturally sought a scapegoat. "Take this money and buy more. How can this be sufficient for distribution?" Wang Zihao remarked, pulling an additional 500 yuan from his wallet to hand to the shopkeeper. The disciple of the demonic sect immediately enveloped himself in a cloud of wolf poison smoke, creating a tight barrier around him. A hand, as translucent as jade, reached out, the pure light seemingly capable of suppressing all, grasping toward the head of the calf. The figure clad in crimson armor before him was a being of superior strength, surpassing even that of Lucier, akin to a mythical mirror warrior. Chapter 86. The credit of the doll on this day at the end of the month. With the customary visit to the palace for morning greetings looming the next day, Madame He expressed her desire to stay for the night. This left Qin Shuangjiang in a predicament, for entering the palace required an early departure, and she feared she would not be able to care for Madame He adequately. It was not warmth to accompany Qin Jun in his wrongdoings, leading both down a path of no return. Though trivial, these matters incessantly troubled He Jinbao, who lamented that they were far more challenging than engaging in military campaigns. Empress Tong took a sip of water from Qin Shuangjiang's hand, resting her head, leaving one to wonder if she was merely speaking to herself or addressing Qin. At the martial arts arena, Mu Ran looked down with astonishment at Yun Luofeng, who lay with her eyes gently closed, her expression imbued with perplexity. Mo Nianwei, unable to grasp the complexities of human nature, widened her eyes in intrigue as she observed her mother remove the needle from Chun Xian. "I shall remain silent." The lucid Elaine possessed a hint of pride, yet her somewhat delirious and eccentric side rendered her nothing short of a lunatic, were it not for her moment of clarity. She would not have dared utter such words even with tenfold courage. Gu Qiuyue perked her ears to listen, but alas, the call was abruptly severed from the other end. Ling Yi chuckled gleefully and leaned closer to inhale her fragrant hair, imbued with a delicate scent of shampoo. Feng Qiao laughed innocently, her bright dark eyes sparkling as they appeared to smile, yet the words that escaped her rosy lips caused Feng Changji's expression to freeze in shock. A seemingly casual remark from her had made Yun Luofeng's gaze sharpen, her profound eyes fixating on Yu Qianqian's face. Indeed, master. If the young master were to appear at the door, Shadow would willingly sacrifice his life to accompany him in death. Before Qin Haoguang's formidable presence, Shadow could not help but kneel, vowing his life in guarantee. Fat Chu did not rush me. He had truly witnessed these antiquated, elegant residences, having only glimpsed at scenes reminiscent of my fair princess. Thus, he trailed behind me, observing with keen interest. As a subordinate unit of Yaodu County, the situation in Jia Mountain Township was dire. This area was renowned throughout the province as a poverty-stricken region, nestled deep within the mountains, with inconvenient transportation and sparse population. Courting death. Xia Tianhua scoffed coldly, his concealed blade technique re-emerging, his gaze fixed sharply on Chu Jun's heart. He intended to deliver a fatal blow, yet an inexplicable unease gnawed at him, diminishing his desire to continue playing with Chu Jun. He did not wish to invite calamity upon himself. I understand. Li Mingxin felt conflicted. In his eyes, the Jiang family was the weaker party, yet the situation had suddenly flipped, leaving him struggling to accept the change. Iron-blooded war god. Eternal Glory continued its final gasps, yet without their master, they possessed little courage to persist in battle. Much like the initial 70 billion investment in the trade fair, the lion's share belonged to Wenchun City and Yuanzhou. Hu Shi and the others clearly failed to grasp the situation. Having consumed considerable alcohol, their minds clouded. The expression of the soldier grew solemn as he faced 10 fingernails, not daring to underestimate them, for they were the remnants of a formidable foe. The azure energy veil unfurled, and a series of spatial gates emerged, through which the 10 nails were banished to another realm. At least 4 assailants appeared, brandishing short blades. Their eyes locked onto the two with an intent that suggested they sought to trample over our lifeless forms. Chiyu's brazen remarks were understandable. The struggles of a rogue cultivator were beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. In his past life, Zhang Kuang had been a rogue himself. Had it not been for his fortuitous encounters, he might have remained an inconsequential figure. What use is remembering the breath? For a mid-stage cultivator to let a mid-stage golden crystal escape is utterly unimaginable. If only Third Master had apprehended the culprit back then, they would not be entangled in such complexities now. A middle-aged man with a pale complexion and a somewhat melancholic expression remarked quietly. Meanwhile, another group of about a dozen individuals revealed their formidable powers without concealment. Their aura surged like a waterfall, predominantly at the peak of the condensed yuan stage, with alchemical practitioners among them. Their fiery gazes bore down on Wang Meng, who stood frozen, creating an impression that they would devour him whole, sending shivers down the spines of even the bystanders. Old Fourth, are you done yet? Observing the dazed Huang Xiaohua, who Jimin could not help but urge once more. The rogue dragon's eyes burned crimson like blood, its maw gaping wide in a mock display of biting, its sharp teeth almost grazing Qin Yang's face, while its long, slick tongue lashed out, leaving a painful, bloody trail across Qin Yang's cheek. What did you just say? I was in a daze and did not quite catch your words. Hence my inquiry. She questioned him anxiously, scanning him from head to toe, noting that although he appeared a tad thinner, his complexion had improved significantly since boarding the ship. She would actively encourage him, doing everything in her power to uplift his spirits daily, and would cook a variety of delightful dishes for him. Instantly, that subtle yet tender sensation ignited a fire within Jing Xiangyang, leaving him feeling unbearably warm all over. The stark white light cascaded down, illuminating Yun Jing's pale face, rendering her youthful countenance devoid of any vitality. looking at her parents and brother with their scrutinizing gazes upon her. Could she dare utter that she would not reside at home? Chapter 87. Distributing Gifts. After more than a year of development, the Sanbao ship, which has gathered numerous exceptional craftsmen, has made significant strides. The most direct manifestation of this progress is the variety of bicycle styles that have emerged, including cargo bikes, tandem bikes, and tricycles specifically designed for children. The designs are more innovative, the aesthetics more appealing, and the frames sturdier, naturally garnering the admiration of customers. Initially, he held back, but gradually realized that Young's uncle truly had no intention of intervening, which emboldened him. Are you truly willing to entrust Frankie to us? It was ultimately Lu Qi who broke the silence first. The barrier of the Saint's undying power transformed into a radiant golden light, its pure and sanctified brilliance akin to the cleansing spring rain, filling the cave. The thick miasma that obscured visibility was completely purified upon contact with the holy light. In the backstage area, Li Chun swallowed a vial of detoxifying potion, yet instead of feeling better, he began to experience hallucinations. I hope your strength is as formidable as your sharp fangs and fierce tongue, the Spider Queen said, suppressing her fury, arms crossed, observing her opponent with a detached demeanor. With the collaboration of 3 skilled craftsmen, guided by the wisdom of a singular strategist, communication with leading industry players not only fosters operational insights, but also enhances interpersonal relationships and unveils industry secrets. As the Cavaliers launched their offense, LeBron James made a breakthrough. With Qin Yang providing support, James passed the ball to J.R. Smith, who, despite Rudy Gay's defensive maneuver, successfully sank a three-pointer at a critical moment. However, as the power forward and cornerstone of the team's interior defense, Stoudemire's performance was dismal, frequently allowing opponents to score effortlessly. Such a liability could not lead to championship glory. Light poured from the room into the empty corridor, which was eerily quiet, evoking a sense of familiarity rather than fear. She touched the rabbit-shaped hairpin in her hand. Or rather, the hairpin that perhaps did not exist at all, her eyelids drooping heavily. After speaking, she summoned Suyu, giving brief instructions for him to escort Tai Shirzi to meet Zhang Liao and Gao Shun. Lu Feifei hurried over, taking Mo Xian from An Yukin's hands and lifting him into the vehicle. Others nodded in agreement, thinking it was a good idea, perhaps during the holiday they could venture out together to the mall. However, having just lost his sight and being unable to navigate well, he resolved to kill the owner of the BMW after arriving at his destination, presenting the car to the esteemed master. A dragon man had been lurking for an unknown number of days, hiding here since the onset of the rebellion. The reasons for his presence could range from gathering intelligence to simply being abandoned. At the moment of collision between 2 forces, energy erupted like a hurricane, wreaking havoc within the stardust. Nevertheless, as Murong Xuanyu stepped out, she was still approached by several self-proclaimed geniuses. Initially, she managed to engage in polite small talk and decline their advances, but as the frequency increased, she found it increasingly burdensome. No matter how much Chuang wanted to ponder the passage of time, it was not the moment for such reflections. He drew the golden sword from his waist and thrust it downward from the heights, accompanied by the overwhelming blade and his fully charged elemental energy, descending upon the battlefield like a radiant meteor in the night, landing where the Dragon King stood. Next, I shall provide a brief overview of the village outside the Divine Realm, hoping it proves useful to you. After speaking, Feng Buga glanced at the 3 individuals, noticing their interest in listening, and continued. Negong Chen observed the pill in her hand, this time not discarding it but obediently consuming it. The townsfolk were inexplicably foaming at the mouth, and many had already perished. The soldier's face bore an expression of panic. Don't mind him, I'm going. Li Mengqi ignored me, continuing to persuade Qin Mangdai. Upon realizing this, Dongfang Fanfei could not help but call upon the great deity Ross, as her beloved was in slumber. And in this dire situation, she could only seek the deity's aid. In the early stages of cultivation, The Tao realm holds little significance for practitioners. Yet, once one enters the spirit realm, its importance becomes glaringly evident. This is especially true for alchemists, regardless of their formidable power, without advancing in the Tao realm. They cannot concoct high-tier elixirs. She often contemplated that had it not been for that impulsive moment, she would not have engaged with Xin on a deeper level, which would have prevented the subsequent series of events. Nianzhu had arrived in Liangcheng alongside Mo Huaxing, albeit discreetly. As Mo Huaxin, a favored disciple before Dongfang Hong, now resided openly in the Lord's manor, Nianzhu maintained a low profile, rarely appearing in public. Do you think everyone is like that guy? AI tugged at the corner of his mouth, asserting that not everyone was a detective, and he could not bear to discard any commission, even the most trivial ones. When Si Xiaoju finally released Xia Sisi with satisfaction, she shot him a glare, breathless. Gu Yiqing did not expect Xin Yanjun to refrain from reproaching her as she had imagined. This brought her a sense of relief. Fortunately, although she had been somewhat distracted, the cake she baked turned out to be quite successful. This girl, after this incident, would undoubtedly become more discerning, for she was not foolish, rather. Her innate kindness prevented her from engaging in unnecessary harm. Sun poison? At Zhao Yun's mention, Qiao Painting's expression shifted. She had nearly forgotten that today marked her day of affliction. To their left, gunfire echoed, originating from a single direction. The sound was distant yet discernible, signaling that the battle had yet to conclude. Chapter 88. A refreshing perspective. Yu Yunsheng stepped into a nearby room to answer a phone call, while Gu Baozu, feeling it was about time, donned her clothes. However, in response to the invitation, Ning Jian not only accepted with delight, but also displayed a glimpse of his keen observational skills and analytical prowess. As Su Mo leaned in closer, her crimson lips were mere inches from his icy ones, her breath fragrant like orchids. Throughout the entire afternoon, she trained while contemplating how to address the matters discussed earlier by Su Hao. Lin Hao was certain that if he continued to bestow his blood essence, the serpent would swiftly transform into a dragon, but deemed it unnecessary. The two exchanged polite bows with Jiamu, who was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion and stepped forward to assist them, respectfully speaking, especially after several mid to high-ranking military officials in the northern war zone were inexplicably murdered. The normally composed Zhao Yu could no longer contain the murderous intent brewing within him, promptly issuing a decree to Gong Outyen to launch a thorough assault on Northern Wei. In just a few years, the wild golden white flower snake would become a nationally protected Class 2 medicinal herb, while the velvet antler of the Sika deer would ascend to the status of a Class 1 protected animal. Yu Xingwu was contemplating how to bring misfortune upon Yi Su when she noticed Jiang Yan and his companions approaching, unsure of what Xinzhua had conveyed to them. Yan Bugue was oblivious to the future. His humiliation brought forth by Shaju in front of the many neighbors gnawed at his heart. Qing-yi, are you all right? He quietly inquired, conjuring a divine chain of laws that penetrated her being. Heikong Bo Rin suddenly stepped forward, brandishing a white sheet filled with writing, presenting it to Faust. Ashu, noticing Dean lost in thought, subtly released his perception to discern Dean's musings. As Dean had previously mentioned, he need not restrain his senses. Hua Jingchen kept his promise, personally driving Lin Zian to the Hua Corporation. Just as they parked in a designated spot, they witnessed two figures disembark from a nearby vehicle. It was Lu Suisui and Yi Piaoling. Upon entering the demon realm via the teleportation array, Yun Huang and her companions did not disguise their appearances, as it was deemed unnecessary. As Li's father and second uncle chided him, other relatives nearby joined in, all being Li's paternal uncles and brothers. Despite their discontent with Li Zhiyong's actions, they refrained from voicing their opinions in deference to Li's father and second uncle. Hua Sheng, witnessing the unfolding events, shouted in anger. He had long seen through Zhuang Jian's current intentions. His radiant form, having endured the sacred tribulation, represented an insurmountable barrier to those of the kingly rank. What? Could it be that Dongjua harbors treasonous intentions? Does he wish to seize the divine artifacts of the world? Lu Dan exclaimed. His naivety clouding his understanding of Dong was motives. He merely believed that Lu Fan sought to eliminate Dong Jua out of pure vengeance. Indeed, Gu Nianfei nodded. The Tianqing group still belongs to you. Upon hearing this, Ma Fugue's eyes brightened, eagerly awaiting Gu Nianfei's continuation. Du Gu Shuqin was still pondering the earlier matter when Heikong Bo Ren interrupted her. She said nothing, merely nodding in agreement. Receiving Lin Zhao's command, the Thunderbird cried out and unfurled its wings, arcs of electricity dancing across its form, weaving through its feathers as a surge of golden current surged towards Marcia. The black steed was somewhat irritated by its new rider but complied with the auspicious atmosphere. Some might perceive him as insensitive, akin to Cheng Yin, who diligently served as the county magistrate in Fanyang for most of his life. While the crowd atop the mountain debated, the distant sea suddenly parted, and Xing Qianyu leaped forth, eyes filled with trepidation as he gazed at the elder Jiang, whose attire was also a spirit weapon, having entered the sea without a trace of moisture. Xylona promptly delved into the matter at hand. As for the colossal Hudi, after Arno approached it, no further attention was given to the massive creature. Aoi rubbed his arm, which had been pinched by Zhang Fei, and upon noticing Zhang Fei lowering his spear, he pushed past Dian Wei and approached Liu Bei. At the mention of his name, Zhou Ping's tense expression softened, but before he could exhale a sigh of relief, Zhao Yi's voice rang in his ears once more. Throughout the journey, Shen Shi was busy contacting authoritative experts on gastric cancer, instructing his hospital to prepare an intensive care unit. However, Lucro was not without his injuries. One arm had been grazed by an Yi's blade while dodging. But in comparison to the scar behind an Yi, it was a trivial matter. The 6 beams of extraordinary light were manifestations of the primordial magic of the Red Pearl ancestor, condensing a lifetime of power into 6 demonic thoughts of desire, surging forth towards Yang Sun. Upon seeing this, Yang Sun's countenance grew grave as he exclaimed, "Indeed, a formidable demon." Chanting the lesser Yang incantation, he swayed his body, transforming into 4 forms and swiftly establishing a lesser Yang sword formation. Upon hearing the words of Wei Gong Qiashi, Alice hastily stepped aside, allowing him to recite his incantation. Dark energy enveloped the celestial robe. Zhang Ling realized that if this continued, his celestial robe would be destroyed. Yet he found himself at a loss. If he preserved the robe, he would risk his life. If he safeguarded his life, he could not protect the robe. As the 3 approached, they discovered that the mound of earth concealed a rusted tank. It was unclear how long the tank had been there. Its exposed areas rusted to a deep brown, and its turret covered in a layer of moss and greenery. Chapter 89. Utterly depraved, only the sword cultivator Celestial Emperor possesses the qualification to accomplish such feats. Now, astonishingly, Chu Fengmian has achieved all of this, even in the guise of a half-step heavenly being. Feng Chuchu has never witnessed such grandeur before. Throughout her life, the members of the gang have been looked down upon, particularly by the officials who regard them as the lowest of the low. Yet now, receiving such high praise is a bittersweet joy, causing her to raise the plaque with trembling hands, desperately holding back tears. To concoct the ice heart pill, the foremost requirement is an unwavering heart. If one could cast aside distractions and focus solely on aiding the Ice Lord in suppressing the breath within, the pill can indeed be refined. Moreover, all must unite in purpose, without a moment's distraction. A cacophony of footsteps erupted as a dozen guards from the estate, wielding large blades, surged forth from the bronze door, encircling Yi Qingyun and his companion. How splendid! Since Taoist Shua has taken the lead, surely he will not shy away from accepting my challenge? Ku Shuzi chuckled heartily, praising the situation before turning to provoke Tianchen. With such an immense surge of blood energy emanating from the short blade, the only possibility that Chu Fengmian could fathom was the divine demon blood blade. There was no alternative. Ma Pingting recalled the previous day's incident involving Sister A Qing and the officials' inquiries, and succinctly summarized it. Upon mentioning the sudden demise of over 300 individuals and the officials' utter disregard, Lin Shi and Yuzhen's expressions turned grave. For Chu Finmian, he had never entertained the notion of slaying the Flying Sword Emperor or the Blood Shadow Sword Master at this moment. Su Zhu and Hu Tang, momentarily stirred by Mu Feng's actions, found their senses dulled, failing to notice someone approaching. Su Han was about to speak when he suddenly sensed several powerful auras surging towards them, startling him. He grasped Zhang Tianfeng's arm and commanded, "Stay still." Led him back into the boundless darkness. Wasn't there a disciple 4 days ago who also sought to amuse himself at the expense of a high-ranking teacher from Lingyun Gate? This was reported to the entire school. As you should know, Liang Zhengyuan protested, his face flushed. If Hawaii were to launch another airstrike, the emperor would be lost. Yet one could still retain some strength. Should that Qin individual come for them, there might still be leverage. Now that you are aware of these matters, we can't allow you to live any longer. Farewell, old friend. Lin En pressed his gun against Matsov's chest, watching in horror as Matsov's eyes widened in terror. Shaking his head and shouting, but Fentry Ge, clad in thick gloves, remained unmoved by his struggles. Following the sound, Ling Feng was filled with astonishment. The source of this voice was none other than Xikong Shui, surrounded by the cultivators of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Affected by this, the remaining 5 werewolves hastily aimed their guns, indiscriminately firing in an attempt to temporarily suppress this vampire with extraordinary marksmanship, hoping for an opportunity to counterattack. Before long, the company's personnel arrived. Although Yun Xian and Quan Jilong were young artists, their influence within the group was substantial, being 2 of the top 10 composers, demanding respect. Simultaneously, the true form of Ling Feng radiated a dazzling silver light, a wave of destructive energy surging forth like a tide, sweeping towards Zhou Wuxia and his son Zhou Luo. The stout man gaped, as if he had seen a ghost, staring at Yu Qingchuan. It was only when a member of the joint defense team approached to apprehend him that he suddenly reacted, exclaiming, "Wait, hold on." Sylvia looked at Mozart in confusion, unable to comprehend how this man was not one to shy away from confrontation. Had Gu Chang'an maintained a particularly close relationship with his wife, she would have felt less assured, especially given the outside gossip that this gentleman was of impeccable character. Once he finished speaking, he scanned the area with his consciousness, ensuring clarity within a 20-meter radius. Not perceiving any danger, he continued onward. What a splendid tome on the longevity technique. Jiang Feng closed his eyes for a moment, meticulously studying the knowledge and diagrams contained within. After a brief contemplation, he returned the text to Su Xiling with a gentle sigh. The marksman warrior surrendered his e-skill, the fire-cure grenade, to block the river's mouth, obstructing Syndra's pursuit. The elderly figure in the azure robe wore a solemn expression as Jiang Feng unleashed his punch, his once placid face now wide-eyed in shock. He leaped into the air, striking out with the palm towards the vividly colored flame fist hurled by Jiang Feng. Shaoli inexplicably found Feng Tian endearing, despite the fact that he had always seemed to possess no charm whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Xia Ao nodded slightly, having been unaware until now of the relationship between Lin Mani and Lin Yudao. Only someone like Qin Mo, who continuously shattered bronze assessment records in the training ground and mastered the crossbow specialization and skin enhancement, could achieve such terrifying rates of improvement. Apologies, Xia. Did I disturb your sleep? I shall lie down on the sofa for a while. You rest, Lin Xinyan said apologetically, intending to rise and take the pillow with him. Su Lianjin enjoyed fishing, but today luck seemed to elude him, while his father had caught several fish, leaving him empty-handed. Before them stood a man, resplendent in white, exuding a faint golden glow, moving gracefully without a weapon to engage in combat. A middle-aged man in a suit and another in police uniform approached the colonel from behind a police car. "Colonel, the bandits are inside the restaurant," the officer remarked. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Ji Jian indeed chuckled, fully understanding the reference to their recent wager. In comparison to Han Zhen and Su Yu's bets, Ji Jian's stake was indeed minuscule. While perplexed by the eccentric maid delivering food without departing, he witnessed her bowing respectfully towards him. Our protective measures are exceptionally robust. The squad leaders are very responsible, checking meticulously to prevent any mishaps, he remarked. However, when he saw Jin Yun leaping towards him from the front, he was momentarily stunned. This was far from his plan, as he had never anticipated Jin Yun would launch an attack directly from the front. Chapter 90. The cost of sacrifice. The plan to dismantle the pillar of shame gradually took shape amidst our mutual barbs. Qin Anian desperately sought the completion of the 5 elements, even wagering his future path of cultivation, and his physical form had stepped into the realm of the 7 Kings prohibition. Indeed, Starelli found himself at a loss. If Su Yayan perished, he would be unable to become the rightful heir, a fixation that haunted him throughout his life. The collapse centered around the 9 phoenixes, and before long, the 2 who had fled reappeared before us. Reluctantly, Deng Beiwa posted a video condemning Li Siyu for her infidelity with Lin Yuan during their relationship. Geng Zhanrui sensed that this Weirenfei, though conversing with his own sisters, cast a keen gaze upon Su Yayan, prompting him to instinctively shield her behind him. The adversary crossed domains, and once the celestial spirits were shattered, they would be unable to replenish their forces for a time. Zhou Fei had undergone rigorous training and selection. Understanding that this sandbag would not be an easy task for the students, yet she moved with an air of nonchalance as if unperturbed. However, Bing Yihan and Nangongyu chose to ignore her. Nangongyu had intended to speak, but upon observing Hua Shuning and Chu Liangshen in such close proximity, even during a quarrel, an unsettling intimacy emanated, causing discomfort in her heart. She had envisioned that upon Gu Ziyuan's departure from the capital, this group would go to great lengths to eradicate her, yet, contrary to her expectations, they seemed poised to elevate her as the leader and exemplar of merchants in the realm. Is there a more fitting role for him than working in the rice mill? Although the job was arduous, it offered substantial merit points. Previously, when Lu Qingyuan sought this position, he had argued precisely this point. Why, then, was he now reluctant to accept the work? After a courteous exchange, Hu Tianyi supported Suya as they walked ahead, with Hu Mo following closely behind. Upon entering Suya's courtyard, Hu Tianyi suddenly released his hold, leaving Suya with a sense of loss, as if something precious had slipped away. Ding Zimo could not help but gaze at Ming Xian with anticipation, his words hanging in the air. Must it be today? Meng Pa blinked, her eyes sending subtle signals, causing Shui Lu Feng to shiver. Was Meng Pa truly so insatiable? Would he fall into a den of wolves? That is well, at times. The young lady may command our assistance. After Yu Tian spoke, he exchanged a glance with Mu Bin, and the 2 departed. After a quarter of an hour, as everyone present had obtained the formulas and spiritual herbs they sought for their elixirs, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence once more. The ancestral spirit of the knife intent, the evil knife emperor, traversed mountains and rivers from the neglected ancient capital of the western regions to Yinran City. Soon after, he leveraged his self-created 13 Realms knife, intent to vanquish 3 of the top 5 martial masters in the Central Plains martial rankings. Yun Xiao was a trusted confidant of Zhao Ling. He could often discern what Zhao Ling left unspoken, especially now that Zhao Ling had elucidated this matter so clearly. Since fate had brought them together today, he could not allow his opponent to escape. One must confront their debts and adversaries. A chorus of beastly roars echoed through the heavens, followed by a dozen beast souls launching an assault on the unscrupulous man. Lu Yunfei also experienced the actual effects of the skill for the first time, pleasantly surprised by its efficacy. I must descend. If there's anything, call me. Hu Jun gestured with his hand, preparing to head upstairs to preside over the board meeting. The security system of the Hua Corporation is comprehensive, having incorporated the most advanced protective measures from Europe and America. Thus, he felt little concern for her alone receiving visitors or handling other tasks. Upon noticing a call from it was clear he could not answer at this moment. So he terminated the call. Which path should I take? Where does each road lead? A colossal question loomed in Tian-E's mind. Just as he pondered this perplexity, a voice suddenly resonated. Fellow Taoists, why create discord over a single individual? Jian Ao, sensing the situation was amiss, swiftly intervened to mediate. What? What is happening? Lin Jia waited a considerable while but received no command to release his soul. Slowly, he opened his eyes, discovering he remained in the same spot. Yet his health was miraculously full. After Chairman Wang Tong entered, he first nodded with a smile to Shi Yizhen, then respectfully addressed Huijun, standing by with hands folded. Lilith remained silent, prompting Lin Jia to continue. You don't believe me, do you? Fine, I will log off now. Take your time. With that, Lin Jia logged off. So, it seems your earlier claims about looking down on the Supreme Lord Ashal and even wishing to use it as a token for my apprenticeship were mere fabrications? The news spread, causing an uproar among the noble families, the shock comparable to the simultaneous annihilation of 17 prominent clans. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi's eyes brightened. Whether the Zhou family could remain in Qingyun's city hinged on how this envoy would handle them. He rubbed his nose, finding Sun Rulon quite a challenge. Uncertain how much resentment she harbored towards him. As for film remuneration, the industry now categorizes actors into tiers based on their pay. Many stars accept poor scripts solely for the paycheck. For them, 50,000 is paltry, and 300,000 hardly garners their attention. Chapter 91. Her aunt is a ruthless individual. However, when the words were about to escape her lips, she hesitated. For she caught sight of her elder brother casting a covetous glance in her direction, which rendered her instantly mute. Why should those who wish for her very existence to vanish be entitled to the wealth of her beloved? It was unnecessary. This esteemed individual, well-versed in the ways of the world, could never be outdone by a mere fledgling. The ancestral spirit of the Tsong family disdainfully remarked. It was truly perplexing how someone could profess to hold such affection while simultaneously feeling repulsed. It was a wonder that Mu Wanqin had reached such an epiphany. Unless the waters of West Lake were to flow backward and the sun rose from the west. Shaoli, having heard that Tang Duier passed by the window, did not seek them out but rather curiously approached the window to gaze outside. Although he was oblivious to the unfolding events, the brilliant radiance assured him of one undeniable truth. Mu Wanting had never encountered such unabashed shamelessness, yet she was compelled to feign reluctant agreement. Once she had consummated her union with her brothers, they could expect to welcome a plump and healthy child into the Shao family in the coming year. Teach her a bookie. Swaying slightly and gesturing with his hand, was acutely aware that such a demeanor was unbecoming of an educator. Yet, under the intoxicating influence of alcohol, he felt an inexplicable sense of liberation, yearning to cast aside the shackles that bound him in everyday life. Katsuyu stepped into the room, positioning herself directly behind Araki. Their proximity so intimate that Araki could detect the unique fragrance that only Katsuyu possessed. Everyone was prepared for the forthcoming spectacle, including Qin Shui, who was also ready for the show. Although she was a formidable practitioner of the myriad transformations, she lacked the audacity of those three lunatics. Even if granted threefold courage, she would still recoil from battling the celestial beings of the Hunyuan realm. Nevertheless, she possessed the bravery to observe the unfolding drama. Evil Emperor Wu Hui and Gaunt Jiang collided, their bodies trembling simultaneously. To the astonishment of all, they seemed evenly matched, both retreating in unison. This entire exchange appeared to carry no significant weight. Yet only Araki comprehended that he was merely disposing of Hyuga Sora's corpse, ensuring that the consequences would not trace back to him. Not long after Xiao Rang departed on his sword, the black smoke around the neck of the true Lord of Dark Fire suddenly contracted, propelling him upward from the ground. His eyes widened with a fierce hatred, an utterly alarming sight. After Zibinger finished speaking, she waved her delicate hand, conjuring a chilling aura that enveloped the vast ocean before her. As this icy breath spread forth, the once turbulent waves of the sea visibly solidified into thick ice, expanding rapidly. Sherwan politely nodded to Su Luchuan, remaining silent as she continued to walk alongside Shi Jin at their previous pace. Gino took her leave. While Qiu Jin turned away, her waters darkened with malice. It seemed that only by bringing her to utter disgrace could her thoughts be entirely extinguished. Xie Jingning observed the two panting figures, her previously furrowed brow gradually relaxing, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. She harbored no ulterior motives, while others were in turmoil. She lay there for only a brief moment before drifting into slumber. The elder of the Chen family remained unfazed by the furious outburst from the head of the Hua family, leisurely sipping his tea as if the outcry were mere background noise. Little did she expect that as the esteemed head of an ancient martial arts family, she had traversed into the Yunqing continent 5 years prior, only to find herself deceived by Yi Qingning and Yi Baiming for the entirety of that time due to a memory blockage. How could they accept that the venerable patriarch of the Zhang family, once regarded as untouchable, now knelt before Wang Yiba? Though not quite a lawmaker, he was perilously close. With sufficient collapse energy, he could transform into one, yet the energy was suppressed. Yi Qingning and Princess Wan Ning were naturally eager to witness the scene of Yi Wanru being attacked by the masses, their lips curving into delighted smiles. The swaying tail stilled, ears perked up, and the round, glistening eyes of Yan Sisi stared incredulously at the head of Yan Sisi. The front door of the first floor swung open, and Jiangren stepped out, brushing off the dust and debris from his hair while glancing up at the sky. "Ah, Brother Danny, why are you reaching out to me at this hour? Do you have cattle ready for market?" Wang Hui immediately greeted the call with a sycophantic smile. Of course, not all lawmakers are foes. For instance, the first lawmaker is a steadfast warrior against the collapse. Teresa waved her index finger teasingly before Satayuno. Fu Jun mysteriously produced several coins, placing them on the table, copper, silver, and gold, leading Yin Momo to suspect he might possess a spatial artifact. The flow of the heavenly Tao invigorated him, opening all 3,000 acupoints, heightening his awareness to an extraordinary degree. The range of his perception expanded rapidly, allowing him to sense the thoughts and actions of individuals even 100 miles away. He carried a touch of the martial world, contrasting with the pure essence of youth. Ho Zhengming, having engaged in thievery since the tender age of 12, bore a hint of roguishness, which was hardly surprising. Yin Momo had been anxious until the villains fell, allowing her to exhale slightly, though her mind remained in disarray, thoughts scattering in every direction. She wished to flee, yet her legs felt weak. Once unleashed, it would elevate one among the masters of formations to a divine status. Very well, I shall rest for a spell. I Haven Tea closed my eyes in 2 days and nights. Li Tai made no pretense, collapsing onto the bed without removing his shoes. However, when she emerged from the Jade Clam Pearl, she found her master possessed an extraordinary aura, surpassing her expectations. The mad dog barked. I could not comprehend it. Yuxing dismissed He Xiao, deeming him a mere troublemaker. Old man Chao Hanhai has met the crown princess. He approached Xianyu, bowing deeply, his demeanor grave and respectful. Yet many nations began to focus on gathering military intelligence regarding the National Defense Army, seeking to understand how they achieved victory at such an astonishing pace, contemplating how they might respond if faced with China's formidable forces. Chapter 92. Unyielding defiance. A fierce collision erupted between the two parties, with explosions resonating throughout the area, and torrents of energy rising to engulf the surroundings entirely. In an instant, Bai Li Dangfeng was taken aback, while simultaneously, Ulan Zhuoya and the 10 elders of the Witch clan were struck by an overwhelming sense of dread. It was well known that the Demon King had 24 demon generals, each possessing strength that surpassed that of celestial beings. This was undoubtedly just the beginning. Many disciples of the Lin family felt their vitality drain away instantaneously, as if devoured, transforming into lifeless husks. Just as they were about to enter the private room, Hu Meyer recalled a pressing matter that she had previously negotiated at home. The gift money was to be provided by her, and Ling Duyu naturally acquiesced. As for the amount, Ling Duyu did not specify. Hu Meyer was to determine it as she saw fit. Crucially, the 10,000-year spirit essence possessed a coveted effect that all souls in the underworld yearned for, It enhanced the quality of the soul, ensuring that 1% would be preserved during the cycle of reincarnation. As he spoke, Christoria and Agnes watched their husband with concern, their beautiful features betraying their anxiety. They initially believed that Chen Xiao's enmity with the master of the imperial tomb, although ultimately subdued, would render it increasingly difficult to reap benefits from the sight. At that moment, Wang Sansi began to tear at Li Yuping's garments, entirely consumed by lascivious desire. Meanwhile, suspended in midair stood a man clad in a pure white robe, cradling the delicate form of Jean Linger in his arms. "What is the matter? You still don't know?" He remains unconscious, rambling incoherently. "And the hospital can find no ailment. What on earth have you done?" spoke Li's father, his countenance dark and foreboding, indicating the gravity of the situation. Lu Xing was perplexed by the words of the black silk evil god, feeling utterly powerless and devoid of freedom, forced to follow the malevolent entity. Truly, one could not help but admire the master god. His understanding of Xiaoming surpassed even Xiaoming's own, as he took the initiative to express his stance amid Xiaoming's silence. The shaman's robe he wore bore distinct Eastern characteristics, adorned with golden dragon patterns. Qi Tong and the others expressed their astonishment. Members of the night raid frequently embarked on missions. Injuries were inevitable, yet none among them were suitable healers. Upon hearing Wu Chan's words, Leopard fell into contemplation, grappling with a dilemma that weighed heavily upon him, for he too was injured and unable to serve as the messenger. Unbeknownst to them, Niatian's celestial phenomenon represented the legendary Invincible Star constellation. Seeing the intentions of the Levic starfolk to reduce him to fragments, Wu Chan showed no mercy, leaping into action as a powerful shadow clone manifested before him. The heart of the phantom sank. Rumor had it that magical beasts could not speak. Only high-tier ones could communicate through telepathy. If a beast could speak, it would at least have to be of the blood exchange realm, and given its proclamation of kingship, it was likely the beast king of the mountains. Regardless, the medicinal herbs in her personal garden sufficed for all chemical needs, and constrained by her cultivation, she had no significant expenses at present. Zhu Qiuhui finally swallowed hard. Upon hearing Gao Xianghan's words, her stomach churned violently, leading her to uncontrollably retch while desperately covering her mouth, appearing exceedingly distressed, devoid of her former composure. Though she could not fathom why the young man in the blue shirt sought to trouble her, she surmised that he might have previously known Princess Shanin, prompting his deliberate actions. Now he was a man of means, owning both a magnificent castle and an imposing armored motorcycle. "Does anyone here have a dying sheep? Any sheep that seems unwell and lies motionless?" Qiao Zhen inquired of the shepherds. "It seems you are mercilessly kicking a drowning dog." Nia Wushang shot him a glance, incredulous that the dignified demon lord was being categorized as such. A box of ammunition contained 5,000 rounds, 6 boxes amounted to 30,000. Yet, for the 16 GQU 449s, this was hardly sufficient. Each would barely have enough for half a clip, especially considering their terrifying rate of fire. It was pitifully inadequate, even insufficient for a minute's consumption. Chen Yan was momentarily taken aback, his smile fading. He was resolute in his stance. He consistently submitted petitions to the capital, reflecting on how he had previously advised Cheng Ran to learn from experience, to think more critically and exercise restraint. Lu Shenyan felt that both his words and actions had been superfluous. Yet, while ancient deities could tempt at any moment, the grievances of infants required a cost of 500 years of cultivation to express a single statement. For those with steadfast will or a carefree disposition, such words might be dismissed as inconsequential. Without divine cultivation, there was no talk of vindication. They were merely mortals, and living this way seemed quite acceptable. As he raised his arms, a tempest roared, and the stone door transformed into the eye of the storm, indiscriminately drawing in the surrounding air. The Tang dynasty had long focused on strategic placements in the western regions, having buried countless hidden pieces. With such a significant incident occurring, the intelligence department could not escape responsibility. It was evident they were frantically seeking information, and Zhang Peng had a unique advantage in intelligence matters. Simultaneously, a glimmer of anticipation flickered within him. Perhaps that capsule could indeed conjure a tent. Knowing that Lu Suisui was faring well and had not been used as a bargaining chip in a political marriage, Zhang Peng finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Just as Zhang Wu shed tears, a green-haired youth entered the village with a formidable entourage, creating quite a spectacle. Upon entering, the green-haired one seized Zhang Wu by the collar and pressed a burning cigarette butt against the neck of the elderly farmer. Chapter 93. Out-of-Body Experience Asen. Asen. The anguished cries echoed through the now desolate sanctuary. She felt a tinge of disappointment as she realized that this individual had no intention of treating her to a meal. It appeared that lunch was merely an afterthought, one she had initiated herself. Qi Xiaoxi's expression shifted slightly, and she decided not to dwell on it any longer. Enough. Let us discuss this outside. With that, Qi Xiaoxi retreated to her bedroom to change clothes. As for the remaining ordinary wild vegetables to the farmers, they were truly regarded as refuse. Who would steal such things? No one would even want them if offered. The hexagram glowed with a crimson light, sending a wave of energy sweeping outward. Upon encountering objects, it passed through them as if an illusion, dissipating after radiating approximately a meter. The cake originally intended for the orphanage was given to Lin Pei, and Su Tianxin had no time to make another batch, as she needed to report to her teacher. After having a drink, Su Tong's demeanor finally relaxed somewhat. She was astute enough to notice that Mi Feng's gaze was fixated solely on Lu Yao, prompting her to excuse herself hastily. The individuals in the hall were taken aback. Even the venerable Prime Minister Gui was unexpectedly injured by the ominous hexagram's backlash. She then felt that, in contrast, Su Nua's smile always seemed enigmatic, leaving one perplexed. It was said that he maintained an aura of depth and mystery at all times, though one could argue it was merely an act. Each time a boast was deflated, he and Ji Jiabin would erupt into laughter, doubling over in mirth. The system speculated. All that can be perceived, whether tangible or intangible, from the moment of creation is destined to decline and perish. Even the world itself is not exempt. Emotionally, I wish to trust Admiral Eve, yet from a professional standpoint, one cannot entirely dismiss such possibilities. Thus, the fleet must remain vigilant, formulating a retreat strategy to safeguard itself in the event of danger, as advised by the staff. The monk's expression changed dramatically as he sensed the palpable aura of lethal intent radiating from Chen Xin. Li Yuanting nodded in agreement, knowing Asun would certainly not permit them to take advantage in the future, leaving no choice but to act independently. He could distinctly feel the destructive power unleashed by the scythe. Even the stars beyond were cleaved in two, a truly terrifying force. The neighboring Celestial Day Alliance and Jing Su reached a friendly agreement, pledging never to engage in warfare, thus there was no need for her to fight. Music altered the emotions of the Wish Grantaire. Such changes stemmed from their own volition and were not regarded as an attack or deception. Li Ji finally gathered 3 different models of BG. As long as they did not encounter someone with a resolute disposition, they had a fighting chance against the Wish Grantaire. Qing Hemming sent all the footage and videos captured by the robots to Qing Jixuan, following it with a barrage of question marks. The 5 elements' energy enveloping the Earth Dog had solidified significantly, while the surrounding death energy had dissipated by more than half, leaving the remnants negligible. "Thank you." Su Duo extricated herself from his embrace, the delicate fragrance drifting away, maintaining a respectful distance. Qin Tiange furrowed his brow, finding the situation somewhat peculiar. How could Qin threaten a forbidden creature? "Hey, Luo Fan. I found Su Duo." Haozi's voice was urgent, as if something truly alarming had occurred. "However, I believe there is potential for improvement in this matter, and it should not be overlooked." At that moment, the patient suddenly spoke, seemingly finding the plan feasible. Earlier, nearly all guilds pressured the Calamity Guild on the battlefield. Even Thor did not yield, but instead engaged in battle with numerous guilds without a moment's hesitation. Thoughts swirled in his mind as he hastily ordered several dishes, disregarding their exorbitant prices. Mo Zishi beckoned to the nearby waiter to place the order. And then a profound silence enveloped the room, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Indeed, Every occurrence has a cause. To this day, we remain oblivious to why the assassins acted as they did. I believe the only explanation is that they wished to investigate Yu Yan's identity. Lan Haichen elaborated. Naturally, this curiosity could only remain buried within their hearts. After all, none were mind readers capable of divining Guozhao's thoughts. Lu Hing chuckled helplessly at him, astonished that he had managed to drink himself into such a state in such a short time. Jiang Wan raised her delicate eyebrows, somewhat skeptical that the person chatting with her was truly the taciturn individual beside her. Jiang Wan now regretted her earlier decision to encourage Jiang Li to sign up for the basketball tournament, realizing how absurd her grand promises had been. With Li Dazhuang forcefully draping an arm over his shoulder, Jiang Li trembled uncontrollably, his inherent fragility leaving him unable to utter a word of refusal. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Fang Xiangyue's eyes glimmered with mischief as she playfully pinched Nan Gong Mu Li's cheek with a bit more pressure. Chapter 94. Defying the heavens. Even Long Han was taken aback by Morong Ziying's sudden kick. His reaction was rather excessive. Just as his words faded, the gunfire outside ceased, and members of Long Shao burst through the door. Moreover, the possession of E-Class Backstabber 2 evil spirit puppets and E-Class Viscous liquid evil spirit puppets was widely acknowledged, leaving no need for concealment. Please settle down. The Su family has already lost enough face. The ancestor of the Su family sighed wearily. From this, Long should gain some insight into Du Guhan. It was evident that he was a decisive individual. The fermentation of wine only enhances its purity and flavor, without any detrimental effects on the fruit wine. Nearby, Zhou Guoqiang, Zhou Jian, Zhou Hao, and Wang Kersen gasped in astonishment, for they were oblivious to which of the boxes contained explosives and which did not. In light of such fortuitous events, Fan Weiwei, Feng Haoyu, and others naturally offered their congratulations. However, where there were those rejoicing, others, like Li Jiang, found little to celebrate. After all, 7 years prior, the allegation against Xian Shao was indeed true, and when Wu Yan punished Mei Xian, it was equally justified. Gu Chen took the opportunity to embrace Xia Shiguang after drinking. His breaths grew heavier. Gazing at Xia Shiguang before him, Gu Chen's eyes burned with intensity. Yet, in the next moment, the rain transformed into sharp icicles, decimating the dilapidated village and pockmarking the ground. Hua Jiao stood atop a high tree, listening to the roars and cries emanating from all directions, witnessing the brilliant flashes of spells erupting around, as the once azure sky became tainted with murky air, filling his heart with desolation and self-reproach. Gu Chen, when did you become so smooth-tongued? Xia Shiguang glared at him. Huang Wuyo hesitated. The teleportation array was under the jurisdiction of the city's supervisor, and every sect received a share of the profits. If it were destroyed, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. He had sought out Li Mo solely to curry favor with his junior sister, harboring no significant grievances. Yun Feng and Jiang Shuiying had not arrived. This impostor continued to play her part, invoking Jiang Guochen in an attempt to validate her authenticity. Located in the western part of this island nation, a vast educational institution comprised of 23 districts thrived. Beef Soup pointed at his own nose. I am the cook, responsible not only for rice, but also for boiling beef. Stretching lazily, Franda prepared to tidy her room when she realized her hem seemed caught on something. Yang Qiutong's greed was unsurprising. After all, she was the one who had brought Yun Feng back to life. Ouch! Li Haijia clasped his hands over his nose, blood streaming forth. The fall nearly misaligned his nose. Li En's poem surged in popularity, drawing considerable attention. After 2 anguished screams, the 2 individuals found themselves seated on the ground, clutching their arms, their faces flushed. Ouyang Zhenghua, who had once been esteemed in front of Jiang Ancheng, cast a jealous glance at Lian, his eyes nearly ablaze. The inferno quietly consumed the forest, the crackling branches and collapsing trees leaving behind a landscape of devastation and charred earth. Despite being favored by the elders due to his origins in Jibei County and his heavy responsibilities, he still lacked the qualifications to cultivate. If you deem it unworthy, that is your perspective. I, Tang Meng Meng, find it quite valuable. Frankly speaking, I like you. What does that concern you? Tang Meng Meng stated. They dispersed some medicinal spray nearby, a faint aroma wafting through the air, causing various insects to gradually vanish. Aside from the sweltering climate and the blazing sun overhead, it served as a tolerable temporary refuge. The warrior's curved blades struck deep into the thigh of the Huangquan giant, yet that decaying limb barely allowed the sharp blades to penetrate even slightly. The elder gazed at the murky river, his expression pensive, seemingly lost in thought, before breaking into a bitter smile. Upon arriving at the place where he parted ways with Zhou Jianren, he spotted Zhou Jianren anxiously pacing from a distance. He greedily embraced her, sensing her tremors. He loosened his grip slightly, one hand gently stroking her back to soothe her. The only witness he remembered, Qingli, had tragically passed away. Now, he found himself at a loss as to whom to inquire. Before Wei Yuqian could speak, Murong Ku reached out and pinched her arm as a threat. Zhang Ke shot an exasperated glance at the unscrupulous leopard, clearly portraying a desire to avoid conversation as he moved towards the exceedingly concealed door panel, illuminated by the flickering flames. Jin Feng left without a word, and Chu Yunlian understood she was the cause of his sorrow. Each time she recalled his words, she felt a pang of guilt. Thus, she isolated herself at home for 2 days, avoiding everyone, until Yi Qian could no longer contain his impatience and sought her out. Not to mention Bai Fu and Qing Ge, even Muji herself, she struggled to breathe, caught in her chest, unable to ascend or descend. The Chaos Bell regarded Tai Yi as an impeccable figure. If Yang Jiao were to criticize Tai Yi, he would undoubtedly conjure countless excuses to refute it. Chapter 95. The catastrophe approaches. Though the 4 jade boxes he acquired contained no information regarding the demon abyss, he found solace in having obtained them and did not feel overly disheartened. It was merely unfortunate that the information about the demon abyss likely resided within Gu Nanfang's 2 jade boxes. Thank you, Brother Feng. Li Si accepted graciously, taking a seat beside him. He cast a quiet glance at the others present, settling into a contemplative silence. The hotel I booked is quite nearby. A mere 10-minute taxi ride will suffice. Yang Qingwei was puzzled as to why she felt compelled to explain herself to him, yet with her luggage still in his possession, she followed closely in his wake. Is it possible that the caliber of the Song Army's generals has ascended to such lofty heights that even a mere captain possesses such remarkable prowess? Staying indoors was indeed warranted. First, he had suffered a leg injury at the hands of Lin Jiji, who had shown restraint, yet he would remain bedridden for 2 months. Secondly, his father had placed him under house arrest for the same duration. His expression was devoid of emotion, seemingly incapable of displaying feelings. Had she seen this expression a minute earlier, she might have found it strikingly cool. However, at this moment, she merely wished to strike his face, to bestow upon him a playful reprimand. In the days prior, the preparations for the parade and poetry gathering had piled upon one another, leading to an overwhelming sense of frustration. This situation was predictable to anyone, yet Murong refrained from issuing a direct command for him to leave. Instead, he spoke with feigned astonishment. You, a son of integrity and dignity, bowing before my realm of darkness, is indeed a rare occurrence. I am curious to hear your reasoning. At this juncture, Chenxi cast a glance at He Qitian. Their eyes met, and boundless joy surged within He Qitian. Chenxi believed in him, and a mere glance sufficed for understanding. Moreover, Song Wen and the Hu family would undoubtedly oppose this union. How could they permit her to marry Xiao Shu, who was the cousin of the 5th prince? Thus, this was a knot difficult to untangle. Having scrutinized her appearance from every angle, ensuring she had returned to her former self, she exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the ground. Thankfully, all was well. Had she transformed into that grotesque version of herself, she could scarcely bear to live. Let go of me. I must save this second young master, Qin Luoyu exclaimed, her eyes brimming with urgency as she struggled fiercely. As Shin Mornong prepared to evade, Chen Yang had already conjured an ice wall, blocking all incoming bullets. The cacophony of the bustling crowd seemed to fade into the distance, as if only she and he existed in this world. Hai Bao's grandfather intercepted a Xiao and professed his feelings, yet a Xiao turned him down. Kong Tianyu observed a Xiao's retreating figure and called out, but she seemed to hear nothing and merely glanced back, seeing nothing at all. Some instructors, such as Professor Felivi, who was known to leap and confront students, noted their apparent distraction and opted to cease lecturing. He permitted them to roam freely within the confines of his classroom, provided they did not exit the premises. He swiftly sidestepped the enemy's thrust, swinging the rifle but forcefully against the adversary's helmet, which resulted in a resonant thud. The enemy's head drooped as blood streamed from beneath the helmet, and he collapsed. His marksmanship, while not on par with the likes of the current Cui Dainyu or Ma Yutian, was still significantly superior to that of these soldiers. Li Yi, though not fully comprehending, smiled silently. Under the astonished gaze of the rotund man, he reached inside the car door, unlocked it, and pushed the man to the opposite side of the back seat before calmly taking his place. This was, in essence, a trivial matter. Li Kuei had never intended to participate in the exhibition. However, Sha Qianjun insisted that Li Kuei must attend the discussion. Given his lack of understanding of the art world's protocols, Li Kuei reluctantly invited Gu Qingyi to accompany him. Initially, Li Zijuan had intended to seek out Wang Mian. She had noticed the absence of any elder-level mages, prompting her decision to inquire directly with Wang Mian about the current situation. Clearly, the wealth spoken of by Fa Kai was merely the spoils of theft orchestrated by the Enders organization. These items bore dubious origins, and even Tao Yulong's reliance on the Japanese Yakuza could not cleanse their taint. To him, they were akin to rotten flesh. Shells fell incessantly upon the battlefield, transforming the already scorched earth into a tumultuous mire of mud and debris. Li patted Jin Jing's shoulder, causing him to tense up, and with a sudden squeak, he slammed on the brakes. Xiao Yimo was taken aback by the sudden acceleration, astonished at how her spiritual energy had such a remarkable effect on healing injuries. Moments later, he regained his composure, adopting a demeanor of effortless tranquility as he pondered over the intricate mechanism within the box. A colossal gray bear, towering at nearly 3 meters, mournfully pawed at the ground before abruptly turning and fleeing. "You need not act this way. I do not hold you accountable. This entire affair stems from my own recklessness and stubbornness." Yi Ji Mu sighed gently. Her decision to seal Xiao Gui's body and soul within the dark marsh was a result of Xiao Gui sacrificing herself to save Xia Qi. Out of gratitude for this act, she felt no qualms in offering assistance once more. Chapter 96. Inescapable. Let them enter the mountains and observe further, mused the 9-colored golden rooster in a slow, piercing voice. But how could that mortal possess the aura of Brother Long and Brother Hu? Could it be that they have summoned a noble to aid the young master? The 2 demon beasts, though not yet transformed, spoke in the ancient tongue of the divine land. "Ha, old monk, I knew you were still engrossed in your game," laughed another voice. Just as Su Yang pondered in confusion, a figure approached from behind him, seemingly oblivious to his presence. This newcomer, without hesitation, took a seat directly across from the old monk at the stone table. Simultaneously, Tianming's 3 avatars faced a formidable challenge against the Saint Hammer Demon Lord, renowned for its robust defenses. "I never expected Su Yang from the Li Du Academy to be not only skilled in combat, but also a master alchemist," remarked Murong Tiannan, observing Su Yang's steady alchemical work with rare admiration. "I am at a loss for words, akin to a deflated balloon. Feeling as though my strike landed on cotton, such a palpable sense of helplessness that I hesitate to utter another word." At that moment, outside the Black Rock Mine, an eager assassin player watched the cavern before him with excitement and promptly messaged his captain. "All right, I shall refrain from visiting that place in the future. Brother Tung, what can you tell me about the 3 death zones and 10 perilous locations of Kunshan?" asked Zhang Kong Xingyu, filled with curiosity. Seeing this, Tianming chose not to elaborate further, instead centering his thoughts and employing the Yin-Ming breathing technique to shield himself from the toxic air. Han Jiuzhou pushed against Quan Shi's chest, resisting with all her might, but his strength outweighed hers. She pressed her lips tightly, refusing to yield. Yet he brazenly squeezed her chest, startling her. In a moment of despair, she thought of severing all ties, questioning the value of life without her parents' health. Nami remained silent, turning away to embrace Buggy tightly, burying her head against his chest, greedily inhaling his scent. Buggy sensed her feelings and reciprocated, gently stroking her shoulder-length hair. Haha, finally. The old man Sengoku has shown some respect. Buggy exclaimed joyfully, oblivious to the grimace on Sengoku's face when he reported that Buggy had defeated him without a scratch. Chu Yunyao nodded, the flicker of fear in her beautiful eyes dissipating as her pallor regained its color. She reached for the food below, resuming her meal. Perhaps due to their impending separation, Jiang Nian and Su Junyang were both distracted that afternoon, resulting in a tumultuous filming session. Despite several adjustments, they struggled to immerse themselves in their roles, leaving Lu Zhan, monitoring from behind the camera, desperate to step in for them. How could I lose to Li Mo in rock, paper, scissors? How could I falter at such a critical moment? Only when she learns last will she be heartbroken. All right, bring it out, Ye's father affectionately said, kissing Ye's mother's forehead. Though he spoke lightly, his hands were relentless in pouring wine, drinking cup after cup without pause. Enough. It's all fine now. Everyone, continue browsing the internet. Jin Tianhao addressed the admiring netizens around him. In the brief interlude of their conversation, the car had already exited Chang'an City, heading straight for the Ability Academy. In truth, the only thing he wished to convey was that she would not perish. As she flailed in the sea, she would eventually learn to navigate, a sentiment that would surely strike a heavy blow to the pride of Orangewell. Thus, despite the rudimentary material conditions here, simple ingredients were not lacking. When Zhao Xiang was about to depart, Xiao Mingcheng offered him a piece of advice. But Zhao Xiang merely brushed it off. How could he remain calm when these individuals were preparing to harm his family? There exists a kind of greatness in a person, one who, despite suffering the loss of love, wishes for all lovers to ultimately unite, unwilling to burden others with his own sorrow. At that moment, Bloodhand observed the instability of certain stars in the sky, witnessing several plummet to the earth, with others on the verge of collapse. Damn, it seems I have been too naive to believe the words of a mafia leader. Zhao Xiang seethed inwardly, realizing his youth had hindered his ruthlessness against the enemy. If it were someone like Liao Jiming, the adversary would have had no chance of survival. Dressed in leather armor and a woolen cloak, Zamuza rode steadily toward their destination. A cold glint flickered in her beautiful eyes as she immersed herself in her thoughts. Golden characters floated from the jade slip, gently drifting into her brow. At this moment, he realized that Jingxiu Mountain Manor was brewing a storm targeting the Five Lords. Perhaps the memories instilled by her mother were too profound, prompting her to unconsciously utter such words. Though truthful, they inevitably sounded like flattery. Qin Miaoyu thought to herself that these two had hidden well. For over a decade, no one had uncovered this matter. Not only did no one enter to tidy her room or prepare her medicine, but even dinner was not brought to her. At that moment, Tang Wen approached, reaching into the pocket of Chu Lan's apron to retrieve Ning Su's ring box. Li Yang had transitioned from fighting fiercely from the start to trailing behind him, gathering scraps one after another. The event unfolded so abruptly that the usually composed and mature man was left stunned for 2 to 3 seconds. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, flooding his thoughts like a spring, transforming Gu Qingyuan's previously solemn expression into one of radiant joy. Reflecting on her upbringing, it was indeed quite pitiable. Her spoiled disposition likely stemmed from her parents' frequent absence. Lu Yinin and Luo Zi exchanged a glance before turning serious, scanning their surroundings. For the transparent figure had vanished without a trace. Chapter 97. journeyed to the guardian temple. Meng Xiang skillfully discerned and evaded the celestial being's attempt to draw him into the calamity of the Jintian demon tower. His heart swelled with elation, yet this joy was fleeting, as the calamity was far from over. The threat lingered, both for him and the tower, casting a shadow over any sense of safety. Despite having confirmed the demise of the figure clad in white, and despite his keen senses failing to detect any lingering trace of life, Meng Xiang refrained from approaching the body. It was not out of desire, but rather a wish to avoid unnecessary complications. Clearly, he felt a profound inner turmoil regarding the situation at hand, grappling with the uncertainty of how best to navigate this predicament. Such circumstances truly tested their judgment and decision-making abilities, leaving him unable to muster a decisive course of action in the immediate moment. With the alchemy chamber completed, the customized vessels were ready. He placed them all within the chamber and began to experiment, eager to identify any potential issues through practical application. This was, in essence, a means of validating their results through experience. Once he had calmed his mind and restored his inner tranquility, Meng Xiang chose to redirect his focus away from matters he deemed unhelpful, at least not directly beneficial. This shift in approach bore fruit, as he observed a marked improvement in the progress of his tasks. Several companions gathered, and Lin Qing of the Dongshu sect, under the directive of his master, arrived to address certain matters. Lin Qing smiled gently, then deftly produced a jade talisman from his sleeve. While most individuals, upon realizing their mistakes, would merely wait in their vehicles at the entrance, it was the first time he witnessed someone retreating to a distance on the street, anticipating a more prudent approach. No, and Xiao Xiao intended to refuse, but was interrupted by a subsequent remark from Mother Gu. She continuously blew air onto her reddened hands, for she had always been sensitive to pain, and her pampered upbringing only intensified her sensitivity. In truth, he did not comprehend what it meant to like or to suffer. Thus he could not grasp her anguish, mislabeling his possessiveness as affection. "Is it the Su family?" A calm yet sinister male voice emerged from the other end of the phone. Observing Dong Jin's demeanor was indeed daunting. Yet his intent to harm me hinged upon Lu Tong's concurrence. Under Lu Tong's formidable defense, he was unable to approach me. Song Kai found the situation truly peculiar. What exactly were these mines? The ancients had created such an expansive mining operation here. What purpose did it serve? According to legend, Daji was a renowned seductress, causing King Zhou to neglect state affairs, and her actions had brought calamity upon loyal ministers. Ultimately, after the fall of the Shang dynasty, Daji could not be slain until Jiang Zia intervened personally. Cloud Heaven's stronghold was rumored to harbor only 3 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Yet the reality was that at least 5 existed within its confines, with 2 remaining in seclusion, emerging only in times of dire crisis. 3 characters appeared before me, followed by a vision of a shadowy figure. My heart trembled slightly. Was this the spirit chi pill? I was uncertain of its origins. Yet it had the power to condense natural energy into a medicinal form, undoubtedly accelerating the cultivation process significantly. In an instant, several gazes turned toward Song Kai, who remained undaunted. After all, it was merely his avatar. He had prepared for the worst, accepting the potential loss of this projection. Qin Hao glanced at the pill, sensing a surge of vitality reminiscent of the great recovery pill Elder Lan had previously bestowed upon him. Above the Yuyang sect, dark clouds loomed ominously, casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere. All the cultivators of Yuyang sect sought refuge from the impending divine wrath. Lin Yi's retort brought a sense of joy to Gugu. It is often said that a man's words are deceitful, yet she chose to believe in Lin Yi's sincerity. There were at least 1,000 warriors from the underground world on their side, with a minimum of 300 present. At a single command, these 300 warriors bellowed in unison, charging forth, with a thunderous roar, under the command of the Silver Wolf King. A white bolt of lightning surged toward the feet of the young man. In this day and age, the audacity of an assassin to strike a preacher near the moon god temple was truly shocking. Yet, The elders of the Moon God Temple were too preoccupied to address such a grave incident at present. Nevertheless, the extraordinary legend surrounding Fu Xingyi had taken root in the hearts of many. Even Gong Liang Xingchen dared not provoke him lightly. Wei, I worry for your safety. Although he had dispatched a shadow guard to discreetly protect Qinyu, his identity could not be revealed. Nor could it lead to Qinyu's exposure to the Yuanfeng Emperor. Thus, the shadow guard remained concealed, often finding it inconvenient to intervene. Lu Yang knelt upon the ground, eyes tightly shut, beads of perspiration trickling down his forehead, his handsome face radiating an expression of anguish. At least you are not in the clutches of that vile man, nor have you been forced into a beastly union. And you will not have your blood drained from your body. In comparison, you have certainly gained, Lin Yan remarked. Yet he failed to consider that the martial emperor, a being capable of suppressing even the remnants of an invincible sage of a bygone era, would not deliberately target him. Minor smiled slightly. The Empress's intention, I believe, is for me to remain indifferent, and you should not concern yourself overly much. However, the addition of those words rendered her tone exceedingly polite. Chapter 98. The extermination of demonic beasts. Whether one deems her foolish or misguided, she is acutely aware of the peril she is stepping into, yet she feels cornered. Any glimmer of hope, however faint, is enough for her to persist. Her actions betray her anticipation for that person. The mere thought of their impending meeting sends her heart racing, even prompting a desire to flee. A futile wish. Casting a glance at the dark-skinned girl, Long Xiai had already severed a piece of boar hide, but he soon realized a more pressing dilemma, the absence of suturing tools or even binding implements. He remained silent, lighting a cigarette and smoking quietly, so I too chose to refrain from conversation, keeping vigil over my sister in tranquil silence. The doctor had specifically warned before departing that it would be best to avoid further stimulating the patient, for given her current mental state, the prognosis appeared grim. Implicitly, this suggested that Lu Manqi might still contemplate self-harm or that her mental condition could deteriorate. Why not check the surveillance footage? Mu Sunin's words sparked an idea, prompting us to rush to the security office to review the recordings. As the words of the island master settled, the disciples from both factions took their seats, while others like Bai Shi and Fu Chun settled into their preferred spots among the observation platforms on either side. To an outside observer, Scarface might seem like a drunken fool, yet unbeknownst to them, this was a mere act. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the crowd's attention was genuinely piqued, indeed. The ghost bore a striking resemblance to a living being. His opponent lay defeated, yet Vulture persisted, relentlessly trampling over the fallen form, utterly mangling the lower half. The venue for the third contest was the Void Cavern, where the first prize, the 9 sun grass, flourished within. The first to pluck this spiritual herb would emerge victorious, earning the title of Young Hero. The one-leaf Taoist proclaimed, his demeanor serious. Even the Fan Yuzun, who had always held a degree of disdain for Qin Shi, had to regard the current display with utmost seriousness. This move was unparalleled in both momentum and power, likely unmatched by anyone save for Tiansheng. I descended the stairs, where several police officers awaited in the lobby. The leading officer was a familiar face, Wu Zhengqiang. The serpent's eye encompassed myriad transformations, exuding a particularly mesmerizing aura. One glance could ensnare the unwary. Having already stumbled once, and with the captain of the armed police now held captive by Zhang Fan and his associates, the situation was precarious. However, as Zhan sped along the asphalt road, he felt a chill upon glimpsing the cold visage reflected in the rearview mirror. Do you know how the fatty fell into a coma? The doctor had examined him thoroughly, finding no physical ailments, yet he remained unresponsive. The second tier of the ghost hand secret art corresponds to the gate of life, serving as a crucial link between past and future, essential for enhancing one's strength. These thoughts naturally led me to recall the state of dark energy that had emanated from within me earlier. I had slain all my kin. Enveloped in a shroud of black mist, what could that have been? Nevertheless, according to the principles of corporeal existence, absent the Naiwen Palace, the Shangyuan Jiang Palace, and the Zhongyuan Huangning Palace, relying solely on the lower Yuan Taiyuan Palace would render one incapable of even sustaining a semblance of human form. Cough, cough, not too shabby. Right? Let me check your eyes first, Water Tianlan said, extending a hand to take his pulse. Upon probing with her spiritual awareness, she discovered that Wei Ye's eyes had dried from tears and a smile crept upon her lips. Aside from the guild mobilization scoring category, the other 6 categories included guild establishment duration, territorial control, guild reputation, resource management in the central domain, national war points, and comprehensive strength evaluation. As for how to deal with the minors, everyone had a sense of the situation, yet Qin Wan refrained from addressing it directly. And thus they all feigned ignorance, avoiding the topic entirely. With such an abnormal physique, I naturally would not let this opportunity slip, easily ensnaring the Taoist's foot. I then dragged him towards the resting area, and before long, I had pulled him inside. The guards responsible for the palace's defense shivered, discreetly stamping their feet, counting down the minutes until their shift change. This time I let my guard down. Do you think there will be another chance? Taoai remarked, licking his own blood. Sasuke observed the still-closed eyes of Shui, aware of her lingering concern, yet she did not voice it. Haha, splendid. I hope you witnessed that day. Long Lao chuckled coldly. Turning to leave from behind the factory, Wuji was waiting there. He had no time to waste and entrusted everything here to Long Tian. The rise of the white-clad dashi led to the downfall of the Sasanian Empire, while the dashi aimed to obliterate the Zoroastrian deity of light. Yet, in the face of life and death, a hero emerged. The standard configuration for the heavenly ranking would be downgraded to a first-rate standard, further reduced to a mainstream standard. This is an inevitable trajectory in the realm of online games. This is my husband. Yang Chan nestled closer to Shurfan, completely unashamed, even feeling a sense of pride. Mina anticipated that Zhuo Yang would take a third step, so he charged forward with great fervor, ready to devour. The chaos continued for another 5 minutes. Although the referee Lanoy might not seem competent, he was quite serious in his duties. Solemnly addressing the event organizers, "We must ensure the safety of the competition, otherwise I shall terminate it and declare Galatasaray the loser with a score of 0-3. Only then did the others react, rising to bow, their minds racing with speculation about the elder's identity, except for Zhao Qian, who remained seated, simply nodding with a smile as a form of greeting. The timber, heavily soaked in oil, ignited with thick black smoke and roaring flames. The officials, following the magistrate's orders, tossed the blazing logs into the dark abyss. This was because you had not activated the dimensional power. Without it, you were no different from an ordinary person. However, once you unleashed the dimensional power, the transformation would be terrifying. Dehe gazed at Ji Ran and remarked, "Humph." The swift-winged wolf shook his head, his expression one of disdain, yet his once cold heart felt as though it had been ignited. The yellow brow boy boasted, attempting to persuade Shurfan. Fearful he might not trade with him, in his mind, the fragment was utterly worthless. For even the Buddha of the East could not locate the other 2 pieces. How could Shurfan possibly find them? Chapter 99. The Collective Tardiness Jiang Tianchen. Being a being of divine and demonic essence, is a natural warrior with extraordinary combat awareness. Although his perception does not rival that of the insightful eye, his capacity for learning is remarkable. The script presented by Zhang Fan is a situational drama, a genre abundant in another realm yet conspicuously absent in this world, which exhilarated Zhang Fan as he immediately brought it forth. However, how could it possibly arrive here? Could it be that the chaotic forces of heaven and demons have also claimed it? Yang Jian's mind was filled with questions. In stark contrast to the bustling discussions in the hall, the testing area in the southern corner was markedly different, as it housed the students of Class 3. He ordered one of each of the 6 varieties of cake within the range of 600 to 400, with the finest tiramisu selected specifically for Gao Xinlan. Are you implying she is an orphan? Then why is she not in an orphanage? Why is she selling flowers here so late? Murong Shui gazed at him with a puzzled expression. It was no surprise to Jinqian that such words came from Jibei Jinbei. Perhaps Fujiwara Shuaxiang shared similar thoughts. However, having spent considerable time with Jinqian, he understood that Jinqian would not deceive him in such matters. Jinqian suddenly recalled that he might have misunderstood the four-wheeled carriage, as historical commentary suggests that the bumpy roads of ancient times did not necessarily make the four-wheeled carriage more convenient than its two-wheeled counterpart. Coupled with technological stagnation, many valuable innovations have been lost, rendering the true reason elusive. In the realm of rebirth, a dense network of anti-cosmos exists, where a mysterious hall of rebirth may lie at the center of every 100,000 stars, offering resurrection to the fallen and practitioners. Yet, the Queen's open dalliance with the Imperial Guard raised eyebrows. The king, having heard rumors of her alleged infidelity with a bodyguard, cautioned her to tread carefully. Regardless of the truth behind the claims, the others were taken aback by his demeanor. "What is wrong?" inquired a longevity-level expert from the demon domain. Lin Feng remained motionless in response to Tiger's aggressive actions, aware that they were likely instigated by the manager across from him. It is rare for a subordinate to act independently without the master's instruction, especially not before someone with an ordinary face yet keen eyes. "Watch my cross butterfly step." A youthful voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of a basketball striking the ground. Bai Fuling, having never engaged in strenuous labor and not even touched a needle, had naturally well-maintained hands, and at the tender age of 15, her beauty was undeniable. As the two strolled hand in hand by the stream, holding her felt akin to embracing the entire world. He never imagined himself to be so fortunate. Everything felt like a dream, where flowers blossomed in dreams, yet in life they bore fruit. A voice echoed from afar, and as it resonated, a radiant figure appeared in the eastern absolute divine realm, standing 1,000 yards away from 9 peerless monarchs of another world. He exuded no discernible aura of power, yet a faint chaotic energy swirled around him. Above the turbulent clouds, the Lord of the Long Wind was engulfed in fury. The banners flapped violently, and in an instant, millions of wind blades converged fiercely, twisting together to form a sharp, ethereal hand of wind, tearing through the fabric of the cosmos. Lin Feng was not surprised by Kong An's arrival. In fact, he had sensed Kong An's restless energy since the ball began, yet he relished the peace of not hurrying over. Even Feng Go was taken aback, staring incredulously at Mu Siua, who she thought would surely begin to dissuade her and concede, yet was astonished to see her become enraged. "Mom, I knew you loved me the most. I love you the most too," Wan Ying exclaimed with a playful smile as she dashed into her embrace. "This is not a suitable place. Let us converse over there," He Chensi sighed helplessly, gesturing toward a corner with all the patience he could muster, considering he was in front of his fans. "Step aside." Mu Ran withdrew his blade, his feet moving incessantly, crashing forward like a whirlwind. Yet both Qi Zilai and Li Ying remained unmoved. Thus, while some tamed mounts could fly, they were limited to low-altitude gliding, with no one daring to ascend into the heights. As they emerged from the refinery master's hall, the throng outside, having endured the midday sun, erupted into cheers. Aunt Shui was both surprised and delighted. As long as the person was safe, that was what mattered. Although it was somewhat abrupt, she quickly nodded in agreement, expressing her satisfaction multiple times before hastily making her way outside. Wan Anren observed the state of these men, evidently in a heightened state of excitement after consuming certain substances. "Gu Rongxi, do you think our wedding will proceed smoothly?" Mu Siyue teased him, her mood brightening. Upon finishing, Zheng Ming felt the pull of consciousness as the magic at his fingertips began to transform, gradually decomposing into dozens of energy forms. This time, unlike when he was in the Eternal Night Forest, he did not merely separate a few elements but decomposed the entirety of the known elemental periodic table. Listening to Guan Tuanzi, who had an intense aversion to the four ghosts, her expression grew peculiar. She remained silent, merely casting furtive glances at Guan Xiangxiang's figure. The cause and effect monument is the first treasure of creation, yet it is not recorded among the 10 divine artifacts of creation. The one who reunites the 10 shattered stones shall become the future ruler of the giant realm, and you all must lend your support, the elder continued. Yun Shijia patted her forehead, feeling increasingly bewildered. After a moment of confusion, she reminded herself that consenting to the wedding was merely for the sake of the children and to alleviate the worries of her parents. After all, Su Yimo had already discussed the wedding plans with her parents. He had once grasped Zhou Yuan's wrist during the grand competition, conducting an inquiry, which is why he was privy to such information. Now, as he ventured inward from the 8 great cities, several large factions comparable to the 8 great tribes lay to the east and south. Chapter 100. Finding Tang Qian gazed ahead, noticing the slight tremor in Fang Mukin's hands, leaving her at a loss for words to describe the tumult of emotions swirling within her. Initially, she had believed that Fang Mukin was responsible for Gu Jingnan's plight, only to discover that Gu Jingnan had deftly turned the tables on him. Was it now inevitable that Mukin would face imprisonment? Most troubling was their utter lack of direction. They were devoid of conscious intent, without orders, a mere scattering of sand, uncertain of their purpose. Wang Xiaojing's eyes flickered with apprehension, feeling somewhat guilty as she had not anticipated Mu Liqing's direct inquiry. She sighed quietly, wondering how she could possibly articulate her thoughts. Lu Tian traversed the woods, choosing to veer east rather than heading straight ahead. To the east of Iron City and Yufeng City lay the Qingfeng mountain range, where the environment was far more complex than the flat expanse of the main road. Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous sound erupted, akin to the earth trembling beneath them. As the ground quivered slightly, the sand and soil from the crevices above their hiding spot began to cascade down. Yeming had barely exited the campus when he spotted several men in flamboyant attire, their hair adorned with vibrant flowers, approaching with an air of arrogance. In that moment, Ma Sisi bore an uncanny resemblance to the innocent girl she had been a decade ago. It seemed that once she shed her layers of pretense, she could still exude such captivating charm, previously overshadowed by jealousy. Wow, Yeming, you truly have a remarkable connection with teacher Murong, wielding the very dagger she once used. Tan Xiaoshuang exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Could this be the fated bond between mentor and disciple? Zhu Yan sat amidst a riot of blossoms, the tumult around him appearing quite alluring, having unknowingly benefited from countless encounters with others. Isn't it the responsibility of a leader to possess at least a modicum of skill? Otherwise, how could one guide a team? Su Jia remarked. For instance, the bat symbolizes good fortune, due to the homophonic connection between bat and fortune. Such puns were intolerable to him, as they tested the limits of his intellect. Xingyu had already fled to a secluded area, where the villager who had previously been the loudest in protest now charged in with a group of over 10 people. Lin Yu was aware that in the entirety of Haida City, many were probing into Shi Yan's whereabouts. Each day, he received no fewer than a dozen calls from individuals seeking information, filling his quiet office with unfamiliar colleagues, each attempting the art of flattery to entice him into social engagements. Han Wang spoke with a smile, appearing to possess a remarkably cheerful disposition, contrary to the rumors that depicted him as a cunning and treacherous individual. Ziyu was fully aware of her intentions, knowing that she would ultimately demand a price, asking her to drop 2 individuals off. Eons had passed, yet the legacies of the Great Five Elements sect continued to resonate within this realm, alongside other sects such as the Tianhua sect. However, many remained aloof, observing the unfolding events while prioritizing their own safety, shaking their heads at the unfolding spectacle. In the audience, someone was contentedly enjoying pistachios, their eyes narrowed in delight as they watched the expressions of the 5 members of the Jiu battle team. Secondly, the reform of the military merit nobility system had propelled the re-establishment of the official hierarchy within the Zhao state. A 5 ministerial system centered around the White Tiger Hall was created, with the positions of Situ, Sikong, Samar, Saiku, and Yushur at its core. responsible for the review and formulation of national policies, with noble ranks at the level of Junho permitted to serve, while the Yushir held the title of Daifu. While many acknowledged Su Zuiluna's prowess, numerous individuals still harbored doubts about the strength of the Jiao battle team. Lang Qi could not help but furrow his brow slightly. These locations were at the very limits of his operational range, and the two previously marked areas were no exception. Mi, having benefited greatly from Lin Yi, realized that without him, she would never have set foot in the palace of Zhaoji, let alone gain the favor of the king of Qin. Her journey to this point and her survival within the palace, free from Meng Zhang's entanglements, were largely due to Lin Ye's contributions. Even the most tragic cries could only resonate within the heart, as the two in the center of the magical array were engulfed by a blinding light. Xiaoji, the pinnacle of excellence, was the most formidable warrior in the Qin palace, yet to eliminate Min Dai would prove exceedingly difficult. Besides Lin Yi, she had no desire to propagate further bloodshed within the palace. However, as Zhao Ji had remarked, Zhao Qian was still too young, and Zhao Chong, aside from her lover, Prince Chunping, was surrounded by enemies. Even upon becoming Empress Zhao, she refused to abandon the name Chong, as she was the Zhao Dao Chong, perpetually reminded of the formidable foes surrounding her. Upon learning of their elimination, the dense crowd of disciples wore expressions of dejection, with a few unable to contain their tears, weeping openly. Unless, of course, Song Xiao and the others were currently with Song Kiki. Otherwise, it was likely that she too had been involved in last night's events. Ling Yi pondered for a long time, concluding that Lian Yan was indeed correct. She absolutely could not divulge the fact that she had borne the Emperor of Wind's child. A wave of disheartening realization washed over her. It seemed that no one who had once followed the Emperor of Wind could be deemed trustworthy anymore. After that outburst, Kai Fong and Lian Yan were left shaken. They had never witnessed the Emperor of Wind exhibit such rage. They would never again dare to incite his ire. Indeed, their primary target was Yang City, a place that existed in the hearts of the common folk of Lu Di like a fleeting firework, never having ventured far beyond its borders. Chapter 101. Exquisite offerings. No, I can endure. The tattooed man had heard of Qin Li's formidable reputation. He would rather maim himself than displease Qin Li, believing that would ensure everything would be well. Let us go, let us go. I have yet to encounter anything that could truly intimidate me. Ling Zian spoke lightly, a playful smile gracing her lips. Pan Shan nodded in agreement. Understanding that Li Qingfeng's talent was exceptionally extraordinary, he could not be allowed to flourish, and must be eliminated. Is that so? I wondered how long I could hold on. Xiang Yu thought of his current state, reminiscent of Yang Qilong. Though both had suffered greatly, he considered himself far luckier than Yang Qilong, for he was still alive. She was uncertain. When Qin Li had suddenly leapt into the vehicle, was it intentional or accidental? Their sole aim was to rescue the hostages kidnapped by the robbers, striking precisely at the opportune moment to eliminate them. Even with a glare, you are stunning, Lucia remarked with a nonchalant smile, utterly unashamed. Seventh Master had gifted his largest hotel to Liang Fei as a consultation fee, and during Old Master Ouyang's illness, it was Liang Fei who had treated him. It was said that the consultation fee alone amounted to a staggering 50 million, true wealth indeed. At this moment, Li Yongla had completed his ceremony. Clad in a deep red velvet coat trimmed with white fur and adorned with a hat featuring 3 strips of marten fur, he represented his noble rank. 5 years may seem neither too short nor too long, yet it sufficed for the flourishing de Qian to undergo numerous transformations, a matter of utmost concern for Qian Yuan. If the garrison in Nanyu City were of another faction, it might not be significant, but with the Southwest Legion and their traditional methods, a counterattack was nearly inevitable. He whispered this in her ear, causing Gu Bauer to blush deeply. Lying in bed, her mind wandered to countless thoughts. She sat up, examining the corners of the room, where traces of their life together lingered. Qian Yuan certainly did not wish for the Candle Dragon Kingdom to infiltrate the empire while he was still unable to seize control, leaving the western front of the empire in disarray. Lin Feng understood that Bai Mushiwei was shy, and in order to avoid an overly somber dining atmosphere, he felt compelled to take the initiative. The encampment was that empty site where 5,000 to 6,000 troops lay in ambush. The great demon who had come to deliver news recalled the overwhelming human army, feeling a lingering dread. It must be said that Lin Feng's ability to divert the topic had reached a remarkable level. One moment he was bantering with Xia Wanru, and the next, he seamlessly transitioned to discussing breakfast. Originally, Li Dalong had been contemplating how to ambush the Black Palm Supreme, but unexpectedly, the latter had proactively unleashed his soul avatar to disrupt Li Dalong's strike, inadvertently granting Li Dalong the opportunity for a fatal blow. He gazed at Li Qiyo, who was kneeling nearby, and in a moment of distraction, he mistook her face for Sang Yu's. As for Lin Juntian, these individuals were merely curious about his strength. However, for Yunmu, all the core disciples were genuinely concerned whether this unparalleled prodigy, who had condensed a virtual pill, would truly fall from grace. She was the weakness that Yu Qianche had exploited in Yulu City, a status that remained unchanged. Zhang Kuo, upon hearing the sound, turned to discover two tightly shut wooden doors ahead, seemingly the source of the noise. He had learned from Tong Tianxiao about his uncle and cousin's residence, and thus ventured there alone. Upon hearing this, not only Shui Ruiying but also Lu Qingshuang, Wu Fian, and Wu Feishu looked on with shining eyes at Shui Bingling. The following day, after breakfast, Jiang Jiuyue sent off several younger siblings before strolling about in search of a suitable location for a shop. He suddenly comprehended why Elder Lin from the refining sect had insisted on bringing this junior sister along for the mission. In truth, I have already shown restraint. Otherwise, with my reaction speed, I could have unleashed a series of skill combos, followed by a shield split strike, and his vitality would have surely been extinguished. To be honest, Jinxi was at a loss regarding what to do. She summoned Li Mingtian and Ji Baiyong, not wanting to face punishment from Lin Xiao. Now that they had arrived, they claimed they would provide Jinxi with an explanation. Upon entering the palace, the Silver Knights proceeded to the barracks, while Lin Xiao guided us into the palace. I glanced at a group of 50 orc warriors emerging from the camp, dismissing them as trivial. Qi Jiao bent down, saying, "You really obey the system, don't you? When it instructs you to become our meal, you come running." Teacher Jiao similarly kicked him away. Wei felt relieved upon realizing no one was following him. Recalling the earlier events, he couldn't help but mutter complaints. Lu Jiaoer sat leisurely on a wooden bench, observing the recent commotion. The sorrowful expression she once bore had vanished, replaced by an amused curiosity. An elderly man, grimy and leaning against a broken wall, was not far from a young man sprawled on the ground. Jun Ishi spoke through gritted teeth, each word laced with fury. He had previously considered Lu Qing's a potential rival, yet he found that the individual before him was not merely an opponent, but a formidable adversary. Leading the head steward to the main hall, after tea was served, Tang Li casually fabricated a reason to dismiss the wound on his hand. Just as Lu Shixin was still entangled in the haze of Zhang Xiuyan's earlier remarks, Zhang Xiuyan took a bold step and mounted Lu Shixin. Yuan Fong smiled faintly. He was uncertain whether deities existed in this world, but he understood that the world was vast, and surely entities akin to gods must exist. Chapter 102, Ultimately Choosing to Stand Against Me Yang Dai. What do you mean by this? Why are you being so kind to me? Li Tianyu could not help but ask, filled with confusion. At this moment, Ren Tiandu was relentlessly wielding the sacred spirit sword, sending forth beams of sword light that soared into the heavens, imbued with a powerful essence of divine strength, cleaving through the swarming dark soldiers as if they were mere vegetables. Everyone, brace yourselves. According to the information from His Highness the Prince, a multitude of foreign invaders is assaulting the castle. His Highness has decreed that anyone who slays a foreigner shall be granted the title of knight, and those who vanquish a leader will be awarded the rank of baron along with a fief. Those who achieve notable feats shall be honored with hereditary titles. A hoarse voice proclaimed. However, the fact that the divine physician I recommended has cured the princess is indeed a momentous achievement. The princess possesses a remarkably tranquil disposition and seldom engages in the social circles of the capital, akin to a recluse devoted to spiritual cultivation. Many desire to approach her, yet their efforts yield nothing but futility. In a certain southeastern part of the continent, a crystal orb began to crack, the fissures widening until the orb shattered completely. As the orb fractured, the young man tasked with guarding it turned pale, resembling a blank sheet of paper, and he hurriedly fled the scene. Ha ha. Beautiful senior sister Qin, once we capture you, we shall ensure your every desire is fulfilled. Gu Tian laughed maniacally. As he spoke, a hint of malice crept into his tone, revealing his deep-seated resentment towards those who spoke ill of him. With a gentle flick, Su Zhao unleashed a wave of sword energy that appeared soft and feeble, yet upon contact, it struck with the force of a heavy object. As he spoke, the oppressive aura of the harmonious realm was released without restraint, forcing Wu Ti to bow under its weight. The dean, rendered speechless with fury, glanced at Su Yang, who wore a faint, amused smile, as if enjoying the spectacle. Qin Fan rambled on, extolling his 10 virtues to his sister, detailing how he was good to her and all the ways in which he excelled. Do you truly believe there is such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Do you think I am obliged to save you every single time? Or do you consider yourself to be of such extraordinary worth? The Jade Mantis surged forward. They are the dominant rulers of this territory. Any beast that encounters them either meets a grim fate or becomes sustenance for their offspring. Yesterday, Zhang Ziyu reflected on the scenes that flashed through his mind during the night, suddenly gaining clarity. It was all the memories of this fellow before his demise. How do you fare against him? Qin Feng inquired, recognizing that the events had transpired and must be confronted. In the past, he and Feng Mei and Feng Ying had harbored some trepidation towards those hidden ancient monsters, but with the elders' arrival, their confidence was significantly bolstered. The personnel from the Dongshan base gathered around Shui Qi, yet his gaze was entirely fixated on Hua Ziqi's face. Old man, I will slay you. The Began man, having unwittingly suffered a great loss, felt a rush of heat to his face. Enraged, he drew a bronze short sword and charged forward with a roar. Later, after being reprimanded by his brother-in-law, who handed him a lawyer's letter, he finally settled down. Chumi understood well the force behind Wang Fangfang's slap. Every director and staff member present was acutely aware. Since no one spoke against it, her own words would be of little consequence. Upon entering the castle, he noticed a grand plaque atop the massive structure, inscribed with the words, Godslayer Fortress. Unfortunately, all divine power had vanished from it. Are you certain you will not speak with me? Qin Yang ultimately could not hold back, approaching Wan Ai to initiate the conversation. It would be beneficial to provide him with some guidance on his energy cultivation. Yang Zhan remained unperturbed, clearly indicating his acquiescence. Half of Sweet Company's endorsements can extend for 2 years. Often, the second year's additions are merely formalities, with the spokesperson remaining the same as the previous year. This year marks the second year of Si Rong's endorsement. Luo Bai, being a businessman of some repute, surely would not don an inconspicuous shabby ring after spending 50,000 taels on a Han iron war blade. Longxiang Temple boasts a long-standing tradition. The entire monastery is shielded by the endless beasts of the vast grasslands, resulting in a remarkably low threshold for entry. Even the grand protective formation at the mountain gate has never been activated, allowing Yi Tianxi to ride the White Wolf King unimpeded to the temple's front. Take the 9-character mantra, for instance. Each of the 9 characters holds its own meaning and function. If Lu Nan comprehends all 9, his strength would multiply exponentially. All right. I will arrive at 7 in the evening. Please prepare some beer, peanuts, and ham sausages, Dewey suggested. Chapter 103. Already a corpse half a month after these individuals from the outer realm arrived in the vast world, a sudden radiance illuminated the northern region, suggesting the emergence of a treasured artifact. The elders wore expressions of uncontainable delight, while Yi Xian had long been regarded as a mere specter by them. Indeed, it was the two of them. The holy master of Zihua exclaimed joyfully, his face brimming with pride. With only a few minutes remaining before the court convened, the group erupted into animated discussions. Upon entering, Qin Kan presented a card to the attendant, who subsequently guided them to a refined private room. Did not the black-hearted old monster say that perhaps no one in the world knows whether the twin immortals, Wan and Foam, are alive or where they might be hiding? In this vast celestial realm, how shall we embark on our search? This matter shall be approached step by step, remarked Yin Junfeng. That's splendid. Do come by in a few days, and I shall explain everything, Go Wang responded cheerfully before ending the call. The situation displayed an overwhelming advantage, with He Feng in pursuit and Baiyu evading. The disciples of the Qin sect, witnessing this spectacle, were astonished. Had He Feng been concealing his true strength all along? Over the course of the year, although the pursuers had grown more powerful, their frequency of encounters had diminished. When they first escaped from the Silver Moon Cave, they were besieged within mere half a day. Yet now, they often faced enemies only every 3 to 4 days. The Holy Son of Huangtian merely showcased his formidable bloodline. Although the emperor was powerful, his comprehension did not align with the supreme path. The paths of jade and royalty were akin to the ordinary paths, even with profound understanding. They remained indistinct from the other 3,000 paths. Upon hearing Zhuge Tong mention Li Tianyi, a glimmer of reverence appeared in Bai Xizong's eyes. He held a genuine admiration for Li Tianyi. Emo Shaoshan pondered that perhaps due to the peculiar relationship between Haishan and Jinglei, he executed the ambush task assigned to him without a second thought. The moment we can see through our parents' well-meaning lies will be the moment we truly mature. Regarding Lin Meijun, Liang Fanxin believed that only if she held both the house and money could she feel secure. She had a house to offer, which she no longer needed. Yet money posed a challenge, given her modest earnings from the production. Li Tianyi chuckled. It's all settled. I am free now. As he spoke, he inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, his mood having transformed entirely. Observing Lao Ho cradling his wife, Xiao Long couldn't help but roll his eyes, leading the old monkey to vanish aboard the spaceship. The stone platform opposite the stone house was noted. Remember, do not approach others too closely. It may lead to calamity. Hu Sandao warned before departing. At present, it seems you lack the leverage to negotiate with this Holy Son, the Holy Son remarked after a brief pause. Clutching a map leading to District 13, Long Ci navigated through twists and turns until he finally reached the designated point. Concerned about the green giant's scanning, he carried no electronic devices, relying solely on the natural light to estimate the time of day. His previously flushed complexion had now faded. He mused that after consuming 3 bottles of liquor, it was unlikely anyone would dare drink with him again, thus rendering any pretense of drunkenness unnecessary. They have arrived, he muttered, watching Yun Xian appear within his sight, a sinister smile gradually forming on Di Kuen's face. Upon hearing Tang Luo's words, Meng Lei's spirit was invigorated. A spark igniting in his eyes. Was it the Godfather? Exiting the bar, Yun Xian approached the silver-gray sports car, intending to let Inu down. Yet she showed no inclination to disembark, her delicate form languidly resting in his embrace, utterly motionless. Damn! The sudden sound startled Yun Xian, who nearly dropped his phone while reclining on the bunk. Rising, he refrained from waking the 2 individuals, instead heading to the back of the house. There, he observed the recently extinguished fire and felt the warmth emanating from the large vat. Carefully lifting the water from 2 barrels to sniff, he then plunged headlong into Miss Huang's vat. This world may lack such things, but undoubtedly, they exist in others. In the ensuing time, Long Ci elucidated how Yi Ge rose to prominence and subsequently how he eradicated him, entrusting the entire world to Lin Zhong, including the matters concerning extraterrestrials, relaying it all in thorough detail to Tichong. To see clearly in the darkness, he activated his X-ray vision, rendering everything visible. I often find myself captivated by tales, such as when Zhao Qinghan spoke of how Zhu Yue once had 3 leopard sons. During that time, Zhuoyue was truly formidable, leading his 3 leopard sons, unstoppable across the entire isolated island. Observing this, Li Qiru could no longer bring herself to continue her actions, pulling Gu Xiujie before Bai Moli. The emergence of the demon race plunged the Yuan realm into a more terrifying war. Even the reclusive Phoenix clan joined the fray to combat the demons. Chapter 104. The need to find the old abbot to substantiate your notion. One merely needs to attempt it, remarked Chu He, holding the intelligent, illusionary scarecrow. His words tinged with an inexplicable tone. Yet, he consistently underestimated the terrifying prowess of Dongfang Qiubai and the forces lurking behind him. Otherwise, he would not have so audaciously dared to rob a man of ill repute. Whether it was a form of telepathy or simply a natural disposition towards suspicion, Blood Detzi harbored a persistent sense of unease. Even with extraordinary skills, he could ultimately fall victim to the treacherous schemes of others, if that were to occur. There would no longer be anyone capable of standing against him in the future. On the Silk Road, the people of the western regions, leading camels, were startled by the thunderous roar of over 40 arc spray engines. They looked skyward to behold a multitude of celestial beings racing towards the horizon, trailed closely by a dense mass of dark purple energy. Li Jirua, the 8th elder of the Poison Gate within the Hawan sect, was well versed in the sex rivalries and the clandestine affairs of the martial world. She expressed her analysis and concerns articulately. However, certain flying techniques and virtual wings could certainly be lent to Yi Buf to enhance his appearance. It cannot possibly be a coal ball, however. I cannot identify what kind of elixir it is. Huang Yaoshe shook his head in response. The infamous Scarred Face had certainly heard of this formidable figure known as the God of War, who had been conferred nobility by the Northern Desert Divine Court. In earlier times, Scarred Face would not have been worthy even to lick his boots. The primary task of Poison 2 was to cultivate dragon tooth rice, with 500 pounds of seeds, 500 pounds of Zhu Dan black glutinous rice, 500 pounds of Tianshan black beans, and 500 pounds of longevity ginger. Upon learning of the other party's identity, the burly man hesitated. Although the Wandering Beast tribe was growing increasingly powerful, it still paled in comparison to the Heavenly Beast City. Would his actions bring calamity upon the Wandering Beasts? Outside, a thunderstorm raged, intermittently ceasing, yet even in the lulls, the clouds hung heavy in the sky, rendering travel impossible. Doubt sprouted like seeds in Qi Jingyao's heart, leading her to surmise that Xiahou Rua could not possibly be as naive as she appeared. Perhaps the teachings of Jiang Sohan had all been in vain. Yet, Jian Ku was evidently not content with merely the 4th sword. Without hesitation, she began her training for the 5th sword in the most brutal and astonishing manner. Xiaoyu assessed the location where the divine techniques were stored. The Temple of the Celestial Sovereign was indeed formidable, housing at least 1,000 divine techniques, a testament to its strength. Xiaoyu himself was taken aback. The turn of events was beyond his expectations, leading him to reconsider many of his plans. Anren shook her head and turned away, clearly dismissing Jingxian. Initially, upon hearing Malu speak of Su Yan, she had regarded Su Yan with suspicion due to her ambiguous origins and sought to provoke her through the strikingly beautiful Jingxian, hoping to observe Su Yan's reaction. What kind of trouble could a few $1,000s cause? Moreover, with his old dog uncle supporting him, surely they wouldn't sentence him to death? Words failed to capture the essence of his smile at that moment, as if he regarded those present with utter disdain. Curiously, Yi Chengliang spoke before Jia Qing, seemingly certain that Jia Qing would come to see him. Dozens of golden sword energies, akin to the scythes of death, extinguished the lives of one Arnation warrior after another. None could hinder Chen Ting's advance. Watching her slowly drift into slumber, her chest gently rising and falling, she emitted barely audible snores. With his son missing and his wife embroiled in trouble, he cursed under his breath. Could they not have a moment of peace? Though they possessed some power and influence, they rarely had opportunities to interact with celebrities, who seldom sought their favor. Upon hearing that Wei Kai had such an opportunity, they felt a mix of envy and excitement. Suddenly, a golden beam of light sliced through the air, as if tearing the heavens apart, while a blue beam traversed the cosmos, seemingly piercing the firmament. Yu Qiu and Zhuang Miaoshan departed from the Pill Tower. Yu Qiu did not allow Jin Jima to accompany him, for remaining at the Pill Tower was far safer than trailing after him. The emperor, upon seeing the porcelain vase, was overwhelmed with excitement, his expression betraying his emotions as he suddenly grasped the vase and turned it upside down as if to pour water. At a command, 20 or so members of the Wanma Hall in the Grand Hall immediately complied, surrounding Song Mingjing. Below the city, upon hearing Yang Yan's words, the Xiongnu warriors reignited their hope for survival, anxiously glancing at Shirle. You only need to design according to your preferences, purchase the components, assemble them, and then proceed to program. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Sun An'er slowly awakened, feeling utterly weak, unable to muster any strength. As she exerted a slight pressure on her legs, a dull ache resurfaced. If he were to observe closely and reflect earnestly, he would likely arrive at an entirely different conclusion. As the yellow turban cavalry roared and raised their swords to charge, a whistle emerged from the Lianggo cavalry, the vanguard parting like a flowing stream. Chapter 105. Departing thus, the fortunes of the nation have endured longer than those of the southern and northern Song dynasties. Third Master. Those two dynasties should not be the present Great Song, correct? Jiang Jun chuckled. The enemy general, mounted upon his steed, was utterly unprepared for Dekue's unexpected maneuver. As realization dawned, he felt a sharp pain in his right rib. Dekue was a master of foot combat, while the enemy general rode high. The technique known as a pillar of incense to the heavens was executed with impeccable timing. Dekue's profound mastery ensured that this kick would at least fracture 3 of the enemy general's ribs. They dared not use the car that had brought them. Instead, they hastened towards the end of the street, where a vehicle awaited them. The exploration of places such as the White Day Gate, the Jungle Labyrinth, and the Crimson Moon Canyon was underway. Moreover, as previously mentioned, the early-stage stone tombs and caves, which served as ultimate bosses, were non-existent, with realms like the Peach Blossom Spring only emerging later. At the moment when the Night Elf commander pondered whether he had underestimated the enemy, promising news finally arrived. The adversary began to gradually retreat westward, relying on a wall of fire for cover. Dining with Li Hua and the others posed a particular challenge. They seemed less focused on the meal and more on finding a place to sit and converse. Haha, I'm just joking. Do you actually believe that? I'm utterly bored. Is there anywhere worthwhile to go, General Hu? Wanning smiled with flattery. The next day, I rose early to procure breakfast for Chen Feiyong. He emerged with a stern expression, sitting motionless on the sofa, ignoring the chopsticks. After a moment of bewilderment, he rushed outside to find a spot with communication access, attempting to contact his comrades one by one. However, he was aware of your arrival in Japan and the completion of the defensive repairs. Would he still come? Sanggon, curious, inquired further. She had been trained as an assassin, not as a polymath. Her knowledge of firearms and machinery was limited, rendering discussions of creating other weapons mere fanciful talk. This sentence brimmed with indignation. Old Brown could never have anticipated that the one who would ultimately betray him would be his own flesh and blood. At that moment, only the robust youth remained. His gaze locked with that of the young man, and sparks seemed to ignite between them. Although the expedition was somewhat grandiose, in comparison to safety, it paled in significance. Saving lives? Is this how you go about it? If everyone could save lives as you do, why bother sending patients to the hospital? Su Yushan exclaimed, unable to comprehend Chunfeng's actions. This individual also instilled a measure of trepidation in the Stone Axe village, as during the last negotiation, he had taken the lead, with all others acting according to his whims. Zhao Zhongyang perused Weibo and was momentarily taken aback by a post that seemed too incredible to be true. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed genuine. No, it was not mere recovery. He appeared vibrant and full of life, an obvious fact. Qin Guan's gaze intensified, flamboyance and vulgarity masked his exterior, while depth and defiance lay at his core. However, to ascend to the realm of the combat god, he was merely a first-tier general at present. After reaching the 6th-tier general, 3 more ranks of battle commanders awaited before one could truly claim the status of combat god. The news that reached Wanjiner was disclosed to her by Gulani, who then passed it on to the Empress, marking the optimal moment to assist her. At that moment, Rodri hastily retreated until he was more than 20 meters away, stopping only then. Indeed, if we could seize the enemy's encampment, their alliance would lose its strongest support and be compelled to engage us, the Tuoba Xianbei, in open combat. The outcome of such a confrontation was well understood by all, including my king, as the leader stated. "No!" the noble youths collectively shouted, their expressions transforming dramatically. In the Dutch Belle Villa district of Los Angeles County, late at night, a figure clad in black, face concealed by a mask, nimbly scaled the high walls into the villa, unnoticed by the guards in the courtyard. "I shall let it go. Words cannot convey the complexities. Is this your home?" Chu Junfeng sighed, hesitating to mention his purpose of seeking Enmo Shibei, uncertain of how much Su Wen truly knew. He simply sighed and shifted the topic. The sunken vessel, accompanied by an inexplicable melody luring people to leap into the river, transformed what was believed to be a vendetta into a web of suspicion. By dawn, 2 factions abandoned their boats and decided against proceeding to Woyong. I could only lament that this empress might be slightly unhinged, or perhaps Qi Wolin had indeed left an indelible impression on the emperor's heart, making the task of dismantling his claim to the throne a formidable challenge, leading her to seek alternatives by targeting me instead. Sanji leaped into the air, delivering a fierce kick to the PX-5, buying precious moments for his comrades. Seeing him tremble and gasp, he decided to turn his body over and pin him down, pressing his upper body against his chest while twisting his lower half, massaging through the fabric. Suddenly, the clouds obscured the sun, a refreshing coolness descending from above. Yet she remained parched, feeling a surge of frustration. Why would it not rain? "Good job." The 2 burly men bowed to Yi Qianyu, who remained unresponsive, as expected of this icy demeanor. "If you do not like it, I shall make you appreciate me," Tang Long declared, though handsome. He lamented that looks alone held little weight without wealth. "I may not be attractive, but I possess riches. Take a look at someone like me. You wouldn't even find me if you searched with a lantern," Zhang Da, handsome yet shameless, retorted. The appearance of Namanzi caused the eyes of these men to light up instantly. The leader, momentarily forgetting the pain in his hands, stood straighter, saliva escaping his mouth. Chapter 106, Why Does It Rain? Upon witnessing the dark clouds gathering on the faces of both him and Minghong, the smiles that had just begun to bloom faded slowly. After listening to the account of Tu Bu Lihua, the ministers and generals within the royal tent broke into a cold sweat. If Tu Bu Lihua spoke the truth, it seemed that Liangzhou would never fall into their hands. This time, the tiles were again from DL. With Xia Kiki, Wang Yu found himself at a loss when it came to choosing other brands. Moreover, those from Xinhai Jing expressed their utmost satisfaction with Dong Wei's performance. Consequently, Xia Kiki experienced an explosive surge in her achievements this year, and her affection for the brother who contributed to her success was boundless. Jin Zhan Daoren squinted slightly, unable to predict what Depeng was up to, while Yin Zhan Daoren appeared quite confident, seemingly able to surmise Depeng's intentions. The 10 Directions annihilation was accurately affixed to the tip of the black spear. The spear's origin and craftsmanship remained a mystery. When 10 Directions annihilation was thrust forth, it merely left a deep mark but did not sever it. Yuan Feng, Su Da, and others clasped their hands together in reverence towards this esteemed practitioner. Su Da's pupils contracted slightly, yet he remained silent. Pei Jin's lips moved slightly but ultimately pursed tightly as she turned and leaped down from the carriage, mounting her steed. She retrieved a neatly folded silk handkerchief from her bosom, her thumb brushing over the embroidered character for fruit in the corner. At that moment, the harmonious notes of Zhanghe Xiaoyu resonated, signaling the imminent arrival of court assembly. The officials stood before the hierarchy of ranks, awaiting entry into the palace. As the grand music of Dan Huang began to play, 2 long lines of figures ascended the jade steps towards the Taiha Hall. Ha ha. Competition breeds progress. My rivalry with Zhu Yuan has diminished any competition on the island. However, Zhu Yuan's situation is rather dire. His temple has yet to attract 10 formal disciples. Zhang Mu chuckled with pride. Fourth brother, take a day off today. No need to transport arms. Let us venture out and witness the wonders of the martial world. Zhang Chong suggested. Why is it that you are always present? Yu Tanqi remarked helplessly as she exited the restroom. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's appearance was far from flattering. His face was smeared with dirt, his clothes bore multiple tears, and he cradled a box, resembling a beggar. Typically, when individuals engage with lightwave sorcerers, they must rely on intuition and their sensitivity to psychic fluctuations to evade beams of light. This requires an acute sense and is quite difficult to maintain. Even the most perceptive among them may find themselves struck a few times due to a momentary lapse. What do you mean, Dumbledore? Scringe glanced at Dumbledore with a grim expression, questioning whether this was an overt act of defiance against the law. What I mean is that there are no Demon Clan Divine Arrows among the 4 numbers. Only Celestial Clan Divine Arrows. Long Meng Meng suddenly realized she might have committed an error. Indeed, however, is it not excessive to order 20,000 sets at once? Are the city's finances ample enough? Zhang Chong inquired. The ancient creatures continued to suffer under the onslaught of sword energy within the sword formation, oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Otherwise, their fighting spirit would be difficult to maintain. Having previously explored the entrance to the ice river during their advance, they now pinpointed their direction and charged forth. The mysterious force grew increasingly potent, causing the demon army to exhibit signs of trepidation as they slowly retreated. Even the demons at the imperial level ceased their frenzied assaults. Moreover, how was it that, despite the eyes positioned beneath its armpit, it managed to feed ice cream into its mouth with such precision every time? It was not merely the method that Ji Luan considered, but the fan-made doujinshi produced at sea, which was astonishingly exceptional in its latter half. Within mere seconds, a robust green carnivorous vine had woven itself into a large circular shield before Xi, though this peculiar shield bore several gaping mouths that eagerly awaited sustenance. In the future, rewards must be granted in this manner, Long Chenxiu remarked before pressing the accelerator and continuing to drive. Confronted with such a starkly different human than those in their memories, even the monsters might feel a tinge of melancholy. That was the true voice of the heart. A radiant essence distilled from a decade of companionship between the 2 individuals. Lu Tao, could you assist me in placing the suitcase above? Yan Chun first shoved her luggage beneath the seat, only to discover Lu Tao's suitcase already occupying the space, prompting her to speak first. Quill, stop fooling around and come sit down. It has been a long time since our family has enjoyed such tranquility together. Liadaline tugged at Quill Sarah's sleeve, allowing his large hand to roam over her. Just as she was about to call Yu Qing for dinner, someone placed a lunchbox and a steaming cup of coffee on her desk, filling the air with the enticing aromas of food and rich coffee. In contrast, Qin Shu's boldness manifested in her indifference to others' opinions. She remained unfazed, unaffected by the gossip surrounding her. Chapter 107. The next target. The Imperial Palace. Upon hearing those words, Yi Kuei involuntarily lifted her gaze to meet hers. Although she had been seated with perfect composure, an unsettling restlessness suddenly enveloped her, and a look of suppressed endurance began to appear in her eyes. Nangong Ming's words, much like her demeanor, carried a bittersweet sharpness, revealing a lack of magnanimity. Ling Shi observed the woman before her, radiant and poised, exuding an air of nobility. On that day, had she truly offered herself as a gift to Emperor Yong'an? Musher could only resentfully close her mouth, standing upright yet occasionally casting glances at Jin Nyong. This affliction was one of the heart, impervious to medicinal remedies. It could only be nurtured, requiring daily efforts to amuse and uplift her spirits. As the clan leader, Third Uncle addressed the outside with a commanding voice. Where are the residents of the ancestral home? Have they all moved out? Good. Their departure will free up the residence for the Jing Kun family. This abode has always been designated for the legitimate branches. It is unjust to allow a multitude of unrelated individuals to occupy it without merit. Even if faced with the same scenario again, the outcome would remain unchanged. For she had no intention of accepting Qiaoshi Mingjin. Old Yu, puffing on his water pipe, hunched over, resting his elbow on his bent knee, remaining silent. Since that fateful day of passing by Wang Rui, he had not set foot in the harem again. He, like a meteor in the night sky, appeared briefly and vanished without a trace. Such a notorious salt smuggler, earning less than 15,000 a year, had become a legendary figure in Jiaodong. Upon hearing Feng Sanbao's income figures, Zhang Shouren could only scoff in contempt. The sorcerers evidently recognized Xiang Wan's identity, bowing in deference as they entered the city. Athena greeted the two with a smile, introducing the members of the band to her fans. You have passed this level. However, the subsequent challenges will not be so effortless. Qi Zhongyuan remarked with a cold snort. When the head referee reached the center circle, he glanced at his watch and promptly blew the whistle to signal the commencement of the match. Dressed in a loose gray outfit, with a crooked collar and still bearing the scent of blood from battle, Olin's gaze swept across the scene with a chilling ferocity. Spotting Yulang, he let out a derisive laugh and strode towards a private box. And Lan nodded subtly. The bond between the two was growing ever closer, a development that would undoubtedly serve her well. He remained perpetually composed, seemingly unfazed even by monumental events. And Lan's face turned pale with shock, hastily rising from her bed. Her movement stirred Jean K from slumber, who, groggily sitting up, was about to inquire why she was there, only to remember the significance of the day, causing her to tumble off the bed in alarm. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, blood spattering the air. The remains of the barbarian soldiers and fierce tigers piled high, and the warriors of the vanguard felt as if they were traversing a hellish abyss, each step forward causing them to tread upon yet another lifeless body. The vast ocean stretched out, and the bone-chilling sea breeze did little to calm Hao Jai in pain. His eyes remained bloodshot, as if a knife had been plunged into his heart. The Dark Knight Wolf King let out a mournful howl as his body was sent sprawling by a heavy kick from Yiyun, tracing a parabolic arc in the air before crashing to the ground. That afternoon, Deng Sanyang ordered a lavish feast, personally welcoming Yizheng and his companions to celebrate their triumphant return. The semi-divine treasures, the Ling Miao Kong Yi, golden divine wings, and deep blue sky wings, coalesced into a powerful force. Empowered by 3 pairs of wings, Li Yuan surged forward with a thunderous roar, creating a formidable wind pressure above the Tian Quan Marsh, leaving behind a fearsome waterline that lingered long after. This surgical procedure was not the heart transplant chronicled in wild tales, but rather the removal of a cyst-like entity from the abdomen. Li Yuan, the dragon king of the cosmos, saw no need to inquire further when the other party was reticent. With a casual slap, he transformed the living being into a wisp of blue smoke that gradually dissipated. The mountain patrols, upon encountering their own kind, breathed a collective sigh of relief, especially upon recognizing their leader among them, prompting an excited rush to pay their respects to Yizheng. The Red Fox, veiled, dismounted from the carriage with the assistance of Granny Tang and Granny Song, offering a formal greeting to Sita Mingwei. Initially, Li Lin Lang regarded Fang Ji as a benefactor, but as their acquaintance deepened, she came to see him as a comrade, who had informed him that such a place could offer relaxation and a respite for the soul. Instead of finding solace, he felt increasingly tense, his entire being wound tighter, struggling to breathe. Now, relying on none of my father's wealth, I too possess several hundred million in assets. Why must I still strive so desperately? The allure of Zhang Jusher's estate was overwhelming, and he had never before felt such a fervent desire to possess something. Indeed, according to Zhao family customs, coupled with the previous trials, neither Madame Shuiwei nor the second and third ladies had subjected Fang Ji to any tests. Chapter 108. The blessing of Dragon Qi. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like a tempest, predominantly expressing astonishment at the colossal form of the North Sea divine turtle. Initially, I had considered taking a shortcut akin to my previous visit to the Ruyen Tower, yet this was evidently impractical. As Baiyu pondered, she spotted Morong Chuan. Having spoken, a flicker of indignation graced her features, but in an instant, that sentiment transformed into a gentle smile. Her acting was remarkable. Had he not been able to hear her inner thoughts, he might have been convinced by her performance. Yang Mei placed the box flat on her left hand and tapped the black box with her right, causing a projection screen to materialize above it. Perhaps, at that moment, time was merely an accessory. The biting cold wind howled as the pale moon extended its hand towards the cave's entrance. When her fingertips brushed against the outside, time continued its relentless flow. The blood-red waters of the River of the Dead enveloped the realm of the departed, giving rise to one blood fruit after another, commencing a slow process of refinement. As the leader uttered those words, the surrounding scenery morphed into an immensely expansive platform. Old General Mu, feeling somewhat agitated by his own words, resolved that regardless of the circumstances, those who dared to harm Mu Ting would not be spared, no matter their identity. Was not the visage of his Baizhe unparalleled in the world? Why then did Bo Yikao resemble it so closely? Of course, Wang Yi's true objective lay not with the celestial star tower, but rather with the vast sea of clouds above it. Lin Yu fell silent, no longer entangled in the matter, having discerned that this so-called Huang clan leader was fundamentally uncompromising. At that moment, although the appearance of the Yin ghost seemed woeful, the chaos within his consciousness was even more tumultuous. Describing it as fragmented would be an understatement. After the messenger recounted the events, Zhang Baiqi had already opened the bamboo scroll within the tube. The crowd gathered to decipher its contents, yet only a select few could comprehend the characters. Had he not crossed paths with Charlotte, the proud hailing Dun might have indeed harbored a mindset akin to marching towards the tiger's den. However, now he merely cast a cautious glance at the river-crossing Burent, his eyes glinting with apprehension. Yet, such a course would undoubtedly lead this battle into a protracted war of attrition. Although it appeared to align with Charlotte's intentions, the reality was far from it. Audi felt a twinge of sympathy for Xue Chuzhuang. However, her pity was of little consequence to Xue Chuzhuang, yielding no tangible result. Yet, since Xue Chuzhuang had no desire for marriage, Zhao felt a sense of relief. She was in dire need of personnel and wished to gain rather than lose. Upon further reflection, Zhao realized that her initial call for assistance might have been an implicit request for help. Now that so many had arrived, it seemed inappropriate to directly inquire. However, this raised uncertainty regarding who would ultimately be available. It had been stated that only one was needed. The group fell into a profound silence, their minds swirling with thoughts, yet words eluded them, resulting in a collective melancholy. Upon hearing Shangguan Feng'er's remarks, Wan Sanqian understood that if he were to represent the Hulong Mountain Manor or the court, his rhetoric would likely differ significantly. However, upon witnessing the mountain of unfamiliar items, they curiously examined this and prodded that, ultimately failing to ascertain what these items truly were. Nevertheless, upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, they were elated. For as long as they possessed these, they cared little for those who might come after. Zhang Fei wielded a spear measuring 18 feet, known as the Zhangba spear, equivalent to 4.2 meters. In the ancient era dominated by cold weapons, particularly in cavalry combat, the length of the weapon was of paramount importance. An overwhelming emotion, imbued with unparalleled magic, was conveyed through the music of the zither, resonating in the desolate wilderness, shifting with Feng Qin's state of mind. Lu Yuhao was a branch of the Lu family, whose ties to the main Lu clan of Beiping had dwindled to an extreme, both sides having become estranged. With the demise of the main family, their connection was of little consequence. The elders of his family regarded the main family's downfall as a self-inflicted demise. She had reminded him of food and incense, but had forgotten about the rouge and powder. Meng Han's blood-sucking curse was crafted to resemble makeup, and the box she held bore a similar essence. Guo Xiang wasted no time in unleashing a talisman, a terrifying fireball crashing into the figure cloaked in black. However, The likelihood of such an outcome was exceedingly low, a truth that Lori understood. Yet, precisely because of this slim possibility, he preferred to mar John's visage. Upon hearing this, Li Yingzi glanced at the waitress and then smiled at her, following the waitress into the dressing room. After all, their relationship had just been established, and she wished to keep it from the company's attention to avoid unnecessary complications. When she saw Yu Yong charging at her with a dagger, undeterred by death, the Night King could no longer contain himself. Gripping his bronze umbrella, he infused it with all his might, swinging it to sweep away all in his path. As the roadside lights illuminated her face, the delicate skin revealed a fine layer of fuzz, harmonizing with her somewhat dreamy gaze, lending her an endearing quality. Yet, her cheeks remained flushed. Despite this being her second treatment, the thought of soon disrobing before this man filled her with overwhelming shyness. "Father, what are your thoughts?" Xu Mo asked urgently. At this moment, he yearned more than ever, even more than Chu Zhe. "Do you hate me?" he murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with hurt. "Is it so distressing to be touched by me?" He grasped her fragile shoulders, his gaze reflecting despair at feeling forsaken. As the kunai drew nearer, Dong Huanglu's eyes widened, involuntarily conjuring images of the devastation that followed his family's annihilation. "Father, mother, uncle, Lu'er is powerless, unable to avenge you. I shall join you now." Dong Huanglu sighed silently, instinctively closing his eyes. Chapter 109. The Little Prince is in trouble. Most importantly, even if Luo Yun possesses this technique, I am uncertain whether he would consent to your practice of it, Chu Yun stated earnestly. "Wan Hui is not one of you. She is mine," Xiao Ruan declared with utmost conviction. After Li Muzi finished speaking, he turned away without regard for Lin Zhao's expression, exhibiting an air of profound indifference. The Tianyuan sect, witnessing their disciples defeated by Han Yi, snorted dismissively and shifted their focus entirely to the Yimyang tiger, their thoughts a mystery. Few were aware of her obsessive cleanliness, yet it was surprising that Qin Qian was among them. Everyone was taken aback by his words. How could he inquire about their confusion without revealing anything? Was he deliberately toying with their curiosity? Since Han Yi was intent on pitting Yunzhou against Lu Zhang in a life-or-death struggle, allowing her to take advantage of the chaos, why could Guijia not turn the tables and lure the snake from its hole? "All right. First, please bring us something to eat. We shall discuss further after we have dined." He urged for the dishes to be served. Gu Qing was raised in a modest household, where the hardships faced by his parents constantly reminded him that to alter one's fate, one must exert efforts many times greater than others. Yang Daoshe remarked that the reason Qin Shou, the physician, fainted and remained unconscious was not due to the fright of being informed that he would be taken to the morgue for an autopsy, but rather because he had been cursed. In a mere moment, the 12 heavenly array lay in ruins, along with the bodies of 120 domain masters, all obliterated by boundless might. Field hurriedly defended himself. However, his strength paled in comparison to Yao Chengfeng, who showed no mercy, causing him to stagger several steps back from the overwhelming force. The individual clad in the standard attire of the Luyun sect appeared unremarkable. With sharp features and a slender build, it was none other than Du Hai, who had previously challenged Lin Chen at the entrance of the contribution hall. The Tianjian domain is the foundation of the Wanxiang sword sect. The Wanxiang sword monument and the Zhutian sword are both situated within that land. When Su Jiang and regained consciousness, he was oblivious to the passage of time, his head throbbing painfully, the aftermath of prolonged slumber, as his vacant gaze fell upon the faint cobwebs in the corner of the inner chamber. Soon, the crowd was at ease. For one must not forget that the Dean was a formidable force, one of the few supreme beings in this universe capable of tearing through the barriers of cosmic laws. Mu Santian had spent many years in Wudong, developing an inherent affinity with the Taoists. Upon seeing this individual approach, he inquired amiably. This middle-aged man wore only a pair of animal skin shorts, exposing his chest and back, giving him a remarkably primitive appearance. Chushin was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a soft laugh. This was indeed for the best. That was the flesh, and blood of Yanzishi. And he could not disregard it. He had always looked down upon Yun Hao and never expected anything from him. If this child were to receive the nurturing of Lan Rongyue, it would be most fortunate. Upon seeing this, Hua Yu could not contain her anguish and began to weep. Yearning to touch Jiao Yu, yet her fingers curled in midair. Despite the assault, Rongyu on her back remained unscathed. On multiple occasions, the guard Li shielded her from the attacks of the cloaked assailants. Enough nonsense. Don't tell me your clairvoyance has failed to reveal my desires, Feng Yinzi retorted. Disinterested in Yang Ting, the soul was also utilized by Xiao Yan, which is why they dared not confront him directly. It was truly him, the world's #1 blood demon shadow. Old friend, have you not encountered him? He has only recently escaped, Sakura Xia Zong inquired urgently. Just as her question fell, Robbins called out to her with a sense of urgency. Here, Yanji, could you kindly inform the gentleman beside you to wipe his drool? It's rather repulsive. After handing the ring to her, I glanced at the still gawking Ouyang Ju and then addressed Yanji once more. A howl erupted as the wolf, with blood-red eyes, lunged towards Mu Yi with ferocity, as if intent on tearing him apart. Lin Baoshu turned to gaze at Meng Changji, contemplating that if Meng Changji were to step forward at this moment, she would regard him with newfound respect, perhaps even a measure of reverence. When Yuko sat quietly at the lower table, sipping tea, the warm brew flushed her lips, full and rosy, her pearly teeth gleaming, as long eyelashes gently lowered to reveal a subtle smile, indicating her enjoyment of the tea. Rong Yin exchanged a few words with him in German, inquiring in detail about her health, and upon confirming there were no major issues, she felt somewhat reassured. Fortunately, the army of the Red Sand Kingdom had sturdy fortifications to rely upon, though they remained in constant trepidation while huddled within. Feng Shui was propelled backward, crashing heavily against the wall before hitting the ground, continuously spitting blood. It seemed her internal organs had been severely compromised. However, the cost was still immense. Trading a lifetime for a single sword strike left Lin Che uncertain whether he had suffered a loss. Yet he understood that even if he refrained from using it, the original celestial demon would not spare him. It was merely a matter of time before he would be drained dry. With an exasperated glare at her husband, Han's wife finally accepted the tea he offered and consumed it in one swift motion. The esteemed stronghold is well prepared, Xiao Yueshi remarked with a wry smile, glancing at the raucous laughter. Chapter 110. The Lost Soul. What did you say? Has anything transpired in the wilderness recently? Upon hearing this, Zhu Sha was astonished. Detective Chen, I have acquired that string of Buddhist beads. How should I deliver them to you? This morning, Li Tian will be leaving, so I can step out, though I will certainly be accompanied by bodyguards. On the phone, Gong Jingxi's voice sounded somewhat weary. Later, the family pondered for a long time before deciding to bring their own farm-fresh eggs, cured meats, and some homegrown vegetables. Among the 4 great kings, the evil Buddha is a monk who never concerns himself with the affairs of the Li family, thus, he may be disregarded. The remaining 5 viruses have entered a dormant state, thanks to her suppressants, yet his health indicators remain far from satisfactory. Ni Jiang evidently realized that the only viable approach now was to guard the teleportation point like Zhu Sha. Should any foreign entities appear, they would launch a surprise attack. Li Kuei drew an axe from his waist and brought it down upon the table with a thud, while Wu Song, holding a wine jar, tilted his head back to drink, completely ignoring him. It seemed he had indeed been brainwashed by his cousin. How could he be swayed by such absurdity? Gu Qijue continued to carry box after box into Gu Qingqing's room, disinfecting them repeatedly. Meanwhile, Yi Lianyu handed over his treasured sword to Yi Ruoyan, a weapon that had accompanied him through countless victories, one he had not wielded in a long time. Even though he knew he possessed martial skills, he could not teach Wang Huayang, only assist him with needles, estimating that his own internal strength was profound. Yet he proceeded regardless. Diversion was indeed a clever strategy. Once his sister-in-law's family departed, the old lady's room carried an odor that even the old gentleman was reluctant to endure. Baiyu helplessly expressed that if they did not leave soon, it would disrupt the normal operations at the guard station. In the courtyard, every household was well aware of the quadruplets from the Hu family, and even those who typically did not favor them held them in great affection. The certainty that this person was indeed the one they sought stemmed from Baiyu's immediate recognition of his internal strength, which surpassed that of Baizian, who had been studying with him for 4 years. Perhaps only the southern aristocracy remained aloof, continuing to observe the ever-changing fortunes of the royal capital with amusement. However, it was uncertain how long they could maintain such detachment. Wu Liang estimated that in a few days, the southern nobles would be astonished by the productivity of assembly line factories, drawing them into the storm of the royal capital. Just as he finished speaking, Gu Min, kneeling on the ground, shouted, "How could he be innocent? His grandfather followed Wang Dun in rebellion, truly a traitor. This man is a descendant of treacherous officials. How could he be innocent?" Carrying a lantern and walking ahead, Qing Lai felt his heart skip a beat. Even he, usually oblivious, had discerned the affection the young master held for the young lady over these days. Xiaobei, not only a wallbreaker but also a favored one. The rarity of either identity is akin to a 1 in a billion chance, making him arguably the luckiest person under heaven. While the court may possess seamless and flawless designs, the martial world does not abide by such rules. There, one may disregard conventions and reason, rendering even the most perfect schemes vulnerable to disruption. Just as he contemplated whether to drive the horses away, one suddenly paused and jerked its head away. In reference to his second aunt, Liang Chao was indeed his cousin. Qin Feng held Liang Chao in high regard for his righteousness and eloquence, capable of reviving the dead with words and driving the living to frustration. Even after expending precious light and the pain of a torn abdomen lingered for days, the Pope would eternally remember such agony. As night deepened, Li Ping'an drove the modified mixing truck into the forgotten forest, heading towards the Great Bull Cave. Particularly with the future helmet, it greatly enhanced Li Ping'an's offensive and defensive capabilities. Should he don the complete set of 3 future outfits, he could confidently charge through Zones 1 and 2 of the Forgotten City, his combat prowess rivaling that of Lu Ji, if not slightly superior. The chaotic scene within Jianyang City indicated significant issues within the rule of the Great Jin Dynasty. Although unable to comprehend the language of the Griffins, Loris's magic vaguely sensed the creatures praising her. The top 3 on the wind and cloud rankings had their past experiences and achievements meticulously documented. All had bested second-tier masters and retreated before third-tier masters. Yet, even the top-ranked Xian Yao Sanren could only barely maintain an undefeated record. This money was undoubtedly borrowed by Lu Haoding. Even if he did not require it, he owed a debt of gratitude. It was better to use it, pay a little interest, and thus repay the favor. During this process, Qi Tianzhou received multiple system notifications. Aside from the improvements in cultivation, there were several system prompts that had gone unnoticed. Jing Yi flexed his wrist, the bone ring creaked, and without much of a run-up, he raised a foot and kicked the door with force, causing it to swing open with a crack. Why was there a surge of anti-Semitism in pre-World War II Europe? Reinhardt already had a basic judgment on this. Suddenly, the sound of acquiring the journey to the West Fiends transformed into an extraordinarily strange temptation in Tang Zhang's ears. The man-eating flower roared, violently spewing forth a murky nectar, along with the previously swallowed red boy. "With you here, what do I have to worry about?" Mo Yen thoughtlessly uttered this phrase, almost as if possessed. "When the time comes, I will wander the world. You will find it impossible to track me down. And, even if you do, you will not be able to hold me." Xia Daoyin mused inwardly. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Qin Guangrui had already been injured by Lu Hong on the way to take office, while she had been masquerading as Qin Guangrui, reigning with authority in Jiangzhou for 18 years. Chapter 111, Summoning Souls particularly at night, even though we are aware of their impending relocation. The Air Force troops would not dare to bomb, for beneath them lie our citizens. Li Lu stood there explaining to Lin Longli, who followed her gaze, smacking his forehead in realization. "I nearly forgot about this." With that, he removed the jade pendant. Yet, this arrangement proves more convenient. The current weak younger brother aligns perfectly with her mental image of an older brother. I smile because you have finally returned to normalcy, embodying the essence of a true commander rather than a mere soldier preoccupied with survival. Li Lu gazed at Qingqing, speaking with a smile. No, that is unnecessary. Harley Quinn did not cast a glance at the guard, instead making her way to Delight's side. Should all the ability users of the Security Bureau advance to the second tier, the safeguarding of Song Cheong Star's security would be significantly assured. This is the fundamental duty of the Security Bureau. There are no organizations like Hydra in this world, perpetually caught in a tumultuous love-hate relationship with the Bureau. This has reached the limit of the pig's form, unless it can successfully transcend and ascend to become a divine beast, merging the elements of gold and earth, and ultimately achieving immortality to the point of transformation. This was the final statement uttered by Shinxiai in the Abyssal's secret realm, before she could finish her words. She was enveloped by the radiant light of teleportation. If the rain of arrows resembles a river, then her reverse phosphorescent arrow is akin to a venomous serpent swimming upstream. Many orderly arrow feathers were thrown into disarray by the erratic trajectory of the reverse arrows, resulting in chaos. Lu Qingju's rifle had long been rendered useless, fortunately. Flying vehicles always carry rifles as a precaution against crashes, providing the pilots with a means of self-defense. He unhooked himself from the harness, and amidst the horrified gaze of the pilot, climbed onto the back of the aircraft, retrieving a rifle to commence firing. It is worth noting that at that moment, when Qingxia Fairy witnessed Yi Xueqing struck by that 4-zhonglong green spear, she was consumed by anxiety and fury, and when she acted, she held nothing back. With the essence of blood depleted, the recovery from injuries slowed considerably. Tianba could only sit on the ground, gnawing on the giant crab's inner core, slowly regaining strength. As a senior brother in the Azure Dragon Academy, since parting ways with Jiang Meng, they had been deeply concerned for his safety. Lu Qingju did not immediately tally the spoils of this encounter. His mind was foggy from having absorbed a vast amount of information in a short period, necessitating a brief respite. Gaining advantages both overtly and covertly, even if victorious, the victory is hardly glorious. There is no need for such blatant provocation, as it bears no difference from bullying, devoid of any sense of decency. Your Majesty, I am unworthy of such praise. The esteemed generals overrate me. Hua Mulan also boldly drained her cup. Generally, when Ngu responds to a call, she ensures her handgun is fully loaded, yet, due to mission constraints, in most instances, she is prohibited from utilizing her firearm. It hurts. Just as Ngu attempted to rise from Ling Heng's embrace, she inadvertently brushed against her wounded shoulder, instantly contorting her face in a pitiable expression, tears welling in her eyes. At this hour, very few remained to work overtime. Among them were only the two of them. An hour prior, everyone in the prince's residence had witnessed her feigning concern for my mother alongside Fei Hong and Fian. Xing Huaigong's eyes narrowed slightly, his usually gentle demeanor darkened, as he presumed her lack of sensitivity stemmed from her carelessness, yet it now appeared that matters were not as optimistic as he had hoped. She quietly observed Shang Wuqing diligently managing affairs, her eyes betraying an unrecognized worry and reluctance. Song Yuandao, do you not comprehend the esteemed position that Princess Onping holds in the hearts of our ancestors and His Majesty? As the chief of the Imperial Medical Office, how dare you speak recklessly and tarnish the reputation of Princess Onping before the matter is clarified? Do you believe I would not unsheathe my sword and end you right here? Tuoba reprimanded Song Yuandao with fury. Why? The Grand Priest was taken aback. Divine generals are notoriously unpredictable, their moods capricious, leaving him unable to fathom their intentions. Jin Yuan desperately chased the ball, yet it appeared increasingly improbable he would catch up. Most ordinary individuals would have surrendered by now. He leapt high into the air, seemingly unwilling to grant Wu Dawei any opportunity, and this time, Wu Dawei chose not to pass unlike before. Comrade Vlasov, come here, it is safe. A familiar voice in Russian emerged from beneath a damaged T-8 tank. Vlasov focused his gaze and realized that his translator had found a remarkably secure hiding spot right beneath the tank's chassis. Chapter 112. The boundary between humans and demons. Gao Yunbing was taken aback, lowering his gaze to discover that the young soldier's abdomen was drenched in crimson, his pale intestines already protruding from his body. "Mr. Sandro, if you don't mind, could you share what you found in the carriage?" Boca inquired, suspecting that Shui Qiong had stumbled upon something of value, as he was unwilling to let anything of significance slip away unnoticed. It is often said that healers cannot heal themselves. Furthermore, Qi Miao, having been startled, found her emotions still unsettled. Even if she wished to treat herself, it proved impossible, especially as colossal oil tankers and container ships were now deliberately avoiding South Africa, for no one could guarantee that a stray shell wouldn't land upon their heads. Jiang Shan confirmed the position of the lime and then executed a roll, shifting from a prone position to lying on his back. Subsequently, he retrieved a grenade from his chest, weighed it thoughtfully, and tossed it away. Just moments ago, upon witnessing the princess lost in contemplation as she played the zither, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. He understood that the princess's deep affection for her husband could never be directed towards him. Without further ado, I seized the bottle and drank, though the taste was unbearably bitter, prompting me to pinch my nose as I swallowed. However, his words struck a chord with Yamamoto ninjutsu, acting like a potent stimulant that rekindled the spark in his once dull eyes. Su Hongzhuang possessed formidable strength and notable wisdom. Yet, this wisdom did not stem from her abilities alone, but from a transcendent strength that allowed her to humbly seek knowledge. In her interactions with others, she undeniably positioned herself in a vulnerable stance. With merely a fleeting glance, she uttered the name Lu Xiaoxiao, which he had only mentioned once before. The esteemed chancellor, whose intellect was as barren as a desolate land, had evidently etched this name into his memory long ago. This was a testament to the years of experience acquired through gaming, particularly in battling formidable bosses. Several prominent guilds excelled in this regard, often encountering powerful NPCs in various quests, and, if the environment permitted, they could set traps for enhanced effectiveness. Having perused the equipment shop, Chu Lingwei meticulously contemplated the optimal strategy for her Yasuo. In terms of damage, the endless critical flow Yasuo was the primary choice. Yet, this approach bore its own drawbacks. It was overly fragile and slow to mature, making it challenging to deal damage during team battles. As the clock's hands incessantly turned, amidst a gathering of gentlemen and those enamored with youthful charm, the hands finally settled upon the Roman numeral 8. It remained uncertain what level Qin Mengao had attained at that moment, but the weapon ranking positioned her within the top 6, placing her alongside those elite masters. Perhaps with this consideration in mind. Your characteristics, how shall I articulate them? At this moment, I find myself at a loss for suitable adjectives. However, if our old friends from the Kester engagements were to witness this maneuver, they would undoubtedly surmise that this plan originated from you, Talon remarked candidly. The demon sound captivation spell. This is a unique incantation from the Enchanted Sea, capable of ensnaring the heart and binding it to one's will. Cast effortlessly by Zhuge Hong with his profound spiritual mastery, it posed no challenge whatsoever. The bloodline of the Yuren tribe coursing through Yuren Go was more potent than that of the fiery Yuren Yen. They were astonished to discover that this branch of the Yuren tribe, from an unknown generation, possessed a bloodline even purer than that of the direct descendant, Yuren Wenxiang. The mere thought of facing those gazes in the KTV later filled me with anxiety. Indeed, the king of humanity. Show me the strength that warrants their acknowledgement. Gondora made no attempt to disguise his intentions, openly declaring his purpose to instigate discord. Although Yi Lian had begun to doubt the existence of ghosts and deities, Wei Qi Qianli, as a soldier in a prominent position and the commander of the A City military district, remained steadfast in his conviction that neither spirits nor gods existed. Once again, it was that familiar bottle, containing a milky liquid reminiscent of milk, gently swaying within its confines. The sweet aroma wafted delicately from the bottle, almost spilling forth from the cap. I am grateful for your appearance, for it was you who extended a helping hand during my darkest hours. I remember that well. Lowering his stance significantly, this was one of the few occasions Lin Feng had bowed his head. Are you truly worried about me? Wang Dewaijian suddenly lowered his voice, as though fearing eavesdroppers. A flicker of compassion crossed the bandit leader's mind. Had they not been compelled by desperation, they would not have resorted to such measures. Yet, if they failed to seize the horse today, they would all face starvation. Even if Ying Tang looked down upon and despised him, it was worth it. For he had never held any affection for her to begin with. Do you have anything to say to me? After enduring to the breaking point, it was Shen Ru who first shattered the silence. Receiving the notification, Wan Qi Liang promptly made his way to the Jing Wang mansion, alongside Yuqin Jiatian. Following the markings left by Liang, they accompanied Qiu Lu to the outskirts, where they finally saw her come to a halt. Chapter 113, Chanin. However, the starry mothership of the Galan Empire possesses a black technology, the multi-point variable battlefield energy field coverage system, an innovation that even the four major superpowers have yet to comprehend. Constructing a floating bridge is indeed a technical endeavor, far from merely stacking ships and planks, yet the Straw Hat trio appears to be remarkably adept at it. Knowing the whereabouts of that agent and eliminating him would surely delay the emergence of the malevolent forces. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Shenwo uttered these words, echoing exactly what Sifu had said before. Divine Consort, is there something amiss with our demon nation? Mingwei inquired anxiously, her heart racing. Though the outcome was unexpected, it was relatively satisfactory. Regarding the matter of the Yuanku-affiliated Qi-Tian mercenary corps, after some contemplation, Xiao Cheng decided not to burden Yanjun with this knowledge for the time being, since the 9th Legion was active in these 18-star domains. It was only a matter of time before he would encounter them. With gritted teeth, Tang Xing charged forward recklessly. After all, the worst outcome would merely be him being forced to retreat into his personal celestial realm for eternity, or being swiftly annihilated before he could react. Shang Jingxing opened his right hand, revealing the stone within to the 8 opponents opposite him, and then suddenly clenched his fist. Presently, aside from the 6 divine military-class warships, the remaining 60 vessels of the Ming Navy had surged to a mere 500 meters from the Dutch Far East Fleet, where the two sides were on the verge of engaging in close-range naval combat. However, at this moment, the Dutch fleet began to retreat. Dorgan's secret expedition had brought his cavalry close to Dungan town within just a day, yet at this juncture, Wu Sangare and the Guanning army remained oblivious to the imminent threat. This unassuming fellow, resembling a mere earthworm, surely could not be seeking entertainment by feasting without paying. The aura emanating from this individual rendered Suja's expression grave. Kong Shiji slowly approached Suja, his eyes devoid of emotion as he regarded the enemy before him. Li Jiao was acutely aware that despite her transformation, her strength was merely on par with Xia Chong. If the 5th brother could easily dispatch Xia Chong, then he would undoubtedly have no trouble with her. The Ox-Demon King began to manifest a violet armor, and simultaneously, his weapon underwent a gradual transformation, shifting from a massive wolf fang club to a sharp longsword. Time is an intangible entity, unseen and unfelt, yet its existence is undeniable. The true danger lies in being ensnared within the chaotic currents of time, obliviously unaware until it is too late. Liang Dong commenced full-scale practice, but the difficulty escalated significantly. He frequently misprinted seals or misaligned energies. Fortunately, the energy expended was minimal, otherwise, the backlash from failed seals alone would have been enough to overwhelm him. At this rate, achieving 100% success rate seemed a distant dream. Yes, Chief. Immediately, a dozen strong men surrounded, escorting the doctors away. Some of the physicians appeared pallid, while others displayed a glimmer of relief. Moreover, London is a global tourist destination, boasting numerous beautiful attractions and several esteemed museums. What captivated her attention was the smile on the man's lips. The deeper his hatred grew, the more tranquil his smile became, culminating in a transformation almost completed in the rain. Are you in such a hurry? Sophie paused momentarily before inquiring. This time, with Wang Biao's full support. She seized the opportunity to eliminate the Celestial Emperor and merge with his divine essence, thus becoming the new Celestial Emperor. Ma Xingyao took charge of Sang Haiqing at the tender age of 15. To be frank, his emergence back then surprised everyone greatly. At that time, due to the events surrounding Qin Yan, I had not perceived any abnormalities with Shen Chu, but reflecting now, the differences are striking. Consort Hui naturally refrained from exerting herself, offering an apologetic smile to Kangxi as she left hastily, abandoning her child. The joy of pregnancy dissipated instantly, leaving her heart filled with voids, as if cold winds were relentlessly seeping in, causing her to tremble. I understand, Uncle Jingyan. Everyone has their own treasures to protect, yours, mine, and Aunt Ya's as well. Feng Yang remarked with a smile. Nangong Yu ceased utilizing the stone tablet. While the power of a mid-grade Dao artifact is formidable, its consumption was daunting for him. If this continued, he would surely be drained. Furthermore, if Enrusha did not reappear, then Mo Chen would still be her boyfriend. It would be no wonder that meeting him was so difficult. Yet, now that Enrusha had encountered such circumstances, Mo Chen likely no longer trusted her and had immediately sought her out for a meal. With the opening remarks concluded, Li's words naturally garnered resounding applause, as everyone eagerly anticipated the forthcoming substance. Ling Feng chuckled, then led the bearded man toward the vines. The further he advanced, the more he sensed the warmth in the air, a precious rarity in such a frigid world. Living beings worship deities, often making selective choices, especially those who have long been accustomed to adventure. If they devote themselves to a deity of high offensive capability, their own power will significantly amplify. These 14 puppets were precisely those crafted by Ling Feng in his eradication of the Thunder God Alliance, each a mid-tier manifestation from the Divine Sea Realm. When the Crown Prince learned that all the royal grandchildren could participate, the initial joy and emotion he felt upon hearing that Yongge would take part in the captive ceremony vanished entirely. Upon discovering that this was instigated by Qin Fini, his anger intensified, leaving him irritable. Religious worship is often a path chosen by individuals when faced with extreme material or spiritual poverty. However, this time, Yi Chu would not allow Fu Tiantian to recklessly charge in. She conceived a more prudent strategy. Though he had become a prince, deep down, he remained the same wandering pirate, living for the day without thought for tomorrow. For pirates, family ties equate to burdens. Chapter 114. Unrecognizable remnants of past glory. What are you saying, Brother Gray? I cannot comprehend, Lu Shu remarked, having regained his composure, shedding the previous shadows of anger and gloom. Instead, he appeared remarkably serene, as though he bore no secrets that warranted concealment. With that, Jianlan gradually propped herself up. Her movements slow. After a considerable time, she managed to rise from the ground. Just as she intended to dust herself off, her legs unexpectedly weakened, causing her to lean back uncontrollably. Yet, upon hearing Kai Xian's account, Kai Zhixiong felt a lingering dread. Had he arrived just moments later, he would have found himself at the altar, entering the bridal chamber. Yu asked Luo Yuan to fetch him a bottle of water and prepare some snacks. In truth, his aim was to discreetly converse with Lu Qianji. Upon hearing Su Nan mention a discussion on postmodern style, Uchiha Obito could not suppress a desire to scoff. However, upon reflection, a smile crept onto his lips, transforming his initial retort of "I cannot be bothered to discuss this" into a courteous "I am all ears." Just as he took a sip, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit abruptly entered the dining hall, striding towards them. Upon reaching them, the suited man's hand moved unexpectedly, producing 2 exquisitely crafted holographic advertisement flyers. The voice on the phone paused, seemingly vexed, and after a prolonged silence, it returned with a hint of irritation. Jian Lan's earlier assertion of being here to threaten Fang Zhou was clearly a fabrication. Now, even Cui Liang found herself perplexed by Su Jinlang, staring blankly for a while before audibly sighing. I feel utterly foolish, I thought, gritting my teeth. Rushing out of the break room without even changing my clothes. The pediatric ward of the public hospital is perpetually the most crowded, after standing in line for an eternity. My examination lasted only a few minutes. Previously, he had been utterly crushed in battle against Ling Tian, leaving him with a profound sense of humiliation. Thus, he yearned to assert his dominance over Ling Tian to reclaim his lost pride. Perhaps only by shedding all burdens from his heart could he truly embrace life without reservation. Calm down. Look at your demeanor. I shall proceed first. Without further explanation, Tang Xizang swaggered inside, feeling invigorated by arriving in such a luxurious vehicle. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, the man was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Lu Yu would broach such a topic. Ancestor, why have you not erected a jade statue of yourself in the square? Sang Rao inquired with a huff. Upon hearing such words, Qin Xiaofei arrived at his computer, immediately opening the surveillance footage displayed on his screen. However, the loss of the three elders' life tokens, which emitted not a single tremor before shattering, caused Jua Ting to furrow her brow. Before the sect leader's departure for his travels, he had entrusted her with all matters. Now, the loss of three elders demanded her utmost attention. Observing the faint white marks appearing on his flesh, Liu smiled. Realizing that his physical body had indeed reached the caliber of an earth-grade weapon. Even Ling Tian's heavy blade was deemed unnecessary as he unleashed earth-grade martial techniques, striking fiercely at the Crimson Ant King. Then, with a light tap of her toes, she instantly appeared beside Ling Tian, standing shoulder to shoulder against Yixing Xiue and her companion. As in Xiaozhen recounted this, Du Youjia suddenly recalled that fellow, Kim Tian. Given her expressive limitations, it seemed improbable for her to ever become a rapper. Indeed, her fate was that of a traditional singer. As for Sun Yu Tian, who outlasted Suing Qing and the Xiao Tian dog in the Void Realm, having survived the double tribulation on the 17th day, he was only transported out on the 18th day. Consequently, the benefits he garnered far surpassed those of Suing Qing and Xiao Tian dog, allowing him to break through to the martial marquis stage, equating to the initial phase of the celestial immortal realm. The sinister winds paused beside the sudden rise, and with a thought, a strand of divine awareness swept through, seamlessly permeating the rocks above, transmitting an image to his mind. Dorgan shifted his gaze, looking out the window as a steel-clad army marched into the rain, imposing as a towering fortress. Having experienced the violet calamity cloud, the Xiao Tian dog paid it no mind, yet the blue water golden eyes beast, unaccustomed to the anomalies of heavenly thunder, was startled, a flicker of concern rising within. Recalling that Tian Ming seemed to possess some remaining strength, it harbored a glimmer of hope. Contemplating this, Yi Feng meticulously examined the three-dimensional map of the entire base displayed on his computer screen. Each practitioner exhibited their unique capabilities, and this scene prompted nods of approval among the elders. Clearly, the foundational alchemical skills of the participants this year surpassed those of previous years. As the adage goes, before learning to strike, one must learn to endure. In combat, if his defenses were sufficiently robust, even against opponents of far superior cultivation, they could not breach his shield, rendering them powerless for the time being. Moreover, the potency of this intermediate spiritual energy shield far exceeded that of lower tiers by several multiples, undoubtedly a life-saving asset. Father Jean joyfully accepted the old-fashioned plaid shirt chosen by Kim Tian that morning from Du Youjia, declaring his intent to wear it constantly. Chapter 115, Cannot Bite Jin Xingzhe encountered a predicament akin to that of Pingzi. Lacking Pingzi's robust and resilient fur for protection, his injuries were far more grievous. A red sedan hurtled southward, emitting a shrill screech as it abruptly halted, nearly colliding with a baby stroller. She too was clad in dark attire, yet it was the designated training uniform of the outer disciples of the Lin sect. Shortly thereafter, before the bell for evening study rang, she had traversed the classroom, addressing each of her classmates. At that time, as Chen had only recently become acquainted with Zheng Yi, he was unsure whether Zheng Yi was merely jesting. Jung-yi speculated that perhaps the place was indeed their original world, yet ensnared by an enigmatic force that rendered